reference to a certain point of land.
Okay. So if you're 2 meters above mean sea level on one side and 2 meters above mean sea level on one side, then you're 2 meters. And if one side has a geoid extra, right, of 22 inches, you're now still, that's 22 inches is roughly 2 feet. So that's about 2/3 of a meter. So on the one side, you're 2 meters above mean sea level. And on the other side, you're 2.6 meters above mean sea level.
Why would mean sea level apply to a lake, which is specifically very far away from the sea?
Holy freaking crap, dude. That was literally a painful statement that you just made.
No, like really, why would it apply to a lake? You can have lakes that are below sea level. You can have lakes that are above sea levels.
It's irrelevant because I said if your location is 2 meters above mean sea level, that's an altitude. And if your other location is 2.6 meters above sea level, that's an altitude with a benchmark that's agreed upon as a convention, is it not?
Yeah, and in that case, what would your difference in geoid height be?
I just done told you, sucker.
Yeah, it's 6 centimeters. And what's the difference in
Right.
geoid height here?
Okay, perfect. Let's say that that's true. 6 centimeters. Now, if I fire my weapon and I obliterate the target with a 6 centimeter swing of differential that it could possibly be for the trajectory of my ballistic, right? And I hit the target,
You'd
right?
need far more than 6 centimeters for that. The bullet will definitely curve downwards.
What?
Yeah, do you not know that the bullet curves downwards, which is why snipers have to adjust their height
Kid,
angle
kid,
upwards?
kid. In my example, I literally explained that you must tilt the weapon to increase your trajectory because the bullet falls downwards. Were you just putting your fingers in your ears going la 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 la?
Yeah, but if you do that, you already know that your height measurement will be inaccurate.
Dude,
How do you
my
not know that
suggestion
your
to
height
you
measurement
is
will
to
be
go out into
inaccurate
the
if you
real
already start
world,
off at an angle?
fire guns, whittle sticks, build a fire, do things in practical reality. You seem to be missing the key points here.
Because a gun and light are different things. Light doesn't get affected by gravity that much on Earth. A gun will. It also get
Okay, so a light travels straight, right?
yeah,
Doesn't have ballistic trajectory, correct?
yes.
Right. So if you level a laser and you have an expectation of 90 meters and you hit something with a swing of 3 meters that has an elevation less than 5 meters, that gives you an 85-meter swing from where you should have been. That's pretty conclusive, is it not?
Yeah.
Oh, well, frickin' duh. Let's end it right there. Thank you for agreeing.
Yeah, but the problem is they didn't start it at a height of 90 meters. They
There's no,
started
dude,
at a
there's
height of 2
holy,
meters.
no frickin' duh, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try another analogy, okay, since you seem to be, I don't know, mentally impaired.
I know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm asking
No,
you.
you don't.
Your
I've
analogy,
demonstrated concrete
I asked,
experiential analogies that are physical, tangible demonstrations of the principle.
I asked you to define one thing and you couldn't.
Right, right. Here you think a demonstration is asking somebody to define something rather than making a claim and presenting a demonstration of your own.
Yeah, because a definition can provide extra
Hold still,
information about a
hold
claim.
still. Okay, why don't you make your claim or counterclaim with the definition that you think is so pivotal? In the meantime, I'm going to make another analogy. Okay, you ready?
Yeah,
So,
but why do I have to define geoid height when I specifically asked
boy,
you to do it?
boy, you said, I asked, are you ready for my analogy? You said yes. That's your turn to yield the floor to me. You agreed. So, are you rescinding that agreement?
Yeah.
Are you a
Give
man
your
of honor?
analogy. Give your analogy.
All right, perfect. So, this analogy is called building practices. So, when you want to build something, you get a level and a plumb line. Obviously, a level a mechanical level, right, operates with liquid inside. But they're only, about 8 feet long, 10 feet long max, the ones you can get. So if you want to level out your building, you use different methodology. Most common methodology used today is laser transit. What you do is you set up a level in one location or corner where you know it's level. You baseline your laser, all of that. You then shoot the laser across the terrain which you want to level. And you have a meter stick. It's called a storyboard, usually, where the laser hits the stick and it tells you the differential of the ground where you're at. So it might say +1 or -1. If it says +1, right, you have to dig to lower the grade to get it level. If it says -1, you have to add dirt to bring up the grade to get it level. In this way, the laser tells you where the ground is, up or down, from the baseline that you created at the initial corner. This tells you the differentiation between the laser, the target storyboard, and the ground.
Yeah, and what's the difference?
Now, there may be, because a laser has a beam divergence, right? And because people aren't perfect, there may be a subtle, ever so slight 1/16 of an inch, 32nd of an inch, sometimes even 1/8 of an inch up and down as you go along, leveling it out. But one thing there will never be, my friend, is 80 meters of difference.
You can actually check the page on the correction values as well. That exactly points to what I say.
Wow. So what you're telling me, friend, this is what you want us all to believe. That when I go out here and I do a laser transit, I'm going to get across the plane that I'm trying to do in the dirt. At one location, I'm going to get 7. At another location, I'm going to get 6. And even though all the ground looks flat to me, relatively, I'm going to go over to that one spot, which I'm going to guess 6.5. But when I actually stick the storyboard there, it's going to say 90 meters rather than 6.5
Where
meters.
does it say 6.5? Even on the correction page, it says 90 meters.
Friend, we're still in the world of an analogy.
Or you don't even ever have to ask.
Are you not capable of paying attention? I thought you were intelligent.
I'm listening to you, but even on the correction page, it doesn't say that. That's the problem with
Why would it? I'm talking about my analogy. I'm not talking about that page right now. So you're purposely being distractful all over the place, red herring.
Explore. Look, explore.
Dude, I can tell of a certainty you haven't done this in real life.
Well, yeah, like, why is he just straight up
That you're
lying?
blowing smoke up your ass.
Yeah, like, why are you just lying? Dude, why are you just lying? Like, it's
Can
weird.
you read the correctional page first? It's on page 112.
Why would I read it?
It's from your own paper.
Okay, friend. What page is it? Let's play your game.
Oh, you're
Hold
wasting
on.
your
Let me
Page
open it up.
112.
Hold on, I gotta open it up again. 1 second.
because I like it.
Do. 1 second, my friend. All right, page 112, you say?
Yes.
I can't wait to see this one. It's gonna be great. Hold on, loading bar. Holy crap, dude! What is this? A Sega Saturn?
Yeah, I want to know where exactly in that does it say the received height was 1.5 meters?
Hold on, friend. Hold on. All right, page 102. All right, I'm almost there. Stop technology shaming me. All right, 102. All right, so 102. All right, so 102 positions. What's the title of the page? Refraction calculation or positions height data target 4? Or the one with the graphic? Which one?
Table 1 metric testing results of the lake curvature measurements.
What the heck? That's not page 102, man.
It's 112.
Oh, 112. Sorry, my bad. All right, table 1 metrical testing results of the lake curvature measurements. Balaton, ITSIL 7. So ITSIL 7 is the one I believe we're talking about. So spherical target hidden height, 90 meters. Correction to WGS84 laser to target, 2.17. Right? So what's your point?
Yeah, where in that does it say 1.5 meters as the received height?
Dude. Holy crap, dude. We were literally looking at a different image where it said received 1.5 with the variation of the geo which they added here, which I already explained to you.
Yeah, this one corrects the globe Earth model that they gave in 1984. That's exactly what WGS 84 means. It's the World Global System 1984.
Yeah, no duh.
Yeah, and what's the
Okay,
correction?
once again, hold on, friend. Let's be clear. Once again, I told you that the swing was within 3 meters, correct?
What swing?
I said it multiple times, correct?
Yeah.
The swing of the target, where it hit the target, whether the altitude, the height, the GS84 model, all of those things are all within 3 meters, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we agree. The target and the target hit height and wherever it was on whatever model was within 3 meters of the ground or
Why
mean
would
sea
it-
level or whatever you
why-
want to talk about.
Wait, why would it hit within 3 meters of the ground? You haven't showed that. Where does it show that?
Because the target was less than 3 meters off the ground. That's why.
Yeah, but do you see at any point that the received height of the target is the same as the height of where it started from?
Oh my god.
Holy frick, dude. Okay, let's pay attention one more time.
Yeah, just point me to the measurement.
Hold on.
I'll be
Hold
happy
on,
to clear it off further.
friend, hold on. The laser was very precise. You can watch the documentary and learn how they engineered it. They have a turning mechanism that has like 1/64,000th turns per rotation. They engineered this whole thing themselves. That doesn't mean it's perfect. And plus it has a beam divergence. The beam divergence at that range is, I want to say it's less than 5 meters. It might even be 2, but I know it's less than 5. Okay, so the point is, they set up a target that was not 3 meters high. It was only roughly 2 meters high. Okay, and they received the image of the laser in the camera that they had right next to the target. And if you apply the Gaussian profile to it, which lasers do, they have a beam centroid, which you can tell if the laser's pointed directly at you or not, it matches the profile. That means that they received the laser within a swing of 3 meters at the bottom when the laser was supposed to, if the globe was true, be flying off at the top 85 to 90 meters above their heads.
Yeah, where did they add the Gaussian profile here?
Oh my frick, dude.
At which page did they add it specifically?
I don't think they did it in this document. It was done after the fact.
Then why are you claiming this document as it proves your information when it doesn't? It doesn't have the information about it. And also,
Holy crap, dude.
what's a Gaussian profile? I've never heard of it while experimenting with lasers.
Dude, it's a distribution of intensity.
That would apply to light beams.
So, for
not
example, if you have a laser glancing off on the side of you, it kind of looks like a line, right? if you could see it through fog or whatever. But if it's
Yeah,
pointed straight at you, okay, it has a version that follows a Gaussian profile. So if you apply Gaussian analytics to the image that you take of the laser, you can tell generally how the laser's pointed, whether it's pointed at you and it has the greatest intensity focused directly at you. It follows a mathematical profile, which you can interpret with software.
yeah, I know that.
Okay, great. Now you know that, even though just 2 seconds ago I told you about it and you said, oh, what is it?
Yeah, but where do you think they point out intensity here? Where is the intensity in this paper?
Do you think they stuck the target on a 90-foot tower?
I think that's what he thinks. He thinks the target is 90 feet off the ground.
Yeah, but where is the
I mean, I guess in your I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Dude, you don't even understand that they're claiming in this thing that the laser hit a target less than 3 meters off the ground. You can't even follow that.
Yeah, where's the intensity measured here?
It's not in that paper.
Then where do you get it from? Why are you using one paper and then using a different one which doesn't correlate to the first paper?
Listen, friend, it's called post scrutiny. So other people have scrutinized their findings. They presented an image to try to say this is the laser, and that technology was applied to it to see if they were being correct or not.
What laser did they use?
I can't remember if they custom built it or they bought it. I know they built the mechanism that aimed the laser. They had 2 different lasers. One, I believe, failed, and they had to use the other one.
Yeah, because
Now, what you could do also is you could watch the documentary. I could link it to you right now,
I've watched the documentary.
and then
that's
you
what
can
I'm
read the
asking.
paper, and then you can learn the difference between 90 and 3. And once you understand the difference between 90 and 3, 90, 3, 90,
I know
3,
that. I know
2
that.
different numbers.
But you still don't explain why you use a separate paper to measure this one when literally they're experiments and you can't do that with experiments.
What?
You can't use a different paper after the paper to prove your first experiment.
Dude, you clearly are out to lunch. Now pay attention and
I
you'll learn
literally
something.
write papers. What do you mean out to lunch?
Dude, you write papers? Wow,
Yeah, I'm
cool
writing that
story.
right now.
Oh, cool story. Lots of people write papers.
Yeah, not many people write papers for physics though.
Oh. So you do physics. Oh, you're special now.
Yeah, you.
Oh, I write papers for physics. I special.
Are you so desperate that you need to resort to some sort of affirmation through Adam?
No, you're so desperate
point out
that you're trying to make yourself sound hoity-toity because you write papers.
No, are you actually that desperate to point out my problems to defend your own argument when you couldn't?
No, listen, friend. I'm going to teach you right now. Writing a paper is irrelevant to this point. Okay? When you do present a paper or findings or data or images or data that you didn't present in the original paper and it comes out for consumption later, it's then applied to scrutiny by other interested parties, whether it be peers for peer review, whether it be people trying to replicate it, whether it be people just trying to figure out what happened. They might apply new and novel ideas or technologies to the data that you already have presented that occurred at the time. It is not the case that you only get one chance. And if you don't have it in your initial paper or your initial experiment when presented, that somehow it doesn't exist and can never be scrutinized or used as an argument.
Okay, so do you have the other paper where they use the exact same laser? Or are you just making this thing up? Do you have the other paper
Okay,
where
pay
they use
attention.
the
Let's see if you can follow. Listen, what level of education are you?
I'm doing a bachelor's in physics with a minor in biology. Second year.
Perfect. Add to that a minor. Add to that a minor in technical editing and writing because you clearly need it. Now,
I asked you for the paper. You couldn't
check this
provide
out.
it. You dodged my point. You grasping for sure.
What paper? What paper?
The paper where they
What
discussed
paper?
intensity of light.
Okay. I asked you your education because I want to see if you're intelligent enough to pay attention. I recently said that this was not a paper. This was just scrutiny done by interested parties.
Okay,
That you literally can't pay attention.
So is there proof for that?
Okay, I'll tell you where it is. It's in the exact same place of the proof where you and your classmates went out and did this supposed laser test.
In India.
However, the truth is that it's actually in this server, and we could give it to you if we so desired. If I wasn't so annoyed,
I mean, if you want to prove your point, you could.
Most of us here. Let me look real quick. At least probably 30% of us in this room right now have seen it, so we know what we're talking about. But let's not even say that. In principle, you already agreed. Because when I said Gaussian, you said, "Oh, what's that?" And then I explained it, and then you said, "Oh, yes, I knew that." So you already agree that this is an effective methodology to tell if the laser's pointing at you, yes or no?
You said Gaussian analytics.
Holy freaking crap, dude.
I didn't know what you meant by analytics.
Okay, but that's irrelevant. What I'm saying is at first you didn't, then you said you agreed. That's the point, is that you agreed. You agreed that this technology is sufficient to determine whether a laser beam is pointing directly at you. Yes or no?
Yeah, you could measure intensity from it, but that means
Yes or no?
You need to
yes, the answer is yes. Oh,
a yes or no.
Whatever, the answer is yes.
Backgrounds.
So let's remove. Listen, let's remove whether it's been done or not, and just speak in principle. Okay. If it's the case that this technology exists, that you can tell if the laser is pointed directly at you, if it's the case that the laser on the one side of the lake was less than 3 meters high, wind mounted, and they then used the laser transit methodology to see if they could hit the storyboard on the other end of the lake, which was less than 2 meters high,
AI, your robot
hit a
real bad,
camera,
bro.
which was on a tripod.
Is it just me, or is AI just...
Yeah, I can't.
Mic's not working.
All right, I'll rejoin.
All right, I have a question about the Gaussian projection. Do you know how much of its change in distance it would cause?
Nah. Do you know where any Earth curve proof is? Oh, AI's back. Let him go.
Yeah, a question about Gaussian projection. Do you know how much change in distance it would cause?
Change in distance? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
See proof of the
I mean
Earth
from the
curve.
topmost to the bottommost point on this circle.
No Earth curve.
What circle?
Of the Gaussian projection. What do you think a Gaussian projection is?
No, you said this circle.
No,
I thought I had a demonstration. Okay.
I think we should focus on this. Have you ever directly measured curvature?
No, we're not going to sideline. What we're going to focus on is that, in principle, if it's the case that a laser transit methodology was used, where on one side of the transit was a laser, and the other side of the transit was a storyboard. Both were less than 3 meters in altitude. From whatever benchmark you want to use relative to each other, it's irrelevant. It's a 3 meter swing, tops.
Why are you
And if a
assuming it's
camera
300
is on the other
versus
side,
100?
friend, I'm
But why
setting
would you
this
assume
up.
it's 3 meters
I-
before doing the experiment?
Listen, pay attention. Don't interrupt.
Yeah,
You're
I
being
just asked a
annoying.
simple question. Why would you assume it's 3 meters before actually doing
I'm
it?
setting up these parameters. This is what I'm claiming they are. I can make them any value I want.
You don't expect
Stop
the result
derailing
to
the
be
conversation, for
you
goodness
don't
sake.
expect the result to be a certain thing though. That's actually
This
just
isn't the. Hey, friend. I thought. Listen. Hey, college dropout. I thought you said you
I'm
wrote
still in
papers.
college.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you still have a chance to drop out, and my prediction will come
Yeah,
true.
and I
Great.
would.
Anyway. Dude, with reasoning like that, you're going to have to drop out of shame because your paper is going to be trash.
Yeah, because I wouldn't freaking assume the result before actually getting to it.
Hey, Dumbo,
don't
retard,
confirmation.
moron. Okay,
You
this is
have
what's
to
going to
resort
happen. I'm just going to
you
simply
have to
mute you.
resort
I'm just going to
calling
simply mute you. I do have to go into name calling because you're just derailing the conversation with nonsense.
You really just need to answer that one point, and it would make sense, but you can't.
I will once you shut your pie hole.
Fine.
Okay, but never fear. I'm going to shut it for you so I don't have to have a fear of interruption. All right, what's this kid's name so I can mute the crap out of him?
This would be Lucifer.
All right.
Yeah.
Man, can somebody just mute him for me because I'm having a hard time with this device.
Oh, no problem. I got you.
All right. So, he is critiquing me for assuming the results being within a swing of 3 meters. When anybody with 2 working thumbs can rewind the live stream and notice that what I said was the laser was a maximum differential of 3 meters in altitude. The target was a maximum of differentiation of 3 meters in altitude. I had not yet discussed the firing of the laser hitting the target. I was only describing the height of the laser and the height of the target. Okay, now that I've cleared that up, for Mr. I write papers and stuff, you can unmute him.
Yeah, why would you assume the target is at a height of 3 meters though?
Holy fuck, dude. Because I fucking put it at that height, you dumbass.
The target is the point where the laser is supposed to
Now,
reach. Why would it be at 3?
dumbass.
Answer the question.
Dumbass. I'm going to mute you again.
Why do you keep resorting to mutes if you can't answer the question? It just makes your point irrelevant.
No, it doesn't. You think that does, but what actually makes my points relevant or not relevant is the merit of the arguments, regardless of any color commentary I add. Mr. I write papers and stuff. Why don't you write a paper about logic and argumentation? How about
I
that?
already
Write a
did.
paper about that.
I'm already doing that.
Well, yeah, well, you didn't read it after you wrote it.
I study philosophy. on
Dude,
the side.
you literally... Oh, yes, I'm sure you do. And you're a failure at that, just like you're a failure at understanding the difference between 90 and 3.
Yes, and that's why I pointed out.
Now, friend, calm down, friend. Calm down. Okay, check this out. Just listen. It won't hurt, I promise. If I'm at a location and I use the local benchmark, okay, to determine the altitude where I am at relative to sea level, right? Or a geode, or whatever the fuck you want to use as a baseline, right? I've determined that I'm no more than 3 meters above that baseline. I then, along the same baseline, go 40 meters away, and I determine that I will arrange a target. Okay, now a target, my friend, could be made of cardboard, it could be made of bananas, it could be made of kumquats, it could be made of old videos stacked on top of each other in a rectangular pattern. It doesn't matter. All that matters is I determine where I'm at based on the baseline that I've chosen to use, that I am not greater than 3 meters in height. Those two things are established. Now, if you're going to doubt these baselines, then you must throw everything out, because then you have nothing to work from. So what say you, Mr. I write papers and stuff?
So before actually getting the laser to that point, why would you keep it at 3 meters again?
Okay, this is a very simple answer. It's a very simple answer. Lasers and the light coming out of the end, right, has to be above the ground. You don't set up a laser in the ground. It has to be at least at some altitude above the ground. Otherwise, the laser shoots right into the ground. Mr. I write papers and stuff. You follow that? Or should I draw it in crayons?
I'm not talking about the point of incidence of the laser. I'm talking about the point that the laser is received.
Okay, fine, perfect.
Target at 3 meters.
Okay, why do I want to keep that at 3 meters? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. Go back to the analogy of the storyboard at the construction site where I want to create a baseline level. Okay? If I know, okay, that I set up my laser lower than my head, which most people do when they set up construction lasers when they're trying to make a benchmark, right? So I'm 6 feet tall and 2 inches. Well, no, 6'3". Sorry, I just gained an inch. Yay! I'm 6 foot and 3 inches tall. 6'4", maybe 6'5" with my boots. So I know if I set up my laser and it's around my chest area, then it's not 6 feet high. So if I look out across the land, right, and it looks mostly generally level, but I know I have to do some work on it, I'm not going to go out there with a 14-foot target, because I know that it's not going to be that much of a variation. I'm only trying to get within a variation that's expected or not expected. Now, if somebody told me, wait a minute, friend, even though that looks level, it actually has a huge curve in it, and it's going to drop away from you to where the differential will be 90 meters when you go to the other side of the big pile of dirt. Then and only then might I say to myself, well, I want to target pole 90 meters high.
Okay, but
Now, check this out, though. Listen, just listen. If I had a target pole 90 meters high, right, and one guy told me I only need it to be less than me, 2 meters, and the other guy told me 90 meters. If I had a pole 90 meters, right, I would get a hit at 2 meters if it was really only a variation of 2 meters. But if the man was lying to me about the 90 meters, and I only had a story pole 2 meters high, 6 feet, roughly, and I went to the one end and the laser hit the 6-foot pole, that would disprove the man who told me there was a 90-meter differential, would it not?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. If you say anything else, you're full of crap.
Yeah, but you're assuming that distance.
Right, the answer is yes. So you concede.
No, there's more context to that yes part. You're assuming that the distance over small meters should translate to distances over large meters, even though they're not the same.
Holy crap. So what you're telling me is that if I take a level line at 100 meters range, it's going to be pretty accurate. But if I take it at 100 miles range with the same piece of equipment, it's not going to be as accurate, correct?
Yes.
Oh, well, no duh. But go back to my gunnery example. If my goal is to hit a target and I hit the target, I'm 100% accurate, am I not?
At a small distance, yes. At a large distance, no.
Wrong. Let's go again. You seem to be a person who claims intelligence and logic, so we're going to go again and see if you can get the right answer. If. Now, fair. This is a proposition. And it has an if in it. If I hit the target, if I hit the target, and my intention was to hit the target, then I've hit the target 1 out of 1 times. If that's the case, that's 100% accuracy, correct?
Yeah.
I rest my case.
Yeah, but you have to
I'm done.
aim for that.
You conceded all the points, even though you're not intelligent enough to realize it.
Yeah, but was the laser at an angle?
What's the laser what?
Was the laser kept at an angle?
At what? 90 degrees, you mean?
Yeah, was it kept at an angle other than 90 degrees, or was it perpendicular to the Earth?
Well, you're going to have to say that last sentence one more time.
Was the laser perpendicular to the Earth, or was it kept at an angle?
Well, if it was perpendicular to the Earth, then it'd be pointing straight up into the sky.
Perpendicular.
So maybe you mean parallel.
Yeah,
Maybe you mean parallel.
And parallel to the tangent or perpendicular to the surface.
What?
I'm using a globe Earth model, that's why I said perpendicular. Go on.
Yeah, I know. This is a classic attempt to defeat this point. Okay, so if the laser was aimed down, it would have hit the Earth and wouldn't have reached the target. If the laser was aimed up, it would shoot over the target and wouldn't hit the target. Therefore, it is irrelevant at which angle it was because it hit the target, and that was the goal.
Yeah, but was it parallel to the Earth?
However, you can go look up in the documentary. They show how they leveled it. They set a local level.
Yeah, I know the heights, and I know the leveling as well.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. It seems to me that you're attempting to say that if the laser wasn't in the proper orientation, that somehow this negates the result. So I want you, after I just told you exactly what the answer is, to tell me how the laser pointing down or up is going to solve the problem of it hitting the target or not.
No, I just said the laser needs to be at parallel to the Earth's surface. That's it.
Why?
Proper value.
Why?
Because if you have a laser pointing straight down, it will definitely not get you a proper value in terms of distance. If you have a laser pointing anything less than 90 degrees, it won't cross the horizon. Or
Whoa, dude, what are you talking about? What do you think this is, the laser rangefinder?
How do you think distances are calculated anyways?
Dude, you're trying to tell me that you think that this experiment is about a laser rangefinder.
No, it's not. I know that.
No frickin' duh, so stop talking about it.
Yeah, but you'll find a drop in the distance as compared to the actual distance you want to measure, and then apply it to your experiment value.
Dude, what's the differential in a triangle, okay, with a 40-kilometer base and a 3-meter leg?
Where did you get a triangle from?
I don't know, dude. I thought you wrote papers and stuff about physics. So I'm trying to, talk fast to save my time because this is painful conversation.
Yeah, difference being a triangle doesn't appear here.
Okay, friend. One more time. What's the differential in a triangle with a base of 40 kilometers and a leg of 3 meters?
What's a what?
Okay,
Can you
if you
repeat that?
have a maximum swing of the leg, okay, the opposite leg, which is opposite the angle, the acute angle, which would be the point that the laser leaves the laser, right? Now remember, I set my baselines to 3 meters. So both sides are 3 meters. That's what I said. So the maximum swing is 3 meters to the ground. And let's just say 3 meters above. So a maximum swing of 6 meters where the center point is the base of the triangle. And then you have the leg, which is 3 meters and 3 meters. And then you have the hypotenuse, which is between the acute angle and the top of the leg or the bottom of the leg, depending on it's the top or the bottom triangle. Now, if you move the laser up or down, changing the angle, right, that would change the size of the leg. But we're going to keep the legs at 3 meters up, 3 meters down. So you have an angle of variation of which the laser can go up or down. What's the maximum differential in the angle that it can do before it will no longer hit the target?
If you're keeping it exactly at 3 meters, anything less than parallel will do it. Anything less or more than parallel will do it.
Right. So, by your own admission, the laser does not have to be perfectly parallel to hit a target at 40 kilometers that has a swing of 6 meters from the center.
No, I
So
said
3
it has
meters
to be
from the
parallel
center.
to do it.
Dude, I'm sorry, but you're being recorded, conceding all these points, and then immediately trying to backtrack when you realize
Go back to
Mr.
the
Wright's
recording.
papers and stuff isn't as smart as he thought he was.
You can go back to the recording, and that's exactly what I said. It has to be parallel if you want the exact same measurement of 3 meters.
Friend, you're answering a question that nobody asked you.
You just asked it to me like 3 minutes ago.
All right, let's ask it again and let's see. The center is 3 meters off the ground. Okay?
Okay.
We're going to assume that the laser shoots perfectly straight and that there's no impedance by any atmospheric effects whatsoever. Perfect straight shot. A perfect ray. If the laser is at 3 meters and the target is at 3 meters, and the target is 3 meters high, right? And you fire the laser, and the laser is perfectly parallel to the surface, then it will hit exactly at 3 meters, 40 kilometers away. Correct?
Assuming a flat Earth model, that would be correct.
No, this is assuming a flat baseline. Doesn't have to be done on the Earth. It could be done in free space in the nether realm for all we care.
No, because the curvature actually causes differences in height.
Hey, rum dum. We're setting up a hypothetical. Do you understand?
Yeah, of the flat Earth.
No, we're not. I told you this is just a hypothetical with a flat baseline. It doesn't have to take place on the Earth. It's just a laser, a target, a plane, a 3 meter differential. That's all it is. So if the target is 3 meters tall, right? And the laser is 3 meters tall, and the baseline is flat with a 40 kilometer distance, okay? If you fire the laser parallel to the baseline, you'll hit the target at the utmost part of it, so the top of 3 meters. Now, if you tilt the laser upwards, you'll miss it, correct?
Yeah.
But since the target's 3 meters tall, if you tilt the laser downwards, however much angle is necessary for the acute angle for a differential of 3 meters for the leg, you'll hit the target and not the ground, correct?
Yeah.
Perfect. So if you have this setup and you get a register on the target anywhere on the 3 meters, right? Then that means you hit the target, obviously. However, if you don't get a register, that means that it could have hit the ground or it could have flown over the top, right? Could have been either. You don't know unless you check your laser, whether it's up or down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Now, if you put a change in the surface, so now we have a parallel surface with the beam and the baseline. Now you can permutate the baseline to be curved, right? But if we have a register on the target, the maximum amount of differential that the curve can only be to a maximum of the parallel laser beam. So a maximum apex arc, known as the sagitta, of the circle segment formula that can exist in this example would be 3 meters, correct?
3 meters? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm asking how you found that out.
I mean, it's called the circle segment formula. It's not
Yeah,
that
I know
hard.
that.
I mean,
I know that, but how do you find out that it's 3 meters? Like, can you show your calculations?
This guy.
It's literally the circle segment formula. You have a baseline, which is a chord of a circle. You have the apex arc, which is the maximum variation between the center point, between the 2 points where the chord intersects the circle, and the arch of the circle. Since that's the limitation, and your maximum amount allowed you is 3 meters because you only have 3 meters to work with, then ipso facto, by logical deduction and necessary consequent, it's 3 meters.
Not on the other side, though.
Holy crap. You're correct. It would have to be 2.999999999999999 meters. You are correct.
No, it still doesn't work like that.
No, that is how it works.
Show that.
Okay, friend. If it doesn't work like that, then you live in La La Land.
No, I live on a curved earth. You are correct.
Yeah, correct. La La Land.
Yeah, the actual world as compared to a fantasy land.
Curved Earth is La La Land. That is correct.
Friend, what you're doing is I'm giving you examples that are necessary within the example itself. Doesn't even have to be related to any physical location. And you, for some reason, immediately try to say, oh, that example doesn't work because the Earth is different than your example, according to my claim. You're not being intellectually honest here.
Even in your hypotheticals, he does it.
Yeah, you're so obsessed with the globe Earth that you think the globe Earth exists in my mind and my hypotheticals as reality. Man, you're weird.
You're assuming a flat earth in your reality. That's why you're getting measurements for a flat earth.
No,
That's literally
Did I?
Earth just doesn't move, so just is what it is. I'm not assuming anything.
How is it we're assuming the flat Earth when we're using the globe Earth math?
Yeah, when you're using the globe earth map,
good point,
the
Sonny.
measurement only point your actual value, though. That's the entire problem.
So did FE Corp measure curvature or what? What is going on here?
It measured curvature, but not the same as the WGS84 model.
Oh, so it's a different globe. Okay, give us that one.
Yeah, friend. You're right. What he basically went for, because in this example I just gave last, what I set was the maximum differential, okay, for a curved line, the maximum for a curved line that would exist between a rectangle, right, of the baseline of the laser with a 3 meter target and a 3 meter laser. Now, if you take that maximum differential, right, at the 40 kilometers, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, you end up with an Earth like 200 times the size of the Earth they claim. So his canard is, it's still curved underneath that baseline.
Where are your calculations for that and your specific point of 200 times the Earth they measured?
You know what? They gave us the radius a long time ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah, which point are you referring to? Where does it say that it's 200 times?
The point that there is no measured curvature. That's the point.
Yeah, where does it say that on the FE core experiment?
Well, they hit their target.
They hit their target at a height of 90.9 meters.
No, they didn't.
That's not where it was. 90 meters high. Well, none of the targets are 90 meters high either. So what are you talking about that's 90 meters high?
Can you check?
Sonny. This kid read the FE core document, and he thinks the FE core document says that they were expecting a 90-meter shot, and they got a 91-meter shot. When the document literally says that they received it at 1.5 meters, plus the geoid swing of 22 inches, which is less, which, by the way, for all of you people who write papers and stuff, that's less than 3 meters, just for you guys out there.
Do you know what the geoid swing is or a geoid height difference is?
That's about 36 inches, so less than 36 inches. Wow. What happened to the globe curvature?
Yes. In other words, Sonny, expectation 90 meters, reality less than 3 meters, and he thinks that proves the globe in question. Just because there's a plausibility of curvature underneath the baseline.
Then can you show what the correction part means?
Your kids are going to love this comedy for decades to come, probably for the next 100 years. This globe comedy is going to be the best thing to pass down. Get your shelves filled with this comedy before it's too late.
Try debunking the correctional part instead of dodging it for
Beat
once.
the crowds. Get it now while it's hot.
I'll tell you for the umpteenth time. The correction.
Can you try
Swing is
debunking the
less
correction?
than 3 meters, friend.
Yeah, and what's the variance of geoid height? Can you define it if you know what it is? Or are you going to dodge it again?
I'm not going to. I never did dodge it. I just refuse to play your game.
In reality, where is this geoid in reality, please? Could you show it to us?
Well, he's not going to tell you because what he's trying to do, okay, is not make his own claim. So, friend, this is the way this is going to go. You, right now, are going to tell us, who've been waiting with bated breath, how the variation of the geoid height affects this alleged measurement, and I gave you alleged as a bone to you to not hurt your feelings. You're going to tell us right now, and that's going to be the next thing you're going to describe, or you're going to lose your permissions in the server to be a member. Those are your options. You're going to go into cognitive dissonance for 7 days and sit there until you give me the answer.
I literally asked you to provide what geoid height is. You can't answer that, and you're trying to flip the arrow.
Oh, I guess he doesn't get a hint very well.
I mean, I can answer it. I can answer it.
You don't get the hint very well.
Too late, dude. It's too late. You can answer it in cognitive dissonance.
See you later.
Enjoy.
You can't answer the question. Wow.
No, you're just lying about the document.
There's a difference, dude. I refuse to answer the question.
You couldn't answer one question.
You've been caught lying. You've been caught lying many times during this. People are listening to you. Do you think you have cloaking or something?
Yeah, this red herring and begging the question fallacy is not going to change the fact that you lied about the document and you don't understand the document you're trying to cite.
Yeah, just complete distraction from the issue. Just anything but the point, huh?
The funny things the Glovers do to come in here to try to disprove something. Oh, that's completely ridiculous. They have no answer for why is it all horizontal then? Where's your curve at, man? Come on. Throw us a bone here. We've been waiting for years.
Even if they had a target at 90 meters and a target at 3 meters, he'd be still looking for a way. It's like whatever result they got, he's not going to agree with it, and he accuses us of cognitive bias.
It's the weirdest thing ever.
Like, does he think someone's hanging there on a balloon, like, or like what? Like, I would have liked to hear him at least try to articulate like where they were with these 90 meters up in the air, because they clearly state that they weren't 90 meters up in the air, but 1.5 meters above the lake surface. That's not 90 meters up in the air.
He surely would have found the measurements of the tower that raised them up 90 meters. That's 270 feet.
So, just real quick, a point of housekeeping, for all the people that think I might have been unfair, right? Because there's a lot of people out there who, have no testicular fortitude and they can't understand how to treat people who are shining up your ass. So, he conceded to me that the variation of the geoid height was irrelevant on 3 occasions. Therefore, to answer what it is also irrelevant because it's irrelevant to the point. And that's what I told him. He kept focusing on it because he thought he had me on, you don't know the definition of this thing. Therefore, all your other argument is false or some nonsense. Mm-hmm. And that, my friends, that disingenuousness and inability to grasp that he conceded the point already while trying to make it look like there's something wrong with me is why I slapped him with a big fat wet noodle.
What did he say? 22 inches is 5.6 meters?
Yes, dude. What the? I'll give it to somebody if they are doing a calculation wrong, because some people use meters and some people use inches, whatever. But once you say to them, hey, 22 inches, right, is such, and 36 inches is a yard, and a yard and a meter are almost identical, you must then say to yourself, after I tell you it's 2/3 of a yard, which is roughly a little more than 2/3 of a meter, you should then say to yourself, I see, I made a mistake. Now, fair enough, guys. Point of order. Real quick point of order. He's free to come back as soon as he provides that answer. It could be in the next 5 minutes if he so desires.
This is one of the worst cases of cognitus I've ever seen.
I still think it's something that somebody was arguing the globe Earth with the name Lucifer.
So guys, what exactly happened?
Something really stupid.
Literally nothing for like an hour.
Yeah.
I'd love to repeat the whole thing for you, but I only have a couple of brain cells left. Not enough energy.
My goodness.
I'm gonna lose the last remaining ones. Was it so bad?
Yeah. Dude, it was an epic. I don't know. That guy said it was nothing, so maybe I'm losing my touch.
No, it was you reiterating the same point 50 different ways and him still not getting it. That's what it sounded like to me.
And then that poor pigeon to death.
His only rebuttal every time was, yeah, but what's geoid height?
Exactly.
And then which he said is whatever, but never just completely skated by the fact that AI was like, it's supposed to be hidden by 90 meters. That's equivalent to 480 feet or whatever you said.
He kept saying that's where it was received.
Yes, and that's why I'd be interested to understand how the hell he sees the world through his eyes. Or what do you think is going on there, right?
Cartoon world. It's
right. So
crazy cartoon.
He's under the impression that they constructed a 90-meter structure in the middle of a beach.
Like what he's saying sounds like the other side of the land is rising up that amount of feet and in reality or something like that. Like, yeah, he's shooting it up. Like,
hey,
what?
dude, good catch. Good catch, brother.
The geoid model,
Go ahead.
the geoid model excludes the surface of bodies of water, doesn't it? It's just dealing with land surface.
Water is their kryptonite.
I was thinking the water level. He wasn't grasping that. Like, I think that's actually where the problem was. Was like that wasn't established in his mind. Like, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Just speculation from listening.
Well, there's also another explanation which you might have caught on. He could be a slope earther.
A sloper?
Yeah, slope earther.
That's very true. The water forms a slope.
Yep. We've had those here before where they
wasting your time.
They tried to defeat the argument by just saying, well, the other side of the water is higher than this side.
Oh, well, I thought on globes it was supposed to curve down from you, not up.
Yeah, well, every seashore goes to the same sea level. So it doesn't matter how high the shore is.
Listen, if that was a waste of my time, you could put in a vote. You could put in a vote, right? And I'll take it on advisement whether I should spend that much time doing that again. I found it entertaining personally, but it might have been painful for you guys. It actually was painful for me, but it's kind of enjoyable too.
It was painful in a way, but it was. I think it was pretty good though.
I could hear you dying.
It's good for I think it's good for the audience to hear the deflection. So they're not against hearing anything like that. It's good. But here's like a typical time waster.
Definitely shows a perfect example of Cogdis.
Well, I mean, to be fair, let's think about it. We could be presupposing his purposes or what he's doing or who he is. We got to be careful because you can put this in several different ways. What if it's some team formed by a corporation that made a team and has these people, and that these are created characters? They're going on a script. They seem to be.
You said something about us presupposing, and then now you're presupposing that.
Yeah. I'm presupposing.
I don't think anybody supposed anything about him. That's why Arden.
I know, but wait. You could assume he's innocent and that he's just kind of slow, because that was my impression. I had to think back. I had to go back and go, wait, well, is he slow? I mean, I'm not sure what he's asking. He could be kind of slow. It doesn't seem to understand logic that well.
It sounded like Johnny
But could that be created? Like, could that be? You think people could come in with just a stance and it says like one word or one sentence on it? Never let go of the globe and don't agree. Never answer flat earth the question or something like that. Only divert with another question. Like they have a script. Seems to be.
Maybe we should just ask him spelling questions from now on.
Spell red.
Red? L-S-T-E-R.
All right. Now spell green. That's what I thought. Okay, it stumped you. We know. Don't worry about it. Keep coming back here to the 24/7 Better Discourse 2.0, and you'll be educated on a daily basis.
Bro, he didn't need your education. He's writes papers, all right?
Yeah, and stuff. Don't forget the and stuff part.
And stuff. In physics.
You know, like, he dabbles in philosophy and basket weaving.
Kind of a jack of all trades, you know? He's kind of a big deal.
Zen and the art of basket weaving. I don't know. Yeah. And I'm not fooling, but you need some schooling.
Oh my goodness. Look, if you want to reject the laser test because you think this or you think that is one thing, but never have I ever heard somebody say that they received the laser at 90 meters off the ground. Never heard that before.
Yeah, that got me right out of left field. I was like, what?
90 meters?
Well, you see, they were just hovering in a balloon.
He's like, but the 3 meters, bro.
Yeah.
The 3 meters.
Even when you kept telling them six ways from Sunday that the target and the laser were at particular heights.
Yeah, but this is an example of why, to be able to vote, right, or claim yourself to be intelligent in certain matters, you should have at least fired a gun once in your life and hit a target.
Makes sense
I don't know.
to me.
Maybe that's a little extreme, but it's like there's so many kids, they do not understand the basic principles of aiming at a target. It's like, it just fuddles me. It's like, listen, friend.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter the orientation of the rifle. If you hit the target, you hit the target.
That's right.
But what if the rifle was aimed a little up or down? It hit the target.
Yeah. They don't know. They're like disconnected from how things actually work here. It's shocking.
Yeah, but how do you know the target is where you put it?
Well, yeah, exactly. That was a good question. How do you know that if you put a target at 3 meters off the ground, it's not 90 meters off the ground?
How would you know the difference? It's all relative, right?
Like, you couldn't possibly know how high it is off the ground unless you reference the geoid, right?
Right.
Because the geoid in your location could be 90 meters off the ground for all you know.
Yeah. You're geoid. You're geoid.
What do you mean by that?
What the hell? Our imaginary geoid, the one that's in your head? Yeah, that one. You're going to go on that. Okay. Great job.
Look, you got the geoid, you got the geoid, you got the ellipsoid, you got the equipotential surface, you got the actual surface measurements, then you got the wingly-wongly plumb lines.
Warbly.
Then you've got 10 different levels, all in the same location. How are you supposed to know anything?
Curve
What
levels,
kind of shit is
levels. What kind of shit is that?
Hey, I think my Discord might be broken. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
That's fine.
We're just ignoring you.
All right. Well, I think if we're going to ask him another question, I think the next question would be if there's anything anyone can ever show him that would falsify the globe for him.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Anticipating the answer would be no, which would illustrate him to be a zealot. The zealot.
Yeah, to see the flat Earth from the space.
Pardon?
To see the flat Earth from the space. Yeah, exactly. He'd be asking for something that's unachievable. That's a cult. It would thus make it a cult belief on his part.
Yes, but he could get a GoFundMe to get on Blue Origin or whatever the heck it is and go up to high altitude and see his field of view, right, filled with what appears to be an Earth and then a blackness and then an edge of delineation between the color field of the Earth and the color field of the blackness, right, which generally forms a perimeter, which if it was at the extremities of your vision would roughly be a 360-degree circle, right? Couple that with lensatic effects of the vehicle that you're in plus your eye might give you the impression that you're seeing a curve. So even though you can't actually see the Earth in totality because you're not far enough away to see like the entire globe from a side view, that illusion of curvature would be enough to satisfy you to say, oh, it's not flat, because you had forgone all that other primer that I just said, and you just take it at face value based on impression, and then you come down just as much a zealot believer as you when you left.
So yeah, that would work.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
You just don't.
So yeah, I can imagine that would be for someone who can't recognize what a direct measurement of something is and is not.
I think they should rename it the blue dildo, because if it was real, it looked much less like a dildo.
Oh my.
No, like the CGI. If it was real, we'd have much better. If it was fake, we'd have much better CGI.
Well, remember that time that somebody trumped the CGI pics with an actual pic of the Earth, and they said, "Oh, this is an actual pic of the Earth." And then when they showed it to us, it was a roughly homogeneous color field with like light streaks from the right to the left, and then at the bottom from the right to the left another light streak, and then up in the one quadrant was a small dot, undiscernible, just a dot. And they say, "Look, this is a picture of the Earth."
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Yeah, it's the famous picture that Carl Sagan, fell in love with and tried to marry in one of those weird New Age marriages where you marry an object because nobody else will have you.
Holy crap, Batman.
It's like, dude, how are you going to validate that image? It has no discernible information from which to validate anything. It's just, oh, look, there's a dot on a piece of paper. I promise you that a spacecraft took that, and that's of the Earth.
Hey,
so
well, isn't that what Eddington? Isn't that what Eddington did with the blue shift? It's like a black and white photo or something of something
I don't
out
know,
there.
man.
It's probably rain on a tent. It was raining. Who was that? Is that the wrong person? Am I quoting the wrong person? Went out supposedly during the eclipse, went out someplace in South America where it rains like freaking 6 hours a day. But got a perfect observation. That's what they're using for the freaking idiocy gravity debacle. Okay, no.
Nope.
No cowbell.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Who was doing the observations in 1900 something? Is it Eddington?
Right.
And they say they got the blue shift from that.
Hubble.
Hubble. It's probably Hubble. Yeah, I'm just mixing up the names.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Hubble. So, anybody got those images of Hubble? What the heck is a Hubble anyway?
Hubble bubble.
Oh, let me address another thing, because one of his retorts was that I was just reiterating confirmation bias. Okay. All I was doing was just giving the information from the document. Now, I did give an extraneous piece of information which occurred after the document was written, which was an analyzing of the photo. Now, I just said the information that I got was that when the Gaussian profile analytics were run on the image, that it matched as if the beam was pointed directly at you. Now, it could be the case that the beam was actually much closer, that they actually put it on a boat and brought it closer to the target so that they could create the illusion of this photograph. Okay, so it's not 100% conclusive because there is wiggle room for deception, right? But I said to him, if it's the case that they did this, and if these parameters are true, then this result yields this conclusion. As a matter of fact, I went out of my way to make everything hypothetical and propositional. Did I not? I was suffering from the least confirmation bias.
You gave several extraneous analogies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the really funny part, because you were talking about a hypothetical, and it almost sounded like he was saying, "Oh, the Earth can't be flat in your hypothetical."
Exactly.
And then you continued with the hypothetical to where you could curve the surface, and he totally just went nuts.
Well, perhaps he realized, and I'm going to give him credit for being a shrewd intellectual, to understand where that would lead if the Earth was that much bigger. Because there's a catastrophic destruction of the heliocentric model if you have a much, much bigger Earth. Because the path of the sun is fixed around an alleged known territory. And so if you make the Earth bigger, then the portion of the Earth upon which the path of the sun occurs becomes smaller and smaller relative to the body, which destroys all their claims about the orientation and free space of the objects in the sky. Their orbits and everything in the model cascades into failure. So back in the day, we used to have these kids all the time will say, oh, well, the Earth is still curved, it's just much bigger. And the Earth is still a heliocentric ball in space with, going around the sun and all this blah, blah, blah. But they didn't realize that problem. So if his brain, and I'm not even talking about his conscious mind, I'm saying if his brain recognized that was coming down in the computations and immediately said trigger cog dis to protect this guy's frail ego from his globe being destroyed, then whatever. What can I say about that? That's his body trying to protect his mind from shattering. Good on you for that. But when he becomes consciously aware of it, then it's a whole different ball game. Because then you can't just make these claims. You can't just say, oh, the Earth is bigger, if you know that it destroys your heliocentric model. Unless you care more about the globe being a globe than you actually care about heliocentrism. And if that's the case, then abandoning the heliocentric cosmology in favor of living on a giant sphere, then at least that's intellectually honest to your own position.
I honestly have no idea what that guy's, worldview is, or like how he held so firmly in his argument about 3 meters of difference.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm actually going to try that next time. So the house we're working on now is going to be a long, long time before we build a new house, breaking ground. But if we break ground on another house and we go to shoot the quote unquote level benchmark, whatever, for the foundation, right? And the guy sets up the laser and gives me the storyboard. And before I go out, I'm going to be like, wait a minute. I'm not sure if the laser hit the storyboard. Right? When the laser touches the storyboard, I have to check the geoid first.
Yeah, give me the geoid height, bro. He's gonna look at you like you're retarded.
Yep.
So does the geoid predict a difference in rate of curvature for surfaces of bodies of water? Or was it only dealing with...
That's what I'm saying. Like,
it's based on the irregular distribution of the mass, right? The way that gravity is going to cause the water to conform to it, right?
Yeah. I have seen from geodetic surveyors, when I was looking into gravitational anomalies, they do this over water as well, and they do claim that it's making some water look more flat than it should be, and all sorts of things.
Not flat enough to explain what we're showing them.
Sloped.
Whole new pseudo theories being created. You hear what he was talking about? That was bizarre.
But you notice how they assume straight plumb lines to prove a model that needs them to be curving all the time?
Yep.
What the hell?
Oh yeah, guys! I just remembered something I meant to say a little while ago when someone was explaining, how often do you find a guy who's crazy in this way this much? And it was just a couple weeks ago, I was with my brother Kurt, and I would just started out the conversation. Well, like we were arguing about politics, but then I was like thinking, like, no, let's not argue about politics. Let's argue about flat Earth. But instead of saying the words flat Earth to him, I just simply started out with the question of asking him, is a line of sight a straight line or is it not? He couldn't give me a yes or no answer to that. I was trying to just get him to start up by saying, yes, line of sight from your eye to the target is a straight line. Trying to just start the conversation by getting him to say yes to that question. I couldn't get him to say yes or no. I could not get. I can only get him to say, I know where you're going with that. And I'm not going down that. I'm not giving you a yes or no. And like, no, I'm not having this conversation with you. But I couldn't get my own brother to say yes. Line of sight from your eye to a target is a straight line. He refused to say yes to that. This brainwashing is powerful stuff, man.
Well, yeah, but it's also your self-defense mechanism, right? Like you're like I was explaining for the other guy, like you don't want to experience that pain. You know, it's just like you start to feel the heat in your finger and your body jerks your hand away before you can even think. You know, that's in your autonomous nervous system. It's decided in your spine before it even makes it to your brain. Like, they don't want to get intellectually burnt, so they jerk their hand away as fast as they possibly can.
Fingers in the ears. La 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 la.
Yeah, that's a really good analogy with the heat.
But isn't it like the reality of it is it's more like when you dip your finger in like some really cold water and you think for a second, you know, that flash moment, you're like, oh my God, it's hot. You know, maybe they yank away thinking it's hot, but in reality, it's nothing that's not going to harm you, you know? I like that analogy as well. Yeah, that's really well said. Maybe you guys have experienced the same thing. Like, I don't know, when you're little, you go to take a bath and you go to touch the water, you're expecting it to be super hot, but instead it's cold. But your brain sort of tricks you. I can't be the only one.
Something's wrong with you, Creation Bear.
You might be right about that.
I'm just kidding. Although I can't say that I know exactly what you're talking about.
Fair enough. Yeah, just kind of nostalgia from being a little kid, you know, taking baths. But yeah, it's just a moment where you're expecting the running water to be, you know, you put your hand under the tap water that's running and you're expecting it to be like piping hot, right? But instead it's ice cold. And when you touch it just for a brief hot second, your mind thinks, it's expecting the heat. So it's like the freezing cold tricks your brain thinking it's hot. It's just a weird phenomenon.
Is that kind of like when you think it's milk, but it's really something else, and then you drink it and it's gross? But if you had drank it otherwise, it would have been great.
I don't know. I don't like drink mystery white liquids, so you know, can't say.
But expectation can certainly frame or form some experiences. So yeah, I can see where you're going with it, but I kind of like Ava's analogy where like they are actually gonna receive some damage, even if like the damage isn't like permanent. It's just
right.
They have to deal with it, and they might not be in the position mentally or emotionally to deal with it. So like I think the creator only gives you what you can handle.
So that kid did that. So he expects all things to be congruent with the globe because the globe is where we live, and that's just the way it is. So what he did in the example of saying the 91, he basically took the baseline that occurred at ground level and pulled it up to the arc that it would be if it was a globe, which would have been the baseline of the ground would have been 90 meters in the air. So he took that thing 90 meters in the air and brought it up to it. That's what I was perplexed when he first said that. I said, I can't remember exactly what I said, but it was something along those lines where it's like you basically expect it to be a globe. Therefore, if they shot a laser, it hit the target at 90 meters. And I don't mean I didn't mean the target. I meant like it shot through 90 meters because the target wasn't actually there at 90 meters. So when he said they hit at 90 meters, he might have been thinking of a tower in there that actually got struck, or he might have just been thinking that the actual laser followed that expectation. Like when it said globe expectation, the laser shoots off 90 meters above the ground. He was basically saying that's what happened. I already know it's a globe. This is the expectation if it's a globe. Therefore, that's what happened.
Texas sharpshooter.
Yeah, it's the thing. I think in the beginning he was trying to accuse others of or confirmation bias. Like when you believe something really hard, you expect to find something, and you're just like, I latched onto this. It must be this. Like we all looked over it, and it just didn't make any sense.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, I've got a baseline of expectations and beliefs for probably, if you do the math, like 90 to 95% of my entire life that's favored to the globe side of the argumentation.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I tried to interject that he was presupposing that the curvature is already there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think I heard you. You were earlier when you tried to interject, you were roboting.
I don't think that guy knows what he's doing, honestly.
We presupposed it. Sorry.
Nah, it's okay.
Well, when he said that we were presupposing it, and I was saying that he was, I was just so flabbergasted at the point that he didn't realize it.
Well, all their argument, like, can you think of any argument that they make that's not presuppositional in its framework? There are two. There are two definitive ones. But can you think of any others?
I can't think of any, so please tell me the two.
The two are as follows. Photographs from space and eyewitness testimony from space.
Hearsay.
Well, also the argument that the full moon is the same size all night long.
The full moon's the same size?
Appears to be.
Same apparent size, right.
Okay, so an object that's not the Earth maintains a size, therefore the Earth is a sphere. Okay, that's
no, therefore the flat Earth ideas fall apart because the moon is the same distance all night.
What?
You don't know what the moon is.
That's just an example of an argument that doesn't.
A fallacy, yeah. It's not an argument. You don't know what the moon is, so you're just making assumptions. So you're just proving AI right.
Oh no, it's proving that what the moon isn't. The moon isn't a physical object that obeys the laws of perspective if the Earth is flat.
You don't know what the moon is. You have no idea what the moon is.
You didn't understand what I said.
Yeah, you don't know what the medium between you and the moon is, and you don't know what the moon is. So you're just making wild assumptions based on your religious beliefs.
Oh wait, back up. I thought you were asking what arguments there are that don't assume the globe.
Do you think you know the distance of the moon, Matthew?
Oh, no. Hold on. I didn't say that they don't assume the globe. I said that they are not presuppositional in nature.
Right. That's
could have any presupposition in them whatsoever.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so this moon thing is an example of an argument that is not presuppositional in nature.
Okay.
No, it's not.
It's just an observation that's not presuppositional. It's done.
I do think that the sun does affect the moon. That's for sure. So that's one thing that works in the Glover's favor, but I don't think it does the way that they think it does.
Yes, that's right.
Presupposing what the moon even is.
No.
Strawmanning our stance on what the moon is.
You guys are talking about lots of different things about the moon. I'm talking about this one specific idea about the full moon.
Yeah, he's talking about the relative change in angular
size all night long.
So what's the moon?
Separate question.
Well, it's not because it's built into that question. It's a loaded question. You already have to have some idea of what it is. Right?
Okay, can we back
let's
up?
Quantify. Hold on, let's quantify. I understand the argument. Let's quantify. What's the differential in the angular size of what it would be from the observation points at any point on Earth compared to the orbit that it's alleged from any point on Earth in its visual range from any observer anywhere on Earth?
Less than 1%.
Less than 1%?
Right.
How much less?
I don't know. I mean, I could go figure it out. I think it's something in the order of like 0.4%, something like that. I don't remember.
Okay, perfect. So there you go, negligible.
Yeah. So my argument was that
the premises in your argument don't even follow because the quantification is negligible and therefore irrelevant, right?
Yeah, hold on. Let me back up a little bit. I thought you guys were talking about like, hey, are there arguments that don't have presuppositions? And I was giving you an example, but I'm not sure you guys understood my example even.
No, I understood.
I agreed with the first part that the moon appears to be the same size as the sun. Is that what you said?
No. The full moon is up all night long, and its apparent size is the same size all night long.
Oh,
right.
So
that's just a raw observation.
Well, that's not possible. Look, let's be clear. If you're on the Earth and the Earth is rotating, and the cause of the moon moving in your field of view is that, as well as the moon moving, then if the moon is further away from you, right, at any point from being above your head, it actually is a greater distance away from you. Therefore, the angular size would change, though it would be a negligible amount. So it's actually true that in both models, the angular size would change constantly.
Right. But one would change more.
Would?
How much more, and in what metric, and in what discernible way could you measure it?
Yeah, on the globe model, the full moon would change angular size less than 1%, about 2,000 miles versus 2,000 or 230,000 miles. So that changes less than 1%. And we observe, and that's consistent with what we observe.
But we observe in reality where Earth does not measure as a globe.
So yeah, separate question. I'm talking about the observation of the moon.
Okay, so what's the differential distances from the moon, okay, to the observer if the Earth was flat?
You tell me. I mean, how high do you think the moon is? And
Bingo! We have a winner.
That's what I said. Yeah, exactly. If what?
Yeah.
So there's presupposition right there.
So here are the three things. These three things cannot be true at once. A, the moon is a physical object. B, the moon obeys the law of perspective. And C, the Earth is flat.
Did you know that the Earth is flat?
But I asked you to quantify the differentiation of the distance and the angle. You said, I don't know. So you can't even make what you just said.
Yeah, it's less than 1%. It's 2 divided by 230. It's a little bit less than 2.
What were the three things that can't exist at once again?
That the moon is a physical object, and 2, that the moon obeys the laws of perspective. You know, it gets smaller when it gets farther. And 3, the Earth is flat. You got to throw out at least one of those.
No, you don't.
We'll just throw
because I asked you to quantify. If the Earth is flat, what's the differential of distance between the observers to the moon at any point on the Earth?
Sure. Okay, more than double the distance. Like from one place on Earth, it would, like, as it rises.
How would you know that?
My impression is that most flat Earth people say that the Earth moves across the flat plane. It comes closer to you when it rises, and it goes farther from you when it sets. Is that? I hope that's not a straw man. Is that?
You said the
right?
Earth, but I think you meant the moon.
Sorry, the moon. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I think at the horizon level that the atmosphere does dictate how it's magnified at the horizon level. So.
It's not magnified much at the horizon. That's mostly a optical illusion. The actual measured optical size or angular size is about the same at the horizon as it is at the zenith.
Yeah, they tell you to bend over and stick your head between your legs and look at it upside down. Right.
I don't know how that would help, but that would
Okay,
be an
so
amusing picture.
the moon would be how far away from you as it transcribes itself over the surface?
Yeah, as the moon comes towards you over a flat surface, it seems like it would get closer and closer by a percentage more than 1%. That's all I'm saying. Like it would, it would
by
be
a
twice
percentage
as far
more than
away.
1%. What if it's actually 0.9%?
Yeah, then you would expect it to only change by 0.9%.
Well, yeah, then that would be basically less than 1%, just like the globe. So whoopty frickety poopity. Well, I'm convinced, everyone. I'm going to go eat some carrots.
Nice.
Now, why is that a joke? Because I need better eyesight so I can see the angular change in the moon.
What does the angular change in the moon demonstrate?
You fell for World War II American propaganda.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning. And space is fake. Do they have any evidence?
Matthew,
They do.
that's awesome.
Not me. Wasn't me.
That's
Matthew.
I concede to all of it.
Hey, just out of curiosity, is there any high altitude balloon footage tracking the moon in a transposition from one horizon to the other the entire time?
Probably not.
It would be cool.
Yeah, it would be cool to see if there's any interesting angular size changes. I'm down to look at some of that.
Same.
Matthew, have you gone out and tested the Earth yet?
No, I've used logic and reason with some other observations to confirm my preconceived notion that the Earth is a sphere.
Would it be logic and reason or a low standard of evidence?
No, a high standard of evidence.
Kim. Well, let's ask Kim.
High in contrast to what?
Hold on, we got to ask an impartial judge, since Kim is relatively new. Maybe not, but she's relatively new to me, and I think Matthew's been here way longer. Matthew's been here for years. All right, Kim, do you think it's fair? Do you think it's fair that Matthew still insists that he doesn't need to test the Earth?
I do not think that it's fair that anybody can come and argue the globe Earth without testing both sides first. And the fact that flat earthers know the globe model more than the globers do and help them in their arguments against us is very telling.
To be
I got to point out, it's funny what you said, that you said both sides, but it's technically speaking, the surface of the Earth is just one thing. It's just one side. So it's not like you're testing the flat Earth and you're testing the globe Earth. You're just testing the Earth.
I'm just going to research the flat Earth. Don't just presuppose the curvature. If you're going to go in depth research the flat Earth, then you come up with your own opinion of the Earth. So just research both sides, and then you can come argue one side or the other.
Well, yeah. I'm not refuting that. I'm just saying that the surface of the Earth itself, in objective reality, is only one thing. So it's either one curving curving downward, curving upward, curving either way, or it's not curving.
But the way that I perceive the Earth is a stationary and flat plane, because the higher I go, the flatter it looks. I know that you have hills and valleys and stuff. I mean, I'm looking at hills and valleys right now. But the higher I go, the more it flattens out to me.
It does look that way, doesn't it? It doesn't ever appear to be like this curving away slope that's, constantly increasing and curving back in on itself. It never presents its way to you. You always just see what appears to be like a checkerboard turning itself towards you.
Agree.
In fact, if you go to a farmland country, right, and you fly over that looks like a checkerboard as far as the eye can see.
It does.
Definitely don't look curved anywhere.
Is this like in a plane?
Sure.
I'll show an example. I've got one right here.
I think, at least in my own experience, it's either way, from the ground or in a plane. Either way, it appears flat and stationary.
That is what I see. Yeah, so I concur.
To be fair, there's many people that argue for flat Earth without having tested it.
Oh yeah. So the question arises, like I was just thinking, I would ask, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? Any reason that doesn't involve logical fallacies?
Well, I think you should doubt it because the consensus is against that.
That's a logical fallacy. That's appeal to consensus, logical fallacy. I just said without logical fallacies, please.
Well, is that really a logical fallacy?
Yes, it is. It's worse than a logical fallacy. It's just plainly not a damn good reason at all to doubt the Earth is flat. Not a rational reason at all to doubt the Earth is flat. Like, I'm asking for a reason to doubt that the Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
To be fair, that photo of the checkerboard is, you're looking directly down. You don't really have a large field of view there.
I never have had to look down at the horizon.
You don't see horizon in this photo.
But did anyone ever measure the checkerboard and detect curvature of the checkerboard? That's the question.
You wouldn't be able to see curvature from that photo anyway. There's no point of reference.
So what's the proof of the curvature then?
I'm just saying in that specific photo, there's no point of reference to see. Even if there was or was not a curve, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Well, if the farmers made the lines in their field straight, then you should be able to perceive some kind of curve depending on how far away you are, right? How big they are.
If you were to argue that, then in the left-hand corner, you can see that there is a dark green, I don't know, image perm, so I can't circle it myself, but it goes straight and then curves downward. You can see there's clearly an angle. It's a hill, I think, but...
Right, so if it looks curved to you or if it looks flat to you and you wanted to know which one it was, what would you have to do?
In this specific photo, you would have to tilt the camera a different way. You would have to point it a different way, like show the horizon or a point of reference.
Right, but what if still then you see some things that kind of look straight and flat, and then you see, oh, but that little line there is curved. Now what do you do?
I wouldn't know what I would do because that's not what I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing a photo that is not.
You would go higher.
No,
you would go higher from your perspective.
Well, if you were to shoot this specific perspective, it doesn't matter how high you went. If there was no point of reference or any
Well,
horizon.
if you wanted to experiment, you would change your perspective of reference, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm playing devil's advocate and saying that this specific image would not prove anything besides you pointed a camera straight down.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Creation. But clearly that's just like a hill.
Or a plot of land that's drawn in a different way than the rest, right?
It could be, yeah.
So the point I was trying to get to is if you have information, right, which is from a visual assessment, right, and it gives you the illusion that maybe it's a curved surface, maybe it's a flat surface. How would you determine which it is?
Are you asking me?
Sure.
How would I determine what is a curved surface versus a flat surface?
No, you see a surface or an object or whatever, and from, you might think in your mind, that looks a little curved, that looks not curved. How would you determine which?
Measurements.
You would take something. Well, it depends. What is the scale you're looking at it? At what scale are you observing it?
Hey, you would measure it.
Are you looking at it from your specific field of view, or are you looking at a photo?
Well, let's say it's a tangibly accessible object. So it exists in the real world, and you're able to see it with your own eyes.
What is this? What is a tangible? Like, you have it in front of you? Like, what do you mean? What is a tangible, accessible object? Like, I'm looking at a ball?
Yeah, like you're looking at what appears to you to be a ball, let's just say 20 feet away. And you're like, oh man, that looks like a ball. And then all of a sudden, the light changes just right. You're like, oh, wait a minute, that looks like a Frisbee. And you can't quite make out in your mind, okay, is this a ball? Is this a flat disc? How would you know which one it was?
I think if you thought that, you would have schizophrenia, because you're looking at the same thing.
Well, I could show you a GIF right now where there's 5 objects and they're all different, but they all look like, depending on which way obviously it's a static image, but you look at them and it's like, well, that could be a sphere, that could be a sphere, that could be a sphere.
Yeah. Post it.
Yeah, it's like, so one. Hopefully, I'll be able to remember the name of it. Let me think. So anyway, one's a sphere, one's flat, one's concave, one's convex. Memes.
Well, you would have to have the height of you'd have to have the height of observance, and then you'd have to have a target. Maybe at
there we go. That one.
This one.
Okay, sorry, we're interrupting that person who was speaking. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying the way you would probably test that is to have some sort of height of observance with a target at that height, with maybe heights below or above, and something that could shoot a trajectory like a laser and test it that way.
Well, you can tell from that by the lighting.
It's fun to just show the screen.
That you could pick them all correctly without that being manipulated.
You have to forgive me. I was talking about, I don't know. I've been doing multiple things at once. I'm so sorry.
Basically, if you can take a quick glance at the chat, 8 minutes past the hour, can you make out which one of those is a sphere? Quick screenshot of 4.
Absolutely not. Yeah, at that angle, at that view, you couldn't tell. No.
Yeah.
How about owlishness? Can owlishness tell us which one's the ball in that picture?
Well, I could, because I just watched the GIF.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already know which one's the ball because of all Flat Earth Day.
you can tell which the ball is because on the far left you can
No,
see
you
that
can't.
the shadow.
You already know which one it is.
The shadows are all around the edge of it. You can see the light source hitting the center, and as you look at light from above shining down on something, the shadows will all be on the edge of the object. That's just something you would learn from art.
Well, the one on the right looks like that.
No, the one on the right, the light source is in the far right, meaning that the light is hitting it and then it's being reflected. So you have deeper shadows on the left because the shadows, the light source.
But I do know.
Right, but all you said was the light source is in a different direction.
Yeah, the light source. You can see the light source on the.
Right, so I'm watching the GIF again. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
So the one on the right is a hemisphere.
A hemisphere?
Yeah.
Yeah, half a sphere in a convex manner. The one second to the second from the left is a hemisphere in a concave manner.
Yeah, you're getting the reflection. I guess you're getting the reflection. Well, there's, what is it called? It's like when the bottom or the surface is resting on is the light's being reflected back onto it. I guess that doesn't count because it's black.
I guess Art was wrong.
All right, so your story's falling apart.
Yeah.
Not really.
Kind of.
Yeah, really. You said the one on the right wasn't a sphere, but it was a hemisphere.
It's not a sphere. It's a hemisphere. There's a difference.
The problem is that we all know that you can't see the opposite side of a sphere when you're looking at it.
It doesn't matter because the hemisphere would not have the same light source as the one on the left because it's sitting farther down than the one on the far left. So the lighting is different.
Well, yeah, but all you're saying is the lighting is different.
The lighting is different because it's sitting in a different spot.
Well, what does that have to do with it being a sphere or not?
That's what I said. It's not a sphere.
All right. I'll let you slide for today.
I think the point to be made that if you see a hemisphere from a certain lighting, then you couldn't tell that it wasn't. You couldn't tell that it was a sphere from the lighting. But if you took all four of those pictures in the same lighting and same position as the light source, maybe when you still from the flat Earth side, you still can't tell that a hemisphere is a whole sphere.
Maybe if you took the pictures from if they were all taken not next to each other, maybe not. So you had each one individually.
It's not about how the picture was taken. It's about you're fooled by it, and you can't pick it out.
Okay. Thanks for letting me know.
Well, she's just playing it's a good one.
Well, hold on. What you got to do is get the other one and spring it on her when she's not expecting it, and then ask her.
I know.
And then she won't be able to pick them out.
The other one? What do you mean the other one?
I have another one I can show you.
You can't. You're going to do it right now. All right.
Yeah, show me another one. I mean, I can't guarantee I'll get it right, but
anyway, for the future, suckers, you're supposed to do the static image first, make them choose, and then show them the video.
Platter, you rookie.
I am laughing on mute, by the way.
All right, I'll post this now. I've got it ready for you. The static image first. You rookies out there.
Is this the image you're talking about?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to be picking out here?
Everything's 3D, right?
Everything is 3D? Is that what you're saying? No.
Oh, really?
Name all the objects that are in there that are three-dimensional.
Let's see.
Oh my goodness.
That baseball definitely is not three-dimensional.
All right, we got a smart one over here.
Wait, did you post it?
Yeah, well, GIF. I just posted a GIF.
Okay.
Oh, stop! Don't tell her the answer. Make her explain why.
Well, you already posted it. You can tell
jerk.
from the shadow. That shadow was completely wrong for that light source. You can see the light source. It looks bad. I know art, so it would be easier for me to do it than other people. You can tell when
you look at the moon. When you look at the moon, is the moon a sphere or is it flat?
Well, I can't see the moon. I can't see the moon in proper perspective. I'm just looking at, like, from the ground. It looks like it's flat because it's a circle.
It looks spherical to me.
It doesn't necessarily look spherical. The only time you have shadows casting is when it's in a different moon phase, but for the most part, it's a complete light source on its own, with the parts of it that are darkened. That just, in the daytime, it looks blue, like light blue, and in the nighttime, it looks black in those areas.
Anyway, listen, for those that think she's some kind of shill with an FBI agent talking into her ear, you can actually discern this stuff from analyzing the light sources and shadows and stuff. Except in that first image, she was totally full of crap.
Okay.
I never thought she was a shill. I never did.
And there's no way for us to ever know because somebody showed her the video first.
Yeah, that was the downside.
Be repeated.
Well, not only that, but the baseball doesn't. It looks.
What?
It's pixelated. The baseball looks pixelated.
Aha, yes. Now,
but
that
also
being
the
said,
shadowing, she's right on. She's right on those shadowing.
yes, the lighting being off and the pixelation definitely means it's out of place and not real, just like a lot of, footage from the alleged space missions.
Oh, that's very good. She's an artist. She should be able to tell right away those are all faked.
Oh, yeah, the one that looked like it was from Wallace and Gromit.
Yes, well, I got one for you, which I'm sure you'll be able to discern. Okay. We've gotten here a lot of times this thing that how they proved the Earth was a sphere was Eratosthenes, a guy with sticks and shadows, who assumed parallel light rays. And then
that's not a proof. That was just a measurement, assuming the Earth
irrelevant.
Was spherical.
It's irrelevant. What did I say, Matthew?
You said it was a proof.
Yeah, well,
I said a lot of people come in here claiming it's a proof.
Oh, they're wrong.
Well, yeah, we both agree to that.
Just saying.
We both agree to that.
If you scooped up 10 people off the street,
Matthew, you're correct. I forgive you. But anyway, they say they present it, and then they try to prove light rays are parallel, right? So what they first do is they show images of the sun taken from the ground towards the sun with corpuscular rays, which have an extreme perspective effect. At least that's what it looks like they're all pointing right to the sun, right? Very splayed out angles. What they then do is they show drone footage, right, from top down, just like the original, patchwork quilt what we looked at, and it shows the light rays to them appear to be parallel. Now, most people, right, might just glance at it and be like, oh, they look pretty parallel, but it hurts me how unparalleled they are. In fact, I'll show you one right now. I wish I had the original, but let me think if I can make it. Oh yeah, it's called Parallel Dreams. Hold on. So I took one of their little images that they did and I drew the lines out. All right, parallel. How do you spell parallel? Dreams. Let's see if this works. Oh, he did it for me. Yeah, so if you look at my little graphic that I drew there, okay, you might have to zoom in on your end because I don't have the original handy. But you could see they presented this as proof of parallel shadows, proving parallel light rays. And then I just threw some lines on the shadows and it led back right there. I mean, does that look parallel? Did you need an art program to know they're not parallel? Probably not.
Wah, 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 wah.
And don't ask me how I got to eggs on Space Station.
Oh, man. Yeah, so another one that always irks me is they show this footage from high altitude, which supposedly shows the curve of the Earth, and the whatever's in the air is like flying over the Earth, and you see the Earth scrolling towards it, right? Now, I immediately recognize the distortion as it's coming out and filling in the rest of the field of view. Like, it looks distorted to me. I don't know why, but I could clearly tell it looks like some kind of optical effect. It's not just regular ground scrolling. Lo and behold, they claim that these images are being taken at like the height of the ISS, right? But the height that the ISS is compared to the Earth wouldn't be showing that extreme curvature. So that confirms my suspicion that it's warped, a warped image. But most people, like you said, well, they'll just look at it and be like, oh, that's proof. Here's an image, it's curved, therefore the Earth is curved. Oh, I lost everybody.
No, I'm listening.
Launching Redbird into space. Well, hey, we're already into space.
Going crazy.
Keep going, AI. Oh, he left. Oh, he's back.
Oh, man, what happened while I was gone?
Pretty sure I was talking shit about you.
Rats. I thought somebody debunked my GIF there, or my pick, with my non-parallel lines.
You shouldn't have been
Now,
talking shit.
a valid critique of my non-parallel lines wouldn't be that they're parallel. It would be that you've, quote-unquote, triangulated the sun to only be 138 feet away. Because those splayed angles could happen where the sun is at a different height on the z-axis. Sorry, the y-axis. If you were, to think of the y-axis as distance from you.
Why is the Globetard bingo that there's tons of proof for the globe just a completely different font?
Say what?
And it's not centered. The image.
Because it's just a quote. It's what they say, so you get an X if they say that.
And it's to mess with your ADD.
Oh.
Globetard bingo? I've actually seen that.
Listen, it's to encapsulate the erratic expression and emotion that they have when they say it. And so the irking that it gives you by looking at it is the same irking it gives us when we hear it.
That's how art works, baby.
Exactly.
We should play this.
It's a semiotic expression of frustration. There you go.
Okay, that makes sense.
a cup of coffee.
Oh, cool.
So what say you, Miss Artist? Is the Earth a flat planar realm, a giant floating space rock, or a sentient entity?
Is he a sentient entity?
Yes.
I've never heard of it called a sentient entity.
Really?
No.
There are definitely trains
when
of
people
thought,
call it Mother Earth,
philosophy.
maybe.
Go ahead.
When people call it Mother Earth, or what is that? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, but only if they mean it literally.
Some very much do.
Exactly. There are philosophies, religions, and general ways of thinking that attribute sentience to objects, nature itself, the earth itself.
I'm not super opposed to that idea either, because it definitely repairs itself, and it can endure a lot of things that we do to it. We overwork the soil a lot, so that's true. Could be true.
And the volcanoes, they always know when to strike.
Yeah, I find the volcanoes really interesting when you think about this concept, because kind of like we have blood running in veins in our body, the earth has water, oil, and lava, and all sorts of different things running in it.
Yeah. You definitely know there's water.
Or is the earth an illusion?
Could be.
Well, I believe in multiple dimensions, so.
I do too, but I also
Zero evidence? You just sort of believe it?
Here's what Lucifer sent me.
With zero evidence, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't say they know it, Matthew.
Do something about it, Matthew.
I've dabbled into some things in my past.
Oh, man.
The crazy things that I've done, hallucinogenic wise, I guess. I've done DMT, and I went to a completely other realm, and I saw entities there, but they were kind of rude. They looked at me and then looked away like I didn't matter. But that's my own personal experience. I can't use that as proof.
Right, but what if they're killer entities? And when they looked at you and looked away, they were actually being gracious, because normally they would just kill you.
Lord, I hope so, because it seems that way, because I believe in a creator, and I believe in multiple I do believe. I don't know how. I'm not saying that there's like a bunch of different dimensions, but I believe in ours and another that we don't see, a whole realm that we don't see. In that sense, demonic, whatever you want to call it. It's not aliens, that's for sure.
Well, they're alien to us.
Okay, yeah, I can see to that. I'll agree to that.
Yeah, she just means not aliens from the vacuum of space, which is a fictional setting.
Yeah.
A logical explanation for heaven and hell is that it exists in a dimension unseen to us. And when we die, our spirit or consciousness ascends to this separate reality or dimension.
I've studied the Bible a lot, and the way that they translate hell is completely absurd. So hell, and to us, is something that I don't like the way Christians teach false doctrines like that. So I'm not a Christian, but I believe in a creator, and I do believe in the Bible. So I've just been studying it so diligently. So this is I'm not complete. It's completely done doing it, but I know that hell has been mistranslated.
How would you describe hell?
It's not some eternal damnation type thing, is what I'm saying. It's there's a ditch in Jerusalem that it translates to hell, where they burn bodies. There's the Sheol, or the unseen realm. When you die, I believe that your soul goes into the unseen realm, so you don't perceive anything. So while you're dead, it's not like you go to an afterlife like everybody wants to think they do. So when our Messiah comes back, he raises us from the dead. So we're in that unperceived realm when we die, and he raises us all from the dead.
Just remember, all the Globers out there who know it's flat but come on here and say, well, no, it's really round or this and that. You're going to get to experience hell.
What?
So,
you mean if you get in an argument
your
with a
belief
Glober?
about the shape of the earth is a salvation issue? Is that what you're saying?
No. He's saying arguing with Globers is the closest to hell you can get while you're alive.
I agree with that. I think hell is in our own minds.
Okay, that being said, just for a part of textual criticism, not that we want to go down a philosophical, biblical route for forever, just out there for the people that find it offensive. What about the lake of fire?
The lake of fire is where he will toss the sin and the false prophet to burn them up. It's kind of like when you have excess something that you don't need anymore, you burn it up, and then you keep the rest.
Right, but what about the people who are counted in the Lamb's Book of Life and who are not found there? And then it says those particular people are thrown into the lake of fire.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's the second death. It's not an eternal hell.
Okay, so you would be an annihilationist then.
Well, the things that are burned up, it's not like 90% of the world is going to go to this lake of fire. It's a very small majority, and I wouldn't be so far-fetched to say that you probably believe that a small minority of the population on Earth probably deserves that. But not everybody, because some people are deceived by these people. I don't necessarily believe that they should be punished because they've been successfully deceived.
But they've been told the truth and they ignored it. So that's their fault.
I don't concede it. That's not something that we can dictate or judge. So
it's actually not a punishment, It's actually a decision you it's a decision you make, because you either pay for your own or you let someone else pay. As simple as it is. So it's not. It's not God wanting you to go into eternal hell or eternal separation from Him. It is your decision that you consciously made to say, I'm gonna pay for my own sin, which is ultimately death penalty. So it's a misconception. It's a misconception of us human beings to think that God is the one who throws you in hell. No. It is your decision that you have made to go there.
Says that, and all those that love a lie, the lake of fire is reserved for them.
I believe that the Messiah was 100% successful in saving the whole. There is only a select tiny minority of people that truly know this truth and decide to go with the adversary. And I mean, that's who you clearly know that there's only a minority of people who completely wave their hand to the majority, and we all wave. Not all of us personally, we some of us know the truth, but some people just can't know the truth. They're so lost in the lie.
I mean, sadly, the scriptures are even talking about people who have casted out demons in His name. People who have, glorified Him, but still He would say to them, "I never knew you, you workers of iniquity. Depart from me." I'm not correctly saying this, but it shows that there's even going to be people in hell that maybe have been priests and people who think that they're very close to the Creator, even though they haven't ever been in a relationship with Him.
Yeah, and so what would you say about the quote that the Messiah said, "Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it, but small is the gate and narrow is the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." What do you mean? What do you think he means by that?
Well, there is, he says in his speech to all of the people that some will inherit the earth and some will be in heaven. So I think that the body of Christ, who truly believe that what he did that. So everything that he did when he did it, he was successful in. But
so what did he mean? What did he mean when he said that broad is the road that leads to destruction and many enter through it?
It's also an analogy.
That's what you see right now. Broad is the way to destruction. People literally believe a lie on a majority scale, and only very few know the actual truth. And I don't even just mean the flat earth, but I think that the flat earth is the key to understanding the Bible a lot better. And even the book of Enoch and like the omitted books of the Bible, if you actually look into it, I mean, there's prophecies about people learning the entire like creation through the book of Enoch. It's like I can't remember it right off the top of my head, but there's a prophecy in the book of Enoch that people would learn the sevenfold doctrine of his whole creation. That's what I mean. Yeah, that's it.
That was also an idiom, because if you look back to their culture, their cities had gates, and there was narrow gates, and there was a big broad gate. And all, like if you went through the broad gate, you're going to go straight into the marketplace and be instantly confronted by all sorts of merchants trying to rip you off. And but it was also a way for the kings and the elite to go through and be beheld and glorified and praised, while the servants, the humble, had to go through the side gates, and they got to miss out on all that.
Well, also in the carnal mind of human beings, like when you see somebody who's doing evil or whatever, your initial way to deal with that, if you're a good person with good morals, is to wish that they would be punished for that. So on a larger scale, when it comes to everything has a purpose, and God will become one, and He will be all in all. We want to think that it's not a lot of people, instead that it's just a very few, and not everyone that He created would become one with Him again. I didn't mean to take everybody down this rabbit hole. This is just where I'm at, and I'm kind of an open book. That's my bad.
Whatever. It's fine. It's not really the server topic, but obviously it's ancillary to the topic, because philosophy and religion has a lot to do with the topic, because that's where the globe earth came from.
Yeah, I just don't know that many people that are going into extreme depth to really look at the translations of the Bible and like the origins of the text instead of the King James version. That it's not it's not translated very well.
Matthew, what do you think about the cosmography, shape, and structure of the cosmos according to the biblical cosmology?
I think biblical cosmology is not meant to be taken literally. It's describing spiritual truths. And if we're asking 21st century questions about the shape of the earth of this ancient document, we're misreading it. So obviously the Bible is true, but obviously the Bible does not mention the shape of the earth.
Okay, right at the very beginning, Matthew. Reread the beginning.
Can I have it for a second, please? Because I asked a question. I don't want to be mean or anything, but I wanted to go to something. So, according to the official definitions of biblical cosmology, when when you go to Wikipedia, for example, but you will find it on other websites if Wikipedia doesn't suit you. But I would say someone like you likes Wikipedia maybe. So with no offense in this regard, but it says here form and structure. In the Old Testament, the word Shamayim represented both the sky/atmosphere and the dwelling place of God. The rakia or firmament, the visible sky, was solid, inverted ball over the earth, colored blue from the heavenly ocean above it. Then there's a 33, which leads to another link. I don't know why there's a 33, it really makes no sense, but okay. Rain, snow, wind, and hay were kept in storehouses outside the rakia, which had windows to allow in the waters for Noah's flood entered. Then, when the windows of heaven were opened, heaven extended down to and was conterminous with the farthest edge of the earth. And then it quotes Deuteronomy 4:32 as scriptural backing up what the claim is. Humans looking up from earth saw the floor of heaven, which they saw also as God's throne, as made of clear blue lapis lazuli, Exodus 24:9-10, and Ezekiel 1:26. Below that was a layer of water, the source of rain, which was separated from us by an impenetrable barrier, the firmament, Genesis 1:6-8. The rain may also be stored in the heavenly cisterns, Job 38:37, or storehouses, Deuteronomy 28:12, alongside the storehouses for wind, hail, and snow. Grammatically, the word Shamayim can be either dual, two, or plural, more than two, without ruling out the singular one. So, what I'm trying to actually, by reading this, what I'm trying to point out here is the official description of biblical cosmology is being referred to the exact literal quotings, or no, let's say is being referred to what the Bible actually says about the cosmos. So isn't it weird that we have nowadays Christians who put science above scripture and want to pervert it in a way that it is not what it says there, that there were literally windows that have been opened, for example, and now they want to come up with, actually it's not windows, so actually that's just a plain stupid way of describing it. Actually, it was just a lot of heavy rain that came down, and that there is no really a window above us because there's literally space right next. There's I mean, how do you want to destroy ancient, or like even if you would go as far as to say, okay, I can debunk biblical cosmology, even though the official narrative is stating obviously what it is to be a geocentric model, even though you can maybe rebuke it in a certain way, which would be perverse in itself, but that's another topic. Would you think that you believe in heaven, right? So would you think you would be in a relationship with God, and when you're in heaven again, you would talk to, for example, Moses and tell him that he was wrong about his geocentric description of the earth, or how it's gonna work? Is there going to be heliocentrics in heaven telling all the geocentrics, guys, actually there was never a firmament, and the windows that have been opened, that's total trash. And we had science here, and it hasn't been a long time since we had science, but science has proven and showed us that there's actually an empty vacuum right above the layer that you call firmament. And guys, actually we were all wrong throughout the whole scriptures. Let me go from Moses to let me go to the Messiah himself. You were all wrong. Imagine this, man. That's an impossibility. That would be contradictory to the very persons who have laid out the scriptures for what they are. So I don't understand Christians nowadays thinking they can be smarter than the word of the Most High. So at some point you gotta look into the mirror and realize, okay, maybe, just maybe, I cannot twist the Bible as I want to, but I need to take it for what it is. Otherwise, I would need to correct the very people who have through the Holy Spirit been obligated to write down the things they have wrote down.
Oh, that's a good point. What do you have to say, Matthew?
Sure. Yeah. Obviously, I don't want to be smarter than, think I'm smarter than the word of the Most High. I actually want to take it for what it is. I don't want to put science above the Bible. I don't want to misread Scripture. I would say that all of those cosmology descriptions are accurate representations of the symbolic meaning of the spiritual reality. So I don't think there are actual storehouses and windows up there. That's just a metaphor for God letting down the rain. Same thing. I don't think that.
Why not?
Who decides that?
Why not?
That?
Because I think the clear reading of it is that it's a symbolic representation. It's just like the four corners of the earth. It's not like there's actually four corners. It's talking about.
How do you know?
And I would say that.
How
why?
How do you know?
It says that you don't know how the winds are the way that they come from the four corners of the earth.
Yeah, you think there's four literal corners of the earth?
Why not? Who knows?
I believe
It's clearly a metaphor.
Can I answer the question? Can I? So
clearly,
Matthew, I don't believe that I'm not going to make any claim that there's four corners of the earth, or that there's or what Clay just said as he was reading from the Bible, that there's a furthest edge or furthest point on the earth, or whatever he said. Maybe you'd have to read it over again. But anyway, the point is, I'm not going to make the claims of that. But Matthew, the question that I have for you is on a globe, are there four corners on a globe? Question.
No,
First question.
there are
Yes,
not.
No. Okay. So right. No. Right. Correct. No, there are not. But would there be potentially on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
It depends on what shape you think the flat Earth is.
Yes,
so yes,
yes, potentially. So yes. So the answer is yes. I said potentially. So yes,
right.
The answer
yeah,
yes.
Potentially yes.
So what I'm saying is, so in that context of that potential reality, the Bible is a flat Earth book, not a globe Earth book, is it not?
No, I don't think it is. I think it's clearly symbolic representations.
What makes it clearly?
You just conceded there are not four corners on a sphere.
Right.
You just conceded that. All right. And on a flat Earth, I'm not saying there is. I'm not claiming there is.
There could be. There might not be, but there could be.
Four corners on a flat Earth, correct? Right. So does the Bible describe the Earth as having four corners? Yes or no?
The Bible describes the four corners of the earth, and the question is, does it mean that literally, or does it mean that symbolically? That's the question we're talking about, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's another question, but it says the four corners of the earth, does it not?
It does.
But
and if you want to take it literally, then you would have to say the earth is flat.
Yeah, and I'm not making any claim as far as that particular detail goes. I'm just simply talking about what the words state. And it doesn't state globe. It doesn't say sphere. It doesn't say ball.
That's right.
I'm not reading any of those words.
The Bible also tells you when it's making a metaphor, it says as or like, and then it'll tell you what it really means. Or parables, it'll tell you when it's a parable. Like, it doesn't just lead you astray. It's not speaking symbolically for the most part, unless it tells you that it is.
Like or as is a simile, not a metaphor.
Right. So it plays right now. We need
I'm saying, like,
read the Bible accurately.
If you say that something is a crazy something, and as, and then the literal thing.
Interesting.
That's very interesting.
I want to know what makes it clearly, Matthew. What makes it clearly symbolic?
Yeah. So you say that if you want to read the Bible accurately, is the exact words that you said.
Right.
What makes you the correct arbiter to judge the Bible that it should be read your way or another way?
So I'm not a biblical expert or a Hebrew expert, but people who are it would be a good thing to kind of look at what the scholars say and figure out what they say.
Scholar. What's the word scholar
What
mean?
authority do they have?
Research it yourself.
They
I'm
understand
saying
Hebrew?
research it yourself.
No, I know what the word scholar means. I just want to know if you guys know what it means.
It means somebody who studies a certain subject. What are you talking about?
What subject?
Yeah, but you're still taking
Like, what's
the
the subject?
word
No,
man
okay.
over what the
Describe
word
one subject. No, why are we always aligning one thing? Like, so if I study the subject and any one of you people in this Discord study the subject, do you think we would have the same interpretation of that subject? Yes or no?
Yes.
Maybe,
If you take it literally,
no, I disagree. I think we would have two different outcomes, and then we could collaborate, which is called a peer review. So then we collaborate, which we're doing right now, which I appreciate you guys, and I apologize. I'm just a passionate person.
Cliff is
Well,
right.
this is, yeah, I get you. That's
I'm
where
not yelling,
doctrines
I'm not
come
yelling,
from,
I'm not
is
yelling,
people's
I'm not yelling.
interpretations of it.
Sorry, I'm not yelling, guys. I just sound like I'm yelling because I was traumatized as a child.
I'm not
and
yelling.
Well, then stop. Get over your trauma and live normally.
I'm trying. That's why I'm here.
Oh, good for you.
Some solid advice,
No, you're
Matt.
fine,
Well, when
man.
you
You're
try to
fine. Don't worry
interpret
about
the
it.
Bible your own way, you take where you get doctrines. But if you go and you research and study the Bible and take it the way it reads instead of the way someone interprets it, that's where you come into believing the Word and believing God and believing that He can inspire. Like some people will say, those people back in the day, they didn't know the way that the world really is, so they wrote it the way that they saw it. They actually spoke with the Creator. So how could you say that they're not smarter than we all are? Because now these days you can tell.
No one's smarter.
Yeah,
No,
you
we're
can
all-
tell that people
no,
are not
no
very
one's
smart
smarter than
these
anybody.
days.
I know. No, we're all equally dumb. I guarantee
Yeah.
that. I guarantee that. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Everybody has the
Same
equal
with
intelligence.
myself. I'm not going to act like I'm some intelligent being
no one.
at all.
Yeah, no, exactly. No one's better than anybody here. Can I agree on that with you guys?
Yes, I agree.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We're all in the same boat.
That's all, as long as we're on that boat, we're good.
Yeah, I agree that all of us have equal value as human beings. However, I would disagree that everybody has equal giftings. Some people have giftings in intelligence. Some people have giftings in art. Whatever.
I'm
If
cool.
you guys wanted to, you could check out my music on YouTube.
We all fuck around. We all fuck around on TikTok. We can agree on that. But
Jimmy played a mean guitar.
Yes, fuck yeah. Jimmy
I play a mean guitar myself, and I sing.
Oh,
Also.
nice. I can sing. I
Subtle
can't play.
advertisement.
Yeah, I'm
Subtle
advertising.
self-advert. But if you question, so if you do you follow the New or the Old Testament, or both?
I read the Old Testament as history, and the Torah was meant to be the law, but also that man never followed the law, and that God saw that man never followed the law, which He already knew that they wouldn't. So let's just get to that. He's all in all. He knows everything, but He showed man something else through the fact that they couldn't follow the law, and so the new law is that the Messiah came, and that He saved the whole world. So that's the new law. Actually, the people that really believe in the Messiah make the law look good without preaching the law, because once you start preaching the law, you start judging others. So that's where the fallacy is in humankind. So that's why Christianity is so corrupt, because they preach the law and they don't follow it themselves.
So I agree on that. Like, no one's better than anybody. That's a fact.
Well, a part of Christianity is preaching, so they can't exactly not preach. No, it's actually in the Bible. You have to.
I'm going to disagree
I know,
on that. I wasn't going to jump in on VC.
I don't know.
But yeah, I totally disagree. Listen, everyone has come up, through different factions. I mean, especially in America or whatever. We've come through different fashions and political ideologies and all this kind of stuff. Now, we're kind of short-sighted, I think, when it comes to all of this. Whether you came up Baptist, Catholic, and even aspect. How many different factions of Christianity are there? There are hundreds.
Maybe thousands.
Way too many.
Yeah, maybe thousands. But that's just in Western culture, right? So other people have, across the world have different ideas of a creator or whatever. Now, when it comes to this idea of, when it comes to flat Earth, hey, most Christians are globers. So, and when you try to talk to them about it, they're just like, no, and they're very political too, because they're in churches. There's politics in church and politics in reality, in their governments and stuff. So they try to connect the two. Yeah. So I mean, let's not do that here amongst us, please, guys. Because
I hope it doesn't seem like I'm doing that. Does it?
No, I don't think you are, because you're a Southerner. I can tell, Kim.
Yes, I am.
And I'm a Southerner too. I'm from Arkansas. So anyway.
I really hope that I don't come off that way. I just like to speak.
No, I'm not.
You're passionate. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, Kim.
And I'm not a Christian either.
Well, I'm not either, but I am Christian in spirit.
I recommend being
as far as understanding the entire
is what I like to say.
I mean, if I'm
intellectual, that's why I was defending the Bible. I was defending the Bible not because I'm a Christian. I was defending the Bible because I'm an intellectual.
Yeah,
I probably have an older Bible in my basement that I read up on when I fucking have trauma. And yes,
well, it's just like even with when it comes to this discussion,
it's my go-to. Like seriously,
yeah, I mean, it's just like when it comes to this.
I'm not a religious person, and I believe the Earth is round. Just so you guys know that. Let's put that on the table.
But when it comes to this,
I still read verses from the Bible. Just so you know, I'm going to go on mute now. I apologize.
Yeah, as far as like standard principle, because that's what that's what we understand as people that grew up in America, right? Right, Cliff.
You know how the Bible.
I live in Canada, so it's really cold, and like we have to pray.
Oh, you're Canadian. Well, that's cool.
Yeah,
I mean, it's similar though. It's similar though.
Yeah, it's a lot.
You're under the royal. It's still Christian there. All we have is books. Oh, but the education system is similar, to what we experience in America. So. Go ahead.
Hey, so I got a question to the guy who believes he lives in a globe. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured the Earth directly and detected curvature?
No, the only reason I believe the Earth is round is because my mother, who died from heroin and being molested, she made me watch Star Trek, so I just assumed it. That's all. And
that's a horror story, but
well, if you guys want the truth, that's
did it really happen? I want to believe you, but I think you
guys want to be all.
We can't appeal to emotion when it comes to the subject.
So it's irrelevant. So if I want to remember my mother, because I watched Star Trek with her until I was 12 before she fucking. Do you want to know why she passed away? Because I can go into the religious part if you do want to know why.
No.
We don't want to go through your. Hey, Cliff,
it started in the 70s.
Hold on, everybody.
Okay.
Cliff, hold on. Are you an adult? Cliff, are you an adult?
Yeah, I'm
do you deem yourself? Cliff, can you stop for a few seconds? Or do you feel like you're open-minded and willing to have a conversation about this with other adults?
Yeah, I will.
All right. Well, then why are you making shit up and trying to, cause a problem here?
I'm not. I just have trauma.
Well, you were, but now let's not do that again. Otherwise, you're just not going to be welcomed into the conversation.
Yeah, can we move on, Cliff?
You can kick me anytime. You guys blocked me last time I tried talking.
No, I don't want to kick you. I just want you to be honest with us. We're having an open dialogue.
I'm more honest than what do we got?
No, you weren't honest when you said that shit. You just said.
I'm more honest.
Like TV. What the fuck? He said I was being honest when I. What the? We know that's not true about it. Well, I don't know that for a fact, and that's not true.
Thank you.
But I doubt anyone that something like that happened to would ever jump in here and say it.
No, I'm on TikTok.
Well, there's
You guys follow
objective
me on
truth and
TikTok?
then there's subjective.
We all make fun of each other on TikTok, and I like to.
Well, this isn't fucking TikTok, Cliff.
Yeah, Helio. Let's try to just move on swiftly. Cliff.
That sounds
the question
aggressive.
still
Not.
stands.
That's weird. What's the question? What's the question?
Yeah, it's not like keep in mind. I want to put a caveat on this. This is not meant to be a gotcha question or a paint you in a corner question.
Oh, I'm a retard. I don't know any answers.
I know. And
I'm not skilled. I got high school diploma. That's it.
Just hit
I like the guy already.
a little bit.
Phil, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, don't be afraid to say I don't know. Is what I'm saying. If the answer
I'm pouring another one right now, by the way.
I'm just saying, Cliff. It's 3 questions. If the answer to any of the 3 questions is I don't know, I'm just saying don't be afraid to say I don't know. We won't beat you up for it, or we'll try to not. We'll try to not beat you up for it. Okay.
All right. Okay. Like beat me up physically or mentally?
Metaphorically.
Be honest,
I can do all 3. I can do all 3.
To be as honest as we can, in public. And
what are the 3 questions?
I'm curious how we could do it physically.
Question number 1. Everyone mute themselves. Question number 1.
Do you know of any time that anyone has ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that?
I don't.
All right, yeah, fair enough. Neither do I. I don't know of anyone to measure it and detect curvature.
Next question. Let's get this done.
Do you know of anyone to ever measure axial rotation of the Earth?
Yeah.
Anyone to ever detect it to be spinning? Because that's what we were taught it to spin.
Yeah, I did. I did.
All right, what was the method?
Radio Shack. My grandfather, he molested my mother and my aunt, and he owned a Radio Shack.
Somebody kicked this guy.
That sounds like a little too honest. Yeah, Cliff. No.
He's been in here before and did the same.
We're not talking about his molestation in between his family. Yeah, thanks somebody whoever muted him. Fine. Let's move on. How bad? Go ahead.
A Radio Shack, huh?
Cliff can listen. Let's just all that Cliff listens carefully.
I don't know. So going back to the conversation, I think getting Matthew through the Bible is going to be the way that he converts to flat Earth.
No, I don't think so, because the Bible is. I believe the Bible. I just don't think the Bible says the Earth is flat. That's all.
Do we really want him?
What, Matthew?
It does say it's stationary, unmovable.
Matthew, what does it need to make you understand that literally what the Bible describes is what we experience in reality? What does it need to make you understand that you live in a geocentric model? Or not
I think
you live in a geocentric system.
Yeah, I think God speaks to us through His Word and through His world, and He gave us minds to understand the creation as well as revelation. So I think God speaks in both ways.
Why do you put science over His Word?
I put God's Word over science.
Okay, so you're a geocentrist.
No, I would say, for example, God's Word says that Jesus rose from the dead, and science says that people who die cannot rise from the dead. So I put God's Word above science.
But then you're cherry picking, man. You're cherry picking. You're choosing to believe one thing but deny the other.
I don't think he is necessary, Clay, because there's a creationist that utilize the evolution idea. What's that? What's the guy's name that has? I think they call it day Earth creation, where it's like extended.
Hugh Ross, I think.
Hugh Ross. Do you agree with him?
Not on all the specifics, but I think he has some good ideas.
But does it line up with anything that the? I mean, how do you compare and contrast what young Earth creationists and Hugh Ross say? With the physical relation of what people find, the archaeologists, the anthropologists, and how do you line all that up, in your mind, Matthew?
Some young Earth creationists have ways of lining it up. I'm not super familiar with all those techniques.
So you're not interested, but you're going to be like I'm a Christian Globie, but I really don't have any idea why I am a Christian Globie.
No, I'm saying that those people who are young Earth creationists, they have reasons. I don't know what they are.
But you don't. So you know why Hugh Ross has a day age creation system?
Yeah, he understands Hebrew, and he understands that Hebrew.
So you're more familiar with Hugh Ross's idea than you are with, say
Ken Ham or somebody.
Ken Ham, yeah, those guys.
Right. Yeah, I'm more familiar with the Hugh Ross than Ken Ham. I've seen both of them.
But you can compare and contrast, and you've chosen the Hugh Ross side of it.
Generally, I agree with more of what Hugh Ross says than what Ken Ham says.
All right, so in Ken Ham's system, they have astrophysicists, and they also have them in the Ken Ham field, right? And one of them is an active member here, Danny 57.
Right. Yeah, they're astrophysicists on both sides.
All right, cool. So, where do you stand? Do you stand with Danny 57 and on what he's what he's advocating?
Sorry, I'm not familiar with Danny 57, but I generally think
I think you're being untrue about that. You know that Danny Faulkner wrote a book about flat Earth.
I'm sorry.
Multiple.
I haven't heard of him.
Oh, okay. Well, if you haven't, maybe I'm wrong. I can't believe you haven't heard of him yet. He's been hanging around here for a couple of years.
He's someone who tries to explain biblical cosmology away by using science. That's how he's openly perverting scripture, like everyone else who tries to put scripture upside down.
Yeah, he's one of the purveyor. Is it the purveyor? I don't even know what to call him. But anyways, he's involved with the Creation Museum there in Kentucky. I can't believe you aren't familiar with what he's doing in Kentucky.
Yeah, I've heard of that museum. I just don't recognize his name. It could be that I've heard some of his ideas, but don't remember the name. I'm not trying to.
I've contacted him many times, and we get a back and forth every once in a while. We're still in contact. I think about every couple of weeks. We're still in contact, and I'm actually trying to get I want a group of flat earthers to go over there and go to the Creation Museum there in Kentucky.
I went to a similar thing in Dallas, Texas. There's I think it's Institute for Creation Research or somebody like that. There's a little museum in Dallas that we went to. So something like that.
As a matter of fact, Danny, he didn't offer it to me, but I think he will if I ask. He'd give us a tour of the Creation Museum. So Danny. A lot of people just really. Because he wrote that book, and it's like I'm anti-flat Earth, but I'm a creationist. It's just like, where's the contradiction, right? But it's just like, hey, let's take a group of flat earthers to Kentucky, meet up with Danny, and he's going to take us through Creation Museum. I don't think we'd even have to pay the fee because he's one of the curators there. So let's get a few people, man. Let's work it out.
Hi Helio, how are you?
How are you?
Hey, I got a couple for you here.
It's like everybody else wants to piss off, Danny. But I'll just like, bro, if I can get a group of flat earthers, would you? I've already talked to him about it before, but he would take us on a tour through the Creation Museum for free. So.
I dropped this at 4 minutes after the hour, and if I may read it, I will. We will see some who are so deranged, not only in religion, but in all things reveal their monstrous nature, that they will say that the sun does not move, and that it is the earth that shifts and turns. When we see such minds... When we see such minds, we must indeed confess that the devil possessed them, and that God sets them before us as mirrors in order to keep us in his sphere. John Calvin.
Yeah, that's John Calvin. Wow. That's deep, bro. That's deep.
I love that. And here's one that Loon McToon has found two Bible translations that nobody's ever heard of, that the King James, NIV, NAB, and the Hebrew all say circle of the earth, Isaiah 40:22.
Yeah, John Calvin was a Mason, wasn't he?
Yeah. Isaiah 40:22, it is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants therefore are as grasshoppers, that stretches out the heavens as a curtain and spread them out as a tent to dwell in. You can't do that around a ball. I'm sorry, folks, you can't do it around a ball.
Yeah, it's just that you can't. I agree. Yeah, even doesn't matter what language you speak. This energy, this live spirit that comes with creation, you can't just throw it overboard like you're traveling on a ship, which we all are. You can't just throw it overboard, especially when you find out stuff about people, like John Calvin. Just like because the entire Southern Baptist Church is based on Calvin's teachings, right? So it's
at 3 minutes after the hour, 7 minutes ago, I dropped Matthews and my biblical cosmology 2-hour debate from 2 Saturdays ago. It's dropped 3 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, man. It's hard to take somebody's, take the feet out from under them. It's just like, dude, we do that. It's just like we're doing it to help you. Yeah, John Calvin was a Mason, and he was a piece of shit. He was a liar the entire time. He's a Satanist.
Who was a Satanist?
John Calvin.
He was John Calvin who just quoted.
Sometimes the Satanists tell you the. Well, no. Sometimes the Satanist will tell you the truth, just like Aleister Crowley was talking about Halloween.
No, I wouldn't even put.
Or was it Aleister Crowley?
Category.
Oh man.
No, I mean, if I say John Calvin is a Satanist, he wasn't a Satanist, but he's a Mason. He was a different. It depends
sometimes they tell you the truth, though.
You're in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In Masonry, there's different levels of it that you might understand, and if you're brilliant, you're just going to write books and it's like, oh, this is but it's really more about controlling society and using religion to manipulate everyone else.
I think I've learned more truth from them than I have from regular everyday people walking around.
Yes. Because you have a belief and disbelief and an understanding. You have a holistic idea instead of going through the education system where you're going to be manipulated, and it's supposed to be that way. You're not supposed to know what John Calvin knows. He's one of the curators of this idea. So anyway, is that what you were talking about, Waterworld?
I was just Matthew asked me about Psalms 112:6, and whether he asked me tomorrow or not, I don't know, but I'll answer him right now. Matthew, Psalms 112 verse 6 is completely a non sequitur to the earth moving, whether it's 1 Corinthians 16:30 or whether it's any place like that. So it's a complete non sequitur.
No, it's not. It uses the same Hebrew word. That was my point.
Yeah, but you're talking about a human being,
right,
versus a world
Right,
It's a non sequitur, Matthew.
So would you say in one case it's talking literally, in the other case it's
Matthew,
talking
you're talking about a person versus a world.
Right,
Hey,
right.
but at the same point, Waterworld,
it's a non sequitur,
I get that.
Matthew.
See, Matthew will claim to be a Bible literalist sometimes, but then he's just like, well, it doesn't mean what you think it means. It's like, well, and we do that to each other as well.
Yeah, I'm saying that that one verse says the righteous shall not be moved, and that word "moved" is used figuratively.
Oh God, man, there's so many more verses that you just pick and choose your battles.
No, I'm not. Do you understand what I'm saying? That word can be used figuratively. So
Matthew, you're talking about it. You're talking about humans versus the world that God created.
The entire earth, the entire creation.
And so you're saying that it depends on the context whether
it's
you take it literally.
Non sequitur, Matthew.
No, same exact word.
You can, Matthew. You lose, so you divert. It's okay.
I don't think you understand my.
You lose, Matthew.
It's not about win or lose. It's just about truth. Come on,
exactly.
Matthew, you don't have to win every point, Matthew.
No, I won this one though.
No, the reason you won it is because you don't give a shit. We do, and because it's like, well, we can't prove a point, so I won that point. And as far as spirituality goes, nobody can win that point. That's inside your heart. It's inside your mind and your heart. It comes from within.
Right. I'm just saying that
and you're a spiritual person, so don't even try to use that against us because we know you're a Christian, bro. Don't even freaking try that.
Matthew, do you think we went to the moon in 1969 through 1972?
Of course, there's ample evidence all over the place.
So other words, we went to the moon, even though all evidence says otherwise. Okay, very good.
No, there's eyewitness testimony. There are photographs. There's video. They brought back rocks from the moon.
They didn't bring back
spacecraft.
They didn't bring back rocks from the moon, Matthew. Oh my goodness.
Certainly did.
Matthew, so what would the categories break down into? It'd break down to eyewitness testimony and video and photographic evidence, right? Break down to those two categories.
Plus the physical evidence of the rocks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, plus the physical evidence of the rocks. Right. And all right, and do you have any of these rocks, by the way? Do you have any of these rocks? No, and neither do I. Right. So let's just put that in the hearsay category at the moment. All right.
All right. Do you think that gold bars exist?
What?
Do you think that gold bars exist?
Matthew,
yes.
It's a non.
Do you have one in your possession?
I own some, Matthew, and I own some. What's your point?
Do you have a gold bar?
No, but I own gold. I own physical gold, tangible.
Yes, you've never owned a gold bar, so how do you know the gold bars exist?
Because I own small gold bars.
That's a small thing. I'm talking about a full-size gold bar.
You're just going with your fallacious logic. I own gold, Matthew. What reason do I have to doubt the existence of gold?
Right, same for me.
Well, check this out. I mean, hold on. Gold bars don't exist in nature. It's gathered gold, and they stack it up as they gather it. I mean,
I'm just refuting his argument that moon rocks don't exist because I don't have one.
Matthew, the question still stands, and you didn't answer the question. What reason do I have? Because you were inferring. You inferred I had a reason to doubt, with my own logic, the existence of gold. So my question is to you, what reason do I have to doubt the existence of gold? Answer the question.
No reason. I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that gold exists.
Stop. Slow down. What I'm saying is, since I have no reason to doubt the existence of gold, that logical proposition that you just proposed is nonsense, rendered fallacious. Continue.
The fact that I don't own moon rocks is not a argument that moon rocks don't exist. That's all I was saying.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is you just tried to compare moon rocks to gold, and I asked you if I have a reason to doubt the existence of gold.
Yeah. Do you own gold bars physically?
I know. No, it's not the question. The question is not, do you own gold bars physically? The question is, what logical reason doubt the existence of gold bars? That's the fucking question.
Yeah, so dumb. Come on, Matthew, man. You can do better than that.
It was an intelligent analogy.
I just dropped. I want to point out something to the audience right here. I just dragged out the fallacious logic that Matthew just presented. I just dragged it out like the skeleton from a closet that it is. I just dragged it out in front of everybody to see.
Matthew, maybe maybe you don't understand what he's trying to say, but there's a reason why you can be sure that a gold bar exists, because, for example, you can have your own physical gold and you know that the matter exists. And so there would be no issue for Orion to think that gold bars
don't exist, right?
Don't exist. Yeah, I agree.
We all know they do, but they have to be gathered and created.
But with your moon rock, Orion and I and many other people do have enough sufficient evidence that we can be sure that they might be not existing, and I need to say might be. Okay, I because I can't fully prove it, but there is sufficient evidence to why I would not suggest the existence of moon rocks, right? So there's a huge difference between why we know that gold bars exist and why we would speculate that moon rocks definitely do not exist, right?
No, I agree.
Yeah, and to add on top of that, wait, hold on. To add on top of what he just said and to add on top of the logic I just said, so gold mines are real places. You can actually physically go and visit a gold mine. But the claim that you're making, Matthew, is that these rocks, X rocks, this rock over here or that rock over there, whatever rock it is, it doesn't matter. Whatever material it is, it doesn't matter. You're claiming that these quote-unquote moon rocks didn't come from a gold mine. You're claiming they came from the light in the sky, the moon. Now, validating that claim is a whole different thing within itself. Validating the claim that the gold bars, the very small gold bars that I own, or gold coins that I own, came from a gold mine. I can validate that because a gold mine is a place that I can go to. Can I go to the moon? No.
Yeah, see, I agree with all of that. We need to look at other things. Look at the existence of gold mines, look at the existence of the moon and that type of stuff. So you guys are right about that. But we need
so the process of it coming from the moon, the process of it coming from the moon to the Earth, you haven't validated that process.
Yeah, how? In your opinion, Matthew, how would they validate if someone went to the moon and they brought some physical objects back? How would they validate it? That those objects
let me back up
actually
and
came from the
bigger
moon.
Question. I think you're right. That would be the question. How do you validate it? And there's we can talk about that. My whole point about bringing up gold bars is that somebody said, "Do you own gold bars?" And my point is whether or not I own gold bars. I'm sorry.
Gold bars are mined from Earth. It really has. It's non sequitur to the Earth.
Let him finish.
All right, go ahead.
Somebody said, "Oh, do you own gold?" I'm sorry. Somebody asked, "Oh, do you own moon rocks?" And I said no. And my whole point about bringing up gold bars is whether or not I own moon rocks is irrelevant. We have to look at the other arguments.
Yeah. So let me ask the question a different way then. Have you gone to the moon and picked up moon rocks and brought them back to the Earth? Yes or no?
Or maybe you bought them at an auction. Maybe you bought them at an auction.
I didn't ask you. Let him answer yes or no.
No, I have not done that personally.
We already knew that. You didn't have to ask
I know, but the point is to illustrate that him saying someone else did that and he believes it, that falls under the category of hearsay.
Right.
In a court of law.
Right. It'd be hearsay because I didn't do it myself.
Yeah, which counts for nothing.
But you can go out in the world and find your own gold, and it's an arduous process, and that's why gold is so valuable. So anyway,
what about like meteorites?
Matthew,
weren't those moon rocks proven to be petrified wood?
Yeah. Matthew, would you feel comfortable these pictures that I just dropped about the lunar lander in the vacuum of outer space, 10 to the negative 17 torr. Would you feel comfortable being put into that lunar lander and then dipped, and then the whole lunar lander put into water and left there for 48 hours, 72 hours, and you stay in there? Now, be honest, would you feel comfortable being put in that and then dipped into water for 72 hours?
No, I would not. Like, the lunar lander would crumple on Earth, actually.
Why didn't it crumble on the moon then?
Because the gravity is 1/6 as hard.
Oh, Matthew. Oh, well. I love cartoons and fairy tales. I love it. I believed in it too, Matthew, for a long time.
What do you think the moon is made out of?
Go check.
Rocks.
Wait, what?
That's what it looks like. It looks like it's made out of rock. That's what it looks like when I look at it.
You think it's made out of rock because you looked at it?
That's what it looks like, right? I mean, how else do you tell what something is made out of besides looking?
I think it's made out of
So
petrified
if you
wood, because that's
if
what
you
they
look
brought down.
at, so you're saying like, if you look at the floor, and it looks like wood, but it's actually vinyl. Does that make it wood?
No, it'd be vinyl then.
Yeah, but you looked at it and it looks like wood.
Right, and so some things sometimes looks can be deceiving.
Right, so the moon's not rock because you looked at it.
It's not
Right,
necessarily
it's just
rock.
my best guess. I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, if you're going to look, how else do you tell what something is besides looking at it?
You would have to touch it.
Yeah,
Feel
Take
it.
a sample of it.
Sure.
Take a sample. But my question is, what about meteorites that actually do enter Earth?
From where?
Yeah, they can.
Wherever they come from.
They can do.
What
it.
are they?
Something comes down to Earth.
What?
But does something come down to Earth, or we just told a story about something coming down to Earth?
Well, there's
Maybe
evidence.
What is it?
What's the evidence? Yeah.
Because you can see them crashing down to Earth, and then they make a crater in the ground.
No, they don't. Nobody's
Well,
They
ever
don't
observed a
make a
meteor
they
strike.
don't make a crater in the ground.
No, nobody's ever observed that happening. All the meteorites,
Yes,
on
they have. There's
record,
videos of it.
They just explode in the atmosphere. They don't actually impact the Earth. They have all these ideas about different things that they think were left by, or like that are meteor impacts and stuff like that. But it hasn't been observed.
It has
Yeah,
been
and
observed.
I think it's worth pointing out that even if something were to fall from the sky, naturally or artificially, and create a crater, that does not necessitate the vacuum of space existing.
Yeah,
So
like
you
I mean, one of the biggest ones was like the Tunguska event over 100 years ago in Russia. It exploded in the air. That's what all of the ones on record do.
So you said they explode why in the air?
I have no idea what exploded in the air, but what they're calling a meteorite, that's what it did.
So you're
Exploded in
saying
the air, it didn't impact the Earth. So the ones that they say did that in the far ancient past, those are just stories, basically.
wait,
We
who
don't
said that there
actually
was an
see that
atmosphere?
happen. Well, the air.
So it was. I'm pretty
The
sure it was
atmosphere or the air?
1922.
The
Okay,
air,
so
whatever.
it was-
I don't know if you're being pedantic or what, but the air.
So it
Well,
was
I'm
around.
only asking because you said that because some people believe the atmosphere is not real. So
well,
I'm
there's
just
air. So just using the words that everybody understands.
asking.
At 25 minutes after the hour, I dropped a video from somebody that said kind of what he thought the moon was. 25 minutes after the hour, it's a video. Obviously, I have too much time on my hands.
Maybe I'm mistaken. Matthew, do you know of an example where a meteorite was actually seen to crash into the Earth?
I think there have been at least a couple. I'm not super familiar with those things, but there have definitely been times where people have seen a meteorite, and then they went and they saw a crater, and they found this rock that didn't match any of the minerals on that they find on Earth.
All right. Yeah, because from what I know,
Matthew,
nobody's actually seen an impact. But anyway, go ahead.
Matthew, you got to do much better than that.
No, I
My
don't.
goodness. Yes, you do.
No, hold on. What? Chill, guys, chill. Look, his story, I'm not in contention with any of the story. So let's analyze what Matthew just said. So on a flat and stationary Earth, because that's in fact where it freaking happened, some people saw something streaking through the sky, striking the ground. They walked into the general direction and found a rock that had a mineral composition that was a little different than the rocks around it. And it all happened on a flat and stationary Earth. It all still happened on a flat and stationary Earth. Like, there's nothing wrong with what Matthew just said. It just doesn't prove the Earth is a ball. It's just that simple.
Right. Matthew. Meteorites don't by themselves prove that. However, the globe, Earth, and heliocentrism does have an explanation of where meteors come from, and I'm unaware of any flat Earth explanation of where they might come from.
Matthew.
Oh yeah. You're unaware. So let's analyze that. So you're unaware of any flat Earth explanation of where meteorites come from. Does that mean that the Earth is not flat, Matthew? Yes or no?
No. I'd be happy to hear your
No. And all right, no. And you want to continue? Please do.
And I'd be happy to hear your explanation of where you think meteorites come from.
I don't have one. I simply don't have. Unverified is my explanation.
Sure. I prefer theories that have explanations rather than just saying I don't know all the time.
Well, Matthew, have you ever went and saw a meteor?
Unknown.
How does seasons work? I don't know. How do sunsets work? I don't know. Where do meteorites come from? I don't know. I'm like, well, then maybe I'm not going to believe the flat Earth.
Matthew, are all explanations correct, Matthew? Matthew, are all explanations the truth?
No.
Okay, so don't give us an explanation and say we don't have one, therefore my explanation is correct. Please don't do that.
Yeah, I'm saying something different. I'm saying I prefer theories that have explanations rather than just saying,
the explanation. But the explanation can be a lie, correct?
It could be, right.
Good. They're very good. So why do you have a master's in computer science? You have a bachelor's in math, and you speculate up the rear end. Why do you do that?
Oh, it's not me doing it. It's like listening to experts, and I would prefer stories that have explanations.
Are you appealing to authority and a piece of paper and
authority?
And to people who basically regurgitated stuff? So you're appealing to regurgitation, right?
I'm appealing to regurgitation from experts that I believe.
Have you ever, Matthew? Have you ever appealed to the ability to think for yourself once in life, other than what you have for breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
Yes.
You have? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. When the government told you to roll up your sleeve and take a shot, four times, did you?
No, thanks.
Did you?
That's a verboten subject.
Never mind, Matthew. Don't go there.
Yeah, I'm not.
Jim, chill. I do appreciate your honesty, Matthew. I said that like 2 days ago, and I'm saying it again now. Your honesty is kind of surprising. It's respectable.
Well, yeah, I would hope everyone's being honest in discussions like this, right?
Well, no, because I'm like I mentioned just like an hour or two ago on here, like, you know, I asked my brother, one of my brothers, just a little while ago. I was trying to strike up a conversation about the subject of the Earth being flat, and the first question I asked him was, "Is line of sight a straight line, or is it not?" And he refused to answer yes or no or maybe. He just simply said, "I am just simply not going to answer that question." He just simply said, "I refuse to answer that question, yes or no or anything." And I mean, at the very least, you would answer that question, right? Let me ask you this. Is line of sight to a target from your eye to the target, is that a straight line or is it not?
Generally it is, but it can deviate a tiny amount.
How is it a straight line?
Wait, what is deviating?
Sometimes line of sight can go, sometimes light itself can bend a tiny little bit. I'm talking like 0.03 degrees per mile or something like that.
Yeah, how did you measure the light bending?
In the context of reliability and practicality and practical use. Like take, for example, a sniper in the United States military. looking at a target from, say, 2 miles away. He's looking at the target, at the bullseye of the target, 2 miles away through the sniper scope on top of his sniper rifle. So the question I'm asking is it a straight line from his eyeball through the sniper scope to the bullseye of the target? Is that a straight line or is that a curved line?
I'd say that's a straight line, right? But they do adjust the scope based on wind and all these types of things, elevation change, all that type of stuff.
Well, yeah, all right. And you'd say it's a straight line. So is it a straight line from your eye to the horizon?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, no, hold on. He just said yes. So let's just clarify this. You're saying line of sight from your eyeball to the horizon. You're saying it's a straight line from
perfectly
your eye to
straight
the
line. Now, sometimes light doesn't follow that line of sight. It follows slightly curved, but not usually.
All right. And so that's the moment where the
Matthew. Yeah, sorry.
Matthew, you're making a category error.
No, I'm not.
You're conflating two different entities. Orion is talking to you about your line of sight, and then you talk about entity number 2 talking about the light, which you're detecting with your eyes. So right here.
So, Matthew, are you trying to say that the light is just taking whatever path it has to for Earth to still be a globe and for you to see whatever you saw?
Right, exactly. Because I have a preconceived notion of the Earth is a globe based on other evidence. So I think squinting at the horizon is not a good way to determine.
Well, that's how they claim they measured it to begin with. So what's wrong with it now? Yeah, it is. They took angle measurements from the horizon, right?
No, they used sticks and shadows.
Well, that was in the far ancient past, but then, more recently.
So Matthew, you think Eratosthenes lived 2,300 years ago, even though there's no primary source that he did, and we didn't hear about him for another 2,150 years until the later part of the 1800s, and then he didn't make it into American textbooks until 1952, and there's no primary sources. And if you do the same thing on a close and local sun on a flat plane, it comes out the exact same way. Matthew, do you believe in fairy tales and the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny as well?
No, I don't believe in fairy tales. And Eratosthenes never existed. Eratosthenes did. He has 3 S's.
Okay, but Eratosthenes, you brought him up as a diversion from what I was saying, though. Obviously, you know who Al-Biruni is, and you know what I was talking about with angles to the horizon, right?
Yeah, he was measuring mountains and stuff, too. So, yeah, there are several ways to measure the curvature.
So why would using dip angles off the horizon be a valid way to calculate curvature when the horizon is constantly seen to be too far to be the effect of Earth curvature?
Oh, it's only seen to be too far if you're squinting at the horizon at sea level right over humid water with all the air turbulence like you guys always do. If you get up on a mountain, you're going to have much more accurate.
So if I go to 9,100 feet elevation up on a mountain, I should be able to see the curvature and the geometric horizon?
Depending on the atmospheric conditions, probably so, yeah.
What if I'm looking at it through an infrared camera?
Yeah, even better, because infrared, you can cut through some of the haze that way.
So now I'll show you a picture of just that happening without the expected drop being observed, and then what?
And then I would say the light must be curving a little bit.
Okay, so back to what this started with. Okay, gotcha.
Do you know what I mean by a little bit? I mean 0.03 degrees per mile. That's tiny.
Matthew, if it's that infinitesimal, then you can't detect that. Then you can't validly appeal to that.
No, I'm not going to let him get away with this. What he said is the only reason. He said when you squint, as if that's going to make a fucking difference. Come on, Matthew.
Do you recognize,
especially after he just told us that it's this infinitesimal difference?
It's like you're trying to take the piss out of us now, Matthew. I thought you were a nice guy, but you're now turning into an asshole. You say, "Oh, if you squint toward the horizon."
But hold on, he's just wrecking his own point anyway. Because if you're saying that light only has to deflect just that tiny little bit, then any of those dip angles that you took off of it are completely irrelevant. Because the tiniest deflection in the light is going to cause that actual horizon's observed or apparent position to be way off from what the globe geometrically needs it to be. So getting the angle from it is not going to square with anything. It's not going to match up to the globe that you want it to. You're just misinterpreting the angle.
Right. Do it when there's.
But when are they right? When you get the result you want? How do you know?
When you have less.
I'm actually, there's a quandary here. What do you mean squinting when you look at the horizon? Can the horizon change when you squint your eyes?
It turns out that all of the flat Earth evidence, like the positive evidence.
No, I want you to answer this directly because you said it. Squinting. How does that make a difference?
Yeah, what I mean by squinting at the horizon is me sort of being derisive about the fact that all flat Earth analogies and evidences is focused on a tiny little value, a tiny little space on the horizon. And that's about all the evidence I ever hear.
All right. It's the same horizon.
I'll tell you, I know exactly what you mean by squinting because I squint to look at my Facebook screen sometimes because I'm 50 years old, so I have to squint sometimes to kind of like make things clearer. I squint and I'm like, oh, now I can see it better since I put my eyes closer together. I don't know how that works. I mean,
maybe you should squint at the
same horizon. Why are you belittling empirical observation?
Come on, Matthew, man! Don't freaking feed us a lot of shit, bro. You've been here a long time. You know what we're doing, man. I mean, you know what we're talking about.
So Matthew,
Helio, you gotta remember what we're doing. Like he just conceded like to 5 different points that just annihilated the heliocentric model. Helio, like I mean,
no, I get it.
That is what I'm saying. Like. What I'm saying is, Helio, anyone who's thinking critically and listening to this conversation doesn't believe the Earth is a ball. Do you follow me?
I don't know. I mean, I guess we have to ask the impartial audience and see.
Yeah, sure, but the audience can't talk anymore because in the live chat because I shut it off because they couldn't control themselves and they threatened to take the whole fucking channel down. So So I just don't allow them to talk anymore.
Well, you've heard enough for me. Why don't you ask some of the other Globers in this chat and just find out?
Hey, Helio, I'm 10 years older than you. I have to squint an awful lot.
Yeah, me. Well, I use reading glasses. I've had good eyesight, until I reached a little bit after 40. I was like, oh man, I can't even read my cell phone anymore. So I just bought some reading glasses. I started, it looks better. But I don't. But I can use the squint method. Hey, that's only for something up close.
Hey, Helio,
let me ask
Helio, when I squint, I see the curvature of the Earth.
Let me ask Matthew this.
Anyway, go ahead.
Why are you belittling empirical observation?
Oh, because it's fun. It's an argumentative technique. Things were getting a little spicy, so I was like belittling it by calling it squinting at the horizon. I mean, you guys.
So that was a joke.
No, you guys do that to globe stuff too, right?
No, I don't do that.
Squinting only works for
so you're telling me,
we do that. We do that for objects up close. We can see it better if we squint. You can't squint for something far away.
Great.
Yeah, you can.
So Matthew, you were just joking.
Far away.
Okay. Well,
yeah, it's a description. It's my way of sort of describing flat Earth evidence.
Wait, I don't understand. It's not making sense. Were you just joking, or are you really belittling the fact that we're appealing to empirical observation?
I'm belittling the fact. I'm belittling the fact that almost all of the evidence on the flat Earth side comes from one little tiny thing, and that is looking at the horizon.
Well, that's a straw man, but at the same time,
that's not an accurate description of the evidence that has been presented, the empirical observations that have been presented. You've been presented empirical observations from down to sea level to several thousand feet above the air.
Yeah, please let everyone let Gregory get him on this one.
I mean, you've been shown pictures and video from very sea level itself to more than 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 120,000 feet above sea level.
Right.
You haven't been shown an infinitesimal or a very small, narrow fraction.
I think all of those pictures can be matched up with the heliocentrism globe theory.
Well, you say that, but then when we go through the argument, you just refuse to concede the premises which are not reconcilable with the globe paradigm that is taught. And this is where I get annoyed, because people have these debates, but then they demonstrate they're not really intending on receiving the truth.
Right.
It's very simple. It's not that difficult. Here we are on the face of this earth, and we are being informed about the cosmos that we live in, and this is not a trifling matter. And so when people come into these VCs or whatever kind of forum they go into, and people are demonstrating that they'd rather just bicker and quarrel rather than actually dialogue unto the truth, especially with premises that have been laid forth by one party over against another that are very cogent and concise and even invincible, and people just continue to bicker and quibble and cavil. That's nonsense.
Right.
Bro speaking with a thesaurus.
I can't help him.
I didn't know cavil was a word, but I might use it.
Yeah, Matthew, it's not about the lie, it's about the obfuscation.
Yeah, I'm not intending to obfuscate.
Is there a single
well, you didn't mean to obfuscate. I seriously disagree. You did mean to obfuscate, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong about you, whatever. But
is there a single piece of direct globe evidence, speaking of obfuscation?
Sure, photos from space that show accurate weather patterns, like the Epic Discover satellite.
Can you verify those? Can those be forged?
It's been accurate every time I looked at it.
Yeah, that wasn't the question. Can those be forged?
They can be forged, yes.
Okay, throw them out.
No.
Well, they're not worth anything as evidence. If it can be forged, and you can't personally verify it in any way, then it's absolutely worthless as evidence. What else?
I disagree. That's not a good standard for evidence.
Well, your personal incredulity doesn't matter here. It is a good standard. It wouldn't be admissible in a court. I could present a picture of a unicorn and be like, see, look, the light's hitting it at exactly the angle it would have at that day, at that time, in that place. So what?
No, I reject the epistemology that says I have to personally verify anything in order for me to think that it's true.
That's
the strangest thing is Matthew's been here for so long, and he thinks he can still do this. After this long.
Sorry, yeah. I mean, I don't want to monopolize the question, the conversation. I'm happy to let somebody else talk. I'm just answering questions. But let's move on.
No, you're making claims that they're implausible and unreliable, and say we can put different tags on your stupid claims. It's so ridiculous. Why are you doing this, Matthew? State your purpose.
Why you doing this?
It's fine. I mean, I'm just answering questions, right?
I know what his next globe Earth claim was going to be.
Ooh, what is it?
The one picture of a satellite facing straight up. That's your evidence for a globe Earth.
Picture of a satellite straight up? What do you mean?
He did that yesterday. He does that every time.
Yeah, it's the little balcony dish satellites pointing straight up. That's your.
Oh yeah, the satellite TV antennas. That's right. Yeah.
That's a great one. Excellent.
That's pretty good. I like.
So
that.
This guy Y in the chat doesn't understand why you have to throw out those pictures since they're non-verifiable. It's because you have to just take them on faith, because you cannot corroborate them. You cannot validate them. There's nothing you can do. You have no point of reference from reality to that image they're showing you. They just have to be taken on the faith that those pictures are of what the people presenting them to you say they're of. So that's why they're worthless as evidence. They wouldn't, pass the bar in a court of law or anything like that.
Yeah, I guess I would say the same thing about pictures of Abraham Lincoln. I believe that he existed and those pictures are accurate pictures of him. But I can't verify that personally. But I still.
It's not that extraordinary though, because he's just a guy.
I think he looked like. Right. I think he looked like what they say he looked like,
but that's not.
He was kind of a freak of nature. He was.
Yeah, but he's just a guy though, and that's not really the ordinary at all.
Right,
and place is on par with a fantasy image from Narnia or something. It's not a place any of us can go, have been to. We have no point of reference to it in the reality we know, so it could just be totally made up.
Right.
Yeah, and Matthew, the question I have, Matthew, is what reason do I have to doubt the existence of Abraham Lincoln?
No reason. I think it's perfectly reasonable to think of Abraham.
Yeah, I mean, he did exist. The story about him, freeing the slaves, that's in my opinion, is in contention. The way it was done. But,
no, Healy, we're not talking about that. We're just talking about the
I know, but anyway.
The follow-up question
existed. I believe he existed.
Matthew, since we were talking expressly about the subject of things that we've taught exist, but we doubt the existence of, like the vacuum of space, since we're talking about that category of things, and you just admitted, I have no logical reason to doubt the existence of Abraham Lincoln, why would you bring him up in that category, in that discussion? Why would you bring him up in the beginning?
I brought him up to show that that photographic evidence can sometimes count as evidence. That's all.
Yeah.
What are these photos, or what are these pictures that?
Yes, we know what Abraham Lincoln looked like, but do we know what the Earth looks like from space?
Well, we know what it looks like from here.
Earth from space.
Not category, Matthew. Why would you bring him up when the category was still more expressly, more specifically? It was a category of things that we were taught are real, but we have good reason to doubt the existence of them, which Abraham Lincoln doesn't fall into that category.
So you're saying it depends on how much, if we have a good reason to doubt it or not, to determine whether we would accept the photograph or not.
Well, I'm just saying that comparing a photograph of Abraham Lincoln to a photograph from the vacuum of space, you can't compare the two because we don't have any reason to doubt the existence of Abraham Lincoln, but I can think of a good reason to doubt the existence of the vacuum of space.
Sure, and that's where we differ. I understand that you have all kinds of reasons to doubt the existence of the vacuum of outer space, and therefore all pictures of the Earth would necessarily be fake or CGI or whatever.
Hey,
I'm saying
Matthew, show us one. Hold on, show us one picture of the Earth from space. Show us one.
The blue marble from the 1972 would be a good one.
Okay, well, how do we substantiate that?
Well, that's a separate thing. You'd have to talk about eyewitness testimony, reliability of NASA, whether you think.
All right, so for almost 50 years, 50 years ago, you have one picture from 50 years ago. But now, shouldn't they have more now?
Yeah, there's more.
But I don't even know. I mean, that's
Helio,
not even.
Helio, that's not where your standard should be, Helios. Why are you asking the question?
It's not where my standard is. He knows where we're going. Go ahead, go.
Yeah, well, so Matthew, have you ever seen a man with your own eyes before?
Yes.
So was Abraham Lincoln a man?
Yes.
So do you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not a picture of a man I show you is a realistic picture of a man or not?
Yes, I've seen many pictures, and the pictures of Abraham Lincoln look realistic, and so I think I'm reasonable in thinking it's about accurate.
Yeah. So have you ever been to the vacuum of space before?
No.
So if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture or not?
No.
All right. I rest my case, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you just have to take it on faith. Just like I said.
Sure, I mean, it's just like, Abraham Lincoln, he's notorious. You can understand the story of him coming from Illinois and whatever. And he's a very tall man. He's like 6.5 feet tall. He wore a big freaking brim on top, so it almost made him 7 feet tall with his hat on, right? And he freed the slaves. That's everybody's story, right? He wrote the Emancipation Proclamation, right? That's Abraham Lincoln's legendary story.
Yeah, but what about it?
No. What about it?
Anyone with the average intellect can grasp this concept that was just discussed. There is one picture which is plausible and credible. There is another picture which is implausible and incredible. In a very direct sense, incredible. Because it is supposedly the photo of an object in a situation, a cosmic paradigm, which has never been observed, never been empirically experienced, and neither is there even a valid or sound a priori argument to justify that cosmic paradigm.
Are
It's
you
very
talking
simple.
about the picture from space?
Right.
Right. So
Yeah.
Gregory's right that he finds
you're
that
exactly right, Gregory.
implausible and incredible.
Yeah, we have
and I'm
plenty.
saying that I
We have
don't.
plenty of pictures of Abraham Lincoln and all that.
Well,
stuff.
is replying "I don't" an argument, or are you just giving an autobiographical proclamation?
Right. So you said your autobiographical proclamation is that you feel that that's improbable, and mine is that I think it is probable. So
No,
that's
I
why
didn't
don't
give you
have
an
a problem.
autobiographical proclamation of what I believe.
Yeah, you
I'm
said
saying
it's
objectively
improbable.
independent. No, I'm saying objectively independent of my subjective perception that one picture, not using Abraham Lincoln is not a good example, using my picture, just to be very, simple, using my picture, that is plausible, that is credible.
Right.
You can see me in real life. Someone can look at that photo of me and verify, oh, it's a facsimile of Gregory's face. With the case of the supposed photo of the Earth from supposedly several 100,000 miles away, floating around in a vacuum, that's implausible and incredible because there is no experiential referent point for us to juxtapose the supposed photo with. And there isn't even an adequate or sound or valid a priori argument to justify the cosmic paradigm that this picture was supposedly taken in.
Right. So you're saying that photo is improbable or implausible.
At best.
At best.
Incompatible
And
with what we
Bart
measure and
Sobrell
observe.
told you how they created that image, in the in his video.
But even that aside, it's completely incompatible with what we measure and observe the Earth to be. So throw it out.
I think it's compatible with what we measure the Earth.
Okay, well, explain that then.
I think the Earth is round, so if there's a
You
picture
didn't
showing
watch
it
the
round,
Bart
then I think-
Sobrell video?
You just think that, though? You don't have a reason? There's nothing you observe on the Earth that you can correlate with that picture that they show you?
It is my
Julia, let
belief
me answer.
It is my belief that the Earth is round. So when I see a picture of a round Earth, it seems.
Oh,
possible.
confirmation bias. But I asked for an example from reality that you actually experience that you can
I would
reference.
say that is an example from reality in my paradigm. That is a
Belief equals reality.
Well, wait. So wait. Let me ask a clarifying question about it. So you experience the Earth as a ball through the television screen, right? And maybe magazines as well.
My experiences and observations and logic and reason, all of those work together to form my belief that the Earth is a globe.
Well,
That's where we start. We start with logic and reason here, because if all of what you say is true, we're going to balance logic and reason together to find out whether what they say is true or not. Now,
yeah, that's a good idea.
You're not in contact with the people that have put the video out or the image, right?
Right.
Now,
yeah, and it's not your own.
We're analyzing what we see, and we do have a preference to a certain way, or a deference. It doesn't matter. So, who is right about this?
Helia, you kind of derailed what I was going to. Helia,
but I think it actually leads the same way. Go ahead.
Lulu changed her name to Abraham Lincoln. That's amazing.
I derailed it. Go ahead, brothers.
So wait. How would you say you experience the Earth to be a ball through television and magazines and movies?
No, I would say experience it through sunsets and observing the moon.
No, you don't.
Well, of course you would say that.
Well, my interpretation of those.
No, you don't.
Yeah, your interpretation, hence your belief.
I already knew he was going to say that. But
The sun sets over a horizon that's too far to be Earth curve, so no, it doesn't corroborate. It doesn't line up.
Matthew, are you attempting to reason? Because as Orion asks you these questions, do you really believe that these arguments, or that these would even count as arguments in an academic forum or
They
in a
would,
court of
yeah.
law.
They would.
Because we'll pause and really think about it. And this is you I don't think you appreciate the severity of the detriments of this kind of cavilling, because when we ask you these questions like Orion has asked you, and you give your answers, I don't think you're pausing. You obviously are not pausing, giving yourself pause and considering them. You don't appreciate how weak these inductive arguments are, because that's the nature of these arguments. You're appealing to this or that or the third natural phenomenon, and then you conclude, after appealing to these phenomenon, that this is happening on a ball flying around in a vacuum. But that is weak.
Yeah, I mean, it's really simple. He's trying to figure out a way that he can argue against what we're saying.
Let's get his response first. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Right. I see what you're saying. You believe those arguments are weak, and that's fair enough. I guess my response would be that I think that at least the globe Earth arguments and descriptions and explanations are stronger than any flat Earth possible alternative. So I'm going to go with the one that I think is a better explanation.
So stronger than reality.
But you've already heard the arguments articulated just very briefly within a couple seconds now when you mentioned the sunset. There is a coherent and stronger inductive argument to account for the sunset and sunrise on a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane.
That's where we disagree. I would say that the idea that the ocean is blocking the sun during the sunset over the ocean is a more coherent description than somehow it magically gets farther away and you can't see it.
Even though you can't measure
wait,
that?
why would you why would you say that? That's not honest. How is saying it's
we
getting
didn't say
farther
that.
away magical? How is saying that the sun is getting farther away, thus the reach of its light is going away from us? How is that magical? How is that irrational?
Oh, because it doesn't make sense to me, so I deem it sort of magical as.
Yeah, but no flat earther ever said that. Come on, man.
That's just personal incredulity speaking there, Matthew.
So why doesn't it make sense? Like, at what point in there does it make sense to you?
The two accounts of how the sun disappears during sunset, I find the idea that the sun is blocked by something more credible than the idea that the sun moves away and just therefore in the space of a few minutes it moves far away enough that you can't see it.
So
but you see that all the time. You've already talked about your empirical experiences, and the further away something goes away from you, the more difficult it is to see it.
Right.
If you were looking at me, if you were looking at me ascend just directly up off the face of the earth, you standing 5 feet next to me, and you just saw me ascend directly up off the face of the earth, you would keep looking at me. There's nothing between you and I, notwithstanding the air and other gaseous substances or whatever, what have you. And I would just become so small that you cannot see me any longer.
Right. So that's a more detailed description of why you say that the sun disappears. I'm just reporting to you that I think that the globe Earth explanation is more plausible. That's what I'm saying.
Check this out.
But Matthew, we're supposed to be arguing. So every time someone gives you, you've done this several times, you've been given an argument, specific objective premises to support a concluding premise, and your retort is, well, I think this. I believe the contrary. That's not an argument.
My retort is generally, I think that argument is insufficient.
But that's not an argument. That's just a concluding evaluation.
That's just
that you have not given any specific premise to justify.
It's just not.
Yeah, one way of countering an argument here is a better explanation, and so my argument is this explanation is better than that one.
But you don't have a geometric horizon.
But that's not an argument. You haven't given a critique of the person. You haven't given a critique of the argument given to you, and then you reassert the concluding premise that you subscribe to without an argument. That's not an argument either way, neither in defense of you or in refutation against the opponent.
Well, I thought I was giving specific arguments about.
Oh, now you want to talk about something else? Gregory's breaking a very good point here. You better stay on that.
Keep doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, Gregory, you were saying that the sun sets and disappears because it's blocked by the atmosphere, or something like that. And my refutation of that argument is that the sunset here where I am at 4:42 this evening. So at 4:32, 10 minutes before that, the sun was perfectly visible. The entire solar disk was visible. And within the space of 10 minutes, none of it was visible. And so I would say that the idea that it disappears solely due to atmospheric, hiddenness or something, sounds implausible. And I think it's
what the fuck is hiddenness or something?
Matthew,
you're right. That's not a good way to describe it.
Yeah, but
I understand what you mean. To be charitable in interpreting what you're saying, Matthew.
Sorry for being rude.
We all know that the sun's light does not disappear from everyone's observation within 10 minutes.
Yeah, it does. When the sun sets, have you ever watched the sunset over an ocean?
Yeah, but have you
Yes,
ever
over
watched
time throughout the day,
of it,
the
though?
sun's light does not vanish within 10 minutes.
No, I'm not talking about the light. I'm talking about being able to directly observe the solar disk.
Okay, the disk specifically. Okay.
Yeah, as it goes down, at some point it touches it appears to touch the horizon. And then from that moment on, from the next 10 minutes, the entire thing disappears. And no matter what, you can't zoom in and see any of it.
Okay.
Matthew, we have video footage showing that the sun is vanishing in the atmosphere. I don't want to say a word, man, because it's actually a wrong word, but it's
That's fine. I know what
disappearing in the so-called atmosphere, as if you would have, let's say, as if you would have a little flashlight underwater, and a guy who has a flashlight pointing at you would swim away. Eventually, at some point, you would not be able to see the light anymore. It will just vanish. Because it's being blocked by the interference of water, particles in the water, and so forth. And that's the same way as our air works. I mean, the air is not only air, there's also other things between it, right? So, yeah, we have actually video footage of seeing how the sun...
but underwater
shrinks.
is a different medium. Are you talking about?
Yeah, definitely. It's just it's just what would I say to make it easier to understand? I would say.
Yeah, I mean, water underwater is a different medium. Anyway,
yes, it is. I'm just saying it has some experiment-wise, it would have an equal outcome, right? Both have the
sure. If you have the perspective of a fish or an octopus, maybe.
Right. I've got to remind Matthew again. I have to remind him every time he does this with the sun. In your model, you at sunset are not seeing the sun go behind the Earth. It is claimed that it is refracted and that it has already gone down, and you are seeing a refracted version of it. So you are lying. You do not see the sun directly. You do not see it go behind anything.
Okay, so half an hour after the sun sets, my claim is that you don't see the sun because something is blocking the light. Something is physically blocking the light.
Can you measure that?
Yeah, it's dark outside.
No, can you measure the thing that physically blocks it?
That's a separate question. I'm saying there's something blocking it.
Well, what is it, and can you measure it?
I think it's the Earth.
Okay, can you measure
I think it's the atmosphere.
He thinks it's the Earth. We say it's the air. How do we figure out which one of us is telling? Yeah, how do we know?
Earth is the air. Earth is the Earth, the ground, the sun, moon, and sky. Everything is Earth, and it's all the same thing.
A very essential premise to examine, Orion, Banker, is when we talk about blocking the light, the sentence blocking the light, quote unquote, kind of presupposes, not necessarily, but it does indicate a presupposition that the light would reach us, for instance, wherever you're located, wherever I'm located. I'll just use me, for example, that the light would still reach me if whatever entity would not obstruct the light rays from reaching me. But we also need to consider in the argument, in the debate, that the light rays perhaps would not even reach us because they have a finite reach. Just like with every other light source that we've ever experienced. You go out at night and you shake your phone and you turn on the flashlight of your phone. The phone doesn't shoot the beam forever.
Yeah.
The light beam doesn't extend forever. You don't see the light beam extend forever to the other side of the earth. No, it has a finite extent.
Yeah.
Same thing with the sun.
Is there some maximum?
Due to the inverse square law of light, right?
Right. The inverse square law says it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. It doesn't say that there's a maximum distance. So I reject what Gregory said.
Matthew, that is a silly cavil. If you tell me that it gets smaller and smaller and smaller,
inverse square
then
law,
that
right,
is a synonymous clause telling me that its reach is finite.
No, it's a synonymous with the inverse square law. It's an asymptote that reaches closer and closer to zero.
So it just gets
You're trying to negate. This has to be addressed. You are trying to negate me with something that is not antithetical to what I said. It's not contrary. It's not opposite to what I said. You're not listening. You're more determined to respond with cavil
Once again,
instead of listening to me.
Yeah, let him take this.
When you said the inverse square law and the light rays get smaller at the tip thereof, that is synonymous with saying that its rays are finite in their extent.
That's not true.
He's trying to say they get infinitely smaller.
Right. But
it doesn't matter. They get so small that the light's not there for you anymore. Right. So whatever.
Asymptotically, smaller and smaller does not equal finite. It's just mathematical.
So you're going to sit here and split hairs. See, this is the ridiculous dishonesty that irritates me. So you're going to sit here on this VC and split hairs, talking about, well, no, it does extend forever, but you just don't observe it. Which simply amounts to that the light rays that is observable, because we're talking about an observation, are simply not observable at a certain limited finite extent.
Yeah, Matthew doesn't address his point. Come on.
Yeah, man. No, I was splitting hairs.
Yeah, it doesn't. I take off. You guys just freaking go for it, man. Because this is nonsense. What he's saying is complete nonsense.
So let's break it down to more simple terms. Matthew, if I'm holding a flashlight, I'm holding it just a regular flashlight, 2 AA batteries, regular light bulb, holding it 10 feet from your face. You can see the flashlight, right?
Right.
All right. Let's say I'm now 100 miles away from you.
Yeah, but let me ask you this before we start.
No, I want to hear his. No,
I get it. I just want to. Are we talking about the receiver?
Helio, you just said to let him take it.
I know. I'm just wondering if we're talking about the receiver position. I already know where this is going, so my bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Helio, just chill, dude.
I'll chill. I'll chill. Go ahead.
Put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute.
Turned all the way down to 10%, and I can still hear him.
All right, so let's start over. Got a flashlight. You can see it from 10 feet away.
Yes.
Now the flashlight is 100 miles away. Can you see the flashlight?
No, there's not enough light coming to your eyes, so you cannot detect it with your eyes. You have to use some other sensitive equipment to.
All right. So, what's the difference between that and the sun in that sense?
In the space of 10 minutes, the amount that the sun moves is a very small percentage.
Oh, no. But I mean, like, in regards to the surface of the Earth, because you're claiming that the sun is setting because of the surface of the Earth curving, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Uh-huh.
So if that's what you're saying, but so what I'm saying is in one moment you're admitting that you're just not seeing light from a light source because it's just simply too far away, and then in regards to another light source, you're saying it's because of the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
What now? My question is, why can't it just be with the sun and the flashlight? It's just too far away for the light to reach your eyes. Why does it have to be the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, that's a fair question. You're saying that there are two reasons that why you couldn't see a light. One would be it's blocked, and one is that it's too far away. And how would we arbitrate between those two things? And my answer would be that in the case of the sunset, the sun is only moving 10 minutes worth. Its distance is only changing by 10 minutes. Whereas with the flashlight, as you move from 10 feet to 100 miles, it would get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. At some point, you would barely be able to see it, and then not. And I think that that's not what's going on with the sun.
Okay, so what now? Can you elaborate on what you mean by the sun moves by 10 minutes, or what were you saying? I don't want to misquote you or misunderstand you. What are you talking about?
Sure. It's my understanding that your argument is that during a sunset, when at 4:32 p.m. today, here where I am, the entire solar disk was visible, and my understanding of the flat Earth idea is that over the next 10 minutes, the sun moves far away enough so that it's not visible anymore. And so I'm talking about the idea that I don't think that whatever distance it moves in those 10 minutes is sufficient to explain why it completely disappears. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but all right. But so in that line of thinking, are you thinking the distance to the sun, the size of the sun, and the speed of the sun? Are you thinking you know these things, or are you just...
No, we don't. Yeah, I wouldn't know what those distances would be on the flat Earth, but my idea is that it seems like it wouldn't be that much in the space of 10 minutes. I mean, the previous 10 minutes, it didn't change much. The previous hour, it didn't change much.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you do understand that if it is in fact the case, which to the best of my knowledge, it is the case for you and I and everyone else, that you don't know the distance to the sun, you don't know the size of the sun, the composition of the sun, you don't know how far away it is or how fast it's moving. So since you don't know that, everything you just said is irrelevant nonsense.
No, I'm talking about the features of what happens when a light moves farther away. I like your example of the flashlight. Flashlight 10 feet in front of my face. As you back away, there's never a time where as you back away, it goes from being like really bright to being suddenly not visible. Instead, what we observe is that it gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and slowly goes away. And my contention is that that's not what we observe with sunsets. It doesn't slowly get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. It basically just disappears from sight within the space of 10 minutes.
Well, wait. Wait, hold on. That's completely false. Like I all the time can enjoy staring directly at the sun without sunglasses, but it's only when it's setting. And when the sun's right above me, if I stare directly at it, it'll make my eyes hurt. Well, it's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude. Like, I stare at the sun plenty of times throughout the summer. It's just when it's about to set and there's just enough air between it and I, and it's dim enough that,
we have never seen the sun just blink off as though you walked into the earth and someone hit the switch on the sun.
Right.
So what you're talking about, Matthew, is nonsense. You're telling me that you observed the sun disappear within the space of 10 minutes.
Right.
Which means that if the sun disappeared within the space of 10 minutes because it was suddenly obscured by the earth being in front of it, between our eyes and the sun, that means that we would observe the cosmos just blink to darkness instead of slowly, gradually become darker.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about the solar disk itself. Obviously, the atmosphere and the clouds and everything, we see beautiful sunsets. I'm talking about being able to see the solar disk itself.
Yes, the solar disk must also gradually disappear, not just suddenly blink instantaneously out of sight.
Yeah, it gets.
What you're saying is not coherent.
It doesn't matter though.
You've contrived this ad hoc retort because of your religious devotion to this paradigm. There is nothing remotely rational about this. We go outside and we see the light fill the cosmos where we are. And the sun is going away, it's setting. We see the cosmos growing dimmer and dimmer to the darkness of nighttime. If that is happening, that is also happening especially with the light source, which all the light is coming from. It is not possible or even remotely rational that the light is going to grow dimmer, but the light source is going to blink out of sight, and then all of a sudden it's still a gradual decreasing in the brightness or in the cosmos. No, if it is the case that the sun is blinked out of our sight, then the cosmos would blink to darkness, not gradually grow dimmer to darkness.
No, you're right, and nobody's saying that the sun blinks out of light.
But that's what you're implying, which you don't even realize it. If you tell me the sun disk is within the space of 10 minutes blinking instantaneously from visible to not visible, completely not visible, that implies that the cosmos would blink from lit to darkness as though someone hit the switch on the sun.
No, I'm describing what everybody on Earth can observe easily about the sun being visible at one point and not visible at the other. I'm not saying it blinked off. I'm saying that it slowly got obscured from bottom up, just like we would expect if there was a physical blocking of the sun.
That's not what you believe.
See, hang on. Either you missed what I said.
I understood what you said.
Okay, so then let's go with that then. You did miss what I said, so you just whistled past what I said. What I said to you was that you're telling us that the sun blinked out of our appearance within our eyesight within the space of 10 minutes implies, you don't realize this, perhaps you don't even want to concede this critique, but you are implying that the cosmos would blink from lit to darkness, which we don't observe.
I agree, we don't observe that. I don't say the sun is blinking out of existence.
So, your assertion is false, given that it implies falsehood. That which implies falsehood is false.
So, I don't think the sunlight turns off. I think it gets obscured. I'm saying that it is an observed phenomenon that the sun is visible at one point, and within the space of less than 10 minutes, it's completely not visible. And I'm talking about the solar disk, not the lighting of the cosmos.
Matthew, we don't need you. I don't mean to interrupt you. We don't need you to interrupt. We don't need you to reiterate your argument. We heard you. I just critiqued it. And then your response to my critique is to reiterate the argument that I critiqued.
Your critique was a straw man that said I say it blinked out of existence. That's not what
No, it wasn't a straw man. I critiqued your premise that you did say by appealing to what it implies, and what you imply is an absurd falsehood. That which implies falsehood is false. Therefore, your supposition is false.
I dispute the fact that it implies that. I don't think it implies that. The fact that the sun goes out of view does not imply that the cosmos becomes instantly dark.
You're misrepresenting what you said to me. You told me that the sun disk blinks out of sight. One moment it's there, and the next moment it's not there. It didn't gradually disappear. You're telling us that it did not gradually disappear. You're telling us that it instantaneously went from visible to invisible. That implies that the cosmos would blink from lit to darkness. We don't observe that, therefore that's false.
Here. Yeah, there's no obstruction any way he can point to. So,
let me ask him a clarifying question. So, back to the flashlight. So
well, why? We do not need
because I didn't go to the conclusion.
No, it is not important. What is important is his claim of physical obstruction, which we have debunked.
I was just going to that. I was just about to ask him about that. I was just about to ask him about that.
Right. So don't go
So
in.
obviously-
Don't go into some other tangent about things getting further away and attenuation of light and everything. Just stick to his claim and smash
That's
it to
what I'm
pieces.
doing. What do you? Shut
Right.
up. That's what I'm
Good.
doing.
Good.
Shut up.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So Matthew's trying to say that the sun sets because of the curvature of the Earth and the Earth rotating. He says it's setting over the curvature of the Earth. So my question is, why does it necessitate curvature of the Earth for the sun to set? Because after all, if a flashlight moves away from you, you get the same effect. But it's not necessarily the curvature. It's not necessarily a demonstration that the Earth is curved. If a flashlight just moves away from you, you can't see it. So why would it demonstrate the Earth to be curved if the sun does that? Or an aircraft with a light on it? So why does it necessitate curvature? Man?
Yeah, so you're right that I do believe that it is being obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. In the context of this argument right here, I'm not claiming anything about specifically what is blocking the light, or exactly how it works. But if you take a flashlight, I like your example of the flashlight. If you take it and go farther and farther away, it gets dimmer and dimmer. But if somehow as you were watching the flashlight go away, it kind of completely disappeared in the space of a few minutes, then I would suspect that something was blocking it because I can't see any of it anymore. And so I think that the same kind of thing is happening with the sun.
Point to the thing that blocks it.
Okay. So let's pause right there. Let's proceed forward very slowly, carefully, and logically. So you're saying something was blocking the flashlight, something was blocking the sun. You have a suspicion it's the same thing, but you haven't identified exactly what that is yet. You're just saying it's something, and it's probably the same thing.
Okay. I would say something physical. Yeah, something solid, something physical, not thin air.
So something measurable then.
Maybe. I mean, hopefully you could measure it, but it's definitely physical, is what I'm saying. That's a separate
if you have a
question
specific claim about what it is, I would think you would have measured it already. If it's a physical
it's funny
object.
the way he's using the word physical, because it's actually physical from both of our standpoints. What we're saying is the cause of it is physical, and what he's saying the cause of it is physical.
Fair enough.
There's two different kinds of physical.
How about a solid object?
Solid, and we're claiming something that's made out of gas.
Right. I would say a solid object, not gas, not thin air.
Okay. So let's proceed slowly, logically, and carefully, and cautiously from that point forward. You're saying you think it's something solid, and you mean like, say, the curvature of the Earth, right?
But when I watch the sunset over the ocean, it looks like it's the ocean that's in between me and the sun. So yes, I would say the ocean.
Well, yeah, I'm just all right. The liquid of the Earth, or of the ocean, or solid material of the Earth, either one, right? And it's the curvature, right? Affirmative, right, Matthew?
Right.
Okay, so now that we've established that, how did anyone ever establish that that's the cause of the sunset? Did anyone ever measure the Earth and detect this curvature? Or did they just say, "Oh, it's just the curvature of the Earth," and they just said it?
Yeah, those are separate questions, like figuring out exactly the shape of the thing that would block it. And by the way, this type of sunset works over a flat Earth too. In fact, the ancient peoples thought the sun went underneath the Earth, so a flat Earth could just as well block the sunset.
Hey guys, at 25,
yeah, but we're not claiming that.
All right, check this out. Hey, since you said that, Matthew, what type of sunset is your favorite type of sunset? Which one?
Sunsets over the ocean on a clear day, because it's kind of cool.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I live in Arkansas. I see a lot of sunsets, but I'm kind of landlocked, so I can't really, see sunsets over the ocean. So, where do you live? You live in
Southern California.
Southern California. Cool. So you see some awesome sunsets, right? So those are probably the most awesome sunsets, unless a lot of people see sunsets over the ocean. So if I'm landlocked here in Arkansas, I can't understand the sunsets. They're actually when it comes to the flat Earth, curved water idea, I wouldn't be able to understand it because I'm landlocked. When I see a sunset, do you think that's something in your purview? Do you think that's something that's true to you? It's like, yeah. I live in California, so you wouldn't be able to see what I see, and you won't be able to understand sunsets because you don't live in Arkansas. I mean, you don't live in California, so I see the sunsets the best way, especially since I live in the West, right? Come on, man.
I just think that
Matthew, before you answer that, just God bless you and have mercy on you and everyone else in the room. Good night.
Thank you.
Hey, good night. At 25 minutes after the hour,
thank you, Gregory, for putting up with his ass for this.
Gregory, I do want to say that I appreciate how logical and consistent you are, and how articulate you are about all your points.
Yeah, I love Gregory. That's why I wanted him to talk.
Hey, Helio, at 25 minutes. Helio, at 25 minutes after the hour, I posted something moving away, like the sun will move away, and I'm going to go to bed too. So everybody, thanks much for the entertainment. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate all you guys do. Just like I'm getting tired of. I mean, I almost never get tired of Matthew, but he's just like so full of shit sometimes, man. Just so
hey, I get 2 hours of Matthew tomorrow. So hey, no problem.
You gonna do a show with Matthew tomorrow?
Night, Matthew. Night, everybody.
Yeah.
Peace out, Jim.
Yeah, and I'm happy to move on. Let me just say one thing. That this idea of the sunset is actually part of the reason why so many people have thought that the Earth is a globe over the centuries. The sunset is one of the big things. So this is an important topic, and I'm glad we were able to talk about it some today.
So people from Arkansas,
and yet not one of them can point to the geometric horizon. They think it goes over.
Do people that live near the ocean, are they're more astute about this globe idea than people that are landlocked? Like
no, I wouldn't say that. It's just a little bit easier to see from the ocean.
All right, so you can see the curvature from the ocean more than whether you're in the middle of the country.
No, you can see this specific phenomenon we've been talking about tonight. That's all.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Actually,
that's what we're arguing about. You can't see it. You only see it. You're making shit up. You.
Hey guys, can I continue down the logical pathway I was going on?
Yeah, go ahead, Orion. I mean, I just wanted to point that out. But anyway, yeah, please.
So Matthew, what reason do I have to doubt that when the sun sets? What reason do I have to assume? What reason do I have to think that it's the curvature of the Earth that's blocking it, as opposed to just the air itself? Because after all, we can't see forever through the ocean. That's one medium. We can't see forever through gases. That's another medium. The air is a gas. So what reason do I have to assume that it's the curvature of the Earth that's causing the sunset, as opposed to just the sun just getting too far away to see?
And before he answers that, we've been friends for a long time. The first thing that really, after I started looking into this, first thing that convinced me was, even though I'm landlocked in a higher country, or even low, I was in Little Rock, Arkansas, when I really started looking into this stuff. Watching the path of the sun and the path of the moon, after I heard the information, totally sold me on it. And I didn't have to be near the West Coast or the East Coast or anything.
So where's this goddamn geometric obstruction?
Somebody take Helio's mic away.
No, shut up!
Yeah, no fucking kidding.
I want to see
good fucking luck with that. See you guys. I'm just saying. I interject everyone.
I object.
Just kidding.
I'm gonna get.
I'll put you on mute for effect. Sorry, it wasn't an insult. I'm just trolling you.
No, but I do want to hear Matthew's response to what you just said. But I just wanted to say that really quick.
Hey everybody! By the way, thanks for me jumping in and being a jerk.
Hey,
Jenny. All right, I'm going to join in with you here in a minute. We're going to have the Jenny and Sunny show. That's right. I think we're going to start right now. What the heck?
Thank you.
I mean,
Hey, Jenny.
Matthew's been spouting some bullshit all night, so we don't even need to hear that.
All right, everybody take all right, shut up, Helio. All right, good, Jenny. I'm glad you're here with the show. Everybody take a sip of something they have near you. So, okay, take a second. Maybe breathe before that.
It's just water.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I was about to go smoke anyway, but I just wanted to say that before.
Yeah, Sonny.
Oh, come on, Helio. All right, good. Now, Helio, shut up. Good. Now we can continue with the show. Meanwhile, back at the 24/7 Discord, they were still waiting. It was a somber mood on December 2nd, 2022. But then Jenny brightened up the whole day.
Sonny, you are too kind of a brother from another mother. I'm just going to tell you.
Ooh, friend zoned.
No.
Just joking.
You're completely welcome, me lady.
Oh my gosh, I could so hug you right now. I love you, bro. I love you, Leo, Dennis, Cash, Sonny, brother from another mother. Oh my God. Man, all of us need to stick together a little bit more. Society is crazy, y'all. I'm telling you what. It just is.
Yep, they're pretty crazy out there.
Mm-hmm. So it's been going on in 24/7 lately, everyone.
Elio running people over, running over their conversations.
Okay, well, you just got to deal with that because he comes along with the program. So I don't know what to help. I don't know if I can help you. I mean,
needs help.
Wait a minute. Do you really think that's what I've been doing, Jenna? Come on, Red Eye Jenna.
Anybody think that's not what he's been doing?
Okay, wait a minute.
Wait. If I've been doing it,
we were talking to Matthew. Now we're going to argue about Helio.
It's like you motherfuckers are in here all fucking day long, and I come in for a few hours, and you say I'm running over everybody. All right, you know what?
What happened to the cigarette? That cigarette is just burning itself out.
Fucking, why would you say that, Red Eye Jedi?
I have a question. I have the question.
The truth hurts.
Wait.
It's not the fucking truth.
Hey, let the lady speak before I punch your lights out.
Can I have a question? Okay, so the person who is against Helio, which automatically I kind of have a problem with you because of that. But anyway, I'm trying to be a diplomatic here. So, what is your issue?
Who's got an issue? Wait a minute. Did I miss something?
I'm gonna flat smack your ass all right off the flat Earth. I'm not saying that to anybody. I'm just saying it for fun.
Orion, do it. Flat smack his ass in the next week. I mean, okay. So what if Dennis Cash is a little bit abrasive because he's slurring his words or being a little bit out there and extra? Is like, you can't handle that? I mean,
no, that's not what it's about. I only joined the voice chat. It's like in the past couple of days, I haven't even joined. Well, I was in here last night for a little bit.
Dude, okay.
I came in for a couple hours tonight, and now they're saying I'm dominating the chat and shit. You know?
Okay, can we have a timeout? Okay, can we have a timeout for story time for a second? Okay. All right. Story time. Story time for Dennis Cash. Okay. So, without naming any names, there's a former moderator here, which is like a brother to me, who used to go by 3 initials for those that are in the know. And I went over to his server, and I saw a fellow brother from another mother on a flat plane, and his name starts with an R and ends in the letters 5. And I was saying, hey, bro, I miss you because I remember you calling out a certain other brother of the flat earth that used to be like blah, blah, blah 24/7, like actually 24/7. He'd be in here morning, noon, and night. And one day I was in here and he like
put up a bitch fit, a male bitch fit.
Well, and so nothing further need to be said.
All right, so you guys are putting up with me, and I appreciate y'all. But over there, I don't have the same privileges, I guess, because they were tired of me. And I was just trying to put love on everybody and saying, hey, bro, I miss you. And I miss the rant you gave back in the day. And I didn't get no love back. It's a travesty.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, yes, that happened. It's probably recorded. Note the date and time right now and search back 10 minutes ago. So it's like, fine. Bye, Felicia. It's like, oh, okay. If you guys got, I get it. People can do what they want. I do what I want. That's what our whole society. This is like the society we live in. Me.
It's my life, and I do what I want.
I do what I want. I do what I want.
And I help everyone here. We're partners. This is what we do. Like, if you don't like me and you want to bitch about, when I would join in sometimes, and say, hey, you've been drinking too much. It's like, no.
That ain't your problem.
I don't even get it. But actually, most of the time, I just host and listen and just kind of regulate. It's all good, man. But if I jump in every once in a while, just like, oh, Helio, he's drunk. Stop him. Yeah, good fucking luck with that.
Right?
Goddamn runaway train.
Cheers.
Yeah. Anyway, I love all you guys, but yeah, just try. The more you try to stop me, the more I'm.
You know what?
I love you guys, man.
We're lighting up a little bit.
I love you. I love you.
Wait a minute, let's one at a time. Somebody was trying to say, "Hey, Helio," who was wanting to talk about it? I know I'm a dick sometimes, but it's just like a
sometimes.
I'm kidding. Okay, all the time.
I'm just kidding. I'm only kidding. Gee whiz, just come on, man. Look,
well, it's just like that. I have to be in the mood to actually jump in here on voice. I listen to you guys all the time. I host a platform on YouTube and different platforms. I rarely jump in. It's usually on the weekends. Yeah. Go ahead.
We'll make a pact right now, Helio. We'll treat you mighty neighborly.
I'm not asking you to do anything that you're not doing already.
No, just shut up for a second. Hold on. All right. So we're going to be really, we're going to be really just neighborly and nice to you, unless Jemsy's not here.
Okay.
I love when Jemsy roasts me because that shit frickin' cracks me up.
Man, this is the real roast. It was a secret roast we had planned. Jenny and I had planned for weeks. This is the roast of Helio. Everybody, December 2nd, 2022. Here we are. It's 21:42, and this time location. Anyway, who's next on the Orion? Would you like to go next? The Helio is about to be roasted.
The one you guys gonna roast me now? Oh.
Roast time.
I'm so in touch. Don't let me use my gay voice. Oh my
goodness.
Turn. 22.
My turn now. It's my turn now. Okay. So that is a genius fucking idea. Roast a 24/7 OG member, just balls to the wall. Roast Helio. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Helio's feet probably smell so bad you have to get into another refraction index. I don't know what boom. Didn't work.
Oh, I like that. I like that one.
The jokes need to be honed a little bit.
Oh man!
We got atomic apparition here.
I have
Would
a question.
atomic apparition like to speak?
No, I noticed there were some new people in here. I don't want to.
Let's address the noobs.
Yeah, I want to address the noobs too, because I noticed there were some new people in here tonight. I mean, we can roast each other all night. I mean, we've been friends for a long time.
We can get back to that. We'll get back to that pronto.
Do it in chill.
Definitely do, because
go to chill chat and do it.
Atomic apparition. Hello, are you there?
Yo, buddy.
Hey, new person.
Hey, don't mind me. I'm just being silly.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to. Hey, just for a second, I want to give a shout out to another lady in his house, Miss Lulu. Hey, girl. Hi. How are you doing? She may not be able to talk. I know this.
Yeah, I think after Ladies' Night, she actually pretty much posted the entire Ladies' Night show.
Drinking.
Yeah.
Oh, it does not surprise me that our girl was holding it down yet again.
She was holding it down
for like 3 hours.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good show.
High five, girl. Yes. Thank you.
Atomic came off of me just for 1 second to say nothing. Maybe he wants to try again.
Lulu, I appreciate your efforts, girl. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was really good to hear from Lulu here again. And yeah, she pretty much hosted the Ladies' Night tonight. So that was...
I need to join y'all more. I'm horrible. I am absolutely horrible. But that's why I appreciate you so much. Thank you. But anyway, we need to have an event at some point in time. Maybe we can do it on Ladies' Night. I don't know, but people would want to roast me more, bet. Anyone?
I don't know. Maybe Ayers wants to roast you. He's brand new. What do you say, Ayers?
I don't know. Maybe me more vet can message his adversaries and we can have a real roast.
Nah.
I don't know.
Why not?
It has to do with talking to Ayers.
Maybe Jenny and I can have an event. How about I have you over for breakfast? Should I call you? Or should I nudge you or should I call you?
Sonny! Wow! Wow. I mind you're blowing off my skull right now, dude.
It's good to see the live stream on point.
Yeah. We're making connections. We're making connections.
Hey, man, it's the Jenny and Sonny show. Shut the fuck up, everybody else. Go. I mean, never mind. Everybody speak up as you will.
No, it's all
as you were.
As you were. Thank you.
I don't know if they want to.
Hey, it's Friday night, and I need a fight. My flat earth
that was
and
Matthew's
globe earth nights.
Was that a clip from Clay, or was that Matthew himself?
That was me, but I said yours is a globe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. I misconstrued it into flat because I've heard that so many times. It's just been brainwashed.
I was trying to imitate that.
Yep.
Okay. So, is there any news on Jim Brewer and his collaboration with Sean Hibbler and the potential leaking out of Flat Earth from Jim Brewer in a comedy sort of way? Any updates?
There's no updates, but that's pretty recent, though. I mean, it was like a month ago when Jim Brewer, like a month and a half ago, maybe, he had Sean Hibbler on his podcast. And Sean Hibbler is producing Eddie Bravo's podcast. So,
wait, I think didn't Eddie Bravo go with Jim Brewer? Because I've been horrible on listening to his stuff lately, but I've been looking at the thumbnails.
He's been on some other shows. Not on. He hasn't hosted Eddie Bravo on his show yet. So
okay,
that's
I'm just
probably upcoming. It's probably upcoming.
I know. So when that happens, we have to have a watch party even if it's not live, and we all need to fucking talk about it.
Yeah. But anyway, so Sean Hibbler is producing Eddie Bravo's podcast now. So that's pretty cool. And Jim Brewer is he's partnering with Eddie Bravo and Jim Brewer. He's had them as guests on his show. So
oh man, it's only a
cool.
Okay. If you were to guess, how much time are you thinking? 3 months from now?
I don't know. We're gonna. I'll keep everyone updated. I follow them, so I'll see what's.
I think I have them on notifications. I think I have Jim Brewer on notifications. Can't wait. Next thing you know, it'll be okay. So all of our dreams would come true.
No, it would. All of our dreams already came true if you didn't realize it, because we live on this level stationary planet.
You don't even know what I was going to say. So, sarcastically speaking, all of our dreams would come true if Jim Brewer gets the word out, because he's mainstream. We all know this. And then Flat Earth comes back into the mainstream again. That's exciting.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something. He's working with Hollywood to do another movie with Dave Chappelle.
Oh yes!
And so everyone be aware of what they're going to do with Half Baked. They're going to do a part 2, I think.
No!
Just be careful, just pay attention to what Jim Brewer is doing with Dave Chappelle.
Oh no! I heard it come out of Jim Brewer's mouth. He debunked any half-baked.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for this year, just to see what if Jim's going to work with Hollywood and Dave, and Dave was already kind of fucked up about some of the shit. So I'm just wondering if they're actually going to make a part 2 of that shit,
Okay, no, I don't. Did you hear what I just said, though? Really, for real? Did you?
No, because I was talking too much. My bad.
No. Okay, so I heard it out of Jim Brewer's mouth. He said for himself, I'll have to find the video for you, but he said there is going to be no Half-Baked 2. So I don't know when that video occurred. And when you heard your information, you just said.
I was going to say, maybe I lost it, whatever. Maybe Well, I don't blame him for not working with it, because I don't.
Okay, all right, wait.
I'm not even going to say what I think about Dave.
Okay, so do you remember my theory about that Jim Brewer is special permission boy? So he may be turning his back on Hollywood.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Therefore, he's not going to be getting all the special jobs that he would if he was doing what he was told.
I get it. Yep, I totally see it. Yep, I'm all the way seeing it.
He could be considered what I affectionately refer to as special permission boy. I mean, for real, is that accurate?
Special permission boy. Is this something you made up, or?
Yes, it is.
Like someone that's familiar with Hollywood, he's been in Hollywood movies, but he doesn't like them anymore. They don't like him anymore.
Well, I'll break it down for you. So, like, under the legality of parody, he's talking whatever he wants. Saying it's opinion.
Well, and that's obvious through that last comedy skit that he did, right? Holy shit.
Trust the science! Trust the science! Oh my god! That shit is so...
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen him on this video, hold it really quick.
The dude is fucking epic, and I do mean it when I say affectionately. I say he's a special permission boy. I amuse myself when I say that, so thank you, everyone, for putting up with me.
Yeah, what's really cool about this video, if you haven't seen it, everyone in here, I mean, we're not the biggest channel on YouTube or whatever, even on Discord or whatever. But if you haven't seen this freaking video
in San Diego,
you have to watch it. No, well, the San Diego one's good too, but
okay. So I watched it after you told me about it. I watched it by myself, and you know how stuff isn't as funny when you're by yourself. I was laying down straight up in bed, and I lifted my leg up, and I was like, hitting my leg up because it was so motherfucking funny. The dude
his San Diego one was even. It was almost the same skit, but it was a little bit better.
Wait a minute. Put a link. What show?
I'm about to post it. I'm about to post it.
Thank you.
Voice too.
I gotta see. It's some
so
comedy.
Freaking awesome! You gotta watch it, bro.
The comedy place here in San Diego. Is that where they were?
Yeah. Well, no.
Right
The video I'm gonna post now is not in San Diego, but he produces almost the same skit. This is just like when you watch this, it's just like why can he say that but we can't? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, I got to. Where is that? Yeah, Jim Brewer. Oh, okay.
You see it now, dude. It's what the fuck?
Somebody.
The other one. I'm going to post that as an addendum, and this one was in San Diego. I don't think that first one was in San Diego. The one I just posted was in San Diego, but I think I know the second one that I'm about to post is in San Diego.
No, somebody had to say it was about the fucking COVID shit.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't just about that. It's just about the entire nonsense of the whole friggin' government conspiracies and shit. And that's what he has a podcast on YouTube. It's like he can say that shit. He can say that shit all day, but we can't.
Okay. All right, Dennis, what about the part where he is talking about being a governor and he took like this comical stance, like some sort of British like military person, and he's walking across the stage?
Yeah. And I you know what's so brilliant about what he does in that skit is that I think he knows a lot more about that than he will express.
Oh, so yeah, that fucker is fucking woke as fuck, dude.
Yeah, he's a brilliant motherfucker. So, yeah. If you haven't seen that video, you got to watch it right now.
He is woke AF. I promise you on my life.
We can't play it on here, but
any of these noobs want to speak at all? Ayers, Atomic?
Yeah, we're fucking bullshitting and taking up the fucking floor all over the place. If you're new, welcome. Glad to have you here.
That's why people say, shut up, Helio.
So he was playing at the Comedy Store in La Jolla, one of the richest places on the continent. Literally.
Dude, look up Jim Brewer, San Diego. Come on.
Shut up, Julio. Shut up.
That's a no from Atomic.
I'm just telling Sonny, he lives in San Diego. I'm just saying, look up.
Oh, okay. Well, he's right there at La Jolla. Like
he used to play there all the time. Anyway, go ahead.
There's another comedy shop right downtown, just down the street from me.
All right, my brother. All right, hold on. I don't think there's any. Is Yoke Smasher new?
Nah, he's been here for a bit. Yeah, those guys are pretty regular around here.
There's not many people in here. Who is it?
Oh, we just got Ayers at this point, if he's willing to speak up. If not, no pressure, no worries. Sit back, enjoy the show.
Wait, who?
Ayers.
I think he. Ayers, hey,
Yeah.
what's up? Oh, Chris Murator in the voice chat on mute. Okay,
Chris M's a bot. Don't worry about him.
Yeah, he is. I don't worry about him.
Yeah.
Ayers, are you there? Unmute yourself, Ayers. Hey, bud, what's up?
Mr. Atomic has been joining off and on.
Who?
No. As you have access to your microphone, you should be able to.
Hey, who is Fourth Dimension Beats? I got a guess, but is that somebody new?
We were talking to the other day. He seems pretty based. Can't remember him too well right now, other than that.
All right, so who's the other person? Who is Rose Patton? Welcome.
Rose was talking to ladies' night earlier tonight.
Hey, girl. Hi, hey. What up on this flat? Oh, say it's Jenny from the Flat Earth block. You know?
These noobs just refuse to speak, so I guess just carry on.
No! You cannot be in a voice chat.
We're not so scary, are we?
Yeah, we're not gonna like.
You guys are terrifying.
Okay. For the record, I do not believe in dogpiling. We are all on our separate journeys in life. If you are not ready for this information, that's all well and good. About the only requirement to the server kind of is a golden rule. Just don't be an asshole and you're good.
Right, as far as like the public discussion, we've been talking to each other for years and we just kind of over talk each other. But when someone new joins, it's just like, when someone new joins, when they start talking, we'll pick and, it's like, who wants to talk to this guy? And then we'll just say, everybody else shut up. Boom. You talk to this one person.
Hey, what about Atomic Apparition? Who dis? What up, dude?
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Nice to hear you participate. Thank you. Appreciate you. What's going on for you tonight?
Nothing. I just joined. I have nothing else going on.
Oh my God. How old are you? Are you Gen Zer?
Not quite.
Not quite. So what's your generational demographic?
It's whatever's like right. It's right around the Gen Z range, but it's not actually Gen Z.
Okay, so if it's not Gen Z, what would it be?
I completely forgot what it's called.
Is it in between Gen Z and like Gen Woke? whatever that is.
What's that? There's nothing
my dude.
Gen Z. Gen Z is the current generational demographic. What's before Gen Z? I'm horrible with that.
Z is the last letter of the alphabet, so where the fuck are you going to go from there?
Dude, I don't know. All right, so new person, what is your age? Do you mind giving that to us? Because the reason why I ask is because kind of to gauge where you're at, and not that there aren't exceptions, but,
I'm just barely 18. Just turned 18 last week.
How'd you get here? How'd you find our server?
That's what I was about to ask. Go ahead.
My friend DM'd it as a joke, pretending to be a bot on an alt account, and I joined it just for the hell of it. And then I've just been sitting here for a while.
Okay,
no, but hey,
wait a minute. Shut up, Helio. Does that mean that you think Flat Earth is ridiculous? It's okay if you do, because
not entirely. The server seems pretty chill.
Ridicule is part of the process, so if you think it's fucking stupid, a lot of people in here can relate, okay? I'm just going to tell you.
Join the club. We all thought it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't. I discovered that there was other conspiracy, not theory, and that mankind there's a deception enveloping the world. Sorry to be dramatic, but so when I came across that information, I was already to the understanding that there is deception going on in the world. Yeah. So it wasn't a hard pill for me to swallow, but everybody has a unique journey on what they come about. And this server is not to convince you, so we're just here to pass along information if you're willing to receive it. So that's about it.
Right? So your friend actually introduced you and said, "Hey, jump in there and see what the flat earthers have to say about whatever." Now, would you come in here to just listen, or do you have questions for us?
I'm just here to listen. I just want to see what's going on.
Okay, that's fine. But I have another question for you, if you don't mind. So, when you heard of the topic that's being discussed across the world, that the Earth is flat, what was your first thought that came to your mind, if you can recall that? I'd appreciate it if you share it.
I think I was kind of like, that's silly, and kind of just brushed it off, because it was like the first time I'd heard it. It was something completely out of the blue.
Okay, so what came to your mind? Okay, it's silly because why? What came to your mind because why? What was the first thought that came just for supporting information that's contrary to Flat Earth?
I was just young at the time, and like anything.
Oh, no. You just heard about this. Are you saying you've known about Flat Earth for years? Because I don't like that.
No, sure. I mean, if you're young and it's the first time you come, but you asked him, but you didn't let him answer. Come on, Jen.
Oh, yeah, I interrupted you for that. I apologize. So you were wanting to explain to us when you heard Flat Earth. No, it can't be flat because ... Why can't the Earth be flat?
First thought was just it can't be flat because that goes against what I've been told for years.
Which is primarily what?
It just seemed a little too out there at the time.
Because, can you articulate a little more? I'm genuinely curious. I'm not trying to attack you.
I'll go through the 3 points instead. This seems kind of general. Like maybe a little more specific.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
You realize that in our existence we have atmospheric pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's not atmospheric pressure, it's air pressure.
Okay, thank you for the correction. I appreciate you, brother. All right, so the only way that can happen is if there is some sort of barrier or container. Okay? So the air has to literally, as the word says, press upon to create that pressure. Right? Wait, what?
I don't think he's...
Helio's in contention with this.
Okay. So
I just don't think he understands what the goddamn words you're saying.
These aren't the 3 points, by the way.
Does someone else want to take it, please?
Yeah,
you seem you're a bit half cut, to be honest.
Hold on. If you can hold on a second. So if what we're told our whole lives is true about the heliocentric theory, it's a globe in open space. It's not an enclosed system. The heliocentric model is not an enclosed system. So how can you have air pressure without a barrier or a container? I mean, can you guys
Yeah, she doesn't know what the hell you're talking about, man. She's just ghosting out of the conversation right now.
Can we just go through the 3 points the regular way?
She's ghosting out of the conversation. She does not get a word you're saying.
No, I'm not trying to... Listen.
I'm telling you, the noob does not care and doesn't get it. So, Orion, he's right. We got to just go point by point.
Yeah, so guys, let's just take it slowly. All right? So, this individual we're talking to, First question. And by the way, don't feel shy to say you don't know or anything like that, because we're not trying to get you. This isn't meant to. These three
and
questions
I ain't trying to call out Jen on all that too, because
Helio,
hey,
yeah, that's really helpful.
There are a lot of other people that are guilty of this. The same story.
Good time to mention it.
Helio, I was mid-sentence. Could you hear me?
Of course I can hear you, brother.
Go ahead. Why the fuck are you talking?
Because I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew.
You know that flat earthers look like a bunch of half-cut retards
how many people try to do the same thing that was Jen was doing?
Helio, shut up. Helio, shut up. All right, Helio, shut up. What approach should I have done differently? Because I guess
just simply go through the 3 points. Like, it's just that I didn't know what fine point your line of questioning was supposed to go to. So I was thinking, well, we do have a way of going to a fine point.
Did this live stream all of a sudden turn into the 3-point questioning? What the fuck? My ass.
Wait.
Okay, so Helio, like Orion is trying to uphold the purpose of the server here, and you're like totally blocking him on it. Can he just go ahead with this noob and try to introduce him to what the hell we're talking about?
I was having a mental, like, a brain, like, twist, because I was
Helio's having a brain aneurysm right now, you guys. You're gonna have to forgive him.
Stop talking over Helio.
I'm gonna go ahead and listen to you guys fucking figure this shit out.
Yeah, shut up, Helio, and stay shut up, please.
You're an asshole, dude. Come on.
Hey, everybody knows that, so it's already established.
Helio hour.
You two are mods, and you're not supposed to be drunk on stream. You know this.
She just ghosted before she could hear you say that.
So I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Well, if she listens back to this, she should take her personal shit to DMs or another room. Like, we're here to explain the topic to noobs, and that's not helping.
I think you got the floor now, guys.
All right, so Atomic. Right, yeah, Atomic. Do you know, and don't be afraid to say, I don't know, because these aren't meant to be gotcha questions. We're not trying to paint you in a corner, metaphorically speaking. They're just to understand what you know and what you believe and such. So do you know of any time that anyone's ever made a direct measurement, directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature to demonstrate that the Earth is a ball? And the method of how they did that?
I think I've heard of it before, but I don't remember it at all.
But you remember, like, being told about some vague method back in high school or something, right?
Yeah.
All right, and you believe the Earth is a ball. You believe somebody measured it, but you don't know how. It's all right. You don't know how. But you believe the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah. I'm going to be honest right here. I've never heard, someone explain to me why they think that the Earth is flat. I've only heard people explain to me why they think the Earth is a globe. So, I might be a little confused by things that you're throwing at me.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, see, this is just simply a logical pathway. So, I would say I observe the Earth is flat. I feel it is stationary. So the question arises to me, since I was taught that the Earth is a ball and it's spinning, did anyone ever directly measure the Earth and detect curvature? And did anyone ever directly measure the Earth and detect rotation? Because I'm certainly not opposed to the idea of the Earth being a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. It's just that I don't want to merely blindly believe it. I would want to know it and demonstrate it to be true myself with absolute definity. And so that's what these questions are meant to, figure out, meant to lead to or not lead to, if this knowledge doesn't exist, if it's just a mere belief and not knowledge, the Earth being a ball or the Earth spinning. So, it's all right if you believe the Earth is a ball, or maybe you do, maybe you don't, maybe you're on the fence, whatever. But that was just simply the first question. So if you could ever find a direct measurement of curvature or directly measure the Earth yourself and detect curvature, then you would know it's a ball. You wouldn't just merely blindly believe it's a ball. So the second question is, do you know of anyone to ever directly measure the Earth and detect rotation, axial rotation? After all, they taught us the Earth is a ball and it's spinning, and they said it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So do you know of anyone to ever measure the rotation of the Earth?
I'm pretty sure it has been measured, but like anything that school has taught me about it, I don't remember any specific facts. All I remember is them saying, hey, the Earth is a ball.
It's fair enough, because it's I think most people's experience. It's typical. But you do believe the Earth is spinning, right? Or do you not? Or just curious.
Yeah. I still think that it's spinning.
All right. All right, and that's all right. I don't. But hey, the third question. This is a third question, and this is a really interesting one. So you and I were taught in school that the gas pressure that we breathe here on the surface of the Earth is caused by gravity. I say that the gas pressure is held to the surface of the Earth by gravity, and which would, is another way of saying that gas pressure is caused by gravity. But every demonstration we have up to this point in time involving one container or another, one form of gas pressure or another, every example that we have, every demonstration that we have involving gas pressure of one form or another, all involve containers and fixed volumes. So whether you're talking about a propane tank holding propane, that's a container, that's a fixed volume. Whether you're talking about a car tire, that's a container, that's a fixed volume. Or a balloon. These are all different forms of gas pressure involving containers and fixed volumes and consistent gas pressure, in the X value form. And we have that here on the surface of the Earth, 14.7 psi. That's our consistent X value form of gas pressure. So to the best of our knowledge, as far as demonstrations go, gas pressure can only exist with a container and a fixed volume. As far as every demonstration we have, every example we have that's, observable and testable and repeatable, empirical. And so the question arises, the question I have for you is, since we were taught in school that the gas pressure exists here on Earth due to gravity, do you know of any time that anyone has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
Okay, now you actually got me out thinking on that one. Now you have me actually considering, because you do have a very valid point.
Thank you. Yeah, it's actually a fascinating thing to even just ask simply, since gas is omnidirectional, it goes up, down, left, right, forwards, backwards. Where does pressure even begin in the first place? It's like because to achieve pressure, to achieve gas pressure, it requires containment from all directions, as far as we know, until we have a demonstration to the contrary. And we don't know of any demonstration to the contrary, whether due to gravity or anything else.
Also posting a few visuals in the voice text for you, Atomic, if you're in there.
So I guess another question to ask is, do you think you can achieve pressure by having something press up against nothing?
Well, if it's pressing against nothing, then there's nothing to even press against, so wouldn't there be no pressure?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. There wouldn't be any pressure. But what have you and I been taught growing up in school and by the TV and the people on TV? What have you and I been taught is above our heads, 200 miles above our heads? It's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space. It's basically nothing, almost nothing. Now, they don't claim it's a perfect vacuum. They claim it's a near perfect vacuum, but not a perfect vacuum. But they claim it's a very vast, trillions of miles across, and it's a very high-powered vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr. So in a certain sense, it's basically nothing. But they say that, that nothing is next to the gas pressure we have down here, But, if we don't have a demonstration of gas pressure due to gravity, gas pressure without a container due to gravity, if we don't have a demonstration of that, then it's just a story. And, the idea of having gas pressure 14.7 psi, consistent 14.7 psi, next to the vacuum of space, the way they describe it, it doesn't really make sense. The gas pressure down here, it falls into the category of a high pressure system in relation to a low pressure system, because that's what a vacuum is. A vacuum is just a form of a low pressure system, and high pressure moves to low pressure. So what I'm saying is, as far as I can tell, if the vacuum of space existed the way they describe it, an area trillions of miles across, that is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. The consistent 14.7 psi here at sea level simply would not stay consistent for very long. It would find its equilibrium up there, down here, with very little air left down here, very little air up there.
Yeah, wouldn't you think that it would fill that available space if it was just an infinite volume with nothing in it? Wouldn't you think the gas would just fill it? Why would it be here?
And keep in mind, they also don't describe it as being a fixed volume. They describe it as being an expanding volume. That in the heliocentric model, they say the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, and it's accelerating. So that's not a fixed volume. That's an expanding volume.
Yeah, just take it in, Give it a moment. Mull it over.
I started spacing out when, I don't know, at some point I started spacing out a little bit, and then when I was able to brain back in, I was like, oh shit, wait, what's going on?
Well, he was just saying that, the story of space just doesn't jive with the laws of reality.
Yeah, it just doesn't really add up with each other and make sense when you put it all together.
Because when you have an infinite volume like that, they're saying it's an infinite vacuum, extreme low pressure environment that just goes on expanding infinitely, right? Right next to this little speck of the Earth with the high pressure that's at its surface. Why would that pressure not just leave it and fill that volume? Of course, they'll say gravity, but that's never been demonstrated. So what's going on here? Yeah, words and stuff. Sorry about that. What do you think? Everybody's heard the story of gravity. Everybody believes it religiously. Do you think it's been demonstrated? If so, how?
Well, I think it's been demonstrated, but not on like such a large scale as the Earth, of course. So it's hard to prove it really like matches up with everything else that they've been saying.
Well, that's the thing, though. They tell us that that's the only scale it could be demonstrated on, yet that's a scale that they can't do it on, right? So the whole argument that they're making is circular. Yeah, it works, but it'll only work once you get to that scale, right? Of planets and astronomical things and whatever. And we can't do anything at that scale, so we can't demonstrate it directly, right? See the problem?
Yes. If we demonstrate it with this, we can prove it, but we can't demonstrate it with this.
Yeah, the only way they say it can be demonstrated, they can't demonstrate it in. So why doesn't it just, behave the same way that gas pressure does everywhere else it's observed? Why does it suddenly change at that scale, and does it actually? Or are they just making the assumption that the Earth is a globe and they need some kind of medium for it to exist in, right? And so they're just working backwards from their conclusion that the Earth is a globe in the first place, and then just filling in, the blanks about what all this other stuff is around it to make it all work.
If it was, if the only way you can test it is in that larger scale that no one can tell, like no one can get to, yeah, then how would they test it? How would they know it's real? They're saying no one can test it.
Yeah, and then they're just saying, trust us, bro.
Source, just trust me, bro.
And to that we say, cool story, bro.
Yep. I mean, if we could go out and measure curvature on the surface of the Earth that matches their claim about the ball and the size it's supposed to be and stuff like that, then I would probably just take them at their word. Yeah, it probably does work like that. But here's the core issue of all of this is that we don't measure that curve. We can't measure the Earth as the thing that they say it is in that vacuum medium. So the whole model, falls apart. That's what it really boils down to. So at the end of the day, it doesn't measure as a globe. So all this other stuff they're saying about how it is a globe and how that works exactly, it's just out the window without the globe itself. I don't know. Am I drunk talking here? Do I sound ridiculous?
You actually have a point, and I did not expect valid points in just from what I've heard with a lot of, how do I put this?
I didn't expect it. I always hear. Yeah, go ahead.
You go.
Yeah, Atomic, if you've never actually spoken with real flat earthers, then most likely you've never actually heard any real points that flat earthers make. Because anything you get out of the media is always going to paint the picture that we're just raving lunatics that have no valid points, and we just believe what we believe because we want to, because painting any other picture other than that would legitimize the topic, and that is exactly what the establishment doesn't want to do, is to legitimize this discussion any more than it already is. So you really got to come to the source when it comes to, well, for any topic really you have to go to the source, but certainly with this one. So it's something to keep in mind, when you ask yourself, why haven't I heard this before? In this way.
Yeah, like, look, flat Earth is so ridiculous that they have to have meetings with Congress, with these major media companies, to find out what the media companies are going to do about all these conspiracy people, like flat Earth in particular, because it's so ridiculous. That's why they have to have meetings in Congress. That's why presidents and presidential candidates have to mention it several times in speeches.
And remember, the establishment just labels anybody a conspiracy theorist that is anybody that's just asking uncomfortable questions for them.
I gotta head out, but I want to say thanks, guys. This was actually really nice talking to you. I expected to just get yelled at well, now I'm considering if the Earth is flat, but originally popping in and saying that, yeah, I think the Earth is a globe. That just, I didn't expect to have an actual civil conversation, I guess, just from what I've heard with flat earthers in the media.
Yeah, well, we apologise for what you heard earlier. It gets a bit rowdy on Friday night, people drinking and all that, but that's not the general tone of the server. We're here to have the discussion. For anyone that's open to have the discussion, be civil about it. So you're welcome back anytime.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye now. Yep. Glad you stopped in. Boy, this is late for me, man. What is it? 10:30. Wow. I've been going to bed early lately. Gets dark at 5 o'clock, so I'm like 6:30. I'm getting sleepy. But it's 10:30 now. Is Jenny still awake? No. Isn't that late for you, Orion? I was just going to say Orion. And he dipped. Hey, Gemsy. No. Friday night, you party poopers.
Yeah, I ran the party out of here. Sorry about that.
That's all right. You're still awake. Aren't you in the East somewhere, Midwest? Isn't it late for you too?
No, man, I think I'm in the time zone as same one as you, Pacific.
Oh, seriously, I didn't even know that. Shoot.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Anyone new in here?
Well, has Ayers spoken up? I don't know if we've spoken to Ayers or not. But I'm forgetful, especially this late.
Who's Fourth Dimension Beats? I guess they've been here.
I think he's been spoken to before. He's pretty chill. He's probably listening,
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, is that noisy?
Is what noisy?
I was wondering if you could hear background noise.
A little, just kind of like some little clicky, like.
Yeah, I turned the mic away from it, so.
Sounds good though.
Probably a little better. Right on.
So you're trying to ask if Ayers wants to talk? That's easy verified. Cool. Has access to the microphone. No, baby. And there's a That's a funny one, Davey Z. Earth is flat like this, not curved like this. Bumpy. Bumpy does not mean curved. As if anyone said that, but whatever. I like that, Davey. That's funny. That's an extreme example, but whatever. Iris says, I'm content with listening. And so, as far as all of that goes, Sonny, this is on you. Do you have an open monologue that you can go with for a couple hours?
Oh, hell no. I'm not going to make it that long. Shit.
Man, me neither.
We're talking within a minute.
I'll give you about 5 minutes, but I ain't going 2 hours.
We're talking about minutes. Yeah.
All right, so what we're doing here, I'll give you 5 minutes. What we're doing here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on this server, we're also broadcasting on YouTube and Twitter, and as far as my channel, but other people are welcome to share any information that you can record or any conversations or whatever. We actually encourage you to come in here, record conversations you have with us. We're not scared of any conversation. We actually encourage you to move forward with conversations. So it's like, I'm going to go talk to flat earthers as if, it's going to be a big deal. It's not a big deal to us. We know that people think the earth is a globe. As a matter of fact, hey, Sonny, you used to think the earth was a globe, didn't you? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to think the earth was a globe as well. So anyway, so if you have I have this master class or master craft of this globe idea, and I'm going to go in here and I found this Discord server. I'm going to show everyone in the Discord server. I'm going to show these flat earthers why the earth cannot be flat. And every time they try, they fail. But it's not their fault. If they want to have the open dialogue and open discussion, it's not our fault or their fault. We're just hosting the platform.
It's not their fault until they keep coming back after evidence after evidence after evidence, and they're just going against mountains of evidence. Matthew learns, and
were you listening when I was talking to Matthew earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck, Matt, man? It's not. I don't think you were. Were you? You might have been busy, Sonny, but
I was listening most of the time.
Oh, really? Yeah. Matthew is just like, what are you doing here? What is this? What are you trying to do?
I went out on the bike for about an hour, and then I came back.
Oh, but you weren't listening?
No, when I was on the bike, so I missed.
That's cool. That's cool. I mean, you have to. Sometimes you have to just be like, get into the zen, right?
Yeah, fresh air and stuff,
Yeah, you have
cabin fever in the winter, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, dude, yeah, I have to do that every once in a while. Just turn it off.
It's only like 48 degrees outside, so I have to get bundled up. But I actually got too freaking hot.
Damn, that's even colder there in San Diego than it is here in Arkansas.
It's cold,
Holy
man.
shit!
It's gonna, 88% humidity and 48 degrees cold out.
Damn, that's like 60 here. Holy shit, that's crazy.
Well, no, the high has been like 62. That's the high, but the low is 48 tonight.
It's about the same. That's still crazy though, because it's about the same here, and like relatively.
Yeah,
it's the same as. I mean, you're in
kind of weird,
and I'm in Arkansas. It's about the same. It's just like it's been in the 60s here, and like 40s at night. Yeah.
Yep, and it's supposed to maybe get some rain here. Let's see. I thought we were going to have rain by today, but
I thought we were going to have rain to here. It's in Arkansas, but it hasn't happened.
Yeah, earlier in the week.
Yeah, it's just like freaking you're freaking 2,000 miles away, and I thought we were going to have rain, but it didn't happen.
Here we go. It's just been moved up. It's just been moved up to Tuesday. It's supposed to get some showers. 44%, so it might not even.
We had mist all day today, and I thought we were going to rain tonight. And dude,
yeah. Go ahead,
dude. This is weird. I mean, it's like the atmosphere is, as far as rain goes, is similar to San Diego, and Arkansas, and it's really
Now listen to this. Later next week on Thursday, the high is going to be 61 degrees and the low 39. That's here on the coast, and it's going to be sunny with 39 degrees. So, like,
ooh, I love sunny and 39.
Here, man.
I mean, I love cold weather and cold, dry weather. I love that shit.
If I change it to the mountains, those days, let me see. Let's put somewhere up in the mountains.
It's where we get that shit in Arkansas. Cold, dry weather with a sunny sky.
Julian, California's up in the mountains. There we go. Let's see what the forecast is for Julian. It's 34 degrees in the mountains right now. Just right about less than 100 miles east. About 70 miles east, it's almost freezing.
That's high elevation, though, right?
Yeah, but only about 4,000 or 5,000 feet.
Only?
Yeah, it's going to be 27. The lows in there later in the week will be 27 degrees. In the mountains, 48 will be the high during the day. That's cold.
That's barely below freezing, though.
Yeah. But sunny and 48 degrees in the daytime. That's
but with the atmospheric pressure. Don't tell the globes. Don't tell them.
Yeah, so it'll take a little bit longer.
You can get snow at 40, 50 degrees with the atmospheric non-pressure. Whatever the fuck they say, because
usually it never snows below.
No, but the water turns to snow at certain altitudes, even if it's 50 degrees, right? Depending on what altitude you are, and then that proves the globe. It's like, bitch, no, it don't.
It has to be a whole bunch of water moving here for it to snow, and it has to be very, very freaking cold, and it does do that. I've even seen pictures of it snowing in Palm Springs in the 20s. It snowed like 3 or 4 feet in Palm Springs.
It's like the people in Southern California and up through Arizona and New Mexico, dude. You can have snow in the mountains at 55 degrees Fahrenheit. You can have, depending on what altitude you're going, you can just walk out and make snowballs at 55 degrees. And it's just
I used to drive up there in the winter when my kids were young in my van. We'd go up there.
You freaking throw snowballs at each other. You know,
it was nice. Yeah, I kind of miss it. I'd like to go see some snow.
Yeah, do you know where Mount Lemmon is in Arizona?
No.
Yeah, it's north of Tucson. I mean, it could be like 5,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
And it could be like, between 50 and 65 degrees. You're gonna find snow there. You can freaking have a snowball fight. Has nothing to do with curvature of the Earth or Earth as the stupid globe spinning around the universe. And
so check it out. I found this piece of pink quartz, and it's a big piece of pink quartz. It's really odd looking. I mean, it's a big, huge piece, and on one side of it, it looks like part of it had been mud, and it's white in color, but the rest of it's like this pink. This big piece was chipped out of some bigger piece, right? So on one side, it has this, looks like it's been scratched by a human when it was soft mud. But it could just be happenstance that it has these scratches, but it literally looks like something a person would do. And let me see if I have a picture of it.
Earth is Earth. Always has been. Always will be.
Flat Earth is the final frontier, the horizontal plane you never investigated. Now's the time for you to wake up and measure over the water yourself. Find out if that drop over distance exists in reality.
Where are these imaginary cylindrical objects in quote unquote outer space? Where are they? They only exist in mathematics. They don't have any physical evidence for them. But Earth, we have every type of physical evidence constantly. And I meant every term that I used in that phrase literally.
Here's one of the rocks. I'm looking for the other picture. Hold on. This one is completely black. It's the weirdest thing ever. It has little pink flecks of quartzite in it. I'm looking for the other one. 1 second. Boy.
Is it BOI or BOY? I'm just messing with you. See, that's what I'm saying. It's just like when I talk about it literally, that's a different discussion. We can go over.
No, it's poi.
Whether you go through logic or all this kind of shit.
Wait a minute. Oh, I think I just found this thing where hold on, 1 second. Oh yeah. Oh God, I was looking for this. Hold on. This is something about the Olmecs. Hold on, and Puebla. And hold on, I've been looking for this little document here. 1 second. And this one. I'm just kind of posting these in here so I can find them later.
Well, where's the circumstance, though, Sonny? Where's the circumstance
of what?
Well, I'm asking you. You said there's a circumstance.
All you have to do is read. Are you talking about the documents, the text, the books?
No, I thought you were talking about a certain position, an exposition or a certain position. Where's the circumstance? Then we can extrapolate ideas about how this happens.
It's self-explanatory. When you read the first couple sentences of the first one, then you'll know the context.
Okay.
Then you read the second one. Then you find out.
Did you send it to me or did you send it?
No, it's in the live stream. It's in the voice checks. I'm just putting these in for my own record so I can pull them up.
You have a dick. Maybe I'm missing.
And meanwhile, I'm still looking for the rock. So the other rock. Hold on. Where did it go? Oh shoot. I had no idea I posted so much stuff in here, man. Wow, now I can't find it. Where did you go?
Seeing where you posted in the live stream voice text.
I'm looking through all the stuff I posted, but I must have to put, instead of image, I have to put everything. Okay, now it's going to take a while. Yeah. It's all right. Starting to consolidate the memes so I can do them two at a time and they're right next to each other. And it has much more meaning. Wait a second. The context.
Right.
Here's the context of the last
continuity.
Here's the context.
The blessing of the duel.
Here's follow through of the previous slides that you looked at. That's the follow up. That's the explanation. And here's one more. You got to watch this. Got to watch those two minimal. In relationship to what I put in the slides, which are excerpts from books, and the book explanation where those books came from comes from this channel as well. Anyway, I'm still looking for the freaking quartz. I know I took a picture. How long ago was that? Okay. Excuse me.
Hey, Sonny, if you need to take some time and just kind of figure this out and set up.
No, because I'm going to fall asleep here, so I'm going to get it done before I go to sleep.
No, I get you. You don't have to do it right now.
I'll probably have it on my phone. I just...
Hey, bro, figure it out. And just like, here's what I was talking about last night. Boom. Throw it in.
No, I got it.
This is really what I was talking about. Boom, boom. Nobody's here doing gotchas. The only gotchas come from the stupid Globers. We all have come from different, backgrounds or whatever. Nobody here is trying to get gotchas about flat Earths or anything like that. Dude, it's dude, you know how easy it is to show the flat Earth, right? It's like, look at these guys, just like, they're so scared. Look how they're attacking our channels and freaking all this kind of shit. It's not even I mean, it's not a waste of time. To be honest, we're actually spending intellectually, like your intellectual property is spending time to support, your ideological concepts. So it's not like you don't lose anything when you have support from everyone in here. So if you can't find it, go on.
Let's listen to this. Hold on a second. This is hilarious. I'm glad I found this. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let's listen to this little clip.
What? Oh shit! That sounds funny. You better fucking post that shit.
Hold on.
It's not funny. You better post it.
Here it comes. Hold on. This is hilarious. Hold on. All right, here it comes on the bot. 1 second. Okay, hold on your seats. Let me mute.
Oh, guys. So what if I show you a picture that my sister went to the moon?
What if you what?
Oh, if I show you a picture that my sister went to the moon, will you believe it?
I will believe you, Vlad. It depends on how cute your sister is.
I paraglided to the moon. There it is in the live stream right now in the voice text.
He's lying. Nobody from.
Check that photo, bro.
Is that your sister, Vlad?
That's my sister, bro.
Oh,
She's
wow,
a
yeah.
teenager.
Okay.
So tell me she's lying. You're gonna call me a liar, bro?
No, I believe that one. Shut the server down.
Thank you. Thanks.
That wasn't it, though, was it?
The like NASA and whoever says we live on a moon, we research those claims, at least the ones that we could verify. So obviously pictures are out the window because we can't verify that. So we had to test it by way of measurement. That's the way we went about it. How exactly do you research flat Earth?
It's just looking up stuff on Google and shit, and also looking up on YouTube about theories about it.
Someone's gonna play a video longer for.
You're trying to explain why something in your model doesn't make sense. That's not a phenomena to be explored and to figure the cause for. You're trying to conjure that up with butane.
Right. Well, I'm not necessarily sure the presence of butane really matters so much as the temperature.
God. So then why didn't they just do it without butane then?
You'd have to ask them, I guess. Unless it was cold enough to produce that kind of effect.
Did IQs suddenly drop when I went on vacation or something, or has this been the same way and I just forgot?
That was great. All righty then. Meanwhile, back at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0.
Sure, but hey, check this out. It's 12:56 a.m. here in Central Time, which is 10:56 there in San Diego.
Yeah, that's right. Guess what else? It's 12/2/22. 12/2/2022. Oh, a whole bunch of twos in there.
So I was curious, Sonny. You said you had some video. Someone was like, "I put this up," and it was like somebody had a really bad idea or whatever. Hey, man, you share that.
I already did. I probably did already share it.
But it wasn't the one we just heard.
No, those were just little clips from here throughout a couple times.
I don't mind, and no one else does either. And
because some of them are funny. They're like, The guy comes on, literally goes like, trying to straight face pull this off and go like, I got pictures of my sister that went to space. You guys
my sister that went to space.
You didn't hear it? Holy shit! Let me play it.
Yeah, I heard that shit earlier. So dumb.
Well, you guys don't believe me, so you think I'm lying about my sister going to space?
You think I'm lying? My sister went to space, bitch.
It's the funniest fucking thing.
We know you're a goddamn liar when you say your sister went to space. That's the thing. If your sister went to space, you wouldn't be on this fucking channel. I guarantee. Fucking dude.
I mean, at this point in time, you can pay to go to space now. So.
I'm not sure what the butane reference was exactly. I don't know.
If you pay Amazon, you can have a rocket underneath.
You can't. Hey, Red, you can't. You can't.
Why can't you? That would be false advertising.
Okay.
I'll sue them if I don't get to.
Wait. You think you could buy?
Yeah, that's
seed in that space object.
Yeah, the one that looks.
If you had no listen,
like a body part.
Like, check this out. I'm you and you're me. Whoever. I was like, well, I'm buying a ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah, really? You think you could do that?
Let me just check what the price is. Origin.
Doesn't matter about the price. It's really more has to do with who is claiming to actually have been there. It has nothing to do with
Red, book
your ticket.
Red, book the
It's just like I can fucking buy a price on a bus from Dallas to to Little Rock, or they wouldn't give a fuck who traveled from Dallas to Little Rock. But if there was someone that traveled from Dallas in the rocket launch, everybody knows who that motherfucker is. But how much is that?
Red, are you going to book the flight, dog? Come on, man. Be all about it. I want to see you there.
All I got to do is work for 5 years, and then I'll definitely have enough money for a Blue Origin flight. But I kind of don't like Amazon. But so I do like space. So it's 1 + 1 = 2 there.
Oh my god! What a circular! Who the fuck is this guy?
I'm Red Sky.
Say it again.
Red Sky.
Exactly. Say it the same way that you just said it. Say it again.
I got to work 5 years. Or do you mean my name? Which one?
No, everything you just said, say it again the same way. We're talking about getting your flight to orbit.
The first thing I said when I came into this channel, I think, was you can, but I don't remember exactly how I said it.
You can't buy shit here.
Yeah, it's $100,000.
Now you're confused.
That's not even that much, man. There's got to be somebody who's done it. Why don't they? Why don't they do it? I mean, a YouTuber will, right? They do it.
Yeah, YouTubers done it.
Make a shitload of that money back making a video.
Yeah, YouTubers have done it. Yep.
Show me. Can you show us?
Dude Perfect.
Wait. You just said YouTubers have done it.
Yeah.
All right. So on that point, since you are convinced of that, which YouTubers have gone to space?
I don't have the link banner, but I posted it in live stream voice text, the video. Dude Perfect went to space.
What altitude did you go to?
Hold on. Before Dude Perfect, did any other YouTubers go to space before that?
Let me see.
Do they have You think they would have the internet over there? Like, could they come on Discord while they're up in outer space and, live stream that? That'd be pretty sweet.
I mean, Elon Musk, if he got Starlink going good enough, you'd hope so, right?
Oh, they got
but with Blue Origin and
it's so amazing. So, you guys are trying to get me to use my gay voice again. So fascinating. I mean, look how.
Damn.
Yeah. The question is, would Blue Origin and Amazon want to collaborate to give people Wi-Fi in space? They could charge a lot for that.
If they're in space, they have an internet connection, bro. They'd have to.
They're not going to space. They're just going up high.
They're only up there for a very short period of time. What's that? They're going up high? Well, no, they are going to the international recognized.
According to what? Now, that's why I asked you. So why?
According to the international standard.
So they just define space at
Wait. He said the international standard. Now you're going to have to justify what you mean by the international standard.
I mean, the bodies of the international...
Hold the fucking phone! You give us a link to the international standard. Show us what you mean by that.
Kármán line.
Yeah.
Who invented it?
Talking about the Kármán line. Kármán line's only about 60 miles up, man. That's
not what he meant! God, see, you guys tell me to shut up, but whatever. I'll shut up, but you guys can fucking clown around with this idiot.
Helio, he literally did say the Kármán line. That was his next sentence. Yeah.
Helio, we're good, bro.
I fucking know that, but he said also the international standard, which isn't even a fucking thing.
So the Blue Origin flies up to 350,000 feet.
That's right around the Kármán line, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So they do go to space.
If you want to call that space. But I mean, when you're talking about deep space, they're talking about hundreds of thousands of miles out there, right? So where do we draw the line?
So, I mean, people say when Earth's atmosphere ends, but they say that they've found oxygen particles like Earth's atmosphere out to past the moon.
Yeah, I want to remind everyone that the international standard is not something that exists. Go ahead and completely clown around about this nonsense that you guys are talking about. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just telling you that they go up high. They don't really go to what people would think of as space. Deep space, outer space, out there where the moon is, beyond that. That's not what they're doing. They're just going up to some high altitude and they're calling it space. That's all they're doing.
I don't even think they're doing, these people who say they book these flights, what do they even, get out of that?
They get to go to space.
It's not space. They're just going up high.
Well, it is.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't even get a picture of themselves up there, do they? Maybe they do, but they just throw on some kind of fisheye lens. And
fisheye lens work both ways, though, don't they? So,
yeah, but well, what is that? It's just some stupid picture that doesn't really reflect reality. Well, not impressive to me, dude. If I spent $100,000 and I got nothing but a single stupid bullshit picture,
no, they get videos.
I consider that a waste of money, bro.
To Dude Perfect going to space, it's YouTube channel.
Even if I was fuck you, rich, I had $5 billion, I'm not gonna waste $100,000 just to get some stupid gay-looking picture.
Well, videos. Just want to clarify that it's a lot of pictures that been added together. Now, some people do. People pay tens of thousands of dollars to climb Mount Everest for a picture. But I don't think it's just for the picture, though, isn't it?
The funny thing is, they use a fisheye lens.
It's
you might as well say Mount Everest is space at the top of it. Why draw the line at the Kármán line? Just put it to Mount Everest. Anybody who's been in a plane is in space. What the hell?
I've been to space for like $40. Yeah, that's the funny thing, because you can get cheap plane tickets, really cheap ones. I could have gone up there for $30. If I booked the flight just a day earlier, would have been like only $30.
So, I want it in feet.
And that's not where they claim to have their satellites either, right? They claim that most of them are tens of thousands of miles out there.
You used to be able to get pictures of yourself in space really cheap. You got things are expensive now. Yeah, it used to cost 50 cents at the arcade. You go there, go in with your friend. They had a background of some space stuff and take pictures.
Yeah. Why not just go to a photo booth, dude? Like, when you're using a fisheye lens, you might as well just fake it all the way. It's pretty pathetic, to be honest.
Fucking thing. You might as well do the same thing.
And might as well green screen that shit in the comfort of your own home.
And they're buying it. Holy crap.
For $100,000.
Is the ISS.
So when Dude Perfect went out there, did he see any low Earth orbit satellites? They claim to have quite a few of those in that range.
Or
so okay, listen. Even if you were being genuine here, right now, even if it was a flat Earth, with the amount
Dude
of
Perfect being genuine,
with the amount of satellites in space, right?
Space.
The Earth is huge. And then
okay, how huge? How huge? Quantify it. Give me some dimensions here.
Listen. How many planes are flying in the air right now? So you fly in a plane. How often do you see another plane while you're flying?
Yeah, right. It's kind of a silly point. It doesn't really matter. But
get back to the huge part.
It's a lot of planes. One lot.
Yeah, let's get back to the huge part. How huge? Let's pin it down to a number, a size.
How big is the Earth?
Yeah. How big is it?
Fuck, that's a very good question. Let me just check Google Maps. I'll do a lap around the planet.
What planet? Presupposing planet. What do you mean planet? What do you mean planet?
Oh, dude, I got it. How about you? You set your destination from the same location to the same location, and then you can figure that one out.
I'm hung up on
I don't really know how you're going to figure out how big the Earth is.
I'm hung up on planets still because he said planet, and planets are wandering lights in the sky, so I don't know what you're talking about. You're on a wandering light in the sky?
You would have to clarify that. You would have to clarify that. So anyway,
relative to Mars, I'm a wandering light. So I think relativity matters,
Wait, when were you on Mars to confirm that?
Oh, no, I was just saying relative to it.
You saw the Earth from Mars as a wandering light to confirm that it is one of those wandering lights? Or
well, no, I don't need to be on Mars to use relativity, do I?
No, you can just make assumptions.
I was looking at Mars using relativity.
No, you're not looking at Mars, you're looking at Earth.
Oh yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
In the sky? Are you looking at Earth up in the sky?
Yeah, that's a nice little imaginary story there. But
if you went all the way to Mars and you just used a fisheye lens to take
if I used a fisheye lens, the Earth would look like a ball.
I never seen Earth up in the sky.
When is the Earth up in the sky? Well, if you're on Mars, it's always up in the sky.
When have you seen?
Yeah, but how would you know that? When have you been up in the sky to see the Earth as a wandering light in the sky?
Well, here, let me put it this way. I saw Martian.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. That's basically the same proof that all the globe comes down to is just movies, CGI, cartoons.
Well, no. Hear me out. Like, okay. Do you guys believe that lasers are real things, right?
Yeah, we use them to measure the Earth flat. Yeah.
Okay. And you can use them to measure.
Laser fakeologist, actually. It's just like a really straight light beam. There's nothing different. It's just like comes in different colors, dude. There's no laser. It's just a fucking light.
Just let him go. Let him
do you think you can use lasers to measure distance?
Laser we measure.
Yeah. I think, we can measure that the Earth isn't dropping off with them.
You can measure there's no obstruction over distance. Yeah, you can test that.
Would you say, so no obstruction over distance? Okay, would you say that if the moon obstructed a laser and potentially created a reflection off of the moon and back to Earth, since we can measure distance with that, would you say that's...
You're talking about those mirrors on the moon that they say
on
the moon. Hey, check it out, Red. You know what? How about you actually look that up? Try to find them actually doing that. Like, I want them to put this shit on camera. This would be crazy because they've never put it on camera. They never will.
We've already gotten away from the point, though, which was he was about to demonstrate how the Earth itself is a globular orbiting body in the medium of space, right?
Red.
And the first thing he started talking about was something other than the Earth. So let's get back to the Earth.
Yeah,
how big is
that is a logical fallacy.
Hold up, stop, Red. Stop,
that is a logical fallacy.
Stop, Red. No, I'm not going to stop. Stop, Red. Hold on. Red.
I'm not even
joking. Stop. You said it was too huge. Now we're going to tell you what the consequences of it being too huge is at the surface, because obviously you haven't looked into your religion as closely as we have. So at the surface, this is what this means. Your ball of 3,959 miles has to have a horizon no further than 1.22 miles at 1 foot above the surface, period. End of story. If it is beyond 1.22 miles, your globe and everything that is attached to it, which means everything, is thrown out of the water and cannot recover.
Yeah. Yeah, so why don't you check the surface? Let's get back to the surface of the Earth, the thing that you're trying to make a point about. Quit pointing in the absolute wrong direction from the Earth and get back to the Earth. And let's demonstrate what? By going to the Earth directly?
No. Listen, you only want evidence from one area, right? An area.
No, I want the direct observations. I don't want you running around or doing red herrings or pointing to something that isn't the Earth and then extrapolating something about the Earth from it. I just want the direct measurements and observations. That's not a logical
fallacy. So you want observations. Now, no matter what I say, right? This is data streaming through audio, which is going to you, right? So no matter what I say, I can't, you will not believe me because you will not believe photos, which is also data on your screen. So no matter what, this is completely pointless.
Photos can be falsified.
Yeah.
Falsify, okay, let's find any photo of the moon to Earth.
How would you validate it? How would you validate the photos?
You're looking at the moon again, though. Oh, did you not hear what I just said?
No, listen, if we are not going to use any outside evidence, then this is entirely pointless.
No,
you're denying one aspect. You are denying one aspect. You are denying one aspect of evidence, right, from a certain area, but you're not accepting any. Sorry, you're only accepting areas. So you're not.
Just shut up for a second. Listen, you're avoiding. Why are you afraid of looking at the surface? We are talking about the surface. You keep avoiding. So tell us why you're avoiding the surface and get back to the surface. The consequences of drop over distance on the surface. Thank you.
So you've heard all of the arguments from us trying to prove to you that the Earth is a globe from.
Keyword trying. That's what you've done. You really have tried, but everything you do is a deflection from the point because none of it gives us the direct observations or measurement of this thing that you say that the Earth is. You always go to something secondary and then try to infer the globe from that because it doesn't actually exist. So that's the way you have to do it, unless you can prove me wrong.
So we have also heard all of the as I was saying, we have heard all of the evidence from you guys trying to prove to us that the Earth is flat from the Earth, right? So no matter what either of us do, we are not going to convince each other unless we look at it from a different aspect, an aspect which you are denying.
Well, I'm just talking about looking at the Earth itself. Why wouldn't we look there if you want to make a claim about it?
Yeah, the problem is no one is trying to prove to you, Globers. We've been asking you to prove your globe to us, period. We've tested the surface, and look, the drop over distance required, which you don't even know, by the way. We do know. We've tested it out in reality. And guess what? The drop over distance, your obstruction at a certain distance, does not exist in reality.
Yeah, it's not observed. It's true.
So listen, you know what I'm going to say almost certainly, right? I'm going to say, well, if you're observing it, the Earth is, big, so you're not going to see the curve, right? You're going to, and then maybe here's what I'll say.
How big?
Where would you would all right here, Red? You would have to see the curve at a given distance, all right? Because it's a given curve, is it not? Would you agree with me on that?
Exactly. And then I will say,
so it's not at a given distance. There's variable distance in where you can see the horizon or where the horizon's at, right? Like it's like something we can see in our weather app on our phone, dude.
Yeah, let him get a few words in there. Let him go. Just we don't want to run him
out. Dude, I don't want to give him a few words, but I want to give myself a few words, dog.
Okay, I'm going to shut you up.
I mean, there is a bit of hypocrisy where I can't interrupt you, but you can interrupt me, which is what just happened there. I will get muted if I interrupted you. Now,
I want you to get in there and to be able to make your points that we can respond to.
Now, so I would be like, hey, look at these photos. You can see the curve. You'll say that's refraction. Then you'll show me other photos, which, refraction, right? Now, we can use lasers, right? But lasers are light. Lasers refract. So potentially my evidence is lasers, refracting. Your evidence isn't. This is just a constant loop.
So refraction, though, is just an excuse for the globe not being observed, right? We did everything that we could to try to measure or observe it, right? It wasn't observed. And then you just went, well, light must be doing whatever it needs to for it to not be observed and still be there. So
no, that was the time I heard refraction was you guys using it.
You're the ones that it's not our argument. Like the whole thing.
It is your argument.
No, it isn't. As soon as you mention it, refraction, which all Globers do, you're gone because the geometric horizon then doesn't exist. So you're sitting there insisting on a geometric horizon that you just gave the farm.
So the evidence you want is not usable, right? That is what you are saying. The evidence you are asking for us to show you one thing that is impossible to show. Now,
think about that. Why is it impossible to directly show the globe?
So, as I said, interrupted. But refraction. Sorry, I did interrupt you earlier, so that is totally fair. But I prefer not to be muted for it.
No, I'm not going to mute you. Go ahead.
So refraction, initially, so I mean, I've completely forgotten all of my arguments since being in here. I was in the original server. I haven't been active for ages. So I thought I'd just pop back in, even though I've forgotten everything. But anyways, first time I heard refraction was from you guys because you would see photos from people saying, hey, look, the bottom of these windmills or the bottom of this oil rig is missing.
Right.
So we can't show you images from the Earth's surface without it being unreliable. Is that not correct? And you can't show us images there.
I don't know. I wasn't really there for that. And now it's all Globers basically just using refraction as a ham wave excuse for anything we show them that doesn't match their globe, which at this point is almost everything. Even the stuff that they show us, it doesn't match their claim. We have to point that out to them. And then they just double down again with refraction. So it's just like a get-out-of-jail-free card that they're using.
Oh, yeah, it used to be a get-out-of-jail-free card for you guys, but I see where this is going. It can be used both ways. Now, so we can't use any evidence revolving around light on the Earth's surface because refraction is a thing.
That's untrue.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's all we have. How else can we do things if it's not light?
Yeah, no, exactly.
You have your line of sight.
Which is now proven to be unreliable.
No,
because it didn't demonstrate the globe.
No, because it doesn't demonstrate anything. I can be looking out, out over a shore at an oil rig one night and see the bottom of it. The next night, for sunset, I won't see the bottom of it. Right? This is
that tells you that there isn't a geometric limitation, though.
Why does the curvature keep moving then?
Yeah, refraction. Clearly, either that or the Earth is constantly wobbling.
If it's moving all the time, then how would you know? How would you know that it's real? How would you know that you have 3,959 miles then? If it keeps moving, how would you ever know it?
Yeah, no, that is exactly it. So I am arguing for why I cannot prove to you guys anything revolving around light on the Earth's surface, and that is why I jumped to using things outside of Earth's surface. If you can show me any
earlier in the conversation, you had stated that there would be a given horizon distance. Now you're doubling back, right?
Sorry, did I say that? Did I say that there would be a given horizon distance?
You did agree with me when I asked you that question.
What did I say?
There has to be hard dimensions to it. And now you're saying it could just be anything.
No, I'm not saying it could be anything, right?
Well, what are you saying then?
We cannot prove it. I'm arguing for why I can only use space, or unless there's something else, please do tell me. But then you'd be arguing against yourself.
You can't observe anything from space. All you can do is imagine it, or watch it on the TV, or take the words of total strangers. That's all you can do. But for what you can directly verify or observe yourself, you won't find any of this stuff you're talking about in reality.
Yes, for what I can directly verify, I can verify that the Earth, so if I was going based off of my observations, the Earth is a wobbling pancake.
Why would that be your observation?
Because the horizon constantly changes.
Okay. Yeah, that means it's not limited by a geometric Earth curve obstruction. It just changes from day to day, depending on the weather conditions, depending on the optics. It's not limited by the geometry of the Earth itself, right? Sometimes it's closer, sometimes it's further, but there isn't a geometric cutoff to how far you can see because the Earth isn't that object that would have to be for that.
Well, so refraction does not show you the other side of the planet.
Right? Presupposing planet.
You don't have a planet.
Well, what do you want to refer? Sorry, what do you want me to refer to this object that I'm on?
Water doesn't behave that way, and we all know that. The fundamental nature of water destroys the globe. All the water on Earth is horizontal, provably that way, objectively. And
sorry, I know where this is going to go. I know where this is going to go. You're going to say that water should fall off of the globe. I'm going to say no.
No. He's not saying that. He's not saying that. Listen to him.
Okay, well, where is he going with this?
He's saying that it rests level, that it doesn't bend on its surface at all. There's no convexity to a large body of water.
Hill mountains of water out there. Every 100 miles,
water doesn't bend.
Yeah, 6,000 feet of drop every 100 miles. You don't have any kind of curvature. It doesn't exist. Ocean waters do not bend. Otherwise, how would you use triangles to navigate on them?
Okay.
Waves don't just sit still. All right, that's basically what he's saying.
Okay, so for this to work, let's just assume that there's no such thing as, fog or smog or just anything with og at the end of it.
Let's just pretend that there isn't such thing as bendy water.
Theoretically, well, I mean, there is bendy water. Have you heard of laminar flow? But anyways.
No, there isn't.
There isn't laminar flow.
Prove it. Shit.
No, I'm saying this is. I'm not arguing for. I'm not arguing. Listen, this was not an argument for water bending on a globe. I'm simply saying that water does curve.
What, like a laminar flow hood you're talking about? For doing projects and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't meant as an argument against yours. I'm simply saying that water does bend.
It doesn't bend across thousands of miles of ocean, bro.
I literally just said that. That was not an argument for that.
It was an air filter, dude. Like,
that was exactly it.
It's retarded. Retarded glober nonsense babble. You have no idea what the argument is.
No, it was a fucking joke.
You lost your plot, the plot. Yeah,
no, I prefer when that drunk guy was screaming into his mic.
All better, doesn't it?
I don't know if you know what a sense of humor is, but that's where you should be aiming for before
you
this.
have no idea, man. Listen, I laugh at Glovers almost all day long. My side freaking hurts. I have a 6-pack, man. I'm freaking buff from laughing at Glovers.
True that, Sonny. Every time I hear something about the globe, like, hey, check this out, Red. Did you know that they Photoshop people into space suits when they claim that they go into outer space? They don't even suit up for this, bro. It's literally so bad where they don't suit up for it. They go into. Hey, hold on, bro. You were talking about interrupting. Can you not do that? That would be really cool.
You know who else does that? Because you're.
All right, so if they can't even suit up, like, how are they going to go on the mission, bro? That's my question. It's that embarrassing. They don't even go into the pool, really, do they? I didn't see William Shatner on the ISS.
I know. I know, Matt. What is the deal? And
yeah, we always have to run away to TV, to cartoons, something secondary, something you can't demonstrate for yourself. Why do you think that is? Think about it.
I mean, hardcore zealotry, man. Someone comes back. I've been away for a while. I haven't looked at anything, and I don't know any of the arguments, but you guys are still wrong, even though I have no test measurement, nothing that proves the globe, but you guys are still just wrong. Like, what?
Yeah, like, I never understood it, Sonny. Why are they so argumentative? Like, it's actually really frustrating because we're not, like, going out and being, like, really insulting to them and saying that they're just wrong, they're misled. And, you know, I mean, maybe some people do, but for the most part, we're just really just spitting facts, and we're just trying to chop it up. You know what I mean? We're asking questions. They're not really getting the answers. Red still doesn't even know how big the Earth is, even though he's saying it's big. He doesn't even have a number for us.
So we're taught to react. We're taught to react like that and to defend the globe. We're told our whole lives that, you know, the ancient people were stupid and thought the Earth was flat. We know better now. You know.
Yeah. Well, I must have some kind of mental disability where I don't react that way. So, yeah.
Means you're immune to the programming.
I'm ready to get prescribed a little bit of that weed for medicine. I'm going to shut up if I can get that as much as I can for free. I'll be quiet. Until then, I'm going to keep questioning.
Yeah, I mean, it's super telling that there is not one direct observation that they can give us that actually demonstrates this globe. And they tell you that themselves out of their own mouth, like he just did. Yeah, no, we can't do it that way. We always have to go to something else. Why do you think that is? Because it's not actually there. All they can do is try to infer it out of things that are not it. Infer it out of thin air, right?
Yep. Go to that unfalsifiable, that zone of unfalsifiable. Then
every
that's
time.
what they're saying. That's why they're trying to run away to that every time, because they know it's unfalsifiable, and they know.
Yeah, they know when you get you get right to the point.
If we keep asking them about what these consequences are at the surface, like he wouldn't even answer those questions whether he knew or not. Well, he said he didn't know. I kind of believe that he didn't know. He's just a zealot or something, or like Praden as one. That's even weirder. That would be even more strange. But
did he rage quit? Or I was kind of gone.
He's gone now. He's in voice live stream voice chat, and he says, "Take the red pill and join the globe." I'm not gonna lie, that was the funniest shit I've heard tonight.
That is pretty funny.
Like the globe is the red pill. So it's like these people, these zealots come in, they're laughing at people, us namely, that have looked at something a second time, looked at new information, looked it over again, and came to a different conclusion because objectively we couldn't deny the things we saw. They're laughing at people that have done that.
Yeah.
So, good job.
You know what? I don't even think he's got any idea about anything about the globe, because I mean he just said, he says, take the red pill, join the globe. Now did you even watch The Matrix, dude? Like you're just like right now just saying things at this point. Like it beyond that, there's nothing else besides the fact that you typed something.
Like an agent.
He's just clowning on us. That's all.
Yeah, that's all. But that's a perfect Agent Smith thing to say, isn't it? He thinks
it's kind of funny.
Yeah, the Glovers are everywhere. Look, they pop out of walls. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, those ones holding onto the globe like that, Red. Holy mackerel. I'd hate to be the last one on the block to believe in the silly globe ass idea. Wait till the kids, like a few years from now. I mean, the kids are already laughing at it. That's the next generation. They already know better. I sincerely believe that. I think
they'll figure it out.
They already know. They will figure it out.
I think the globe has got nowhere to go but down from here. I think it's going to get worse. I think 2023 is going to be quite a bad year for them because every single year they just get a little more exposed. And at this point, it's come to a tipping point. I think it's just collapsing and just most people haven't noticed it yet is all.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is.
It's totally collapsing. It's done. They've gone to everything they can. They've run to every corner that they can, and they've been outed every single time.
Yeah, it's a cooked goose. It's about done. You got to stick a big old fork in that thing, man. Come on.
Their very last arguments about angles, spherical excess, and using theodolites on the horizon, the same one that's too far to be Earth curve, it just exposes them completely.
You can't check.
Their best bet at this point is just to pull out arguments that are just so confusing that people can't understand what they're talking about, that therefore they'll just think, well, I don't know, he's an expert, he knows something I don't, better just trust him. It's just like a sleight of hand just to try to confuse and mislead the audience and make them think that you have something there that you actually don't.
Yeah, it's like feigned intelligence.
It is. All their stuff works that way. It's all magic tricks. They will never show you the globe. They'll just show you something else and be like, shut up, you don't understand. We know better. This works.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with somebody who can't answer any questions and just rage quits when they're not able to interrupt us anyways. So, I mean, it's kind of a win-win, He didn't get further embarrassed, or he didn't have to think any further beyond his programming. So, he wins. I don't have to hear his bullshit and defending something that he doesn't even understand. So we're good. Whatever.
I love hearing their bullshit because I want to jump on it. But what I don't like is when they get to the point where they break down and then they just lurk in the chat. And they get kind of more derisive in the chat than they are in voice, too.
I wish there was a moderator here to give them, like, some embarrassing roles.
Yeah, not here to learn. Pretender clown.
Yeah, I mean, they're for real, like, they're, like, such a big pretender clown. Like, they said... They claimed to look it up, or they were going to look it up, and they never really said how big it was. Did they? Unless I missed
No, he has no clue. He just knows it's really, really big.
He didn't look nothing up.
And then, all right, so like he said earlier, I got him to claim that if there is a curvature, there's a given distance for the horizon. Then he goes ahead and he says refraction as if like it doesn't matter. The horizon is there because of the curve, but refraction makes it so it doesn't work for our argument at any point. Like you can't just do that. Like it doesn't make sense logically.
He said you guys use refraction, so now we can just use refraction. What's that supposed to mean?
He was like making some stories up there. What is he talking about? Nobody's ever said. He was going down this line of false reasoning.
In the OG days, I guess. People used to talk about that.
You were saying that flat earthers were saying that we won't trust any images, and we're talking about CGI. We're not talking about actual photographs or video taken from real people with known given parameters. Like, that's the thing we've never gotten from them. We've gotten pictures, blurry images of something that's undefined without any datum points, like no heights, no distances, where it is, what it is, what you're supposed to be looking at, what kind of camera, like anything. No information.
You're right. They never give any of that. Yeah, they just give you some picture where they're like, oh, look, it looks like the horizon cuts off and then those turbines or whatever are sort of blocked by it. So they don't give you any of those details at all. They don't tell you how high off the ground the observer was. They don't tell you where they think the horizon was. Nothing.
Ever. And
just
if
point
they have, and if they have done it before, but it's on a freaking cartoon. They're saying it's a photograph, and it's a cartoon. It's a painting.
You know what the funny thing about the painting is the fact that this guy, he claims that he'd only have to work for 5 years to get $100,000 to get this to book this flight. Now, I don't know what he was doing earlier or what the heck he does now, but for 20 minutes he couldn't answer how big the Earth was. It was a simple Google search. It would have took like 15 seconds for most of us. Like
they don't even care.
Most. Like even for people like who type really slow and have a really bad computer, it wouldn't have taken any longer than 15 seconds. So I don't know what he's doing, but he's really bad at his job, if he even has one.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just faking it. They're like starting with this false print. Like, it's almost like the unsaid parts of their actions are that flat earthers are stupid and they'll fall for anything. And they come in with that kind of premise. You could sense it. Like, you could hear it. You could hear it in the snide little comment. Like, what a weirdo. That's some great stuff.
If he could build up $20,000 a year, he's actually got a pretty damn good job. Like, I don't think he's got a good job like that.
Sonny, did you see the new video out? It was Graham Hancock was on Mike Tyson's stupid podcast.
Oh, are you serious? Really? Yeah.
And Graham Hancock brought up flat Earth, and and I thought it was going to be some like super duper like.
No, he's a globetrot.
You know,
he's a full globetrot.
Do you know what he said? He just basically said it is because it is. That's basically all he says. You can see it on YouTube.
Listen, he's probably coming around.
You know,
his most recent things where he was saying that the old world is in America, so some of them are coming around.
He's getting parts of it, but his overarching narrative is based on the globe timeline and that whole thing, and it's also based on like the precession of the equinoxes and the globe paradigm with the wobble and stuff like that. He talks about like trying to what does he think? He thinks that there's like some cyclical catastrophe event that is caused by asteroids from outer space and stuff. He's a full glober, right?
Yeah, he is. But to be fair, I've read him for years. I read Fingerprints of the Gods like in '95 or something. So I read his books from a long time ago, and he's saying now that the timeline is wrong. So he is seemingly he's going against him and saying that. Like the things they're saying about what was the type of projectiles that they were using, Clovis. He was saying that the Clovis thing, and he was going against them and saying they found things below the Clovis level, and he was becoming more objective in saying that the scientists were saying that these geologists or whatever paleontologists are saying don't even bother recording anything below the Clovis level. He's saying, what are you talking about? They found all kinds of things below the Clovis level. So he goes, that's a fundamental flaw in the way things are being done. And he is kind of going against them.
That's important.
His timeline was completely wrong. He said a lot of his colleagues are going back and saying, you know what, the Clovis timeline is completely wrong. Like we had it totally wrong. And
I'm wondering if he's pushing it in the wrong direction, though. If he's pushing it further back when everything is actually more constrained, but I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
He tried to say on there that all these ancient people, I don't think he said cosmology, but he said that these ancients used the globe and their star tales and whatever, basically. But That's what you really find when you look at ancient cosmologies. You find a flat, enclosed Earth.
Didn't he say it was flat though?
No, he said it was a ball. He said it was like they all used a ball in their cosmology, and that's what he just said on the Tyson thing. Because he said Tyson. I think maybe Tyson might have brought it up, and then he was kind of laughing at him, and he's like, "Well, it's not." He's like, "It is a ball because it is basically." And then he said something about ancient cosmology.
You brought up the flat thing.
I think maybe he knows, but I think maybe he's kind of in the same boat as Rogan, where maybe he does know or something. I don't know. But
I thought you said somebody brought up the flat subject with Graham Hancock. No.
Yeah, he brought it up, but he was pooping. He was shitting on it.
Oh,
if you watch it, it's on YouTube. It's only like 2 minutes. Yeah, if you watch it, you'll see what I'm saying. I think Tyson's a flat earther.
Well, if he's smart, he probably does have to toe the line. I don't know. Maybe he's still trying to pretend to toe the line. You never know. Like you would have to think like he's going to get thrust up into the spotlight. If not, he's pretty popular with the freaking ancient aliens and all that crowd.
Yeah.
So if he switched out, it'd be a big paradigm shift. A bunch of people would get freaking red pilled, I think. Because actually, Graham Hancock was part of the deal, and then for me was Graham Hancock, and then Zechariah Sitchin and the Sumerians and all that stuff, and ancient aliens, of course.
Yeah. I'm really suspect of those guys now.
Yeah, and then like a little while after, flat Earth, and I'm like, well, that shit's out the freaking window immediately. If there is anything aliens, so that didn't bother me at all. I'm like, if there is any aliens, I don't know. I've never seen anything. I've seen more drone stuff that's starting to freak me out though at night. That like, because I think there's stars and that they're just sitting up there like at the star, and it goes, is that thing moving or is it the freaking wind in the tree? And I stop and I look up and I see a freaking drone. Then I start getting this thing. I start hearing. I can like my hearing goes way out to where I can hear the rotors.
I've seen stuff like that before. I've seen like what just looks like a bright star sitting in the sky and then just take off and just swoop right across it.
Swerving around like it was looking at me. This is freaky shit, man. Like this is what I had happen to me when I was alone out in the freaking wilderness on the beach, a desolate beach where there's like 5 miles of nothing but beach and 300-foot cliffs behind and the ocean.
42 seconds. He doesn't say nothing in 42 seconds.
At night, I was by myself and I saw this thing. I thought it was the freaking alien. That's what I thought it was, man. And the night before, I saw these things that looked like, I swear to God, this freaked me the fuck out. Excuse my language. These things look like motorboats. And I was going, what is that? Like motorboats on the horizon as I was looking out. But I started climbing up. I climbed up to the top of the cliffs, to the top where there's this parking lot. And I looked, and that they were way up higher than I'd ever seen the horizon. Like it looked like there was on the horizon. When I got up there, they looked like they were in the sky. And I'm like, what are they doing up there? Fleeting back and forth across the sky. I couldn't tell if they're on the water or in the sky. It was the weirdest thing. And then that other thing happened later on. I forget which night, man. It was so freaky. That was really weird. And then, so let me tell you, I'm walking north on this beach. It's like a moonlit night. There's like a nice big, like, I don't know. It was super clear, summer night, warm, like warm as anything, outside. Like you could just walk around with a t-shirt and shorts, bare feet on the beach. It was warm. So I'm walking out there and I'm walking north, beautiful view. And I'm looking, there's a couple of boats and I see this, that's what it is. There was clouds. There was certain strata of clouds, right? But in between the clouds, it was clear, and below the cloud deck was really clear. So I could see a bunch of miles each way. Anyway, so this thing was like, I thought it was a planet because I'm a wandering star watcher and star watcher. I'll start looking at those things because I noticed them sparkling in really weird ways too before. I'm like, what the hell is that? So I saw this thing and I go, is it moving? That's what I did. I stop, I look at it again, and it freaking went zip, zip. I'm like, whoa. It went and like zipped behind a cloud. Couldn't see it anymore. And then the clouds are moving, and then it saw it again. And so I go, holy shit, what is that? I started walking back down the other way, walking south. And I looked back, and that thing was like following me, man. It looked like it was looking at me. It was the strangest thing I'd ever, like, I never sensed a machine like that. Like it, as if I could sense someone was there looking at me. The way this thing moved. I never sensed that before. I thought it was like free. That freaked me out as a flat earther. So I walked in towards the cliffs, which is darker, right? So I walked in towards the cliffs, and it was still there, tracing along with me, going south for about another mile. I go, holy shit! I'm going back to my freaking campsite now. I go, I don't care what it fucking does, but isn't that a trip? What do you think about that story? Hello? Is this thing working still? No? Anyway, so freaky times being like surveyed, but who knows, right? Logical thing is, could be somebody, some like, what's his name? Some rich guy like Iron Man. What's the guy's name from the movie supposed to be? Some rich guy.
I've never seen anything move
that can watch you. Yeah, move.
Yeah, there's something going on. There's something going on up there for sure.
I think people got a bunch of drones. I think the military has drones. I think the government has drones. I think there's a bunch of drones up there.
How high up do you think it was?
Look to me like I looked around to see if there was other aircraft in the area, and there was one time. But when I really was watching it, I looked around to see if there was. That's the first thing I did. I go, is there any other aircraft around here that I can see? And they weren't close enough. And then when it actually really was doing it, there was no aircraft anywhere around. So I'm like, this thing was following me down around the beach, going different directions for a number of miles. I'm by myself, no one out there. You can't see, like I could see lights that were like 10 miles away down the beach. Well, maybe not that far, maybe about 7-8 miles away.
They say if you get night vision, like night vision binoculars, you could see stuff like every night. Yeah, I mean, I've never tried it.
Shit going around. I think there is, man. I don't know what's going on. I think the military's up to something. But now I went to the top of the hill, like I said that one night, and I asked people that were up there. I said, "Now, is that the horizon where I'm seeing that?" Because I was kind of freaked out actually. And because I see these things fleeting around 2 nights in a row, and then I see them again. Then I see this other thing following me. So like I went to the top of the hill and I asked people, I go, now is that the freaking horizon I'm seeing way out there at night? Like I can't tell exactly where it is, but I can see things that are moving laterally from left to right that look like it's perfectly parallel, back and forth, as if there were some jet skiers moving away from a larger boat, and then they would move together as a duo. The smaller one is like a jet ski would go back and forth and zip, 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 zip out, zip back, zip back. Then they would zip together. Then they would all go together. It was weird. I never like even though even when I was thinking it was a boats or something, I couldn't figure out what the hell are they doing if they're boats. To act that way, it was at night, the middle of the night, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it makes you wonder.
It was strange shit.
You're down there in that hot spot too, near San Diego, aren't you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be something. Who knows what's going on? Listen, I don't know. I could get into speculation quite heavily, but yeah, they say one of the deepest places is right there where I used to live, right off in LA, Santa Monica, Marina Del Rey, that whole peninsula, that whole thing down there, Santa Monica Bay, right off of Santa Monica Bay, going off to Catalina, is one of the deepest chasms. So these are huge chasms, thousands of feet deep.
Wow, thousands of feet. Huh.
Thousands of feet. Yeah.
Pretty deep.
Hello. Hey, Sonny, I don't know if this is a secret to anyone. When you move toward the horizon, guess what it does? It's similar to a rainbow.
I don't know. We weren't even talking about the horizon.
You definitely were. You were talking about the horizon. When you move toward a horizon, what does it do? It moves away from you. You can never go. You can never reach the horizon.
I know this already.
I know you do, but do Globies know that? Can you put an address on? Well, here's the horizon. I have a marked address for the horizon in this place.
I know, but wait, I've looked at the horizon quite a bit in my life, you know. And,
yeah, you live in San Diego. You grew up there. I live in Arkansas, and I've seen the horizon myself, but whatever.
On boats, but I never saw anything that looked like this in all of my life. Where it was positioned, it looked like it was in the sky to me. I go, that looks way too fucking high to be the horizon. But it was such a clear night, I really couldn't tell. It was such a weird it was surreal. That whole scene, the whole weather and everything at that time, it was bizarre. It was very bizarre. It was I don't know if you can imagine. You're looking over this water, and sometimes the water is perfectly flat and smooth over long distances, and you get these weird effects from the lights on smooth water, or even the waves are coming in, and they, but the lights, when it's super clear, they do some shimmering, but they're not doing anything weird like what I saw. Like boats moving along, and it was up in the sky enough so that I climbed
simple argument about is the horizon the curvature of the Earth?
Obviously not. What curvature of Earth?
Yeah, what curvature, right?
Yeah.
It's that simple. And if you make it more complicated than that, then you're going to start making shit up from that point.
Wow. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to make anything more complicated than having something watch me on the fucking secluded beach at night. Around, up and down the beach, several miles each way. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, I wouldn't want to make any speculations about what that might be.
Yeah, but if you ask the Globie, is the horizon the curvature of the Earth? That either have to say yes. Yeah, they have to say yes.
Yeah, curve level. Level curve. Level curve.
Yeah, that's my point. Go ahead. But yeah, they have to say yes.
Take care of him, Doctor, take care of him, please.
I would say that I vote for bringing back the YouTube chat. If you're not into that,
I'm cool with it. Let's do it tomorrow, and I'll do it on next stream. And but you guys have to babysit these motherfuckers because I'm not gonna. Don't get me all riled. I don't even want to do it. I don't want to do it. But if you guys want it, I'll do it.
All right. I mean, sometimes I can talk to the Chad. Miggy talks to the Chad and says, come in.
But it's just like, he's like, hey, I want a wrench. And like, oh, we're going to ban. And so it just turns into a fucking drama. Yeah. How about we do an open freaking free chat? If you want this to happen, I'm going to unwrench everybody. And you guys, no wrench. If you want it to happen, no wrenches.
Nobody gets a wrench except old dude. He gets a wrench.
Yeah, old dude and Dave Hinkle.
And Dinkle. There you go.
There you go.
Love it.
Other than that, I was just like, you motherfuckers have at it. If you want that chat to be back, and I'll open it back up, but, hey, we'll see what happens. I mean, I've done the same thing on the other channel, too, so you've already seen me do it before. Whatever. Yeah, it's kind of, all good. Hey, we'll do it.
How you guys doing, man?
We'll do it.
Can we bring back precious metals too? Fuck.
Well, precious metals isn't up to me. I'm a fucking moderator, so I can't even talk. It's up to everybody else. It's not a moderator. You guys.
Yes, the Chinese have made the sun. They have several suns that's in orbit right now. I don't want to say the exact number, but China has been making huge bank off these products.
Off of the artificial suns? What? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. Is he talking to somebody else?
I'm not sure.
Not sure.
Who was that?
King.
That was Jim 66. Was that you talking?
No, it was Knights of Christ.
Oh, Night. No,
China's making bank, man. All right.
What you
Yes, the Chinese have made the sun. They have several suns that.
Suns.
What evidence do you got for the sun, man? You got some evidence for that?
Artificial suns? Is that what
I didn't say all clouds were sperm, just some clouds. And no, time out the fucking bastards, okay? First off, you confusing my words. I said they spray the sky with sperm. I didn't say the clouds were sperm. Clouds are fake. That's what I said. But they spray the sky with sperm. It's how they keep the firmament closed.
Oh my God, really? So what about the sun, though? How'd you get the sperm so quick before you got done talking about the sun? They're making suns?
Fuck, nigga, go to sleep, bitch.
Oh, they ought to go to sleep, bitch? I don't...
Dude, I don't know where this conversation's going.
I'm wondering where this Knight of Christ guy came from. I've never seen this motherfucker before.
It's because the sperm particles exist
I've been clicking on his name, and he's got a different kind of profile. Hey, Knight of Christ? Yeah, but no, that's...
I don't know where he was going, man. I mean,
I'm just saying that when I click on his name, he's got like a white. Have you guys clicked on him? He's got like a white.
Sounds
thing.
Like, yeah, but some people do have a white thing, don't they?
He sounds like
I haven't seen any. I mean,
yeah, I think so. It's just.
Oh no, I got something.
I don't think he's talking to us.
I mean, it must be in a Discord update that wasn't aware of.
I don't know
who he was talking.
But he seemed really pissed off, and he just wouldn't listen to anybody.
Either that, or someone changed mine to this beautiful blue color, but I like it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I just found
you got bamboozled, Helio.
No,
you got bamboozled.
I got no colors.
All right, I got bamboozled. Just that's not surprising. I'm quite inebriated. I'm kind of trying to follow what's going along here because
like the Chinese have made the sun, man.
Yeah, man, the Chinese made the sun. No, I'm quite aware of the I know what you were talking about, Knight of Christ. But I'm just saying, you seems like you were passionate about it, as if it's a thing that someone should consider.
Wait. Did you drink recently, Helio? Just asking.
Yeah, all day long. I mean, it's not a secret.
Do I sound like the guy who was speaking?
No, you totally don't.
No, you sound. Yeah, you sound.
No.
The other guy
Totally
sounded like a black dude.
Exactly. I don't know what.
yo.
You're right. He did. Yeah.
We're gonna get a little racist.
Yeah. Well, no.
No, it's not about races. I know what a black
I'm
dude
just
sounds
messing
like.
with you.
I grew up in Arkansas, man. What
I'm
the
just
fuck?
messing with you.
He's a good troll, man. I like this guy. Shit. Damn.
So yeah,
Pretty
like,
sharp attack there, my brother. Shoot, coming all hot.
It kind of reminds, since you say sharp, this reminds me of a song called "Sharp Practice" by a band that I like. I can't remember the name of the band, but "Sharp Practice."
you know, I work at FBI, right?
The Satanic Sun Clashers.
The Federal Bureau of Instigation.
I'm gonna post a video. I'm thinking about it. This song, man. If you haven't heard it, Sonny, you gotta watch this video. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if my head can take any more banging though.
Yo, Helio.
Eventually, look at it. Eventually, you know.
I have a question for you. It's like very philosophical.
Okay. I don't know if I'm ready for it, but let's see.
Would you rather have a hole in your dick or a dick in your hole?
There's already a hole in my dicks, and
no, like actually punching a hole, like with a hole puncher.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck off, man. With that bullshit. Come on. Be serious.
See, I mean, he has a role. Okay. He's talking
shit.
You
don't have to be an ass.
Would you rather come into
Would you
sink
rather
or sink into cum?
Fucking mute your ass or you mute yourself? Which way are you going to go with it?
What is this, man? Come on, man.
Yes, man. Come on.
Come on, man.
The best flat earth comedy.
Come on, man. Dude, I'm just trying to have a conversation and you're asking about the hole in my dick. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, what's that about? That was kind of crude.
Weird.
So this shows that my generation has a better sense of humor than boomers.
You don't even know.
No, dude. I guarantee you, I can. You know, you don't get me started, bro. I can grow.
You want to have a comedy battle? Let's go.
No, let's not.
Not even fucking close, though.
Come on, man. In my time, we went over 3 hills. We swam across the Pacific Ocean just to get to school. Oh, my back.
Oh, damn it.
All right. Give it up, dude.
Let me get rid of this troll.
Yeah.
Hey, calm down.
This guy. He has silver roll.
He's just going on here causing problems.
No, but he has silver roll as far as I can tell. I mean, it's just like, how the fuck?
Don't you remember me?
He's just like making shit up. And he's just like trying to freaking, he's like, hey, man. You have a hole in your dick? Yeah, no shit.
That's not what I said.
Pee hole. It's called the urethra. Yeah, it's
no, I was talking in like a punch. You know, like those hole punchers, right? That you use on paper.
Do we have anybody serious in here tonight or no?
Oh yes, I can be serious too. Like, what's up?
That's hilarious. What's the problem, dude? Dang.
What's
hey, dude, how's it going, man?
I've been fine. Just had a whole long hiatus.
Not you. I was talking to.
Hey, come on.
Okay, dude. Hey, dude, how are you doing?
Which dude?
I'm doing fucking great, man. I'm gonna go bury my uncle tomorrow. Actually, we're gonna send him out to sea, man. His ashes, anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Hey, that's the video I meant to post. Hey, God bless your uncle. By the way,
yeah.
Just the video I meant to post earlier, not the other one. But you guys should watch that Jim Brew video too. But this one's Sharp Practice by Circus Survive. guys would have watched that.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Why do I have cactus?
Because you're being disingenuous.
Yeah, I think if you leave this room, you won't be able to come back if you have that role. So you better hold on to it.
I'm walking a thin layer of ice.
Yeah, you're on thin ice right now, Knight of Christ. Yeah,
but I can swim.
That is so cruel.
Yeah, but you can't swim on ice, can you?
I wish I had the rest of this tablet. Ancient inscriptions. Anyway, where were we?
He was testing he was trying to test all of us, wasn't he?
That was pretty funny, though, man.
It is funny. Yeah. It's Friday night.
I don't think
you remember that Motley Crue song?
But I don't remember him.
Yeah, I don't either. That's why where did you get all those roles from?
His original name was Artorias. Like, I sort of remember that, but I don't know if I've ever.
Yeah, but it's just still, I mean, with that attitude, I don't think anybody would roll him like that.
I know, what was that? With all the different voices? Was that a voice changer? What was going on with that?
Yeah, we need to pay attention.
That was weird, man. That guy's like, don't you remember me? Don't you remember? No, I don't
remember. No, I don't remember anybody giving you those roles, bro. No. You'd be rolled up like that with your attitude.
Well,
no.
He had Highly Suspect on there still. So
did you guys talk to a fake professor? Did you guys talk to him? He's muted anyway and deafened. All right. Toby Dog, ain't seen you in a minute. Where you been hiding?
I've been around, man. My son and his mom are out of town for the week, so I'm just enjoying this time alone.
Oh, nice, man. Well, welcome, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't seen you just a minute. Busy. Life gets busy, man. Trying to take care of shit, right? It's not easy to drop in here every day, and I get it, man.
Yeah, if I'm not in this server, I'm listening on YouTube.
Yeah, I do that too, man. I come in late at night. This is usually my time. I'm hanging out, making fun of Nasser, talking to you guys.
I don't want to talk about Nasser.
All right, you got Matic is here. He's VC verified.
Yeah, in case anyone is, I'll post the stream we're streaming from now. In case anyone's not familiar.
You guys, I got to go to bed. Nice hearing you.
All right, Sonny, man, get some rest. Hey, my buddy came by my house. Listen, son, my buddy comes by and roll up my house, man. I hadn't seen the guy in like fucking, I don't know, 6-7 years or something.
Yeah.
He goes, hey, what's up? I'm like, he goes, I bought a sailboat. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Hell yeah.
So we might have to be doing some more sailing, my friend. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
See, maybe dreams do come true.
Maybe.
I'm thinking about boats more and more, actually. Like, I wish I could get out to Catalina someday.
Yeah, man.
And one of those nice weather days, you out there swimming in the kelp with all the Garibaldi swimming around you.
Love it, man. Playing with the sharks and shit. I love it.
Lovely. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are afraid of the ocean, man. It can be, kind of scary, but more people. I mean, only like 2 people a year die from sharks. Yeah, so I would get a pretty good chance. You'll survive.
But that's about your uncle. Oh man, I barely keep my eyes open. Anyway, what I thought about recently. I don't know why I've thought about recently, but I think I would like to have a Viking funeral where, like, maybe I'll build the boat.
Dude, wouldn't that be awesome? Yeah, like the build. You build it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I want to build the boat. Like in my last years, be that my last project. Build the boat, a miniature Viking boat with the whole thing with the sail, and put me in it when I die and burn it, just like they did.
Yeah, well, when you want the flaming arrow,
me out to sea.
You want the flaming arrow for the pyre after they launch you out to sea.
Because I'm already gone, passed over, whatever, to Valhalla.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I wouldn't mind that myself either.
Let's see, that would be awesome. Next, anyway.
Cool. That sounds pretty cool.
That's not bad, man. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, baby. Whatever that means. Not sure.
Could mean something that has to do with lust to lust as well. I mean, human flesh. The flesh of a human being. Like, are you supposed to be lustful? Well, I mean, we have.
Hey, Helio, you ever eat tamales?
Hell yeah, I love tamales. Yeah.
Right? I was at a party tonight and they had tamales. I was like, oh,
like
yeah.
good ones.
Pretty authentic. Had salsa, sour cream, and beans and rice. It was nice.
If you're gonna eat tamales, I mean, they have to be the general article.
Yeah, I don't know if these were quite up to par, man, but they're okay.
Yeah.
I wanted a little bit more meat in them. These
were they made by Mexicans or?
I'm almost sure, certainly sure.
Okay, cool. Go on. That's close enough.
Sub to you, really? Let me check that, man. Hold on.
I mean, I've never made tamales myself. I don't think I.
No, they're really hard to make, man.
I don't think I could pull it off. Because I've had some really good tamales made by.
There you are. I am sub.
Because I live in the South. I mean, I doubt people in California. Well, you in California, so you can get them there.
Yeah,
and
we get
but people in the Midwest. I mean, you have to be more south to really get some genuine tamales. Where I work, we're gonna like a industrial district, and you can go buy tamales like from a food truck or whatever. But sometimes there are people that like I don't want to sign up for a license to sell these tamales. So what I'm going to do is just drive around and put the tamales in my trunk in a cooler, and you know what I'm saying? They'll come and be like, "Hey, you guys want some tamales?" And I'm like, "Well, hell yeah, I want some tamales." They didn't have to buy a license or anything. They're doing it on, they probably have a whole group of people like making tamales on the signs. That's the best tamales. Don't have to be on a food truck. Don't have to buy a license. It's like, hey, give me a whole freaking 12-pack for $12. All right, cool. I got some tamales like nobody's business, and that's the best tamales you'll ever get.
I know, man. I like them spicy.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I mean, the food trucks tamales are pretty good, but the ones that the people are selling on the side,
yeah,
that's the best tamales.
I got some out of a trunk one during the lockdown. This guy was selling the shit out of his trunk, and I'm like,
dude, I get these $6 burritos sometimes from somebody just like they're knocking on the door where I work. They're like, "Hey, you want a burrito?" And I'm like, "Well, hell yeah!" They'll give me these freaking steak burritos for $6, and it's just like I can't even heat the whole thing, man. It's freaking so awesome.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah. So that's what's up.
I like supporting the food trucks, man. I know how hard they work. The fuckers work hard.
No, sure, I do that too, but dude, I would also support, but I don't often have cash on hand. It's like every time she comes by with those awesome burritos, I'm like, dang it, I would buy like 3 burritos from her, but I just didn't have enough cash. So it's like, oh man, I feel so bad. Because I imagine her and her sisters and friends are just like making burritos and just like, look at because they're so fucking good, man. They're so good. And you can get chicken, steak, everything's there. She's got driving a car around. It's got freaking badass and coolers, with these fresh burritos and shit in the fucking trunk and shit. It's like, man, I'll buy one every time she comes by if I have the cash. Yeah, all good.
Hello, Helio Skeptic.
What's up?
I just woke up.
Good morning.
What's up?
Just cracking a beer, hanging out.
Still ladies' night?
No,
that was
nodded off during ladies' night.
I mean, it's like we can do a ladies' night in the middle of the night if we want to.
I was listening, and Truth Seeker asked if he could join.
Oh yeah, I heard all that. He's a woman apparently.
He goes, I identify as a woman. I'm like,
didn't want to say her name.
The answer she gave was the greatest. She goes, well, you can talk half the time.
I heard that too.
I thought that was perfect answer, man.
Yeah, was it?
That is.
Is that the same Truth Seeker that's been here the whole time?
Sasha 2.0. He's just clowning us nonstop.
That was hilarious, dude.
I loved it too. Yeah.
That was the best comeback I've heard all year. And I was like, we can talk half the time.
It went on a couple minutes. That was Lulu, right? That was talking to
I didn't hear anybody else laughing, but
that was awesome. I agree with you. That was freaking hilarious.
I was driving in my car. I'm like, that's perfect answer. Perfect answer.
It's like, man, maybe we'll give you the chance to talk half the time. Yeah, that's Lulu, man. That was freaking awesome.
That was ace, man.
That's pretty pathetic of him.
That was pretty funny, man.
Yeah,
he's a joker. He's pretty funny.
Oh, dude, that's.
We showed him the Black Swan one time. Told him what the radius would have to be for the horizon to be where it is, and it's like, what are you gonna do? Hand wave it? He's like, yeah, probably just hand wave it, whatever.
Dude, the guy's a troll. He said he saw curvature in his dreams.
Yeah, he's a troll. He's just clowning nonstop. He's a barrel of laughs.
Barrel of laughs. Yeah, what's a barrel of laughs look like? I need one.
Have any of you found curvature yet?
I'm still looking, man.
Some of them say it's concave.
What if it's convex?
Hey, I heard Matthew in here last night. Did I hear Matthew in here? Or was that?
Felt bad for him yesterday, honestly.
I did too, man. I was feeling bad. I mean, he started off.
Didn't go well.
Did not. It wasn't good, man.
He's a nice guy, so you kind of end up feeling bad for him,
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. I'm just going back through the memes from today and the links and the GIFs and everything else. It's pretty good stuff, man.
Yeah, sometimes I just scroll through the voice checks chat to look at the names.
Man. It's like everyone. I gotta get that name. Oh, that's a good one.
I don't take them. I'm just like looking at them.
I grab them if they're really pro, man. I like that swing set with the waterfall. That's pretty cool. Those two guys going around with the teeter-totter round thing with the, that's pretty cool. Good stuff in there, man. The sun fades out. Was there a big conversation about the sun fading out to a vanishing point? That's been videotaped hundreds of times.
They try to use the same old stuff, you know?
They're like, well, it doesn't change size. It just goes away. No.
Same old shit. Yeah, there must be a geometric obstacle. Okay, point to it. Oh, no, I can't. Okay.
So there must have been a pretty good art. Oh, Matthew even got in on that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were still talking about Matthew. Sorry, I missed it.
No, still, he was talking about the sun setting over the ocean.
Yeah, it was him. Yeah, it's the same thing every time. What's your proof of the globe? Oh, sunsets, antennas pointing up at the equator. Same thing every time.
Yeah, the sun over the equator on the equinox.
Not even trying. I don't even know why he bothers.
I don't know. He needs to be intellectually stimulated.
He doesn't even look for new globe arguments. Like, he never brings anything new. Like,
that's true.
He just shows up on the Flat Earth server every time to just rerun the same script that fails every time. Why?
I'd like to get his input on this Artemis shit that's going on. I'd like to see what he thinks of that.
He'll just say, well, I believe it's true.
Super CGI, shitty CGI, actually. It's horrible, man. I was watching last night with a friend of mine. We were pulling up stuff, and he's like, no, this is so bad. I thought, we were all like, well, wait, when next time they go to the moon, they're going to have the best CGI, and they're going to be like rocking it. It's going to look... No, it's like... It's worse than fucking Apollo shit.
I kind of feel like NASA's with us at this point. They're like, yeah, you retards. Don't you realize that this is just all fake? Like, they're just putting it in your face.
They're just going to buy it anyway. So why go to the effort of really making it look good? It's crazy, man. I don't know. It's crazy bad. I mean... They've got different sizes of the Earth and the different pictures from 2015 and now, and there's a good meme there. That little teeny moon, and then there's a big Earth, and then there's little teeny Earth and a big moon. Which one is it? They just love to, confuse everybody, so they just give up. And just keep confusing everybody. And then it's like, oh, fuck, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I give up. I'm going to go back to watching football or something. Just give up. Good night. All right, who else we got in here, man?
Hey, any of you guys happen to watch that the Jake the Asshole's exposing the NFL clips?
I have watched 2 of them, I think.
I think one of his recent ones is going kind of viral or something. It's got he said 600,000 views or something.
Oh, you get the magnetic glove one?
Yeah, that's that guy, yeah.
And how they, fake it. Yeah, I've watched, like I said, 2 of them. I don't know. I ran into them on BitChute or something. Yeah, so they've been getting around. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's on BitChute, but it might have been his channel or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's a good one.
I wish I could have back all those hours I spent watching fake football.
Well, I was pretty sure most of these things are rigged to some degree, for sure. Yeah. So, It's just, bread and circus. I gotta have some circus, man. I gotta keep you interested. Selling all that advertising, pushing the globe, man. They do a lot of, on the commercials, they push the globe a lot, man. I noticed that. Yeah, I haven't ran into anybody that's like, oh man, can you believe it? We're like going back to the moon, man. This is amazing. I mean, no normies are even talking about this Artemis thing, man. They don't even know what's going on. It's weird. It's like they're not even pushing it in like the mainstream news or nothing, man. It's kind of
It's just the space zealots who care.
Right.
And then you tell them, like, what? It was just a bunch of CGI, and they're like, it's just a visualization. Oh, okay, you watched a visualization go to the moon? Cool.
Right. That's a pretty good meme, man. Guy OSDing on the globe. On the globes. Excellent. Anyway, when I first joined the server, I was like, they had that Saturday morning precious metals, and it was, somebody'd bring up a question or something. People would drop in and out. It was always entertaining, man. It was pretty good, but
okay, I'm getting out of bed.
You going back to bed?
No, I'm getting out of it.
You're getting out of bed. Oh, okay.
No, just stay in bed.
Stay in bed, man.
Just give up.
It's 3 a.m.
It's not worth it, man.
Unless you got to be somewhere, it's not worth it.
Today's not worth it.
I know, but I wake up at 3 a.m. every day.
Define gotta.
Do you have to go to work?
No, but I gotta get up.
Okay. I mean, I always enjoyed being up at like 3, 4 in the morning because it's so quiet. Go outside, it's really quiet.
I just wake up early for some reason. I don't know why.
I just always liked that quiet.
You should go back to bed, man.
I fell asleep yesterday early.
The flat Earth will still be here when you get up. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, maybe with like 2 people.
Well, you never know, man. Come in here and start yakking it up. Talk about your shoes or whatever, man. Doesn't matter. But, just talk about being up. I'm up, man.
Yeah, we got this, man. I mean, it's 24/7. Hey, but to be honest, like the NFL, whether or not it's rigged, it's still fun to watch them just do extreme sports.
Yeah, man. I used to like to watch those guys that jump off of mountains with a wing.
Yeah, it's just like you're putting your fucking body into
it. Wingsuit, dude. You seen those wingsuit guys?
Yeah, bro. It's just like how many of those guys actually live through that?
I don't know, man, but it's absolutely insane what they pushed it.
It's like, look at me, and the cameraman's behind the other guy. That's right. So the cameraman is doing the same exact extreme things that they're doing. It's just like what the entire
absolutely insane, man.
Yeah, so just like watching NFL. It's
there
just
you
like,
go.
Even if it's rigged, it's still fun to watch.
Miguel's got a little clip there. Yeah.
There you go.
That shit's nuts, man.
Yeah, bro. It's like that. I don't know how big their balls are, but they must be pretty big.
It's big balls. Man. Yeah, I've seen some pretty extreme.
Well, it's just like I gave up on NFL like a long time ago, and I'm a Steelers fan, but as far I'm an NFL fan just for the extreme part of it. Just like just because it's just fun just like a boxing match or a fight, or whatever. Whether or not it's rigged, these people put their bodies through fucking. It's just like,
yeah, man, that's you pay for that shit later, man.
Yeah. Ouch. Well, either way, it do what it do.
They do it, and a lot of them get paid pretty well, man.
Yeah, sure, but we get to watch it, so what happens?
And then
but as far as like and it's the same way with politics or whatever. People get excited and what's even worse with sports. Sometimes the normies would be like, "Oh, this is They think it's real, but it's actually a show." And
yeah, it's definitely just showbiz for sure.
Yeah, but it's still at the same time with the NFL, man.
Well,
those guys freaking put those bodies through some very fucking extreme circumstances.
They definitely are hitting them.
Yeah, they're definitely doing it.
Definitely hitting each other, man.
They hit the fuck out of each other. Sometimes they don't make it out, after an NFL game. Okay, well, maybe we'll see him next season. Maybe we don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts.
So I ran across this video today, and I copied it and put it on my channel. And it's you can kind of watch it in a little bit there, and it's if it's faked, great. If it's real, obviously it blows the globe and history and the fucking balls, man. But it was fascinating looking, man. And it, showing all these ancient structures and shit in Antarctica. And can I prove it? Nah, probably not. But I found it fucking interesting looking. So I just threw it out there, see what people would say about it.
Oh, this one that you just posted?
Yeah. But I just put it out there. And it's like,
is that the one where they have like it's kind of obscure, like this weird little wall-looking thing? And
it's it looks like Antarctica. I can't prove where. It could be anywhere, but
let me check it.
If any part of that's real, man, it's wicked. And if it's faked, man, they did a great job, man. I gotta give them that. So, but it's only like 4 minutes long, so a lot of pictures. So it's this Robert Scott expedition, supposedly. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
He's some explorer. He died in Antarctica, so who knows?
Well, it's like I think that if we actually had the ability to freely explore and had the funding, and there's a lot of us that would actually do it, But
yeah, man, if we had the fuel and the food and the vessels and the crew and the dogs and the chickens and everything else, yeah.
The chickens.
Well, you got to bring some chickens with you, man.
What are you gonna do with chicken? Are we on Noah's Ark and we're on a voyage? Alta.
You gotta be eating chicken.
Wait! What's that song?
Eggs. You got some eggs.
Fantastic voyage,
dude. You gotta bring everything you fucking can think of out there, man. You gotta have some booze. You
gotta have a little bit of wine, some brandy,
brandy, some whiskey, some.
Come along and ride on
rum.
A fantastic voyage. You remember that song?
Kind of.
that should relate to Antarctica. I have hold on, let me find it.
Yeah. See, there you go, my God. We need Santa with the chicken in the sled and a couple of eggs.
Couple of eggs? You need more than a couple.
I don't know what he's doing there. That's hilarious.
Hold on, I'm gonna post a link to the song "Fantastic Voyage." Man, you if you haven't heard this song before, Flatter Dude, you got to listen to it.
I probably heard it, but
you probably have. But anyway.
It's probably been a while. Oh shit!
I think we could probably actually play it on here without getting a strike. It's so old. It's from like from the 50s. No, it's 60s. I think is what.
Yeah,
it's a cool song.
Well, how long has this stream been going?
This one. This is an
7 hours.
To the other
yeah,
one.
you got.
Oh yeah.
You have a few more hours.
You know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna play it.
It's your channel, man. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. You'll probably be fine. Just get like a.
It's gonna be a copyright. What's copyright claim? Copyright claim is just like, hey, we can.
You don't get to monetize it. Well, I don't monetize.
Well, this channel's not monetized anyway, so it doesn't.
See, that's the other cucky thing I hate about YouTube is like it's like, oh, well, you can't monetize it. You can play it all you want, but you can't monetize it. It's like, dude, I don't monetize anything on my channel. Why would you even bring it up? Yeah,
well,
why would you?
I don't mind making a little bit of money, for what I do,
right.
but it's just, whatever.
Hey, Al, what's up? I just saw you drop in.
Hey, guys, want to hear this song?
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
Okay.
Good.
You good? That's good. Good.
Hey, we're good. We're good to go here too.
We're good.
Owl.
All right, Helio's gonna play a song.
No, well, I want to hear from Owl.
About what?
Well, welcome, man. You're VC verified. You must have been here before. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw Owl in here earlier. Yeah.
I was in here earlier.
Oh, okay.
We were talking to Matthew. Yeah.
Matthew Learns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a treasure, isn't he?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know either, man. But
I guess he seems nice.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
You all seem very nice.
Well, we try. We do try. It doesn't always work out. Helio and I have an angry side that comes out every once in a while.
No, I don't get angry. I just get excited, and I do tend to yell sometimes. Just like, calm down, Helio. No. All right, I'll calm down.
When 2-inch Bob got our channel shut down for 90 days, I went off a little bit. I was pretty pissed.
I
was pissed.
I'm thinking of
2-inch Bob, I call him.
Yeah. Anyway, so Owl, how long have you been part of the server?
Since November, since my wedding anniversary, I think.
Oh.
November
12th. My thing says November 12th, but I don't know when I got verified. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, November 19th, 2021. So you've been on Discord for about a year, a month.
Hey, Owl, Flat Earth is checking you out.
He's checking you out.
This is my second account.
It happens.
Oh, really?
It happens.
That's all right. I mean, as long as it's just like, hey, sometimes Discord, it's like sometimes it gets weird or whatever. But yeah, you sound like a genuine person. I heard you earlier. It sounds like you're a cool chick.
I guess. I don't know. It's this is a interesting point of view. It's not beyond me to question anything.
Well, good, man.
A lot of different things.
NASA's been really, really pulling some fast ones up for the last few decades, and we've been pulling out the rug underneath their little tricks, and it's been a fun time.
Owl, are you in Australia? Maybe I'm misjudging your accent.
No, I'm from the U.S.
Oh, right on.
See, I'm already messing this up.
Helio, it's late, man. It's like almost 2 a.m. for you, man. Or wait,
4.
3 a.m. Yeah, almost 3 a.m.
It's 3:43 here.
Oh, you're way on the east.
I'm in central time here in the U.S.
You said Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yeah, I'm in Arkansas. I'm a southerner, which I'm in the northern part of Arkansas. Is that southern? Or I guess it might as well be.
That's right. I was taking notes earlier.
Okay.
Cool, man.
Read them off to us. Give us all
give us your notes. Pop quiz on the notes. All right.
Well, I was just taking notes on what he said about his location. I don't know.
No, sure.
Other notes.
Dude, it's just like people are like, oh, don't want to be doxxed. I mean, everybody knows where I am, and
everybody knows where I'm at too.
Yeah, it's just like I don't care.
I know you live in Arkansas. You're 50 years old and you wear reading glasses.
I wear reading glasses. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Just because I have presbyopia, that only happened within the past, 10 years. It got harder and harder for me to read things close up. But my vision is fine. But as far as
Helio, let me ask you, Helio, can you read the license plate on a car across the street?
Sure. Yeah.
Without your glasses, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you're what's known as farsighted.
Yeah, but well, you know what presbyopia is, right?
I do not.
Okay, well, presbyopia is just it's just like as you get older. That's why people just have reading glasses. People that have good vision as they get older, something very close becomes blurry within 2 or 3 feet. You won't be able to see it, but everything else looks fine.
Right.
That's called presbyopia. That's what it's called.
Right. I can't see across the street to read license plate. So
that's got to be the curvature. I can see fine past 3 feet. I can see everything fine past 3 feet. Yeah.
That's myopia.
Wow. It's curvature.
It's curvature.
Myopia is not being able to see far. It's myopia. Presbyopia is not being able to see close.
Yeah, that didn't happen to me until I reached 40 years old. That started happening. It just got worse and worse. It's just like I have to wear reading glasses now. That's why they call them reading glasses, because you can only see. But as far as the rest of my vision, I can see everything. As long as it's over 3 feet away, I can see it fine.
I can see clearly now.
The rain is gone.
I don't know. Write this down in your notes, Al. Helio is a trained classical singer.
Okay.
Write that.
I'll write it down in the bottom, I guess.
Yeah, put that in there. Just a little side note, parentheses or something.
Hey, have you heard some of my parodies that I've made?
No.
Really? We should play one of those.
I think we should play one, man, for sure.
All right, which one? Which one do you want to play?
No, you pick one, man. I like them all, but just pick one. I can't think of what name of one right now, but there's that.
We got the Queensryche one. We got the Monkees.
Monkees, yeah, play the Monkees.
Let me.
Everybody knows the Monkees song, man.
Hold on, I gotta find it.
Hey, no, not that song.
No, not that one. It's
I'm a believer. I couldn't leave it
if I tried. No, I couldn't prove it if I tried.
I couldn't prove it if I tried.
That one, I wrote the lyrics on that one, so that's not a bad one. All right, here we go. I do too. All right, so let's.
All right, sing along with it, man. I want to hear you sing.
No, I'm not going to sing along with it because it doesn't line up because there's latency.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
It would work on your end, but not on our end. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Actually,
it's all right. All right.
I thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales. Meant for someone else, but not for me.
There we go. Crank it up.
I thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales. Meant for someone else, but not for me. The moon landing on TV. They really went, just trust me. They showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. And not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying. There's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Think they're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe. Yeah. I'm a believer.
I love the way you it brings it up an octave at the end there, man. I love that.
Yeah, that song's easy for me to sing because
that's
mid range, you know.
Yeah, but you did bring it up.
Pitch throughout the whole thing. It's good.
But yeah, it's beautiful.
You guys like that Richard Marx rendition that I did? Funny as shit.
I wonder what Al thought of that. She probably never heard the song, man.
Yeah, what do you think?
The original?
No, well, I mean, have you ever heard the original?
Yeah, the original.
I'm a Believer.
Yeah, of course
by the
I've heard the
Monkees.
original.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It was in Austin Powers. Well, that's not where I know it from, but it's just one of the movies.
Oh yeah. I mean, dude, I grew up, the Monkees. Like, I'm a believer. It was just like one night. As a matter of fact, I came up with the concept one night when I was talking to.
Terrible.
I think it was Midi HC. I was talking to one night on here. It's like, oh, I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna write the lyrics to this one. And then I found the karaoke track and I recorded it over that.
Beautiful. Yeah, it was a karaoke track, definitely.
Yeah, good
stuff. And that's what you get, man.
You guys want to listen to the Richard Marx one? That one's
good. I'll listen to anything you play, man. I trust you.
This one's funny too.
What was that? All right, that's good.
Check this one out.
Ayers said it was terrible, and he's had his share of beers. It was terrible. I want to hear him sing.
He can't even spell terrible, so he doesn't even know how to.
Right. That's the ease.
Anyway, so check this one out. This one's fun. This one was fun too. I didn't write the lyrics to this one, but it was.
Who wrote the lyrics?
It was. No, it was. God damn it! What is his name? Well, he hasn't been here for a while. But he used to write. He wrote lyrics for, like Lou's song. He wrote lyrics, a couple of songs for me, like just parody lyrics and stuff. And,
yeah.
It's Aramiston. You remember him?
Nah.
Anyway, he wrote the lyrics for this one too, and but this is so fun.
Who's the original artist on this one?
Richard Marx.
Richard Marx? Okay. Check it out, man. Check it out. Check it out. Oh, I didn't like that. Didn't
Let me try it again.
It didn't look. Bah.
Should work this time. Hopefully.
Here we go.
You guys remember this song? I mean, maybe you're not young enough or old enough.
Too long an intro, man.
It do what it do.
The old 1564.
That shit up.
You gotta love this part though, like when it starts.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your
bliss was planted
in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance.
I got tears in my eyes.
I'll take the chance. Think I can do it now?
Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go,
Sounds a little distorted to me. Maybe it's
I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
I swear it's better than the original.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! The fucking memes that were coming in were just killing me. Fucking hey, I'm trying not to. Good thing I was muted, man. Miguel just he killed one man with the piano, and then the lighter, man. You guys remember the lighter? Now they use their cell phones at the concerts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now they just got their cell phones up. Yeah.
Good stuff, man. That's
We
good
used to,
stuff.
we had Bic lighters, man. That's what we had, man, back in the
Dude, and when I used to go to concerts back in the day, I'd get those cheap ass lighters that you can just ramp up.
Chopping. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get like a 4-inch flame. You remember that shit?
Yeah, like the clear plastic ones. Yeah.
Yeah, the clear plastic.
yeah,
Like
you-
the cheap ass ones are like 25 cents. You're gonna use the whole lighter of that one night. Like,
Flamethrower,
hopefully
yeah.
not burn anybody.
Yeah, like a 4-inch. Oh shit! There you go. Resolve's got the big lighter here. There.
Oh shit, that's a big ass lighter.
Al's like, she's like, oh fuck, what did I run into with these mongos, man? What the hell? It is late. It's late night comedy and music hours.
No, it's comedy and music. Owl, what did you think about my parodies that I did?
They're good.
He's got a great voice, doesn't he? He really
Yeah, it does
do,
actually.
man.
Yeah.
You can hit the notes, man. It's so perfect every time. Yeah. What a gift, man. What a gift.
Anybody up for another one? You don't have to.
How many have you made?
I've made like 4 or 5, that are on my Helioskeptic channel.
What's the rockin' one, man, you made? It's really heavy rock. Is that the Queen?
Well, I have the Queensryche one, but that's not rocking. That's their
more of a ballad.
The Cheech and Chong one's great too.
Which one?
The Cheech and Chong one.
That's not mine.
That's
MacGyver.
That's MacGyver. Yeah, he did that one.
Yeah, he sent the video to me, and then I put it up on my.
By far, my most favorite Flat Earth song.
Dude, me too. It was in my head like for 2 days in a row the other day.
Oh, dude.
Oh, we know how to play that one. Hold on, let me find it.
Wow, you got to be a Cheech and Chong. You got to know Cheech and Chong to get it.
No, you don't have to though, just to really enjoy it though, because
it is hilarious, man.
Let me find it real quick.
Thanks, MacGyver. I hadn't seen MacGyver here in a couple months, month and a half.
Yeah, he came in a couple months ago, and he's like, "I'm still here," and I'm like,
"Yeah, he's still listening. He's lurking.
He knows what's up. He knows what's up." Let me find that song real quick. We need to play that one next. Oh man, his songs are freaking awesome.
Oh man, you have to have some humor in all of this.
Oh, here it is. Here it comes.
If you don't,
it's just like if you can't laugh, then you can't live. I mean, if you can't laugh, you can't live. You know, it's because life is it's important.
It's super healthy to have a really good belly laugh now and again. Just go, oh my goodness, that was so funny.
Oh, and that's what parodies are.
That's why comedies, comedies.
Yeah, the parody songs are for comedy, but they're also to make a point. So it's all good.
Well, that's why the comedy clubs are still around, man. It's because people got to go laugh. But what's happening, man, is a lot of the comics are getting like.
They're trying to censor them, and
you can't say that. And now you can't make fun of them. And they're like, what do you mean we can't make fun of the fucking retards, man? What are you talking about?
Here's MacGyver's song. You guys ready to hear it? Here it comes.
All my Mexican Americans.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships.
His son played guitar on this one.
Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it
doesn't so slow.
Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and gotta
be.
Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a flat line curve? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
That's pretty far, man. That's totally far out, man.
Pretty far out, man.
It's far out, man. What a fucking MK Ultra shit we're living in, huh? Fuck. What
Every
the
time
hell?
I hear that, don't make a flat line look curved. See, MacGyver, man, he made that like a couple years ago. He knew what's up, man. MacGyver, man, get your ass back in here, bro.
What was that?
I was just saying.
There was somebody else. There was a couple people chiming in. It was flat.
I just said I was agreeing. I'm all MK Ultra'd out.
Right? Yeah, I've been through every MK Ultra program and I survived. I should make a T-shirt.
You know, I may have been a result of MK Ultra. I voluntarily took shitloads of acid in the 90s, and and nobody studied me. But anyway,
well, they didn't need to study it because they had already had everything all figured out.
It was already figured out. Yeah.
They went through that in the 60s and 70s. Hey, and then let's bring on some cocaine in the 70s. Ooh, that's a good idea. Let's get everybody jacked up on what?
Well, I had my share of that shit too.
And now it's like then it was crack in the late 80s.
Yeah, I had my share of that shit too.
All of that ecstasy shit was in the 90s and
that's one drug that I really never did was
now me either, man. I never did much of that, but
I don't think I needed to at that point. After I'd done all the acid and cocaine, I don't think the ecstasy didn't really.
They got the craziest shit out now, dude. This fentanyl stuff, man.
Fentanyl
that shit is a fucking zombie, fucking apocalypse, fucking nightmare shit.
Fentanyl just makes you just like, you're just gonna lay there and go
zombie.
Yeah, I never did heroin or anything like that either.
Me neither, man. I didn't.
But I was on, pills and stuff, with the oxycodone, and I was on that for a little while. But whatever.
Yeah, that stuff's pretty bad, man. I had some friends,
but that was a long time ago for me. But now I just drink a lot, so whatever.
Well, I drink in the evening, and then if we're on the boat in the middle of summer, man, I'm cracking at 9 in the morning.
I don't even smoke weed. If I take one hit of weed,
you're done.
Yeah, I can't. Dude, it puts me somewhere I don't want to be.
Yeah, I know some people that can smoke all day, all night, man. It's like,
I can't. If I take one hit of weed, because of all the other psychedelics and shit that I've done, it's just like
flashback.
I can be sober.
I'm having
and I'm already more stoned than you will ever be.
Hey, there was the guy Wakey Wakey, right?
Yeah, he's Australian.
He made a lot of videos for about 4 years, man. He was making them like once a week, really well done. But he had one where he was
he's still pretty active on Facebook and some other platforms.
He's still around, but yeah, he did one on like flat earthers getting together at a meetup and all sitting around smoking weed.
Oh, it's cool. I mean, I support weed. I just can't do it. I can't do it anymore.
It was like
I used to be able to. Dude, I smoked more weed, in my 20s and 30s than anybody should, but I just can't. I just can't smoke it anymore. I tried, but it just doesn't agree with my body anymore. So I'm good. I'm good with weed. I don't even need to smoke. I'm good.
All right, let's get to know Al a little better before I gotta go. I gotta go soon.
Well,
she's hanging out with us.
That's cool.
What's up?
Hey, we got mornings with Julius J and Miggy.
Owl is probably half our age.
Flat Earth dude at night.
I don't know. How old are you?
I'll be 50 this year.
Okay, no, not half.
Okay, so you're. I'm not going to
youngster.
If you don't want to,
youngster. That's good.
No, today is my 34th birthday.
Oh, 34. That's fun. That's fun times.
That's a good age. I like 34.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
What, today?
Yeah.
Sing it, Helio.
Today's your birthday?
Helio's going to sing you happy birthday.
Oh, well, I have to now.
All right.
Because nobody knew this until she told me.
You want me to
now
give you
I
a
have to do it.
Which note you want, man?
Well, doesn't matter which note. Should I?
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to.
You got to do it, man.
Yes, I will. I got to.
Okay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alice Ness. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
You kind of roboted slightly. Could you do it one more time?
Oh,
I can do it 18 times. Did I robot to you, Alice Ness?
No, the mic just was peaking. The sound gate is.
Maybe all I had to do was back up about 2 feet. All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I can do it an octave higher if you want me to.
Yeah,
happy birthday, dear Alice Ness. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. That's very nice of you.
That was pretty cool, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I was too close to my mic the first time. Shout out to Alice Ness. Happy birthday.
You got such a powerful voice that the mic doesn't know what to do with it.
No. It's it's a Blue Yeti, but it's like from 10 years ago. It's an older Blue Yeti, but it's still a decent mic. So anyway.
But Blue Yetis are good.
Yeah, they're good. It's good stuff. I could do it in like the rock voice, like the heavy metal octave higher. You want it, but I have to stay way away from it, like 5 feet away from it. Like, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Oh dear Alice! No, I'm not even warmed up. Happy birthday to you!
You okay?
No, I'm just fucking.
Dude, bringing the energy. I love that, man. That was powerful. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's powerful, but like I said, I'm not warmed up. And when I get warmed up, it's late night Friday or whatever. But yeah, man, I'm a rock singer, you know.
I got to go to bed. You got to go to bed.
No, I don't.
Okay, don't go to bed.
No, I can stay up all fucking weekend, man. You can tell me when I got to go to bed.
Don't you tell me.
Don't you tell me. And I have a feeling that you're not going to be the first person in this stream to say, hey, Helio, get the fuck out because we got this. Anyway, I'm just playing. No, I don't want to disrupt anybody, you know. With all that.
So, Al, you came into this wonderful server on your birthday. Good choice, by the way. I mean, I don't know a better way to spend your first morning of your birthday, early morning of your birthday.
Yeah, well, I've just been messing around on Discord all night, so.
All right.
You were in other servers and people know it's your birthday and it's like, hey, but you just chose to come in here with us and, you know.
I was here earlier and just I would pop back in, guys talk about some interesting stuff.
What's your favorite interesting thing about the globe or flat Earth now? What blows your head off and go, damn? That's interesting.
The different perspectives, probably the different perspectives on what people think is actually going on, because
right.
I mean, we know the concept of globe Earth, but the concept of flat Earth is still pretty much up for discussion. Does it look like?
It's
our perception of it. How does it work?
Right.
How does it work is the first part, right? No, it does work. We all experience and see the same thing. Now, whether how you perceive it and what you expect to happen based on your perspective or your understanding, that's sort of the same question, but am I kind of getting what you're saying?
I guess it's just I just want to what you guys have to say about it.
Cool, that's a good point, man. The perspective, perceiving things, and how we objectively perceive our reality, and going out and saying, "Hey, man, well, I don't feel like I'm spinning."
Right. Oftentimes,
doesn't look like it's curvy.
Yeah. Oftentimes, people come in and say, "Well, hey, if the Earth was flat, what's your map or show us your model?" So we don't have to show a model.
Well, we live in one. We live in the model.
Yeah.
We're right here. We can check it out. That's the cool thing about it, man. We can check it out.
That you mean just like physically looking?
Yeah, we can physically. We live on Earth. We can check out Earth, man. Water. We can check out air pressure. We can check out cool things like, sunsets, sunrises, moons, eclipses, all the cool things that are, they're all there. We can check them out. But do you feel like you're spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour? I mean, that seems pretty fast, man. I mean,
I don't think so. I mean,
no. So Occam's razor, the most obvious thing.
Spinning anyway.
Exactly. So
wait. You know what is, as far as spinning, Earth is not spinning from your personal experience, but you can see the sun, moon, and stars circulating above your head.
Mm-hmm.
So now in the heliocentric model, they say the only reason you experience that is because you're on a globe Earth and you're spinning and the luminaries are stationary.
Right. Except for the moon. The moon kind of rotates around.
Well, yeah. No. See, that's where you get in geocentrism.
It's a cocky shit show.
I know, it's kind of weird.
It took Copernicus 27 years to fucking come up with some explanation for everything that's going on up there. Hold on, man. We got a couple years. We'll catch up, man. But 27 years. Everything's a ball. We're spinning balls, shooting balls, balls. Everything's a ball.
Sure. Yeah, but sure. Owl, is this something? Some of these conversations new to you? Nobody here is trying to convince you. By the way,
right?
You found your way here because you're curious about why we think the way we do. So we're going to explain it to you, and you can leave here any way that you think. So
don't leave. Whatever you do. Don't.
Yeah, please don't leave. I like Al. I like Allison.
But now we get new people like Caleb. Oh, he gone. Never mind.
But anyway, it's like some people think that flat earthers they're dumb and they're trying to convince everybody the Earth is flat. No, we're actually we know more about the globe than most globe people do. So,
yeah, we call them normies. Most normies don't know the first thing about the freaking ball.
I know, but a lot of people take offense to the normie thing, you know. But you know, a lot of that normie thing has been thrown around too. You know, where it's just like normies. That's
somebody who's actually even thought about where they live, man. That's what I think a normie is. Somebody's like, oh well, I've never even thought about like how far the star is or the moon or anything. Nothing. They're too busy. But they can name every fucking Kardashian, you know, brother, sister, mother, cousin,
exactly right.
But we wouldn't know the first fucking thing about. I've asked hundreds of people over the years, hey man, how far is the moon? And you know, 99% of them, man, don't have a fucking clue.
They don't know that
the answer will be
million miles.
I don't know. It's far. That's ridiculous, man. They just bought it. Like, oh, okay.
Hey, buddy, even if Owl doesn't know those numbers, that's why we're here. We learn from each other every single day. We learn these numbers from everybody every single day.
We took.
This is what they claim about the globe Earth.
Copernicus shit. We took it. Your Copernicus shit. And we said, hey, wait. How far is Venus? How far is Mars? How far? What's the closest star? What? I mean, yeah, we pounded these numbers and said, well, wait a minute. It just doesn't add up, man. It's just not adding up, man. Yep.
Yeah. It's cool to... or what am I trying to say? I'm tired.
The water? Something about the water.
I was going to say something about how would we know how far planets are?
Yeah, exactly. How would they know? We've asked them to come in here and explain it to us.
But we can also explain why they think they are a certain distance and all that stuff.
It all came down to
you don't know. Hold on. Okay. If you don't know, then you can find it out pretty quick by just Wikipedia. Why do we know Venus is a certain distance from Earth, and Earth is the third rock from the sun, and Venus is the second rock from the sun? It's these are simple things you can figure out, and if they didn't teach you that in high school, then maybe I don't know why, but they don't actually teach this part of it.
No,
in high school, because it's not important. They want you to be a worker bee in the system. Which I still am.
They don't have Earth class in high school.
Yeah, I don't have third rock from the sun class in high school.
Oh,
I don't even think
science.
Or astronomy. Astronomy's is for collegiate, people.
Right, that's a higher level. Right?
I did take astronomy
in high school.
In college, yeah.
All right, so what did they tell you?
What did they tell me?
Yeah, about astronomy.
I don't remember much of it. I do remember going out and using a telescope and finding various galaxies.
Right. Yeah. And some nebulas.
I think it was a long time ago, so I really don't remember much of it.
Did you live near a college where they had, an
observatory?
Observatory, yeah, telescope.
No, it's not an observatory. It was just telescopes.
A telescope.
Some telescopes.
Just simple telescopes.
Oh, just a telescope. But it's, just a telescope. I mean, just a P900, right?
P900.
I know. I mean, it's all in the mind. The mindset. It doesn't matter what type of telescope. Look, they have these radar arrays that they call telescopes, all across the world in different ways that are supposed to be. They're not looking at galaxies. They're receiving radar array information, which is it's just magnetic. It's electromagnetic information, and they're interpreting it in a certain way. This is what they do with the radar arrays. I don't know if you're anywhere familiar with that, OWL, but anyway, that's kind of an advanced
the radar to determine the distance. They use the same thing to determine the depth. Boats. They have radar detectors. They use sonar.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be sonar with the radar arrays because you can't determine depth when you're talking about trillions of miles.
Oh, no. I meant for specifically, like when you're determining the depth of the water that you're currently in.
Sure. Yeah.
Using
that can be fairly accurate. Yes, of course.
Yeah, you would hope it was, or else you would run ashore.
Exactly. Or else you'd beat yourself if you're in a submarine or on a ship or whatever. Yeah, sure. But as far as like you know what I'm talking about, these radar arrays that they have, like they've built radar arrays in South America that go for miles and miles, and all these connections go into supercomputers, and then they have teams of quote unquote scientists like, oh, we're gathering information from. Are you aware of this? What's going on with them?
No, what is going on with them?
Yeah, they gather information from these receivers, radar arrays in South America, and it's not just South America, but there's a lot of them in South America where they put the information through supercomputers, and then that's where you get your images of nebulas and stuff from NASA, because they don't take a picture of it. They're a CGI experts that just like go through.
Oh right, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, cool. I thought you would eventually when I.
Like they recently had a.
You can't take a picture of a nebula.
Which moon was it? One of Venus's moons? I can't remember.
I'm talking about nebulas that are supposedly trillions of miles away. And they put them up on the NASA website.
Oh yeah, I know. I know those. Yeah, they're very pretty, but they're not real.
Yeah,
photos.
But they'll have just like, hey, we have this 100-mile wide radar array that we're receiving information through data, and they claim a distance that is, trillions of miles away, and this is what it would look like if you could see it, but you can't. And they give you a picture, and it's like, isn't it beautiful? So fantastic. I mean, it's so beautiful.
Like the thing where they said that the the universe smells like raspberries.
Well, they said Uranus smells like farts, so, I mean, do you want to...
True, but have you ever seen that? Able to determine the chemical composition of the universe and determine that would smell like raspberries?
they're trying to make it where you can go to watch a movie in the theater, and they'll have little ports in the side chairs where while you're watching the movie, they're going to release little gases that will make you smell like, the experience when you're watching the movie. It's like, no, they can't tell what shit smells like in fucking outer space, in my opinion.
No, I don't feel like that's testable.
No, it's ridiculous.
I feel like that's a testable thing.
I'm sorry for my, my crudeness or whatever, but yeah, you're never going to be able to find out whether or not anything in outer space smells like anything. What is that?
Yeah, that's something that's true, by the way. I didn't just make that up. I can post a link.
I know that. That's why I was telling you. I was just telling you how they created radar arrays and they put out articles that say that Uranus smells like farts. So anyway, we're both talking about the same thing.
Okay, cool. Sorry to head out, but it's it's 4 a.m. Need to get some sleep. Thanks for the kind welcome.
No, you're good to go, man. Alice, I want you to listen to this song on your way out. If you don't, everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm going to force everyone else to listen to it too. You don't have to listen to it, whatever.
There you go. Go ahead. Just mute.
No, it's all good. You don't have to talk to us or anything, but definitely tell your friends about us. It's like I talk to these flat earthers. They're pretty weird, but they're also cool.
I mean, you guys are nice, so.
Yeah, that's cool. Well,
I've joined a lot of different Discords for different reasons. I've joined Christian Discords. I'm not Christian.
Well, I was raised Christian, and I'd love to talk about it, a lot, but it depends on the attitude and the spirit of it,
The reason I joined
tonight, or
no, I meant the reason I joined. Oh, the various Discords. Well, the attitude behind it.
Anyone, I mean, if you want to have a discussion, do you like to have these open dialogues or whatever? I mean, is it something that's a passion of yours, or do you rarely open your mic? Or are you just more of a listener?
Oh, I pretty much was just confident tonight because I was drinking earlier, so I was like, oh, why not? Probably won't very often though.
Okay, you're welcome back here anytime. You sound really cool. Let me make sure you got your rules hooked up. Let's see. Hey, you didn't leave yet, did you?
Oh, I'm still here.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you got VC verified. You should be able to jump in anytime you want to. Listen to this is another parody I made. You probably like this one.
Yeah.
I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained. Their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax view of them. We're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn. So face your fears, believe your ears. No motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world. Promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be end, lost in the illusion, using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
You must deny the fish's lies you believe. Crazy shit going on here. Fuck. What? I would say this is awkward if it wasn't, but it is. I'm the only guy talking. So it's up to me to fill the dead air. Let's see. What else we got here? Besides my parodies. I think let me find something. Oh, I was going to play something earlier. Nah, it's not relevant anymore. I'm not going to play it. It'll be interesting, but I'm not going to play that video. The TED Talk. I'm not going to do it. Something to play. You got something to play. Something but everything. Somebody stop me. Fuck, I was trying to play some wakey videos, but everything comes up with the was Svetlana, the astrophysicist. I want to apply some of his other stuff. We already kind of played that shit out. Hold on. Let me find this one. This, see what that's all about.
We must be designed. We must be designed. We must be designed. We gotta redesign. My Balkan audience in Sweden. And yeah, introduce yourself a little bit. Hi, I'm Mark from England. I met Mikhail here a few months ago. We had an instant.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. Nope. Audio shit. So I'm not gonna fucking play that. What?
and have that with us. We are here to having this ladies' night because we don't have enough women out here speaking truth, and we want you guys to be involved with us. I know it can be very, very intimidating, but at the same time, there's women here that are willing to embrace you and to help you. So if you guys would like to join or have an open discussion, please come on board. I love that. We have Jenny here, I'm sure. Jenny, want to say hi?
Hey, everybody. So I don't know if anybody's listening just from the YouTube, but there should be a link in the description. I think there generally is. Otherwise, what is it? It's, is it discord.com/gg/flat earth? Or no? What's the address?
I actually don't know the address right now on hand.
Oh.
Is somebody posting that possibly in the live stream chat? They probably do, and hopefully you guys will for us or something. Yeah.
So discord.gg/flat earth.
And
So,
you
yeah,
here, hon, or Sassy, you guys want to say hello too?
Hello.
They're probably, there we go. Hi, Yika.
Hiya. I hope you're all right tonight. Well, for me, it's night.
During the day today. Do we have anybody in here that'd like to ask any questions about the shape of the earth or what we're standing on? Anyone? Be lovely to talk to anyone about this. No? No questions?
Break out of the firmament.
What about the firmament?
How do I get through it?
Honey, I wish I knew too. If you can figure that out for me, we could talk about that. We could try to get through it. But right now, we can't even reach the firmament. I can't even verify for sure where it's exactly at. There are different statements of where it could possibly be, but at the same time, I've never verified that. You're probably never going to verify that either, because you're focusing on the sky, something you can't reach, will never reach, and no one in your family probably will ever reach, right?
Oh.
But we're talking about we're standing on the ground. That's what's important.
Is it an infinite plane?
Is it an infinite plane? Can you tell me if it's an infinite plane? I don't know if it's an infinite plane.
I don't know.
I've never seen the entire shape of this earth because they will not let us measure this earth completely because we can't explore it.
Much less to say, how do you come up with infinite space?
Yep.
So it's kind of like a two-part, you know what I'm saying? You got to look at both sides of what they say. And it's kind of interesting.
How do you measure infinite space?
Yeah.
It's immeasurable.
It's immeasurable. So how do they measure it and how do they know it's infinite?
They just guess.
Oh, guess. Okay, exactly. Assumptions is exactly what the whole entire globe model is based on. Assumptions, theories, semantics, and philosophy.
It's scientism.
There's absolutely no proof for it. Yep. Pseudoscience.
Yep. Unfortunately.
I'm in here every day. Nobody comes with any information. No proof. I wish somebody would actually come in here and say, hey, I have proof of the globe. Here it is, and it's not a picture that can be altered. I'd really love for someone to do that one day. Just one day. No. Nobody has anything for us.
The thing for me is that there just seems to be so many coincidences that keep happening over, topics about how this is all supposed to work. There's been so many anomalies with the heliocentric model. It doesn't surprise me that it's been years everybody's been talking about it. And, it kind of come up with the same thing, that it's not verifiable.
Exactly.
So, we got a bunch of coincidence theorists walking around. Meanwhile, there's other people putting together the puzzle pieces and like, oh, whoa, this is going on. Everybody look. I mean, so conspiracy does not automatically mean that it's not true.
Correct.
I mean, I think a lot of people misuse the word conspiracy theory. So.
Oh, of course. They don't even understand where the word even comes from. And the CIA is the one that came up with the word in the first place. Yeah, of course there is. Yeah. And they did that on purpose, though. It's just like everything else. They put a stigma on everything so you don't know what is true. You get completely confused what is real and what is not real. But in reality, it shows you. They're not letting you look anymore. Well, actually, you're not trying to look because they've literally got so many chemicals in us, stuff with the food and everything else, and the school system has got them not even problem solving. They're not even looking at the nature of their world. They're not even using their own senses and
fluoride in the water. Fluoride in the water. I'm pretty sure I grew up on fluoride in the water. And
of course.
So, yeah, I mean, like you said, people don't question the nature of their reality. They don't. We need to start doing that. Because, I mean, it's so interesting that people are coming to these realizations about what's going on in the world. And everybody's doing it at different times in different ways. And so, so people are in like different stages of cognitive dissonance and you could be experiencing grief. I mean,
of course.
So a lot of people react when they talk about the topic of flat Earth. And I don't think people have a real clear, concise idea about what science is really supposed to be. And when they start using words casually like if or imagine and
maybe
thought experiments and, it's just like, come on, man, this is not a fairy tale. This is what we observe and what we can verify.
Well, and they always want to go back to the sky to prove it. And it's like, for me, it was very simple. When you understand that there has to be a curve and you can see 60 miles, it's shot, it's done. But these people want to keep trying to find a different answer,
Well, what I found really interesting, and this is what brought me to Flat Earth, is that it was from Dave Murphy, and his claim is that there's no GPS flight tracking in the Southern Hemisphere. And so I found that very odd in the state of technology that we're supposed to have, why that is not possible. And, and then you have the famous Asia flight to, what was it, supposed to be in California, and they made the emergency stop in Alaska. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Whoa. That's pretty bizarre considering you're going out of your way. But in the flat Earth idea of what we think is a map, it's like it's like on the way. And I'm not trying to ramble or anything. I'm actually at a park, so you guys don't have my undivided attention. I'm so sorry. But Stacy, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Right.
So
absolutely.
So that's what brought me into
I didn't see you. I didn't mean to not introduce you or anyone else. I wasn't seeing the chat. Becky's here. So does
That's okay.
Girl.
Hey guys.
Hi guy. Hi.
Jump on in.
How you doing today? We got a couple of people in here. Let's see here. Wait a minute. What's going on? We got On the Fence. Jay Layler. Come on, Jay. How are you doing today? Jordan. You said all in a DM to me, but you can't talk to me on a live stream. I'm right here.
I'm all right.
Okay, how you doing, Jordan? What's brought you here today?
It's not Jordan, it's Jay Lalo. You said hi, so I said hi back.
Hi. How are you doing? What's brought you here today, though? Have you been here before?
Yeah, man, I've been there for a while. I just like listening.
Okay. All right, what do you believe right now? You've been listening for a while, probably, you said. So what do you think?
Are you a skeptic?
I'm a fence sitter.
Hey, we'll take it.
On the fence. And can I ask you why you're on the fence? Like, what is that one thing that's keeping you on the fence? That belief or whatever, or your proof that you would be on a ball, spinning in space, water bending, space time. Like, What made you believe in the globe in the first place? Like, what was that proof that they gave you that was like, you know what? That's real. Has to be real because it looks so fake. I'm sorry, I just joking. Go ahead. But you know what I mean. What is that proof that they gave you that you were like, that's it, that's valid for me? I honestly kind of feel like that's real to me.
Well, I mean, as a kid, you don't really need much proof. They tell you it's
There you go.
a certain thing, and then you just accept it. So, and I guess, I don't know, I've been programmed a long time to think it's a ball. Only recently I've seen your arguments about it being flat. It's making that transition. Commitment, maybe I'm scared of commitment.
Okay.
I have a question.
You know, that's a very honest answer, by the way. Very honest answer, and that's okay if you are still on the fence and choosing for yourself. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. Go ahead, Jenny.
How did you learn about the topic of flat Earth?
Well, I saw YouTube posts about taking the mick out of flat Earth, to be honest, and then I saw.
Wait, which one?
Well, no, just general like people taking the mick out of flat Earth. So that's my introduction to flat Earth, and then I see the Netflix documentary. I forgot what it's called, Beyond the Curve or something like that.
Yeah.
And then
What was your opinion of that movie? What was your opinion?
Well, they made them they made flat earthers to seem crazy, and I understand that the flat Earth society is separate from like what you guys think. I'm guessing. I mean, I've heard before that you guys don't really associate yourself with the flat Earth society as such.
No.
But yeah, so I saw that, and then I went onto YouTube to see more stuff, and I came across the 24-hour Discord thing on YouTube, and then I just joined in, and I've been listening for like the last 6 months.
That's cool, though. And I will say to this whole Flat Earth Society thing, I brought this up a while back, 6 months ago, and I was saying that it's very difficult here in America when I go and speak to people. I hear that a lot, and we are not associated with them. I want nothing to do with them. But the good thing is even in CNN report they did recently, they actually came back and said something to them and said, guess what? No, we are no part of the regular Flat Earth people. We are our own organization, and they don't even believe what we believe. That came from them, their own statement. So I appreciate that they at least said that. Oh, because we want nothing to be compared to them.
Don't forget, they said we have members all around the globe. Don't they say that shit? I think they do.
Well, they're fake members. Well, all the members that signed up and didn't realize what the heck they were getting into, so they probably have that list of them, but really in general, like, they're not part of them anymore. I mean, Mark, in the beginning, Mark was too, but then he was like, oh, heck no, because it got taken over and infiltrated like every single thing in this world does, it seems. You know?
Hey, shout out to Riggs. Hey, dude.
Hi, Riggs.
Yeah,
how you doing?
If you go on Facebook, you'll be hard-pressed to find any real flat earthers there. The whole place was taken over by atheist globalist trolls. Many of them actually run Flat Earth Society pages themselves. And they just have fun with it. They're not even serious about science or any of these topics. Their whole goal is to be like a honey trap to troll people who they have deemed possess wrong things.
What?
Well, it's kept people away from even wanting to be on Facebook to spread the truth about Flat Earth, because when they do, they get bombarded with bots or blocked or even shut down. And it's like, well, why even use that platform? But at the same time, we try to use all platforms because they're going to censor you. Why? Because you're speaking truth. There's no other reason for them to censor you in the first place, because they're scared. Freedom of speech? Where did freedom of speech go? We've never really had freedom. It's an illusion, just like the globe. Completely like a delusion in our heads.
Money.
Yeah. Money runs everything, but money isn't real. But it's a concept made up, basically printed out. Here you go.
Seems like fear's running more than money is.
Well, fear does run everybody's life because that's why they don't want to stand up. They don't want to go against the government. I'm only one person. What can I do? That's the mentality that most people have, so nothing ever gets done.
Well, if they saw like they're more important than everyone thinks that they are, I don't know.
I think people don't even think they're important at all. Because that's what the whole globe model does in the first place, to make you feel like you're nothing. You come from nothing, you are nothing, and the world is so big that you can't understand it, you can't measure it, you have no idea. It's settled, shut up. So you don't even think, and you just live your life for whatever they give you, and that's it. That's all you know. And you think it's settled. And then one day, when you're 36 years old, you wake up and realize the circumference of the world, and you can find the curvature, and you've been seeing too damn far your entire life, and you go, what? Where's the curve? And then you keep looking for the curve, and it's nowhere. And you wonder what the heck's going on. Now, you could sit there and start thinking about space and closed system or anything, but in reality, it's freaking flat. And that's a wake-up call for people. It's a complete wake-up call for sometimes people have to go really internal, and sometimes people break down. They need a place to go. They need someone to confide in. That's why we have a Discord like this, because we didn't have anybody to confide in. We're confiding in each other every single day. We're becoming almost like a family, because we have no one else to reach out to about this truth. And that's why Ladies Night is important in ways, because we don't have enough ladies in this world. I don't mean on Discord. I mean in the world speaking truth, because honestly, they're too consumed with their kids and bringing them to the school system and what they have to do and education, and they don't even pay attention. And that's the problem. If the parents actually paid attention to what their kids were being taught, maybe they'd have an understanding of what's going on. But then again, you know what? They think it's settled too, because we've been told it's settled for so long that we don't even look into science. What is science? People don't even know.
Not
They
really.
don't even know the globe model. Yeah.
Well,
That's
yeah,
why
they don't
live
even
every
know
single
the
day.
globe model.
Nope. And that's okay. Guess what? A lot of people don't. You walk around America, everybody's like, I don't know what we're talking about. Gas pressure, I don't get it. I really don't understand. I mean, you have to get so basic with balloons and tires and all this stuff. And like, you have to have a containment. Why do we have PSI? You could go through all those things. But in reality, what I'm walking on is what matters. And they want to always avoid that. No. But you're talking about a ball. There would be curvature. Forget everything else. You're on a ball. If there's no curvature, you're not on a ball. So why would you believe a water ball now spinning?
I do think at some point, at least for a point or two, to evaluate things that are considered anomalies for the heliocentric model, and then come to the point of investigating what you're on. I mean, it's kind of like bringing somebody into the topic of where they are. You know what I'm saying? Meet somebody where they are. So, but if, I know where you're coming from, like somebody doesn't want to understand those things. And so if you can't come to an understanding on a topic, then yeah, let's just get right to brass tacks. It's flat. Right? That's what you mean, right, Stacy? Uh-oh.
Absolutely. Because as soon as we start getting to the sky and you start going back to you go through the gravity thing, you go through the gas pressure, you do all that, and they go back to the sky again. But it's like, why don't you just get real simple, an experiment that you could do yourself, and you would keep yelling, refraction, looming, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about visual things that you could see.
Well, I was referring to people who have been talking about the topic for quite some time, yet they still ascribe to the globe model,
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's
I think what you said, for those people, what you said, don't look at the sky, look at the ground you stand on. And like you said, keep it simple.
It's okay.
But for other people, if they, come across a couple anomalies that are pretty undeniable, then that's going to bring them to, looking at the ground rather than the sky.
It's got to come back to that, because we're talking about a geometric shape. We're talking about the Earth. We're not talking about space. We're talking about a flat Earth. So when we talk about flat Earth, you have to talk about the ground. You could go back up the sky all you want, but then again, you can't verify anything up there. You can still believe, okay, at the end of the day. What you can verify is what you're standing on.
Yes.
What we should be doing anyway. They're the ones that gave the shape. They're the ones that give the geometric shape, and you should have a curvature. Where is it? I've been asking for a while, but I can't find it. There was someone asking a question about to speak a second ago, too. I don't know what they said. If you want to ask again or say something. Maybe not, though.
I would like to, sorry to interrupt, ladies, but in the spirit of promoting Ladies' Night, there's a very spirited flat Earth debate going on down in, I think, Speculation. I try to convince them to just have that conversation up here with you guys, since they're hard of hearing and, you know, Swan Gazers also. But to be fair, he did try to help. But if one of you ladies can go down, maybe you would be a little more persuasive and get some more action in here. Sorry, thank you.
Not a problem. I can go down. Anybody go down? Is someone going to be able to hold the chat if I go down for a second so I could try to get them to come up here and make them feel comfortable? Is that okay?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I go outside, I look around, and I see the earth is flat. I see it straight up flat in
Just
front
saying,
of
I got my
my
new
eye.
earbuds.
What'd you say?
Got my new earbuds.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Jordan.
Okay.
I go outside, I open the door, I look outside, I see nothing but
Okay,
flat.
what ladies are in here?
No, it's flat, man.
No.
Alright, I'm looking in the voice chat for ladies. We got Soda in here.
I think the earth is flat.
That's what I told him. I'm a lady lover.
Oh, hey guys. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Yeah, I was actually going to present you guys with some pretty good material I came across regards to gravity. I know everyone in here, you know, hates gravity, but I had an experiment that I found that actually calculates gravity in a more modern way without using the Cavendish experiment, because I know we all
gravity first.
Oh, I know you hate Cavendish.
Oh, I'm not going to bring up Cavendish here, not today.
Seems
but
like
yeah,
a waste of time.
I was just gonna wait. I was just gonna wait on if we had like any questions in here before I presented that, or
define gravity.
yeah. Hey, Percentage, how are you doing? I thought you thought I was a troll, though, dude. What's up with that?
What do you mean?
Just answer the question.
Yeah, I'll answer the
Define
question for you. There's two definitions of gravity, so which one do you want?
The one that you're using.
Do you okay? Well, which do you want? I can. So there's an equation, right? Hold on. Let me get my notes here, because I had to type this up before I came in here. You know, because this is a lot to talk about.
Damn, old professional.
How many types of gravity are there?
3.
Okay.
Okay,
Actually,
hold on.
4, if you're counting specific gravity.
Specific gravity. That's just relative.
Okay, well, let's let the lady present her information, and then we can have questions thereafter. That's okay.
Yeah, while I'm looking for that, y'all can go ahead and continue with the conversation. I'm just
okay, let us know when you're ready.
Yeah, I got you. I'm pulling it up here.
I'm here too, by the way.
Hey, girl.
Yeah. Hi, Jen.
Hello.
Specific gravity isn't relative density, by the way. It's something completely.
All right, well, we're going to hold all questions.
Yeah,
for
it
now,
is.
sir.
Yeah, in order for Ladies Night to work, you're gonna have to let the ladies answer these questions. Percentage.
She said she's, pulling up her information or stuff and to continue the discussion.
Well, the ladies are quite capable of answering the same questions. Soda, when you're talking, if you have questions, talk to the ladies. They can quite capably answer these.
In the meantime, one of our other ladies was trying to jump in.
Sure, she's trying to get more people in here to ask some questions, and so yeah, let's just you guys, Soda, address the other lady.
I'm ready. Okay, I'm ready. I got it. Okay, so to answer your question, Percentage, we were talking about Newtonian's gravitational constant. Okay, not Einsteinian. So we're talking about Newtonian gravity right now. So basically, it's a torsion balance method. And it's not a Cavendish torsion. It's different. So what they do is they take a torsion. Here, let me pull up. I have a video that goes along with it, so it's kind of easier to understand. Hold on, let me pull up the video so I can like explain
How long is it?
Oh, it's like a 2-minute video. It's not even that long.
One
Hopefully
size
the video
fits all.
will help me explain it a little better to everyone. But I just want to hear what you guys have to say about it. Here we go. Here's a video of it. I'm about to link it in the live stream voice text.
Well, I'm gonna pause and watch it right when you post it.
Here we go.
Okay.
With the Newtonian
I'm just getting back. I
gravitational.
have no idea what's going on.
You said Newtonian gravitational theory, right?
Yeah, so this is a little apparatus right here. I just linked the video for everybody. So they put a stainless steel non-magnetic gold masses in a glass-plated torsion bar, and they put it in a 10 to the negative 5 vacuum. Okay, and that's it's basically what they're doing is they're measuring the force of Newtonian's force of gravity, big G, using this. So I just want to hear what everyone in here has to say about that.
That looks fake.
It's pretty.
That looks faked. I'm dead. That's all you guys have to say about it?
No, I just got back. I'm looking at what's going on here. I have no idea what was just said. Here's the point. How does that prove gravitational pull? Is that what you're trying to prove right now?
Yeah. It's proving Newtonian's it's proving Newtonian's gravity G, big G.
Okay. Show me how it's proving it.
Yeah, so there's a lot of math that goes along with it, Stacy. I can link you that. They take
Do you understand how it's working, though? Do you understand why it's doing what it's doing and then why it's... Yeah, can you explain it to me right now? Because I haven't watched the video. I'm doing something.
Oh, yeah, no problem. You can watch the video. Yeah, so here, I'm going to link you something right here.
Okay.
That you can look at. Because it's more about...
How can you prove something that doesn't exist?
Well,
I think she's going to elaborate.
That's the problem. We don't know why it exists, but we can see it, right? I'm not.
Soda, I got a question.
I just wanted to see what you guys think about it.
Yeah, to get this thing going, do you have to like start it, or does it just happen automatically by itself?
I'm pretty sure you have to start it.
Okay, there you go.
The end.
There's the end. And you should.
So you're just going to shut down the whole experiment because someone has to plug it in?
Yes.
Well, I mean, if gravity exists always, then as soon as this thing's built, it should automatically happen, right?
Correct.
What do you guys mean by plug it in?
Yeah, no, you plugging something
You
in.
basically have to start the thing going. You have to, like, do the first strike of the pendulum.
Sorry, what was that, Station?
Is it plugged in?
I believe so.
I believe so. Okay, another belief again. Why are we stating things that you don't know? You're believing something without even doing the research and knowing, but you're saying, hey, this proof, look, this is gravity. Yet you're not even looking into it to know if it's even plugged in, what it's doing, but it's gravity because, again, authority says it's gravity. No proof, just authority saying something, and you're plugging something in.
What's the problem with plugging something in, Stacy B? What's the problem with
it should work without you plugging it in to prove gravity. Can you please show me gravity or mass attracting mass or any of this bullshit Newtonian or anything on Earth and nature? Please show it to me without plugging something in and giving energy or force in the first place.
Well, Stacey B, unfortunately, I can't show you that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you can't do that, can you at least explain how this thing works?
I literally did. Okay, so basically, it's measuring the gravitational constant using a torsion balance method. I'm sure you know.
No, I understand that, but how's the apparatus like? How's it set up?
Okay, so how's it set up? I couldn't tell you that.
Okay, very good. Could you tell me how they isolated for electromagnetism?
It's in a vacuum. It's in a vacuum chamber. It's in a vacuum chamber. Of 10 to the negative 5.
Electromagnetism still happens in vacuum chambers. So
can you verify that?
Exclude? Yes, electromagnetism is ubiquitous. It's everywhere.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so wait a minute. I have a question for Soda. Ultimately, Soda, you were trying to say how this how this is supposed to work, and you were going into something, and somebody asked a question when you were kind of trying to describe it?
Oh no, I wanted to see what you guys think about it.
Well, can you elaborate a little bit ultimately on what this is supposed to mean? That would be helpful.
Did you watch the video?
Well, yeah, it was just showing the apparatus, but it didn't say anything else. So
can I ask you a question, Soda? Did you watch the video fully?
Yeah, I have it pulled up. It's like a 30-second video.
Okay, well, when someone's asking you how it works, can you please explain how it works? Because you know how this is. When somebody comes in with proof and they're showing something, they're supposed to show it and explain what their theory is. You're just saying, hey, guys, watch this video, and I know nothing about it, or explain it. Can you please explain to me how this is showing gravity,
what you thought about it.
Please? I'm not asking what I'm thinking about. I'm asking what you think about it because you watched it and how it works. How does this show me that gravity exists?
I think it's pretty.
So it's torsion.
You guys, Soda, how did you come across this video in the first place?
I was just searching up, because someone in here earlier, or a couple days ago, was talking about gravity experiments, and I was like, oh well, I'm gonna look up, try to find an experiment demonstrating gravity. So here's how it works for everyone that wants to know.
Do you remember who that person was?
Oh, I think it was Effie Jedi that I was talking to.
Oh, well, maybe bring it up again and ask a few more questions, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, I was just talking to him about it, and I was like, okay, well, I'm going to try to find an experiment demonstrating gravity, and he was like, okay.
Yeah.
And I brought this one in.
Is this an experiment, though?
Is it an experiment? That's up to you.
It looks like a spinning decoration.
Well, okay, I think Soda was trying to tell us about her new interest and stuff she's going to be looking into, so she doesn't have the answers yet, all of them. So
yeah, so it's a turntable rotating at a constant speed, and then there's a torsion balance placed on the turntable located at a set of spheres. So it's basically what they're doing here is they're just trying to measure what Newtonian's gravitational constant is, and there's a bunch of math that goes along with it that I can link down here if anyone understands it. It's kind of complex though, but
the thing you need to do is to make it not complex. Like when you explain it, like, you know what I mean?
I'm trying to.
Because I would definitely need the layman's term version, please.
Yeah, that's the problem is I don't have the layman's term version, so I
Okay, Soda. I asked you even how it was plugged in. That is the most layman terms that I can get to. So, can you please explain to me how this works and proves gravity? Because gravity should exist and show it to you without you plugging anything in like you're stating that it's doing. I'd like to know that because I can't watch the video. I told you right now I'm doing something. So can you please explain to me how it got the force? Because you said it's plugged in. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, Stacy, I couldn't explain that because it's plugged in, so I don't really know what you want me to say.
Okay, that's all I want you to say. Thank you.
What does plugged in mean?
Means it's electrical.
Hey, Soda.
You mean it's plugged into a wall.
But given
Soda. Oh, sorry. Hey, Soda, when did you start looking into this angle?
Oh, I started looking into this like 2 days ago.
Okay. So
that's whenever Jedi was like, well, bring an experiment showing gravity. And I was like, okay. I just wanted to see what you guys say about it. But someone in here said it looks like a house decoration, so...
But we know when we prove gravity how we have to. Is that correct, Soda? How do you prove?
Yeah, it has to be a naturally observed phenomenon. I get it. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have brought this one in.
Okay, good. So at least you understand that this is a proof that you shouldn't actually give for gravity, correct? Not valid because why?
Because it's not a
scientific method. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know, and I'm not mad or anything, but that's not proof. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Question for Soda. Sorry. What made you want to look into this anyway? The way you were looking into it, what made you want to do that?
Fact that the reason I looked into it is because they were like, "Oh, gravity is such a like they were saying how they were having a debate with the Glober about gravity, and I was like thinking, and the Glober couldn't come up with a gravity experiment, and I was thinking to myself, like, how can all these people believe in gravity and not like ever prove it? Like, all these people are just believing in something that can't be proven. I was like, well, I'm gonna try to go out there and search for some proof here.
So, are you maybe looking for what the Glober explanations are, or?
No, I'm looking to the flat Earth explanation. I want to see what you guys have to say about it, and I presented it to you guys, wanting to hear what you have to say about it. Not necessarily trying to debate it, but just trying to see what you guys think about it.
Well, the reason why I asked if you were trying to come at it from an angle of I was ascribed to the globe, how would I explain gravity, or how is it explained? Because, you brought up the apparatus that's supposed to point towards the existence of gravity. And, it's a big topic, and obviously you can't do that in 2 days. But yeah, I guess you have to understand the globe side of it, and then, from what you know now of, flat Earth, you can help people along, because you got to meet people where they are, right? Oh no!
Who's got the windy mic?
It's me. Can you even hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jen, I was just about to say that's really, really well said. We do have to meet them where, where they're at. Otherwise, they're just not going to even understand or listen to us.
Exactly. You know all about that.
What did I miss? Sorry, guys.
So is there any Globers in this voice channel right now that would like to speak to us ladies and bring your best evidence for why you believe the Earth is a spinning ball of water?
Ooh, Becky, sorry.
Yes.
Why don't you go down to speculation, shut the other flat earther up, and drag a couple of those ladies and guy up here? Because that's what me and Stacy tried to do.
Have a moderator move them up here. We're closing all voice chat except for this one.
Jen, you're so funny.
Do it, Becky. You got the power. Ladies know. Fuck it.
Yep. Due to social distancing, we're only doing one voice chat.
We don't do social distancing. No.
We're all going to gather together in one voice chat, because we don't do social distancing here.
How about we talk about the distance to the stars? Do you guys think that the stars are closer than the moon?
Are we really going to go down that pattern again? Because that's where
that's an excellent soda. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that was a good question, but I'll shut up.
Stacy's hardcore for looking at the land, not the sky.
Yeah, you can't prove anything in the sky, soda.
Well, do you think that the stars are closer than the moon?
Okay, this is what I'm going to say.
I think that's a great question, and I ponder that myself.
Yeah. So everything's going to be a belief. We can't verify any of that. You can't verify that. And that was the conversation that we had about 4 days ago when everything got heated and you became a globe skeptic again, because we were talking about stars and you said you had proof and verifiable proof that the stars were what?
Stacy?
Uh-huh.
You can verify that the stars are further than the moon.
Okay, you can verify the stars or what? Can you please show me the proof? Because the last proof you gave me was from space.com. So can you please show me proof that they are?
Yeah, perfect. I can demonstrate it to you too.
Okay, how can you demonstrate
that the stars are further than the moon?
How'd you verify that? What are they made
basically, of? So no. I didn't. It doesn't matter what they're made of. I can still observe them.
You observe them from your eyes or a telescope, and you're telling me you know how far they are?
Well, I can tell that they're farther than the moon because I can take my telescope.
How can you tell with your eyes and a telescope how far a star is, depending on the light source that you cannot verify or what it's made of in the first place? Or that moon because you've never been. How can you verify? Remember, verify is what?
Yeah, so if you'd let me finish, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
So yeah, the reason you can tell that stars are further away than the moon is because I can take my telescope and I can shine it at the moon and I can get a nice, good view of the moon, right? But when I take my when I take my telescope and I look at all the other stars, I'm not gonna get that HD quality, you know, that top-notch quality, and that right there should just tell you that, wow, maybe the stars are too far away to get this good quality.
Well, one, you don't know the size of those stars. You don't even know the size of the moon. You don't even know the size of what you're standing on. So how do you know anything, or that light source, or how bright it is, or how far it's hitting your eye? How would you verify what is hitting your eye in a telescope and where you can measure that, please? Distance. We're talking about distance here. Measurable distance. Can you at least verify how you measured that distance? Not looking through a telescope. That's how far away, because you're not telling me how far.
Well, I never said that I measured the distance of them, but I can know that they're further away just by observing them.
Knowing is proof. Can you please verify how you have that proof of distance?
I don't need the proof of distance to know that they're further away.
I'd just like to say thank you, Soda, for that point, because that would actually strengthen the flat earth argument that the sun is closer and the sun is a local light. So thanks for sharing that with us.
Yeah, for real. That's like supporting you guys.
If you all say so.
My goodness. Anyone else have any questions or verifiable proof to show that the globe exists, or where the stars are? Because I'd like to know the distance. Not what NASA tells me, but verifiable distance, because they also say the sun is 90 miles away. Hello,
I do.
How are you?
Good evening. I didn't realise men were allowed on here this evening. I just got told off by Rig and a few others.
You're not supposed to actually be on The Voice this evening. It's supposed to be just flat earth women.
There we go. So should I leave then?
So no, just make your voice really high and like sexify your
Yeah, just put on a high voice. You'll be right. You can take over.
Voice access would be by invitation only. So feel free to utilize the chat, the text chat, and we can give you a shout out if you say something funny or something.
Do whatever you want. Okay. Right. So I'm taking all those comments.
I'm going to leave the chat, actually, because ladies' night, guys were just speaking a second ago and talking, okay? And then all of a sudden they're not supposed to speak. So what is it? Speak or not speak? And there's guys coming here asking questions.
Yeah, it's please don't speak, guys. It's if there's a female flat earther on ladies' night that can answer the questions, but I don't think we've got any Globers in here anyway. So maybe one of you flat earthers want to play devil's advocate for us.
Yeah, I will. Can I play devil's advocate being a man as well, as I'm illegal in here right now?
Yeah, you sure can.
Well, time out. Why is this better? Wait, time out.
No. Now you've
time out.
Now you've all got,
No. Why is this better than my idea, where there's 2 female Globers and a couple of other Globers down in speculation? Why is that not a better idea?
Because they chose to go down there. They chose not to be up here. I'm not going to go and force people where to go or what to do.
You didn't ask, did you?
I heard you guys already asked and they wanted to stay down there. I'm not going down there to force them to come up here.
No, some of our friends just kept talking through us, and I know you're not the type to play that shit. That's all.
Or is that one? No one listening. Okay.
All right. I really don't want dead air on a live stream, so I'm gonna go.
Not good.
Mm-hmm. Right. You know, does anybody else have any questions or want to say something about what we're standing on, or even anything?
Or any ladies have anything at all that they want to share? Any commentary, opinion?
Pass me a bucket. I'm off. Good night.
All right. Bye, Felicia.
Yeah, I just want to jump in and say, it's worked out the past few weeks. I mean, we can't expect it to actually, work out, the best way every time we try it. So it's cool.
Well,
it can be a discussion if people are supportive and they follow the rules, we won't have an issue. I mean, it's 2 nights a week on one day. It's not that hard. We've been advertising for over a week, so people just need to get together and realize if they have friends and family who are, Globers or even female Globers, that this is the night to entertain any thing associated with the ladies answering their question. And that's what it's going to be. So get over it. Who doesn't like it?
Well, I think all of us could be on the same page eventually, and it'll be better. So. But yes, ladies only. What's up, Sassy? What's new with you?
Not a whole lot. I had a last minute errand that took me away. Y'all's 5 o'clock is my 4 o'clock where I'm at. I'm in Texas, so
same here.
Lost a little
I'm in
bit.
Texas too, Sassy.
Yeah, I remember. Yep.
All right, I'm not looking at the text chat, ladies. I'll AFK for a second.
Yeah, so we have any Globers in here? Let's see who we got in here. We got Reckoner. We got ET.
What about Jordan? Have we spoke to Jordan before?
Have we? Jordan?
Carnivore has the lobby role. I'm going to unmute you, Carnivore. And see if you have any questions for the Flat Earth ladies. Are you at the mic, Carnivore? You have control of your mic. I have a question in the meantime if he's not responding. Yeah, go ahead.
Like with Flat Earth, what do you guys think? Would it have been a controlled release, or would it been more that like the people that like figured it out sort of like happened naturally, or that is like YouTube pushing it, or why are we the ones that are
Why are we all flat earthers right now?
like knowing it?
I love that question.
Well,
I've been wondering about that.
In 2015-16, I started researching Flat Earth in 2015, based off of Zeitgeist, a movie that one of my friends asked me to watch, and I revisited it in 2016 and did a lot of my research during that time. And I found that, Flat Earth wasn't a new topic at that time. It was a resurgence of the understanding and the truth of Flat Earth, coupled with the Truther movement, which had really had a boost with 9/11, and it kind of just like escalated up into the point that we are now. I think 2017 on up has been really some of the big years that people have been coming out as Flat Earthers and really taking charge of the movement. You had a lot of conferences started. You had a lot of billboards being done. You had a lot of stores open up with Flat Earth merchandise, stickers, bumpers. And we really were about, spreading the message. So it's really not new. I know Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, and some of those older names had been on for a while before, this reemergence of Flat Earth. I don't really think that it was, set up to be that way, like a co-op or a, this, PSYOP situation that everyone said, because Flat Earth has been around long before we were even born, some of us. So That's my take on it.
I love that, what you had to say. That was wonderful.
Yeah, I think so too. But why is it like, I reckon 2017, I think it was like the proper year when the numbers went like well up, like the views on YouTube, and why would it start? Why did it start off like there?
I'm not really sure. I came into it through personal relationships with friends, and an exploration of, losing my religion and my faith and, humanity at that time. So it was a personal journey for me, as opposed to, someone just exposing you to flat earth and saying, hey, the earth is flat, kind of thing. And I think that's the case for a lot of people.
Yeah, I had that too. Yeah, that I had to go through that moment of understanding what religion really was, and that was also the same time that flat earth popped up in my life, and nobody like told me about it or anything. It was literally like online, just pushed, sort of, based on what I was watching, probably.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I got cut off and had a phone call. If I interrupted the stream, I did not mean to.
Yeah, no worries.
No, you're fine.
You know what we're talking about, or did you?
No, I actually don't, and I got running in the background. Sorry about that. Go ahead, though.
All right. Why flat Earth became much bigger from, like, say, 2017 or so on, and Ceci said about, like, with losing her religion, and flat Earth came up at about the same time. I had exactly the similar thing, like, in my religion, I lost it, and flat Earth popped up like within the same days.
You know, I wasn't that way at all for me. I actually, I go back and forth sometimes in my heart with what I'm still questioning. Because when you don't know something and you can't prove it, but you have this understanding in you because you've seen miracles, you've seen things happen that you can't explain. Yeah, I go internal. I'm very spiritual, but I always believed this. In fact, I was actually still talking about Jesus Christ only about 7 months ago, and I still pray. I still do all these things. The answer is I don't know, but I already knew the shape of the earth in my heart because I was told that when we were young in church. So I already thought it was flat, but there was no way to prove that for me, I felt like, at all, until I learned the circumference. And it's okay to be at 36 years old and not know the circumference because they're hiding that stuff. I think they teach it to you at a very young age if they do, and they want you to forget it and move on and focus on space. Remember how you used to create those little planets and everything? Look, focus on this. You know, Pluto, because Pluto's a planet, but now it's not. You know, it's all this misconception that they want you to focus on instead of actually what you can verify. Nothing they want you to verify at all. Don't look, guys.
It's quite funny because in school, I definitely didn't grow up with the idea of the shapes of what planets are and talking about the Earth being a ball in space. Like, I totally cannot remember anything at all throughout school. Same like dinosaurs or Big Bang. Like, they didn't talk much about that because it was like a Christian school. Even like after I was 12, the school after that, like, I don't know how you say that in like English. I think it's secondary school then.
Okay.
So you're 16. Even then, we didn't really like. We just skipped the pages in our books, science books, and we just moved on to other subjects that were allowed in the Christian schools.
I think a lot of people just get their test done and move on. They just want to pass that test, you know what I mean? Everybody does, so they can get on and get out there and get into the real world. But in the reality, it's like, what? What am I jumping into after that?
Yeah, after
I just want to say to everyone in here, if in case you all haven't done your research, George Floyd is nothing but crisis actors, CGI. It's all a fake. Okay?
Man, get out here.
No, I have evidence. I have evidence.
Emphasis on the word man.
I understand, but this is not the live stream for that right
out
now.
Of here. Don't bring that in here.
What, George Floyd?
Yeah.
With the riots?
I don't know if they want to talk about. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not saying it's real. I'm not talking about giving my opinion on that. What I'm saying.
Yeah, I do think it's real because you can watch him die on camera.
Okay. So let me fill you in on the fact of the matter.
George Floyd. In the middle of a conversation. Thank you. If you don't mind, we were like in the middle of a conversation, and this is really not like.
If somebody has a question about, the shape of the earth and wants to talk about that when interrupts, that's just something that's absolutely fine. That's what we're here for. Yeah.
I think we've got another chat room for that, right? For like hoaxes or whatever.
I have a question for the ladies.
Hi, E.T. Is that who I'm speaking to?
Yeah, hi, Stacey.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Okay, what's the question? What you got?
Okay, well, I think it's been touched on before, but I've brought it up a couple times. By the way, before I ask my question, I just quickly want to say, I think part of the reason this became really popularized around the 2017 time is when those Eric Dubé videos started to get a lot of YouTube hits. Anyway. I don't know. I'm still new to this, so maybe I'm wrong.
You mean the algorithms?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So what do you think? So people got put in their face in front of them as what you think about a certain time overall, maybe on the recommendations, and that's why you got into it. I think a lot of more people were looking into it at that time. We weren't as censored back in 2014 when I was looking into Rob Skiba, or 15 even, and all those, Eric Dubé. We didn't have that censorship back then. I still didn't have the understanding fully, though, even though I was doing that research back then, and there was the whole, I don't want to get into society crap, and so I got away from that. But then when you realize that there's a total different understanding to this than what they're trying to push, okay, and then you understand that, hey, there's a circumference and the global Euro tour happened, and I was able to see people get out there and speak this. For me, it was different. It's not even about a YouTube video anymore. It was about verifying something for myself, but I'd already been verifying it my entire life. Is the point, So people could say people could say it's not real. People could say there's shills. People could say whatever they want about it. You could even believe in this society. I don't care. At the end of the day, there's a geometric shape and there's an equation given to find curvature. There is no curvature, so there is no globe. We have air pressure. It has to have a container. So all those things instantly prove the model done. And there is no proof that they come in here besides some Snopes, Space.com, or something that doesn't even verify or go into the scientific method. I'm looking for somebody to come in here and show me that, hey, gas pressure could exist without a container. I wanted to see literally the vacuum of space, because how did they create all that stuff to go to space without even testing it? They have to create that environment here to build stuff into, to understand that it could go up there. So why don't I see a vacuum chamber of space on Earth so I could verify that as well? There's no verification anywhere of that model. None.
Right. Okay. Well, then, therefore, I guess I have two questions. Just on that last point, I've heard that the level. It's just a question. The amount of water in the atmosphere, supposedly, I just heard this, I can't verify this, but that if you condense it all into like it would be about like 10 meters high.
Like a barrier?
Yeah. And so like,
gases pressing together? No, it doesn't work like that. Because the gases would still escape. You're talking about gases, right? Gases pressing against gases, first of all, that wouldn't even work that way. But even if it did create a barrier, like you're trying to say, and it works totally different than we could understand. There's something up there that we don't get, and gas pressures are doing that. A container of gas, we're talking about gases next to a vacuum of space.
Yeah, but water isn't a gas, as far as I understand it.
Water is not a gas. It is a liquid, right?
Right, and I don't.
What is water?
We could talk about this later because I know it's ladies' night hour, whatever.
We get
I just yeah okay. I just chimed in because this is my real question. Then I'll be quiet. Okay. I just wanted to know if you guys wanted to get into the subject of saddle loons, because that's something that I really can't wrap my mind around for some reason.
Why can't? What's the one thing like you can't? Doesn't make sense to you?
It's mostly that I just can't believe it.
Yeah, you're right, because it's not true. It's just some nonsense that I've heard about the saddle loon theory, because honestly, I used to look into it because I was like, well, man, satellites really aren't verifiable, right? But at the same time, there's thousands of independently owned satellites that people have, and how are we supposed to believe that all of these people are in on the globe lie, right? Like, I don't really know about all that, but the saddle loons are just a little thing that the flat earthers made up to support the fact that satellites aren't real. It's a theory. It's not verified. No one really knows. But you can believe that they're satellites. If you don't want to, then the go-to is the saddle loon theory. I've looked into it before. I don't really know if I believe it either, dude. But I would just say go research that for yourself, because all the people that own these satellites, not all satellites are owned by NASA. Okay, dude. There's thousands of other space agencies that aren't owned by the government. So how are we supposed to believe that all these people are lying?
What?
But they're not. They're not lying. It's because it's compartmentalized. All these agencies and agendas that are happening.
Why would NASA be the number one consumer of helium, and why would NASA use that? What's the whole point for NASA to have the most of them? Maybe because it has to do with some balloons or something, like they need helium.
Saddle balloons, honey, have been actually proven. I don't know where you're getting that they haven't been. They have been. There's video. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, you could think what you want because you've not seen them yourself, so that's fine. I understand that's not your verifiable information. I get it. And I'm not saying satellites don't exist. People do see stuff in the sky, but it is not where they say it is. And a satellite can, I'm serious, I'm in an Indy 500, okay? And how fast that car goes by me, and I can barely see it. If a satellite is moving at 17,000 miles per hour, I am not seeing that where they're telling me it's at. So therefore, whatever you're seeing is not where they say it is, automatically.
Why?
Because you would never see it at 17,000. You go try to look at something of that size, that far away, at 17,000 miles an hour, and tell me you could see that with your own eyes. Where have you ever witnessed anything going 17,000 miles an hour past you when you were able to see it? Your entire life. Think about that. 17,000 miles per hour.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, Stacy. But just because that balloon satellites exist doesn't disprove low Earth orbiting satellites.
You got to first prove it to say that it exists. And we're talking about, you just said a second ago that they didn't exist and now they do exist. But it doesn't matter.
Well, that's if you think they exist or not. That's up to you. That's your own verifiable truth, in your own words.
Well, I'm actually telling you there's videos. If you don't want to believe it and other stuff because you've never seen it, that's fine. But again, you just made a statement that they didn't exist and there's no proof. But then again, now you're saying they do exist. I'm just asking you which one it is. Okay.
Not sure what the question
is in here a second.
Not sure what the question was.
Which one that you believe if it exists or doesn't exist, because you said both. There's no proof, and then you said there was proof. So I'm just wondering which one that you believe. Is there proof or not proof?
We can see pictures of the saddle loons, but then again, I've never
pictures.
Yeah, I've never seen one in person though.
Is there no video or no?
To be honest, I've never even heard of saddle loons before I came to the flat Earth community. I had no idea what that shit was until I came here.
Okay, so yeah, and that's fine. It's just the knowledge you just didn't have. You didn't gain that yet. That information. That's okay. A lot of times we don't find information until you get to one platform or one thing, and it reaches you to another one. I've been down a rabbit hole for I don't know how many years. We go from 9/11 to the next step to the next step, and now I'm sitting here at 37 talking about what? The shape of the Earth that I was not doing. What, a year ago? No. So those things like that, when you look into them out of nowhere, like flat Earth brought you to a new reality of understanding, and now you're going to find even more information and knowledge, and I'm growing every single day over here. These people are also giving me information that I've never seen before, popping them in the voice text. Oh, that's cool. That's interesting. You know?
Oh, Sven.
How are you doing? Is there anybody in here that has any questions that you'd like to ask us?
I have another question, and thanks for answering my Saddleloon question.
Mm-hmm.
So I've also heard this other thing that it's, you know, the idea comes across. Sometimes people bring up the idea that it could be some kind of screen rotating. Like this kind of goes. This is an explanation as to why the Saddleloon thing might not work. And with the moon and the
You're
sun.
saying you had a screen of what now? Can you repeat that again for one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm kind of tired today. I'm not really speaking clearly. Like,
it's okay.
So some kind of rotating. The closest word I could come up with right now is a screen, like a domed television screen of sorts.
Okay.
Spinning around, right? Which would also explain like the seasons and whatnot. You know what I mean?
What are we talking about here again? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Okay, yeah, about like the satellites, and it would also describe the stars and the sun and the moon as well.
The satellites describe the stars, the moon, and the sun. Can you explain how that works?
Well, I'm posing it as a question, but I mean, what do you think about the idea that like almost like they're just lights above the disc, if you want to use that word?
Whatever that we're standing on, disc, we can call it whatever you want, because I can't verify it's a disc, but I can verify that all the measurements are flat as far as we can measure. But yeah, if you want to call it that for your, you know, your belief or whatever, I understand that. But I'm confused of how a light source can show you that the Earth is, you know, flat or not, or the stars what they are and all that. I mean, satellites have nothing to do with anything besides a man-made object that we are putting into the sky.
Right, yeah, I don't really think it's like a proof of evidence or anything like that. Okay. It's like simply asking like what the idea or what the thinking is in this community towards the idea of there being some kind of, I don't know, almost mechanical, perhaps mechanical, I don't know, thing above us, let's just say, which could explain this behavior where we see these lights, which we call satellites, and stars and whatnot, you know? Sorry.
Well, I'm not saying that satellites don't exist. I just don't think they exist anything like they're saying. I do believe I've seen stuff up in the sky. I also have seen objects that we don't know about, but that's the point. Those are things I cannot verify. But how our world works has nothing to do with a man-made object. So satellites can be thrown out the window because that's technology. Okay, but when we're talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, I can't verify that. They could be in the dome. Is there a dome? We have a barrier. We have to have a container of some sort because we have PSI, we have gas pressure, air pressure. So we're breathing. So those things I can't verify. You know what I mean? No one can.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for answering my question.
Yeah. And I wish I knew. We all do, actually. And I'd love for anyone that could verify that and go up there to do that. But at the end of the day, how are you going to? Especially, you don't even know where it's at. And you can't leave. More than likely, you're going to hit a barrier. Unless we could get through this barrier that we have no understanding of how to get through. But to be honest, nature does not show that. You cannot get through a barrier that's contained.
Well, even if you did, what are you going to do when you get outside?
You're going to bust it open, and what's going to happen?
Crazy.
The pressure is going to what?
Get sucked out.
Right. It's going to be released. It's going to move. It's going to expand. It's going to go into that other space. So even if they were to bust it open, we're talking about what's going to happen to us then. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. They shouldn't be busting it open at all. Quit trying.
Have you guys seen that video with Hillary Clinton? She's talking one time, and she talks about like breaking open the ceiling, I think were her words, like cracking it open or something to that effect.
Breaking the glass ceiling.
Yeah.
It's a trip. Like, why would she say that?
And there's a million cracks in it. So she said.
Anyway, it's ladies' night, so I'll stop talking, at least for a couple hours until this ends. I have one final question. One thing I don't hear people talk about in this discussion is the correlation between flat Earth and UFOs. And I'll take my answer off air.
Yeah, I apologize too for jumping in. My bad.
No, you guys are fine. As long as we're not having people in here asking questions, and if we want to talk about something that's serious and about what we're standing on, then I personally don't have a problem with that. But if somebody in here has a question that, doesn't believe that the Earth is flat, I'd love to have that conversation with you, or at least that you don't believe that it's a globe, because that's what I'm at. It's not a globe. It's flat as far as I can measure. Anybody want to talk about what they believe? I think we're all flat earthers here now.
Okay, I'll jump in one final time. When I watch all these videos, because I've been spending a lot of time in this channel lately, and one thing that keeps popping in my mind is that a lot of these explanations for a lot of this strange phenomena, which to disprove the globe theory, seems to be able to be explained by a model of a globe which is much larger than's been described. So instead of Earth being the size that they say it is, maybe something more along the lines of Jupiter or something could explain some of these things. And now
I mean, how would you say that, though? Because if we are in a container, I guess you want to put a container on an entire globe, and we are a bigger shape than we say, then the whole point is why even believe in that globe? It doesn't make any sense. You believe it because we're taught it. So if the measurements are wrong that they gave you, and this entire imagination Disneyland theory, why even go back to that you could believe that it's a ball?
It wasn't even taught to us. We were told certain things about it just enough to where we would believe it. We were never taught critical thinking in school and what that means. So there's that. Sorry to jump in on you, Stacy.
Oh, no, you're fine. And maybe we are a bigger place. But at the same time, we still have to be contained, right? 1. And 2, you'd have to find that curvature. And as far as we can see, it's not here. So instead of believing in something that is a fairy tale that you can't even verify, the horizon's flat, everything you see and measures flat, why believe in this bigger globe, smaller globe? I've heard all these different theories because they want to hold on to that imagination. Oh, it's wonderful. Guess what it is? But it's scientific BS. Excuse me, pseudoscience.
See, the thing is when you don't...
Is this ladies' night?
Yes, it is. When you don't give full disclosure on something, and then you expect people to comply. I mean, oh my gosh, I got a bee almost coming in my car. Okay, we're good. So there's a major portion of information that people have not used to come to the conclusion about what their beliefs are. There's a lot of half-truths out there, and like Stacy's been talking about this whole time, is verifiable evidence, things we can verify. There isn't any. We weren't taught any. It's not like we went on a field trip in school and, hey, we're going to prove how to find the curvature. I mean, it just seems like coincidence. I know. Isn't it a coincidence that we didn't get to do something like that?
Right. Why didn't we go out and measure that curve? Exactly. That's the point. When we used to do all those projects and science in class, why didn't we? We went out to dissect stuff and things. Why weren't we trying to go measure the curve? Why didn't they show us that curve? They taught us the model. You need to learn it, but they don't even want to show it to you.
But no, we have a bunch of useful idiots, and pretty soon the movie Idiocracy is going to be our real reality.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, but the thing is, I think what helps a lot in conversation is if you identify with people that what we're really dealing with here is not just deception about where we live. It's honestly about everything. And, it's something that needs to be discussed, from the same team type perspective. Because, they treat us like useful idiots. They tell us what to do all the time. That's why I tell my granddaughter. It's why I tell my granddaughter, I'm like, honey, you got to do it. Everybody's got to be told what to do. When grandma goes to work, she's got to be told what to do. Yeah. You're not alone, kid.
Well, and that's the thing. Someone just said it's rocket science. And you know what? When a kid hears that, they go, oh, I can't understand that. That's news to them. It's too difficult to understand. I don't get that. I don't get how that works.
That's like a weaponized term. Just like conspiracy theory is weaponized. People hear the one word conspiracy, automatically their brain goes to, oh, it's not true. People are crazy. But do people look into it?
Hey, I got a question, guys. Is this going to be going on in a couple more hours?
Probably not fully ladies' night hours, but I'm sure, I don't know how long they do ladies' night.
It's possible, but I don't think any time has been determined, I guess, upon participation.
Yeah. And what's happening?
Okay, yeah, because Cunny said he's got some new material for us.
I don't want to.
I wanted him to come to ladies' night, but
Cunny.
I don't want to hear Cunny.
No,
he's busy right now.
Cunny's not participating in this ladies' night. Sorry, Soda.
It's okay, Bambi. He'll come back. He'll come later after ladies' night because he's at work right now. So we'll see him later.
Okay, that's good. Well, he can be here when we're gone.
Thank you very much, Bambi.
Night, Bambi.
Yeah, he's technically still on the permaban list. He's technically still on the permaban list, so if he's here when I'm here,
I'm
just so you know.
Why?
I don't like his energy.
He's a full-time troll. We've been told by NDO. NDO's determined he's on the permaban list, so technically he's permaban.
Yeah, so don't ask, don't bother.
Just don't bother. Yeah.
And I could already tell that Cunny's been in her ear the whole time because I've been saying this for about 4 days that Cunny is in Soda's ear and I'm not sure it's just Cunny. I'm sure it's a couple of them. I'm confused though, Soda, though, while you're over here hanging out with us, teaching ladies' night, flat earth, and everything, and then Cunny's come over and Kosho's gone, and they've gotten into your ear, and now you're over here spitting a bunch of globe nonsense that I don't even think you necessarily believe either, because Cunny wants you to say it. So if Cunny wants to say something, why doesn't he say it? Because he can't, because he got banned.
Stacy, so what you're ultimately saying, this is what I'm hearing from you, is that we need to help Soda a little bit, maybe with her discernment.
Yeah, agree.
No. Stacey, I love how you're throwing all these false assumptions around. I'm not trying to cause a...
said Cunny.
I said he's coming later. He messaged me that he was going to come to ladies' night, Stacey. That does not mean that he's sending me information and brainwashing me or whatever you want to think. Okay?
I never said brainwashing.
Soda, did you hear what I said, though? Don't you think it looks better from that aspect?
It does look better. It looks better. Listen, I'm just questioning the narrative, like Becky said. I don't know why it's such a big deal, but
it should be questioned, and everybody should listen to the conversation. That's my opinion. So I back up.
All I said was I never said brainwashing. I make my words clear because you take my words out of context and you're twisting them. I never said that.
Wait, okay. Everybody's process is different. Everybody's process is different. We're experiencing Soda's process.
Right. And that's what we're saying.
All right, cool. Glad we're on the same page.
Correct. But so did you have any questions then?
No, I already presented my I'll jump in if I hear anything that's worth talking about.
That's cool. Okay. I look forward to hearing about it, Soda, if you come up with something else.
All right, thank you.
But Soda, hold on. Soda, can I ask you something?
Yeah, no problem.
How did you go from having a flat earther to a globe skeptic?
Oh,
that's an interesting and honest question. I appreciate
that is an honest question, Bambi. I'm glad to tell you here. Yeah, so what happened was Cunny was here the other day and I was like kind of backing him up and they're like, well, Soda, maybe she isn't a real flat earther. Maybe she is, but she's not 100% on the flat earth side. And I was like, yeah, maybe they're right. So I got all my roles taken away from me, which is whatever, but I got them. I got. So then one of the mods DM'd me and was like, "Hey, we're giving you the Globe Skeptic role because we really don't think you're a true flat earther yet, and that you still have some questions." And I was like, "Okay, yeah, that's fine." So now that I've been given this label as Globe Skeptic, well, I'm gonna start asking more Glober questions because now I have the opportunity to. Because before I was just kind of throwing the flat Earth tag on my name. Just because I was flat smacking people doesn't necessarily mean that I don't believe in the flat Earth. I do believe more in the flat Earth than the globe for sure. But I still have some questions.
Can I share something that I just thought of right when you were speaking, Soda? I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but
yeah, go ahead.
I learned this a long time ago, like literally like 2.5 decades ago at one of my jobs. She said that problems are opportunities. So sounds like you're having some issues, and that, you know, is a signal for you to look into them more. So, you know, whatever things that you want to look into more. Yeah, whatever you want to look into more, we're excited to hear about your findings. So, but if you come to a place where you don't think you have enough answers yet, you know well as anybody else in here that you can say, well, at this time I don't know, but I'm going to look into it. You know what I mean? That's what we're all supposed to say.
Can I just ask a further question to what I initially asked? You said that Connie was in here talking, and that's you were sort of defending him on the globe thing. What was the sort of thing you were defending? So what's making you globe skeptic? What's the topic?
There's really no topic. I mean, the whole gravity. They were talking about gravity and how it's not verifiable or whatever, but. I just don't understand how such a small group of people like the flat earth community can believe in that this one thing is not existing. I don't know, because I grew up with gravity, like understanding it, and I just don't understand how you guys can just disregard such a strong force.
We all grew up in understanding gravity, but then we realized and we understood that it cannot be proven, and we run on proof here, don't we? So if something cannot be proven, then I'm going to be skeptical of it, right?
Well, maybe there's proof that you just haven't looked into it that far.
Well, but we have. Like every single, like you said, the small community, every one of us have dedicated days, weeks, months, years. And do you not think it's a bit fishy that people who have been doing this for 5, 6, 7 years have never found that proof?
Okay, so hold on. All right. So within the propaganda chains, you have actor Neil deGrasse Tyson posing as an astrophysicist telling us that he doesn't know what gravity is. And I seriously doubt it that he's not wanting to actually answer the question. I mean, I don't think anybody has answered the question and what it really is. So that should really, you know, raise a red flag to say, well, then why is it being presumed as true? And then it just automatically fits into the model. I mean, you just have to really, you know, if you feel like you need to look into it more because you said that you feel like you grew up knowing about gravity, then revisit that whole topic with what you know now. That's what I would say.
Yeah. Everything you were taught, just question it, and you eventually, if you have enough brains, not like Jim Panda or anything like that, you'll realize that there is no proof, no matter how far you look into it. Because if you think that there is, and we have not looked into it far enough, and there is proof for gravity, I would love to hear it.
And then when you get to the point where you look into it more, you know, you can use that experience for yourself and then pay that forward to other people. So, you know, maybe have that in the back of your mind. Oh, well, I'm doing this because when I find it out, I'm going to tell other people about my, you know, what I did. You know, not that that's the sole purpose of doing it, but, you know, so you're doing it for yourself, but then also, you know, how could you not share it?
Yeah.
So is there anything else that's sort of tying you to the globe? So gravity.
Oh, I'm not tied to the globe at all, Bambi. I just said that.
No. But what I mean by that is like threaded to the globe. Like there's like if you weren't tied to the globe, you'd be nowhere near the globe. So like we are not tied to the globe, whereas you're globe skeptic, so you have to have some threads there. What other threads have you got that's making you
just the gravity thing. I brought up a couple pictures to the chat a few days ago that show obvious curvature obstructing mountains.
No. Two different locations, and you didn't have the
it was the same location, Stacy.
Huh?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Something I thought of, you guys, please forgive me for jumping in here. Okay, so, we're talking about, so you need to do something that you can verify, I would say, Soda. So you would have to find 2 observational points, where you can have a frame of reference. And, so just, if anything else, I guess, I mean, even if you can't photograph it or whatever, do it for yourself to see it with your own eyes. I mean, I don't know where you live and I don't need to know, but, I don't know if you could go on a field trip or something to do an observation. You can pick wherever you want to do it, I mean, okay. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, can you guys hear me okay? Because my internet's been really choppy.
Yeah, you're going good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so this is something I've been thinking about for quite some time, for probably 6 months or more. All right, so everybody seems to be strongly attached to the idea that we have to be labeled in some sense in a social structure that is a necessary evil, for lack of a better word. Okay, so ever since I've been on this Discord, I've been a flat earther, okay? And I'm not trying to cause any controversy or any drama or anything, but if I want to be actually intellectually honest with myself and those that I interact with, I have not seen any observations that I can verify for myself. So I only have things that I've heard other people say. So
yeah,
in all actuality, technically, I should be in the globe skeptic category. I mean, if you really want to get down to it, I mean, so, because I really can't say I know the earth is flat, meaning me doing something that verifies for me that we are on a flat plane. And, I am okay with knowing or having a strong belief that it's probably not a globe. I'm honestly okay with that. And so, I don't know, if Miss Soda has to be globe skeptic, I'll be globe skeptic. So, but I just think the more important thing, at least for me personally, is knowing that there's deception out there. There's lack of full disclosure. And so, you really can't have an opinion about something if you don't have most, if not all, the information that you want to form your opinion about. So, what do you guys think about all that? Sorry to go on a monologue. I really apologize.
I think that was very well said, Jen.
Oh, well, thank you, Becky. Appreciate that.
Hey, Soda, is there any way you could post those 2 pictures again for me, hon, and make sure that there are 2 separate pictures and not on the same the same, format, please?
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second.
I need 2 separate pictures so we could do an overlay of those 2 pictures to make sure that they line up and everything is correct from the observer and all that. That's all I want, hon. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, give me a second.
Not a problem. Take your time. You can do that.
I base off of observations and stuff. So I observe the Earth to be flat. So I'm going to believe it's flat. Until I observe something else, I'm going to believe it is flat. Or till I have proof of something else, I'm going to believe the proof that we have, which is it's flat. Like I say, I run on proof. I run on what I see. I run on my observations, my senses. And my senses tell me that we are on a stationary, flat thing.
Actually, you know what? I saw a new tag I never saw before for the server, and that is, I think, was it Realm or Earth Realm or something?
I don't know.
Oh,
There's
sorry.
so many new tags being made, man. I've lost track.
So I wasn't trying to change anything on what you were saying. Knowing what you stand on is, I think, what you're saying.
Yeah, saying that I, what I observe, what I feel, what my senses tell me, is what I'm going to believe it is. Until I have otherwise, I'll believe that I believe what my senses and what I see and what I observe.
I mean, what came to mind when you just said that is how does it work? Honestly, how does it work from a globe apologist perspective that we're supposed to be spinning so fast, but yet somehow magically the atmosphere moves with us, and that's why we can't feel anything? That just sounds so absurd.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. What were you saying now?
Was I cutting in and out? That's possible.
No. That's I just didn't understand what you were saying. I'm sorry. I was reading the chat as well.
Okay, so I'm trying to be a globe apologist here, okay? So we're spinning so fast, but somehow the atmosphere moves with us, and that's why we don't feel anything. And that just, to me, with all that I've listened to for the last 4 years, it just seems absurd that that's somehow possible.
It does, because we would have to, I don't know, demonstrate it on a smaller level and be able to prove it. Otherwise, it's just a theory and it's just being skeptical. Because, like, if you're, I don't know, on a roller coaster or something, on a car, plane, you can still feel it.
So
different motions, linear motion.
If there was some sordid attempt at even possibly proving that the atmosphere moves with us, how would that happen, do you think? I mean, really?
I'm not sure. I don't think it is able to prove because, well, I'm not sure how you would do that, but that's not for me to prove.
You're right. Exactly. You're absolutely right. But I was coming from the globe apologist.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, thank you for participating.
I don't know how they would do that. I don't know. I don't know how they could possibly replicate that on a smaller scale.
I mean,
maybe
it's not a topic on the world stage at all, is it? Oh, sorry, Bambi.
No, it's not. No, I was just going to say, maybe they could have like a spinning room or something and then put someone inside the spinning room and a spinning thing. I don't know. But I don't think it can be replicated on a smaller scale. I don't know how they would do that. It just sounds absurd that moving while spinning in multiple directions in a moving thing can make you just cancel out all movement.
I'd have to say, the way Eric Dubay says all the movements, I should write it down actually, or have it copy and paste ready, where he says we're rotating, wobbling, spinning, shooting, to me it's pretty iconic because, nobody ever thinks about all the movements that we experience with the heliocentric model. Orbital mechanics is something that doesn't seem to jive with the heliocentric model. I remember listening to, what's his name from Globebusters, the one that's always e-begging and getting himself in trouble. What's his name?
I know the one you're talking about.
I love that old video, and I don't think it exists anymore.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask some questions about it because, who that you talk to in everyday life, or even on here for that matter, is well-versed in orbital mechanics? How could you possibly conceive that that's your belief if you don't even know how it works in a general sense, let alone, in any kind? I mean, they fool everybody. They make it so complicated, but
yeah, they make it so tricky to understand that people just accept when you tell them without looking into it. That's why so many people just get told about, all these big technical words and all these big scary things, and okay, I'll just accept it rather than looking into it. I'll just have a brief understanding and I won't actually look into it.
Mm-hmm. But, so far as me proclaiming myself as a possible globe skeptic, I mean, don't you think that's a fair statement, though?
Not for me, no, because I base myself off observations and proof.
But so no, I meant for me.
I see proof. For you, sure, if that's what you think, but that's
well,
no,
you, I
don't
okay.
know you.
Let me ask a better question. My apologies. Okay, so did you hear what I was talking about? Like, if I was really intellectually honest with myself, I couldn't technically call myself a flat earther. And
yeah, I think
because I haven't done those observations for myself.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I get you. I mean, it depends if. I mean, I haven't done like the laser stuff, but I've done long distance observations. So
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe you should. Yeah, maybe you should look into doing those certain things. Well, but I mean, it can be difficult to get your hands on a laser or something.
Well,
but
I might not even have to get that drastic because I used to live in Illinois, which is flatter than a pancake, like Kansas too, I think. But now I live in Missouri, and the terrain, the topography is so drastically different. I literally feel like I'm in a driving video game. It's so bizarre. Like, it's crazy. So anyway, my cousin just told me about, it's like a half hour away from me, maybe, I don't know, something like that. It's a high elevation observation point. I'm like, yes. So, what that means is that it's documented probably on how high it is. And then I'm sure there's another state park within this somewhat couple hours or whatever vicinity, maybe 50 miles. I don't know. But yeah, it's something that has been on the table in my thoughts. But, just recently moved other things, life gets to you and everything. But yeah. So, definitely.
You've not done some of the things that you're claiming, but when it comes
I don't claim anything.
I don't honestly. I mean, like flat Earth claims, and you're saying you're a flat earther, so you might be a globe skeptic. I get what you're saying, but I would certainly not call my globe skeptic because I cannot debunk any of the things that I haven't done, like the laser test. Like so although I may not have witnessed the laser test, or I may not have been to one or done one myself, I'm still going to accept it because in no way, shape, or form can I go against it. I can't explain it on anything but a flat plane. So I don't think, for things like that are a little bit difficult, do them if you can, but if you can't, try to debunk it, and if you can't, that's telling you something.
What more I thought of is that, what caused me to question what I was, talking about is that, some flat earthers, they make the very bold statement and they say, well, I know it's flat. And so that's kind of where I was getting at with the intellectual honesty portion, because, then at some point, if you get a crafty glober on you, they're going to corner you and say, well, what have you done for yourself?
Yeah.
So I just think it's smart, and I don't know. Just something I've been thinking about for a while.
Globe skeptic, because globe skeptic means you're skeptical. Like, it might. Well, yeah. Sorry, I put the words out loud and I realized what I was saying.
No, you're good.
Yeah, sorry, I just completely lost my train of thought. I started saying the wrong thing.
I hate that.
Yeah, I was thinking one thing and saying another, and then I've lost track of all thought that I was going to say.
And now we've built it up too much. Hopefully you'll get it back.
Maybe.
No.
Might do.
But anybody else want to jump in on opinions or anything?
I've got an opinion. Well, Soda, you're a dirty glober and you know it.
That's not what exactly I had in mind, but thank you for playing.
Sorry, who said that?
Can I have the first pick of that series so I can show her that the mountain is in full view in the second one?
Yeah, sorry, listen, where the point of the Mount Rainier is that
and it shouldn't look at the information. That's, I mean, I don't want to.
No, Sassy, I did listen. You said that it was refraction or atmospheric conditions, but how can atmospheric conditions and refraction cause 8,000 feet of mountain to be hidden?
Actually, if you can actually, Soda, no one said that. And what we told you yesterday was to question the information that you were given, and to ask the person who gave you that information to give you the viewer height, the conditions on that day, so you can make an accurate observation and come to a conclusion off of all of the information and not part of the information. I also told you and pointed out yesterday that the pictures that you proposed were taken from two different positions, and trying to line them up and compare them when they're not taken in the same spot is dishonest. So that's what you were told yesterday to do. And you're bringing it up like it's like we're the ones that are being dishonest about it. We're not. We're telling you to question the information you were given because it doesn't add up. And that's something you should want to do, because if you're going to be a globe skeptic, that's fine. But when the information presents itself and it's found to be faulty, you shouldn't want to run with that and propose that as something of a proof, because it just makes you look bad.
Okay, so Sassy, fine, I'll concede there. But where do you suppose that the 1,000 feet of mountain are hidden then? What do you suppose is hiding that?
They're not hidden, Soda. You showed a picture of one that was taken at 150 feet away, which is going to show more of that mountain. And then the other picture that was shown was taken at only 55 feet, probably on the water, and it was zoomed in. And when you compare the two, if you're going to look at the topography, it should be taken from the same location and matched up. And that's not the case, because in that 55, out foot away from the mountain, you can see a little island that birds are on, and you can tell that it's zoomed in on the water, which is kind of deceptive, and nobody likes deceptive views on flat Earth. And you can see in that photo, there's no mountains in that photo, not because it's hidden behind curvature, it's because it's taken at different positions.
The whole point, though, the fact is that they are taken at different positions. And the mountains don't change in size ever, so why would it matter what time of day the photo was taken at?
I didn't say time of day, I said position. When you're going to make a comparison photo, you should be matching up all of the markers in that photo towards the topography, like how you see that there are, a little island in that photo on the right-hand side. There's trees in that photo on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side. Do you see the little mountain that the little bird is on in that left-hand photo? No, you do not.
Because at different positions.
And that's the issue with the photo. You can't have an accurate comparison if you're not exactly lining up visual markers in the photo and then trying to use that as a proof. It disproves what you're trying to prove in the first place.
No, the point of the image is why are thousands of feet of mountain hidden, and no one has addressed that yet.
We all have addressed that with you pointedly. And if you,
I've gotten multiple different answers from multiple different people. I'm not sure how am I to know who I should believe in? At the end of the day, it's up to me to figure out this for myself. But
right,
I know. And so you gotta figure out which one makes more sense. look into everything you're saying and figure out which makes more sense.
One thing is too that if you're not thinking that it's flat and you're thinking that things are hidden because of, let's say, curvature or something.
Not today, guys. Not today.
Somebody got sniped.
So,
sorry, everybody.
So how would you go about proving it for yourself, Soda? What would you do at this point with the information that you've been given?
Well, see?
Huh?
Right now, what we're gonna have to do is move on to a different example because this one isn't. This one clearly isn't good enough for you guys. Probably get the observer hide.
No. It's not about it being good enough for us, Soda, because you're the one that's trying to make this observation and prove it for yourself. So that's why I'm asking, how would you then go about investigating the information that you were given? Would you go on a trip? Would you find more photos that you can compare that are at the same distances? That's basically what I want to know.
Yeah, you're right. I'll have to.
There's your trees.
But yeah, I just want to know where the mountain is. That's all I'm trying to say. Where's the curve? Where's the hidden mountain? Yeah, what's up?
I was wondering if you would go outside and you want to prove for yourself what the shape of the Earth would be like, or you know what I mean. What would you do for tests that you would think would help you out?
Well, I know there's at-home tests that you can do to calculate the circumference of the Earth. I've seen those before, but I'm not too sure about those. I've you can take there's a way to do it. It's not, because I know Eratosthenes did it, but there's a lot of problems with that. But there's ways you can do it at home, and I've looked into them before, but I've thought about doing it, but I'm not sure about them. But yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking.
And if you would have a set of binoculars and then looking over water and see if you can see certain things at certain distances. If you thought about is that possible in your area?
I live near a thing of water. My grandparents have a lake though at their house that I could go to.
Right. Because it might help to do things for yourself, go out for yourself, instead of just seeing things that are being posted online and following one picture or another video, and it's still in the end you will never know until you do it yourself, isn't it?
Good point.
Yeah, I'm actually saving up money right now for a weather balloon. I'm gonna launch it in
That's really cool.
Base, and I'm going to attach a camera to it so we can all see it, and I'm not going to edit it or anything. And we're going to see, and we are going to see if there's a curve or not. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to present it to you guys.
We'll see, of course, if that will happen.
Just make sure you get the right permission, because last thing you want is to release it in an area where a plane's going to go by and you take down a plane of 150 people.
Hey, Soda, are you familiar with one of the most notable high-altitude amateur balloon? Well, not really. He's not an amateur anymore, but...
Little Piggy?
No. Dwayne Kellum. He has dozens of balloon launches, if memory serves, and he goes through all the processes of the equipment that he uses and things like that. So he's very transparent with what he does, and he has some absolutely amazing footage. So if that's an interest of yours, that's my recommendations, if you don't mind me suggesting.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I can find the YouTube channel. Hold on, and I'll link it, okay?
But yeah, no, guys, I'm sending a weather balloon myself. I'm a personal researcher. I'm going to do this, and we will see if there's any curve or not. And if I see, so let me ask you guys a question. If I see curvature, what are you guys gonna say?
It doesn't matter. It's what you think about it.
I would say you saw that. That's really cool. And then
I would love. Oh, sorry.
To see pictures or something from it, but definitely.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to see what you bring back if you do feel that you found curvature soda and it's your footage. I would absolutely love you to come and share that with us so we could look at it. Because honestly, we've seen so much footage now over the times. And, you know, there's always a logical explanation for when someone says, I have, footage of curvature. So we would need, and hopefully you would know what kind of lens to be using and that kind of thing. I mean, I'm definitely not an expert.
So I'll bet you $1,000 you won't see the curve.
You want to bet on it right now?
You're going to waste your money so bad.
Well,
it's like when I was still
Soda, I believe the highest that Dwayne Kellum got in his many flights, I think it was like over 120,000 kilometers or feet. I'm so sorry. It's been a while since I've looked at his footage. But he is one of the highest that anyone has ever been in a balloon. And it's, there's some that argue that they see curvature, but from my little bitty eye, it looks pretty flat from way up there.
And even from out of the sky, even just being on the ground, it looks very horizontal to me. Since I've been at the ocean, and back then it looked horizontal with no curve. And then I changed my world view. It still looks the same, so it's not like when I was a glober I saw a curve, and now it's flat and I see a flat line or anything. It's always been a flat line, so no curve.
I mean, shit, if it's completely verifiable what lens you're using and we physically cannot debunk your photo and we know that it's not been edited, we put it through software, then shit. Proof is proof, right? Proof is in the pudding. If you can prove to us what lens you're using, we run it through software, make sure you're not edited or anything, proof's there. But well, just don't get your hopes up too high.
I was just thinking, I think so far Ladies' Night is an ultimate success. I think it's really awesome.
It's always
it is. Plus, I enjoy meeting the men. Sorry, who spoke that was male?
I said it's always awesome listening to the
mute. Loving it. Unless you're a baller, male, female baller, you keeping quiet.
I so appreciate Sassy yet again recollecting on just a short time ago. She said, "Oh no, not tonight."
That was really great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to address breaking down the wall of lies real quick. He said that he traced that image. I want to know more about what you found when you
I'd like to talk about the image. I'd like to talk about the image for a minute with you. The two images, the one that keeps popping up.
How do I get in the Ladies' Night channel?
You're already in there. Can I just finish what I was saying, please? I'm just talking to Soda.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Becky.
Yeah, so Soda.
I posted a photo for you, Becky, so that you might, she might have something to look at when she's trying to understand what I'm saying about the dishonesty of the photo and it not matching up.
All right. So all I wanted to say about this is, because I'm really more a layman's terms type of person. these two photos that we're looking at that Sassy's just uploaded of the same place, the one on the left is taken quite close to the mountain and quite close to the trees. So we get a really good, clearer a picture of those trees because we're closer up. The one on the right is taken much further away. So there's a lot of atmosphere between where the picture is taken and where the mountains and the trees are. So there's it's going to cause that distortion, and it's also going to look differently because of how far away it is. Now, what they've done is they've printed those two photos in that square frame of the same. So they've just cut them out, put them side by side, and I that's what I'm saying. Am I wrong, Sassy? Is that what's happening here?
I'm sorry, I missed your last sentence.
Am I right? Is the photo on the left taken far closer to the mountains than the photo on the right?
Yes, it sure is. It's taken on the water at only 50 feet away from the mountain, as opposed to the other one, which is taken on a lake that's 150 miles away.
Okay, so that's why they look so differently, and the reason why it's got that distortion, or I don't even know how to explain it, that is because we've got all that atmosphere, and you imagine all the salt, like even when you go to the beach, you can taste the salt in your mouth when you're walking along the beach because we've got all that salt in the atmosphere and everything else that goes with it in over that water. So that's why we've got that distortion of the mountain. So that photograph doesn't prove anything but flat Earth to me.
You're right. And one of our Flat Earth fellows, Breaking Down the Wall of Lies, has posted the photo of that location that shows the little island that I was talking about in the photo with an accurate distance measurement to that mountain. And you can clearly see that when taken at the right height and angle, as opposed to the other one, which is meant to deceive, that you don't see any real difference between the two. You actually could line that photo up with the other one and compare them and know that they should be hidden behind miles and miles of curvature, and they're not. The fact that they're both visible at that distance shows you that, we don't live on a globe Earth, we live on a flat Earth, and that the people, who put out that article meant to, throw off people looking into flat Earth to keep them from, knowing the truth. One person might just look at it and take a glance, oh, these flat earthers are crazy. Hit pieces are often done on flat earthers for that very reason, because a person who's not really interested in the truth or it feels it doesn't matter won't take a second look. They won't investigate it far enough. And that's what they're betting on.
Yeah. Look, I count this as a blessing that we've got Soda coming here to talk to us about all these things that the Globers are giving to her as proof of a globe. Because if we can sit down and discuss this with Soda, we can work through this together. And everybody that's listening that's been given the same kind of information that Soda's been given now from these Globers can sit back and listen, and we can explain all this together.
Hear, hear. I love that. Because everybody's on their own journey, and we're all in this together. Same team. Absolutely.
Amen. Same team.
Yeah. Am I allowed to answer Soda, or do you want me to keep quiet?
I'm passionate about our youth not being deceived, and when they come into flat earth understanding, I want them to be confident in that. I don't want every time something comes up, a question that stumps them in a moment, that they get thrown off and they're unsure about what they know to be true by their own observations. Because it really is, self-evident, the things that you see on a day-to-day basis, and trusting your senses is the very foundation of that, Soda. So, keep coming with your questions. keep, searching for the truth, and it's going to find you. I mean, out there is where you're going, is your whole classroom. Out there is your whole science classroom. You don't even have to go to a body of water. You could find a mile marker where you live, like we both live in Texas, and do the calculations as to how far it is to that mile marker and whether or not you should see curvature at your height. So that's well within your reach to do, even if you can't get by a body of water to do it over a completely flat surface. Don't be so easily swayed by the opinions of Globers. So bring anything that they give to you here, and we're more than happy to work through it with you, because I really want you to be confident when you say that you're a flat earther.
Yeah, that is the key. Absolutely. I completely agree with that.
Yeah, let me just address some things that are being said in the live stream. Can you guys just stop with the false accusations? So does the new co-show, this and that. Like, you don't know me personally, okay? I know a couple people got muted in here. I'm just trying to ask questions and learn more about the globe and the flat earth. So if anyone in here has a problem with that, then I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to be a liar or a troll or this and that. I've addressed this before, and this is the last time I'm going to address it. So please stop with the false accusations and the name calling and the bullying, because honestly, this is not high school. This is a Discord full of adults, and you guys are acting like children right now. So stop.
And you have the backing of the moderators on where you stand. So if you have any issues, just bring it up through the right channels, is what I got to say. We don't have time for drama. You don't get to decide where she is in her journey and what she wants to investigate or research or what have you. We should not be attached to labels. That's ridiculous. I mean, we do use labels, but you can't be getting all upset with people because of what they choose to believe. If you disagree with someone and you feel like you're not getting through, then you just have to say, I'm going to have to agree to disagree with you and change a topic. I mean, or go do something else or something.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Because, I don't know, I just feel like a lot of false things are being thrown around here. I'm just trying to question the narrative and learn more about it. And apparently a few people in here have a problem with that. And I apologize if that's wrong. I just want to ask questions and get some other perspectives in here, see what you guys have to say, because I enjoy talking to you guys. And I really wouldn't come back here every day if I actually cared about what you have to say. So, yeah. The problem with the flat earth deal was I kind of jumped into it a little too quickly, I guess. And I kind of got thrown this flat earth tag on me. And so then I was kind of scared to ask questions pertaining to the globe model because I had this flat earther tag on me. And when I was like, well, I don't want these people to think that I'm a glober. But now that the tag's been ripped away from me, it's time to come out of my shell and start asking some questions and start questioning the narrative a little more. So, yeah.
This is what I got out of This is what I got out of with you coming at it from a globe perspective. I think it makes sense to have the understanding of both sides of the argument, and considering, those types of topics were never discussed in school. I think it's fair that, because I do that myself. Like when a certain topic comes up, I'll ask somebody, in here and say, well, what is the globe believer, sorry for the term, the globe answer for that question? I do that all the time. So, yeah, don't apologize for asking questions. I don't believe in that for sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at it from another point of view, maybe. But yeah, no, I'm not trying to be a liar here, for sure, though.
Hey, did I cut out at all? Did you hear?
I think.
Yeah, we heard you, Jen. Well said.
Oh, okay. I just was debating on whether or not to restart my phone or something because on my end it's acting weird. But okay, so cool. Sorry, Soda, you were trying to say something.
Saying that's the last time I'm going to address that. I just want to ask questions and learn more about this.
Yeah, you're not responsible for other people's reactions, Soda, for sure. Just send it, do a screenshot. Just do a screenshot and send it to moderators. That's what they're here for.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jen. Yeah, and if anyone's going to bully people on our server, please message me and let me know what's going on, because I'm not going to have that kind of attack on people's persons here. It's not fair. And just because someone believes different to you does not give you the right to harass them or attack them, especially sending them private messages.
Yes.
Yeah, don't PM someone without the permission unless it's a moderator or an admin.
So yeah, zero tolerance policy on bullying. Now that we got that covered. It's snack time.
Definitely. It should have always been covered. I mean, it's a human decency thing.
Yes.
Everyone's allowed their opinion, but when you're using it to do sorry, I'm trying to do something. Yeah, everyone's allowed their opinion on people, but when you're using it to gang up and bully, it's not okay.
No personal attacks are allowed.
So, I see some new people, and I've unmuted Celeste. I don't know if you can hear us or not, but you have control of your microphone. So, do you have any questions for the ladies of Flat Earth?
Why does it exist?
Why does what exist?
Flat Earth.
How did you find us?
Invited.
Okay. Is that person
joined for a reason? So why did you join?
Because I was invited and I said, well, why not?
Okay, so why did you join the live stream and why did you choose to reply when Sassy spoke to you?
Just to reply because I felt like it.
Okay. Is there anything you want to ask about Flat Earth?
Yes. I don't know if my question was clear, but why does it exist?
Why does Flat Earth exist? I'm sorry, but can you be more elaborate?
Alright.
So you might be referring to the resurgence.
Yes. People, thousands of years ago, believed the Earth was flat, right? Most people, after that, when multiple people proved it was wrong, then people all of a sudden, when internet came around, started to get popular again.
What people proved it?
Tons of scientists.
Who? Because I can say that tons of scientists have proved that the sky is green. Who proved it?
Those proper scientists. They get PhDs.
Because if they've proved that this massive ball that we're living on, I mean, their names deserve to be known, right?
Aristophanes.
Do you know who Aristophanes is? No?
I got the idea that guy left and somebody else says Aristophanes, and it's like...
I would say he was really new to the topic.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Okay. So we'll move on with I'm Them for In. You have control of your mic. Welcome to Ladies Night on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Do you have a question for a Flat Earth woman?
We don't bite.
I didn't even know it was Ladies Night. I'm so impressed.
Well, welcome.
It's good to be here. It's good to be here. I'll play my position today. Trust me. No out of remark jokes. Don't worry.
We have a smart man right here. Do you have a question for everybody or anyone?
It's Vagabond. I muted him. He's a flat earther. I muted him.
Oh. I was seeing somebody else's icon then, maybe.
I'm Them for In. You have the floor. If not, we will try to move on to someone else. Oh, Celeste is back. Celeste, would you like to clarify your question about flat Earth before we move on?
Celeste, if you're still here, I recommend highly that you research what you think you believe before questioning it. Because it sounds like you're not entirely sure on what you believe. You think that it's this ball, but you don't know how to prove it. So I highly suggest you look into it before coming into such a serious server. It's good that you know what you believe in and you know how to prove it.
How far does the firmament go? The container.
If I may, I really apologize for answering your question with a question. But by any chance, do you happen to know what the word scientism means? No. I mean, I'm not an expert on the topic or anything. I mean, I would have to look up the definition, but basically what it means is that the idea of science where it's observable, testable, and repeatable, it's migrated into some sort of fantasy story where you have a theory based on a theory based on a theory. And, you know, when I fully realized that for myself, I really had an epiphany, I have to confess. So for anyone who's new, someone named Robbie Davidson, he did a excellent documentary and it was called Scientism Exposed. If there's any guys in here listening that's a member of 24/7, can you guys find that maybe?
Okay, I'll try to find it for you.
See, the thing is, you know, what a lot of people new to the topic do is they'll point out different things and they'll try and figure it out. And, you know, they don't get one thing and then they move on to the next. It's kind of like, forgive me for the reference, but like a monkey swinging from a tree, just asking question after question without realizing, you know, or understanding the first question. But so a different angle you could take, you know, is realize that you've not been told the entire truth. And this is across a lot of different topics, and a lot of people are believing in conspiracy theory. But the odd thing is if you look at it from the other side, then that the people who don't believe in conspiracy theory, they're coincidence theorists. Because there's so many things that have not been disclosed to the general population and therefore allow them to form their opinion. So a lot of people think about flat Earth as a crime against humanity. So this is a very serious topic for people. So with that, if the person who is asking their question, if you have any comment on that, or if you want to continue with the previous question, I know a lot of people in here would not mind talking about it. So thanks everybody for letting me go on. Appreciate it. I just don't trust my internet today. Are you guys okay with me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
So I'm not sure
sorry
who
if I
asked
talk
that
too much.
question. The person that asked that question, if you wouldn't mind responding, that would be great.
Sorry, I'm cooking.
Who it was
right now. Well, I understand, like, I need to look more into it. I'm still new to the topic.
Well, that's nice of you to say that. Because that's being honest with yourself.
Yeah, I understand, like, with, because I was a globe earther, I recognize that we can't see the curvature. And especially for miles, you can see where you shouldn't be able to.
Yes,
and I know that they've been lasered. But the one thing I'm trying to grasp is the idea of a container, that you need a container for gas.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to let go of the theory of gravity to understand that. I'm still I'm still wrestling with it.
Well, not every flat earther believes in a barrier, and I would say that we understand that there is a barrier because the only way to have gas pressure that we know of in the natural world is if it's contained by something. Now, when you think about gas itself, such as helium or petroleum, etc., those gases are underneath the ground. They're contained, and we actually have to siphon them to bring them above level. So they're already pre-contained in their own little bubble. So, there's no loss between that and observing that in the natural realm that we live in.
Wow.
When we release helium or petroleum from the ground, you still have to do it to where you can capture it in a container, or else it will disperse. It will go all over the place. And the reason I'm using those two examples of like helium or, kerosene or gasoline or what have you is you can see that one is more liquefied and one is more in a gaseous state. And we use them in two different ways. They're two different consistencies, but they still have an evaporation rate, right? And so when those gases evaporate because they're not being contained, they go up into a bigger, they reach the level of the container, and they recycle themselves. So they get so high, and then they're so spread apart because of how vast this container is that they end up coming back down to the ground, and they follow a natural cycle. Would we have those, dynamics happening if we didn't have a container? I would say no, because every observation and understanding that we have about gases and liquid gases, such as water, when it evaporates and turns into a gas, it has three states to it, a solid, liquid, and a gas. And it goes through a cycle and it returns back to the earth in different consistencies. And we see this over and over again. We actually never see an instance where it escapes and never returns to the earth. It actually, has a cycle that it goes to, and it has done so for a very long time. So in that, you don't need gravity or anything like that, because those dynamics keep that system going.
Well said.
Thank you.
What the heck?
So did you have any questions about anything I said, or maybe another question you might want to ask, or anyone else that's here? I see a lot of people dropping in, and we will get with you in just a second. We need a little bit of time to unmute.
You could pass it off to somebody else.
I have a quick question as a response to that incredibly beautiful statement.
Yeah, I agree.
It's something that I touched on a little bit earlier. I was just, excuse me. Is there not a large, like as in part of the atmosphere, bubble of water? Like I've heard it condensed down to like approximately 10 meters if you were to condense it into a small space. Could that not be a bubble in itself?
A bubble as in what? And when you say 10 meters, you mean of liquid, solid? What exactly are you proposing?
Yeah, excuse me. I didn't speak very well. I just recently learned that it's okay. Like I cannot verify this. This is something I heard from someone recently. That if you were to take all the water in the atmosphere and, for lack of a better word, squish it all together, it would be approximately 10 meters thick. Could that not act as some sort of barrier?
10 meters? Do you mean in an area around you, or do you mean 10 meters in the whole of Earth?
10 meters, as if because it's obviously not like a little 10-meter thick, wide bubble. I mean, like it's spread out over. I'm not sure.
Well, can I just say, when I was going out yesterday morning, the fog here, the moisture, the fog was so thick that I could look directly at the sun. And may I add, the sun looks just like the moon. It is a white, round shape, it looks like this around about the same shape as the sun too.
That's an incredible point. Okay. I guess I have two questions again. If anyone, I want to hear your answers, and I don't really want to interrupt. But yeah, number one, that water that is inside of the atmosphere, that could technically act as a bit of a bubble or a barrier. But also that point you brought up, Becky, what are the chances of the sun and the moon being almost exactly the same shape when they're so?
I know.
The distance is
Coincidence theory. And they're both
white too. The sun's white when you look directly at it. When there's enough filter and enough fog or smoke, that's the other time I've seen the white sun. When the bushfires were here early in the year, I looked directly at the sun, and it was and I thought it was the moon. It looked just like the moon, but it was the sun, and it's white.
Yeah, and the chemtrails don't help either.
Yeah, so it's obviously the atmosphere making it that or get all those beautiful other colors, shades of the oranges and yellows.
And plus, I swear to you, 2 years ago I was able to see a more blue sky. Now it's like a consistent, really light blue color, not like deep.
I want to agree with that. Jen, because I think that I remember a bluer sky too.
It's such a shame. I know, because I have a picture I've taken. I mean, it was definitely way bluer. And
do you guys know about that NASA article?
Just to interject really quick, ladies, there was someone just messaged me. Could have moved them to voice checking room, but Realistic Raisin messaged me and said, "Can I have permission to speak? Do you want to check them in here, or do you want me to check them in?"
Why not?
In the chicken room. Yeah, well, we can unmute. Realistic Raisin sounds like this person wants to talk to ladies. I'm not gonna.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm kind of new to the flat Earth. I'm kind of new to it, and I have some questions about it.
Go ahead.
So I've been confused. How do GPSs work? Because that's because I used to be believe the Earth was a globe, but then I found out it was all lies.
If I may answer, that question is a topic that brought me to Flat Earth. That we don't have GPS tracking for Southern Hemisphere flights. And so, also flight paths are really interesting and doesn't seem to make sense. So I just want to pop in with that. Everybody else can question.
Also, I saw some flat earthers believe that that Australia is fake. Is that true?
No, that's a troll. I'm actually an Australian flat earther, believe it or not. And I just want to make a point on that matter that we bring that up now. I believe the reason that they are saying that and spreading that disinformation is if people came over here to address the claims of flat earth, they would find that Australia is the most flattest inhabited continent on earth, and you can come here and you can go to the most flattest planes in the world and see for, as far as the atmosphere will allow, but, flat plains for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kilometres. We have the transatlantic train line that runs for 400 kilometres in a straight line through I think it's the Nullarbor Plain. I mean, this place is as flat as it gets. So I believe that they've deliberately brought that meme out onto the internet to get people to look away from Australia.
And this is speaking for someone who actually knows it's not a globe and that it's flat. Somebody who's gone out and done their own observations. Becky K from Australia, someone who I admire. So yeah, thanks, Becky.
Thanks, I admire you too, Jen.
Well, I have a question for Becky then on that front. Like, how would Becky respond to the accusation that there's no GPS in Australia?
Well, okay. Well, this is very simple, and again, I speak in layman's terms, guys. So if you get more technical, I won't know how to respond. But basically, what I believe, and I'm going to read directly from a meme I just brought up. In the real world, GPS is a ground positioning system, and the position is determined from the intervals between signal pulses received from widely spaced transmitters. So that's something that I personally believe is a thing. So yeah, that's just how I'm going to answer that question.
You're 100% correct. You're 100%.
I have one last question.
But I would say it's
Shoot, hang on. Sorry, mate. It's a ladies' night. Shoot for your question.
Okay. So what is there is there an ice wall, and if so, what's beyond it?
Oh, that's a beautiful question. Well, we can only speculate. Does anybody else want to speculate on this? And any ladies, go for it.
Okay, so my first question in response, so forgive me with yet another question to answer someone's question. How did you come about to know that there's allegedly an ice wall, if I may ask that?
Oh, yeah, I've researched it a little bit.
Right, I gathered that, but how did you come about knowing that? What person spoke about it?
Oh, I just looked on the Twitter and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if somebody's talking about interesting topics, I'd love to follow somebody on Twitter. I mean, who do you follow on Twitter, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, it's the Flat Earth Society.
Oh, that's great.
I'd just like to jump
That's
in
great.
on that.
You know why? Because we don't ascribe to anything that they do. So that's great that got brought up.
That's what I was going to say when you said your first thing about Australia not existing. I wanted to jump in after Becky. Flat Earth Society, I knew as soon as you said that, that's where you got your information from. Flat Earth Society are a controlled opposition. They're put in place so they say stupid things so people hear them and go, fuck that, it's not flat, those people are stupid. So they say things like, we have members all around the globe.
Yep.
And the Australia doesn't exist, and we're on a pancake floating upwards through space. Now, I don't know whether you've ever seen, but about 3-4 so many years ago, I can't remember, Barack Obama actually mentioned and addressed all flat earthers as the Flat Earth Society. So they're put in place so people it's all a plot. They're put in place so people laugh at flat Earth rather than look into it, which is why flat Earth has become such a meme.
There's players on the world stage, everybody. It's a big picture involved.
So never, ever believe anything that the Flat Earth Society say. You coming here is your best source of information right now, because we are legit flat earthers. And we will tell you, we won't tell you to believe what we say is gospel truth. We'll tell you to research it for yourself.
Earth means soil.
But yeah, never trust the Flat Earth Society.
Also, does the Flat Earth have layers?
Well, we can't verify that because we've only dug down 8 miles. So why are these people saying that we have a core and all this nonsense when no one's ever observed that in their life before? They've literally only dug 8 miles.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. There's no relevant information that proves that there is a molten core. It's all, again, it's things that we can't verify, we can't prove, we just have to believe it as truth because they say so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Hey, thanks for coming.
More, feel free to ask them again, jump in and ask your question. We have loads of archives that you can look through if you scroll down. We have things all the way from NASA, moon landings, to observations that you can do yourself. But if you want to speak to someone, jump in here and ask your questions. We'll always be here.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really get the whole crust core, the different layers of the Earth narrative. I don't really understand that. It's not that I don't understand it. It's just I don't get why we're supposed to believe in these different layers of the Earth when we can't observe it. No one's observed it. Like, why? How did they even come up with that idea? Like, I don't get it.
You just have to believe what they say is true.
Exactly. I never really understood the Earth's layer. Well, I mean, I get them fine. Like, I know what they are or what they're supposed to mean, but just I never got why they're there. Like, I don't know. Didn't really make sense to me.
Well, because it plays into their model. It plays into the floaty space ball and gravity, etc. Like, it plays to their need.
The math.
That's it. And it's not verifiable, so we don't have. We're not able to prove it, so they're gonna say it. So we can't do anything about it. But joke's on them because they can't prove it either.
Yeah, joke's on them. Yeah, Crack Milano, it's ladies' night, bro. Yeah, the same you did, man.
Yeah, I do want to ask. I do want to jump in and say it is a known fact that the lower down you go, like back when mines were a thing and people were in mines, etc. The lower down you go, the hotter it does get. It could just be, the pressure of dark gravel running about you causes heat, whatever. I don't know, but yeah, you ask anybody who works in mines or used to, any grandparents that you've got that worked in mines or whatever, it is hotter the lower you go down. But there's other reasons. There's other explanations for that.
Has anybody tried to talk to Celeste or
Yeah,
Glory?
Yeah, we did, and they went quiet, so we're kind of just like letting them listen.
Hey, girl, welcome back.
Hey, hon, how are you doing? So everything going good over here? No glow people coming in?
Yeah.
No?
We have some. We're about to unmute a couple more to ask them questions. Hopefully, they won't blow our eardrums off. So
I'll try to be here because I can. I have to dip in and out, but I definitely will try to be here, guys.
Okay.
Not a problem. Love. Take care.
Garlic Glory, you have control of your mic. Would you like to ask one of the Flat Earth ladies a question?
Yes.
Hi, to the server. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. All right, so I'm kind of skeptical about the entire Flat Earth thing, but I would just like to ask: is it theoretically possible to walk off the side of the Earth? Like, that might be a stupid question, but I'm like for real asking.
It's okay. Can you walk off the universe? Can we see the entire Earth and measure it to even see if there is an edge in the first place? No, because they keep us. So is there an edge? I don't believe there's an edge, but there might be one, maybe for you.
My claim is, and many flat earthers in this server, our claim is that Earth is the floor, it's the foundation, it's the slab, so we can't fall off the floor.
All right, and I just have one more question. Do you believe the Earth is like in a cylindrical shape or is like a rectangular prism type of shape? If you get what I'm saying.
All right. Bro, really?
So
yeah, I'm just asking.
What some flat earthers have proposed, and we're not saying this is a definite model or anything like that, but we live on the top of a flat surface of a circle, and that we live in the center of that circle, and the outer edges where we would presume the ice wall keeps in all of the oceanic water that we have here on the plane. Now, we can't confirm that, but all indications from past civilizations, as well as our current understanding and information, shows that we're in a closed system, a pressurized system, and that we live on the very floor of that system, and everything you see above you is out, either in that system and is, going around us on an elliptical, or outside of that. Now, we can't confirm or deny anything outside of this pressurized system. So it would be like taking an egg and cutting it in half and disposing of the top or the bottom half, whichever one you want to say. And then the flat part of it is the part that we live on. And it's hollowed out, and that's where our air and our atmosphere and all of those things are taking place. So if one of the guys could post a picture of the Hebrew cosmology, that would be helpful so we can give him a visual.
All right, thank you for that.
People that believe in what you were talking about a moment ago, they would be under the concession that we live in a realm, right? Or
yeah, many people call it by different names. I say a realm because realm is kind of synonymous with Rome, kind of like you roam the plane.
The reason why it makes sense to me is that the idea of aliens, I mean, allegedly people have had real encounters with aliens, whatever. But I don't think they came from outer space, quote unquote. It makes sense to me that they came from outer lands. So I don't know. That's kind of wacky to bring that up like that. But I know a lot of people believe in aliens. But
as far as I know, we are the only beings on this plane except for animal and plant life. I've never seen an alien. I've only I think people put that in our minds through, the old television, television. And
absolutely.
People, they just draw their own conclusions. Maybe they have seen other Bigfoots or things that they ascribe to aliens, but I've never seen.
So
another reason why I brought it up is because I do like to hear, and I think I recall you being a fan of Martin Kenny, and I just love things that he's collaborated on. I mean, it totally makes sense. So I just find it a fascinating side topic. Let's just say, I like the fact that there's people that are looking into actual books of ancient texts, what have you. I mean, and taking it. So the philosophy that Martin Kenny takes is, and I hope I say this term correctly, syncretism, where you take different aspects from different cultures and you kind of overlay them, and you kind of find the holes in one and not the other, and so it's kind of like a puzzle, piecing it all together. And that's where people have come up with the idea that the idea of it being a realm. But sorry, that's all I want to say. Thanks, everybody.
Can we go back on the aliens topic really quick? So, if aliens, if they didn't come from outer space, do you believe they came from beyond the realm?
Demons. They'd be demons, basically. Oh, sorry, ladies.
Well, there's other people that take a religious aspect to the idea of aliens and, say that they're demons. So there's that too. I've heard that talked about over the years. But I think for the purposes of the live stream, though, it would probably stick it to flat earth topics. So, I mean, I shouldn't even brought it up, so it's my bad.
So I have a question. Is there what's the diameter of the earth if it's flat and
that's a great question. That's been a big topic on this server for a long time. And that is how the radius was calculated. I mean, so it was calculated, not measured.
Okay. Also, is there more than just 7 continents or something, or what do we believe here?
Well, it's not anything to believe. We're restricted on where we can travel. We can't really explore.
Yeah, can I just say really quickly, for example...
Absolutely, go, man.
Oh, no, I'm just going to be so quick. Because we can't go to these places, as Jen just said, there's, there's these, what is it? There's a treaty in place, okay? It's very hard to get access to these places. So even if there was more continents, we wouldn't be able to find them.
Yep.
Makes sense.
They tell us we're free, but in all actuality... none could actually be further from the truth. We got to pretty much ask when we can wipe our butt.
You are free. You just can't get out of your house.
Well, we're lucky we can wipe our asses with toilet paper. I mean, geez. How sad of a society are we becoming? Not just a society, an existence. Something is not right. Doesn't pass the smell test.
You're free. Just wait for the 4th of July.
Does
on Flat Earth
religion have anything to do with it or anything?
Well, 1 second. Let me finish up that question, that previous question. On Flat Earth, we don't try to propose or put models in place of things just because we don't know them. We go with what we know, which is the known places that we've been able to traverse, such as like Australia, Asia, Canada, the US. So all of the known continents, as far as we know, that is all there is. Now, we can speculate all day about whether there's lands beyond the poles, which we have some people who were down in that area exploring a long time ago that say that there possibly is more land. But on Flat Earth, we like to go with what really is rather than our own personal, thoughts. So we just stick to what we can confirm. And we've confirmed those continents and things like that. And we don't go with anything else that we can't confirm, if that makes sense.
That's a great disclaimer, I would have to say.
Yeah. So if you could ask your question again, so maybe like Bambi or anybody else can chime in and answer.
Sure. You want to repeat the question? I'll see if I can throw something else into it. Oh, come on. I'm not that scary. The person that asked their question. What was the question that was asked? No?
Well, if no one's going to ask a question, can I ask?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so the Earth is flat, right? So, because my teacher told me that I'm not that smart for thinking the Earth is flat, and she said, go to a beach, lay down, wait for the sun to go away, and then when the sun goes away, stand back up, and you can see the sun again because of the curvature of the Earth. Is that true?
Okay. Well, first thing I want to address is your teacher saying you're not that smart for saying the Earth is flat. Your teacher should be the one encouraging you to research everything and verify what everyone's saying. You should never take what anyone says to be gospel truth. Your teacher is the one that's supposed to guide you into questioning everything. You're supposed to verify things for yourself, research things for yourself, make sure what you know you can prove to be true.
What you witnessed, what you experienced was called ridicule, and that's what some people do when they're confronted with something that makes them question their beliefs. So, sorry you had to go through that. Don't let that discourage you, like along the lines of what you're saying.
Yeah, you should always question everything. Even what you hear in here, never take it to be truth, just question it. Take it as a note, maybe get a notepad, start hearing the things we're saying, take a note of it, look into it, see if what we're saying is bullshit or true. As for your teacher saying lie down, wait for the sun to set and it'll come back up due to its curvature, perspective plays a big part. Your perspective as from lying down to going up, the higher up you are, the more of the sun you're going to see. So it's just due to perspective. It's not got anything to do with the curvature.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just say that keyword to your teacher. Just say perspective.
Okay, yeah.
Can I jump in for a second? Can I ask a question?
Sure, you do.
All right. So back on like the teachers ridiculing the students, how do you feel about the globe Earth kind of theory being taught in the education system?
Yeah. So I don't know about you, but for me personally, it was never a subject in school. It was something that you were never really told. You were told a little bit about it when you were learning about planets, maybe.
Yes.
But you were never told it. It was just there in front of you. You were in your first kind of class when you were young. You were about 5, 6. There was a globe on the front of your book. You always had one of those spinning globes, pictures on the wall. It was just embedded from a young age. You weren't taught or told, like most people
You were
aren't taught the
indoctrinated.
circumference or the radius of the Earth. Like, you don't know that because you weren't taught it. You were just, it was just, like she said, you're indoctrinated. You were just, it was burned into your mind from a young age. It wasn't a class. You don't know anything about what it is you're living on. The majority of the world don't know the circumference and radius of the ball that they're supposedly living on. They just assume it's a ball because, well, it was burned into their mind.
All right. And also another question: do you plan on getting the flat Earth theory taught in schools?
That's never going to happen ever.
Yeah, there are a couple of people in here who are teachers as well. We've got Jen, who's a teacher in Japan.
I have a question about like the season. I have a question about the season. Sorry, my brother's a round earther. So I have a question about the seasons. How do seasons happen? If you're a flat earther.
Okay, one, you can tell your brother, rather than being arrogant, maybe research it before you question it and shout and scream. That's a bit rude. So maybe, yeah, put your brain to good use and question it. For the season, is anyone got the meme that explains the what's it called? Equator and stuff like that with the sun moving. Yeah, okay, perfect. Becky put it in. Cheers, Becky. If you look at what Becky's put in, it shows the tropical of Cancer and the tropical Capricorn. It shows you the sun's movement, so the seasons go from the sun sort of moving around, going out and inwards, creating the seasons. If you kind of picture it like that, like it moves in towards the Tropic of Cancer and it moves out towards the Tropic of Capricorn, and that creates seasons.
So, like, can NASA, like, say NASA sends some flat earthers to space to show that the quote unquote Earth is round, would they like put you in a simulation or something?
Okay, about the whole space thing, you have to actually think that there's a space there. I mean, me personally, I don't believe that we have been there and it is even possible to go there, because we always talk about going from A to C, going from Earth to Moon, or going from Earth to Mars. We never talk about the B, the traveling there in the middle. They're saying that they're in a vacuum and you're being able to propel through a vacuum with no medium. It is physically impossible for a rocket to go through a vacuum. So there's no point in answering that, because it's never going to happen, because that vacuum doesn't exist. We can't exist next to a vacuum within a container. Sorry, go ahead.
And people have been talking about the original moon landing ever since, probably since it happened. And that was, 50 years ago. So for a topic to be something that's would be weak and worthy of ridicule, it's kind of silly that they've been talking about it for so long. So there's some substance to it if you ever look into it. There's a lot of material available for you to look at the moon landings and such. But I really liked what Bambi had to say too.
Yeah, we always go from A to C. We never talk about B.
But anyway, I know a lot of people. Oh, oops, sorry. I know, and plus, I know a lot of people in here prefer to talk about the land that we're standing on rather than what's allegedly up in the sky, because we can't verify space.
I do want to address the simulation thing that you said, and the astronauts and stuff that say they have been there and they've done these things and they're hell bent on it. Possibly that they have been put in VR. We know how realistic VR can be. There's a funny video on the internet of a guy rock climbing, and he thinks it's so realistic he physically goes to take a step and falls on his face. So this VR can be so realistic that it can fully convince you that you have been and done something. So possibly astronauts have been VR, whatever. and they
Wow.
have witnessed this in some form of a simulation. Maybe that's just a theory, no evidence, no proof, but just a theory.
Interesting. Interesting, nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question? Are you suggesting that they had VR on the original moon landing?
Well, I don't think they've been to the moon. So, you want to rephrase your question?
Well, you don't believe they went to the moon?
Well, no. Like I said, if you were listening to me earlier, going from A to C is one thing, but talking about the B part, we can't physically get there. We can't travel through a vacuum.
I mean,
Until
I
we prove
believe
that we can travel through a vacuum, then we haven't been to the moon.
there's a SpaceX launch tomorrow, and I'm actually going to see it. So, where are they going if they're going straight up into space?
Wait.
I love I laughing.
Like, if you're understanding my question here, sorry.
Yes, I get what you're saying. Does anyone want to address that? Because I've been talking quite a bit. Or will
yeah, I'm going to SpaceX tomorrow too. I also live in Florida, and yeah, that's another question I have. Also,
I'm so sorry.
So, yeah, if somebody can answer that.
So basically, what you're going to be witnessing is this thing that's being propelled up into the air. It'll go so far that your eyes can no longer see it. Blah blah blah. You can't verify where it is actually going. You just then have to take as proof what they're giving you. I don't know, a video from the outside, a video of this, video of that, pictures of this. You can't physically prove yourself where it is going. You have to take what someone else is as your proof. So that they could, I don't know, land it out in the middle of the ocean somewhere. They could do something with it as soon as it is out of our eyesight. We don't know. Can't prove what they're actually doing with it and where they're going.
And I also believe the mission is manned. So, do you believe that the person inside the shuttle is in a VR simulation?
She said it was a theory.
Not a shuttle.
It could be a theory, yeah. They could be in a VR simulation. They could be in on it. It may not be a VR at all. They could be fully in on it, and they're just prepared to, I don't know, land in the ocean.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome. Any other questions anyone wants to ask?
How tall would the Earth be then?
How tall? Do you mean like if it's flat going from the top to the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't know because with the furthest that we've gone down, even if we're living on a ball, the furthest we've gone down is 8 miles. So we don't know if it goes any further than 8 miles. It could only go 8.5 because we haven't been any further than 8.
What happened to the dinosaurs?
Well, oh god. Anyone else want to take this one?
That's a separate topic from Flat Earth. I mean, if if you don't believe in the Big Bang Theory, then that kind of that makes a problem for what we're told about the dinosaurs. So
yeah, like
people
like
here don't necessarily believe in the Big Bang Theory, so not maybe the best place to ask that question.
Okay. Yeah.
But you can ask another question if you want.
Okay.
How could you be
so
dumb?
Noah, shut up. So
hold on, can you? I'm not gonna ban you or anything, but is it possible for Noah to come on the mic just for a second? Just come a little closer so I can hear him.
I don't feel like you're being dragged into this.
I mean, if you're gonna have the balls to shout it, at least come talk to me. I'm a little girl. Come on.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna hurt you. Come a little closer to the microphone and talk to me. If you've got the balls to shout it in the background, come on.
He's going on the mic.
All right.
Hello,
Why is your
Noah.
headset so quiet?
I'm Bambi.
Look.
Noah, I'm Bambi. Nice to meet you.